Chapter 1. Traversing the Beast Realm. Welcome, dear readers, to point out any errors the author will actively consider your valuable suggestions. In a state of confusion, Chi slowly opened her eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding expanse of white, as if the entire world were shrouded in a thick blanket of snow. She attempted to raise her hand to rub her eyes, but found herself utterly powerless. A gust of cold wind howled past her. "Is it so cold?" Chi cast her gaze downward, realizing that she was clad in nothing more than a garment resembling a bandeau up top, while her lower half was barely adequate to preserve her modesty. A glance around revealed no available means of shelter. As a modern individual, this felt akin to running about in the nude. Just as she prepared to rise, she discovered her entire body was stiff and unresponsive, leaving her only able to vocalize her distress. A resounding roar escaped her lips. Heaven is forsaking me, by Chi. Host. A voice suddenly echoed in by Kiki's mind. Who? She exclaimed, nearly frightened to death, her eyes darting around with heightened vigilance. I reside within your mind. The system replied again. Weren't you the one who promised that if I made a contract with you, you would save me? Why then have you brought me to this place? A fiery indignation welled up within by Chi. How foolish she had been to trust after having been deceived so many times. No, this entity was not even human. Host, I can hear your thoughts. I don't care whether you can hear me or not. Why did you deceive me? Kiki's teeth chattered in rage, but her fury remained undeterred. The system offered no response. As snow began to cover her, turning her hair white, Chi felt the cold dissipate. Life was slowly ebbing away, and a barrage of memories flooded her mind. You ugly beast, you are not my sister. Go away. Why are you still alive? Why don't you just die? Feeling invincible now, are you? Just because you got into university, you think you can escape our family? Dad, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Now you realize your mistakes? It'll beat you to death. Dad, just beat by Chi like this, so she won't give me living expenses. Snow Leopard Clan. Ahua bowed respectfully and inquired, Shaman, how is my daughter? Concern was evident in her eyes. She has caught a chill. If she survives through tonight, she will be fine. Shaman Wu Ying's expression was grave as she sighed silently afterward. She had previously advised Chi numerous times, yet no matter how she pleaded, Chi refused to listen. In the end, Chi had recklessly dashed out of the clan for a male during the harsh winter. Had she not been lying in bed, she would undoubtedly have faced the clan leader's wrath. Ayu gazed at the frail figure on the bed and couldn't help but ask, what if she doesn't make it through tonight? Wu Ying shot a glare at Ayu, exasperated that he would pose such a question at this moment. Turning to Ahua, who looked as if her heart were in her throat, she reassured her, she will be fine. The beast god will protect Chi. Wu Ying's ethereal and ancient voice provided Ahua with a modicum of comfort. After all, Wu Ying was a female, capable of communicating with the beast god. If she said Chi would be safe, then hope remained. Yet, deep down, she could not shake her own uncertainty. After all, a female catching a chill could be fatal, and all she could do now was comfort Ahua. That's good. Ahua nodded. At dawn, as the first light of day broke, Chi had already awakened. She did not open her eyes, for she was absorbing Chi's memories. Through these memories, she learned that this was an ancient beast realm that revered females and practiced polyandry. The living conditions in the beast realm were harsh, with countless beastmen succumbing to starvation, freezing, or heat each year. The thought of this filled her with dread. Living here would surely be more grueling than her previous existence. She could no longer bear the thought of days spent hungry and cold. Females here found it exceedingly difficult to conceive, a punishment allegedly imposed by the beast god due to the beastman's transgressions against the divine. The original host had confessed her feelings to it too, only to be rejected. In a fit of rage, she had fled the tribe, causing the males of the clan to go searching for her. Females were not permitted to venture outside the tribe. Alone, the lightest consequence was reprimand, while the gravest could result in house arrest. Many beastmen lived their entire lives without ever witnessing the sacred fire, which was simply fire. This tribe was nestled between the Shuiyu Mountain and Shuefu Mountain, and due to the embrace of these two great peaks, few beastmen from other tribes ever appeared. Upon glimpsing her own reflection in Chi's memories, Bai Chi almost cried out in horror. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Why was she still an ugly woman? And even uglier than before. Achi bore a large black birthmark that nearly engulfed her entire face. Coupled with her rough, dark skin and disheveled hair that seemed as though it had never been washed, she emitted a peculiar odor, making her appear even more ragged than a beggar. Why was the universe so unjust? Could it not grant her a beautiful visage? What harm would there be in having just one more beauty in the world? In modern times, she had often faced derision because of her appearance. She wished to undergo cosmetic surgery, yet lacked the funds. Host, the system can provide you with resources and transform you into an unparalleled beauty. The system had been listening to Bai Kiki's thoughts, brimming with excitement. Really? Bai Kiki's momentary disappointment vanished, though she remained cautious of the system's promises. Of course. However, it requires a significant amount of points. The system gradually lured Bai Chi into its web. How can I earn points? Bai Chi suspected it wouldn't be as simple as it sounded, especially since she had been transported to this resource-scarce beast realm clearly. The system was behind it. Ahem. Host, you are bound to the reproduction system. The more you give birth, the more points you earn, the system explains somewhat awkwardly, fearing rejection after multiple refusals. But women in this world find it very difficult to conceive. Bai Chi had learned from the original host that survival in the beast realm was no easy feat, let alone having children. You need not worry about that. I am the latest 3050 model system, so you came from the future just to bind yourself to me. Bai Chi finally understood the system had deliberately orchestrated this. How foolish she had been to think that fate had finally smiled upon her when she first bound it. That could be one way to put it, the system admitted honestly. Others receive starter packs upon binding their systems. What about mine? I can't be left with nothing, can I? Bai Chi was determined to extract some benefits from the system. Your starter pack is, of course, a physical enhancement package. The system exclaimed enthusiastically. Whitening Lotion 1, Moisturizing Lotion 1, Charisma Potion 1, Fertility Potion 1. I understand that the whitening lotion is for skin lightening, and the moisturizing lotion keeps the skin hydrated. The Charisma Potion enhances my allure, while the Fertility Potion helps me conceive easily. Bai Chi summarized based on the labels. The Charisma Potion ensures that any male who sees you becomes utterly entranced, while the Fertility Potion guarantees your success on the first attempt. Bai Chi listened intently, finding this precisely to her liking. Having gathered her thoughts, she sat up from the stone bed, feeling exceedingly weak. Water! Bai Chi weakly called out. Coming. Ahua, upon hearing Bai Kiki's voice, rushed over, nearly tripping over a stone in her haste. After drinking the water, Bai Chi felt relief in her throat. Achi, are you experiencing any discomfort? Ahua observed her daughter's frail state, her heart aching as she silently cursed the two 1,000 times. Bai Chi dared not meet Ahua's eyes, fearing her true identity as an impostor would be discovered. She had never felt maternal love before in Achi's memories. She learned that this was her mother. Ahua stood tall, likely around 1.73 meters, her almond-shaped eyes filled with concern as they rested on Bai Chi. How could people in the beast realm be so tall? Seeing Bai Chi lost in thought again, Ahua assumed she was still pining for Atu and hurried to console her. Achi, let's not pursue Atu any longer. He is already bonded with she. Even if the partner contract were dissolved, Atu would still struggle to survive. Please don't be foolish anymore, all right? All right. I've come to my senses. I will no longer pursue a Tuesday. Bai Kiki's mind flashed with Atus, image tall and bearded, yet not to her taste. Even if he were, he was already committed. She could not engage in such a treacherous act. Chapter 2. Eating Roasted Meat. Achi, are you being serious? Upon hearing that Achi would no longer pursue Atu, Ahua was on the verge of tears, unable to believe that her little one had finally come to terms with reality. She joyfully leapt down from the stone bed. Indeed, I am serious. Bai Chi smiled back at her mother's excitement, feeling a genuine warmth in her heart. Ha! Ahua embraced Bai Chi tightly, wishing for her daughter to remain clear-headed. My Achi is so remarkable. What kind of partner could she not find? Bai Chi smiled naturally in response, though internally, she was frantically anxious. Achi must be hungry. Let me fetch some meat. As Ahua spoke, she hurried outside the cave, digging through the snow to retrieve some frozen deer meat. Baichichi stared at the meat in shock, wondering if she was supposed to eat it raw. Noticing Baikiki's frown, Ahua hurriedly explained, "This meat is quite clean. It was frozen during the first snowfall." Baichichi diligently endeavored to alleviate her physical discomfort, finding it exceedingly challenging as a modern individual to consume raw meat. Furthermore, she mused that at present, she might not even possess the strength to gnaw on it. "Host, have you forgotten that you are reincarnated?" "Indeed, I am reincarnated. My body is akin to the women here, yet I struggle to accept it internally." Baichichi pointed towards the pile of fire at the center of the cave and softly inquired, "Mother, may I roast the meat over this fire?" "It is perilous to use the sacred fire. Allow me to do the roasting," Ahua replied sternly, setting aside the venison in her hands. "All right," Baichichi said with a beaming smile as she picked up the meat and placed it on the stone. She then seized a nearby twig, casually brushing off the dust from its surface. Noticing a sharper stone nearby, she contemplated its potential utility for cutting the meat. With great effort, Baichichi finally managed to slice off a small piece of meat and skewered it onto the twig. She raised the crooked skewer of meat, grinning at her mother. "All done. Mother, I shall roast it," Ahua said, taking the skewer from Baikiki's hands and carefully placing it over the sacred fire. It was her first time using the sacred flames for roasting, and naturally, she was apprehensive. She couldn't help but caution Baichichi, "Keep your distance, we wouldn't want you to get burned." Despite her fears, she was resolute that her child would not go hungry. Fueled by this determination, she successfully roasted the meat. "It smells delightful." As Ayu entered the cave, she was immediately struck by a fragrance unlike any she had ever encountered, prompting her to exclaim in admiration. "Ayu has arrived. Quickly check if Achi needs anything." Upon seeing the disciple of the shaman, Bai Mu rushed over, eager to present Baichichi to Ayu, anxious to ascertain if Achi had truly recovered. Ayu reached out to check Baikiki's pulse, her eyes widening in surprise. "Achi has healed remarkably fast. She's nearly matched the recovery rate of male beast men." "That's splendid, ha!" Bai Mu chuckled with relief as she gazed at her sole daughter, her heart finally at ease. "Mother, it's ready if you don't give me some soon. The meat will be overcooked." Baichichi tugged at Bai Mu's hand playfully. Baichichi accepted the meat that Bai Mu handed her. As she tasted the flavorless morsel, some even still glistening with blood, her eyes misted. It's truly delicious." To her astonishment, she was experiencing the maternal love she had longed for over 2 decades, albeit stolen, yet she felt utterly content. "Achi, what's the matter? Is the meat unpalatable?" "This is my first time roasting. I promise I'll perfect it next time," Bai Mu said, noticing the tears streaming down Baikiki's face and momentarily panicking, unsure how to respond. She gently wiped away the tears on Baikiki's cheeks. "It's nothing at all. This is simply the first time I've tasted such delightful meat." Baichichi observed the woman before her, perhaps in her 30s, treating her with such care, and felt a pang of bittersweet emotion. "Bai Mu, Achi is fine now. I must return to attend to the shaman," you stated to Bai Mu, casting one last glance at Baichichi as she departed. System, she won't realize I'm not the original Achi, will she?" Baichichi hurriedly called out to the system in her mind. "Of course not. You are indeed reincarnated into her body." "What about my original body?" Baichichi asked, her concern palpable. "What about it? Your original body is likely decomposing as we speak. Are you not aware that you perished on Earth?" "Yes, I was indeed killed," Baichichi murmured to herself, her eyes reflecting profound desolation and loneliness. Having traversed to this new realm, she resolved to live fully here, no longer subjecting herself to the grievances of her past. As Baichichi this time, she would be her own light. As she contemplated, Baichichi finished the roasted meat, feeling her stomach settle and her body warm. "Achi, why have you eaten so little?" Bai Mu remarked, distressed to see her precious daughter consume only a small portion of meat. "This is quite a bit. This twig is as long as my arm," she replied, feeling quite satisfied with her appetite that day. "That little bit isn't even enough for a male single bite, dear. Heed your mother's advice and eat a bit more," Bai Mu insisted, imitating Baichichi by cutting the meat into strips. "Mother, I'll eat more later when I'm hungry, all right?" Bai Chi said, playfully coaxing her mother. Bai Chi thought to herself, I didn't expect to adapt quite so swiftly. Very well, I will indulge my dear Chi. Bai Mu conceded to Bai Kiki's whims, though still worried that her beloved daughter had not eaten enough. However, I shall be the one to roast the meat next time. Bai Chi nuzzled her head against Bai Mu's shoulder and mentioned, the uncle has been injured. Bai Mu, hurry and come with me to the shaman. Amu rushed in, flustered. All right, Chi, stay home and behave, Bai Mu instructed without hesitation, hastily following Amu. Mother, I want to go with you, Bai Chi said. Noting Amu's anxious demeanor, she understood that the father was in peril, and perhaps she could assist. After all, injuries wait for no one. Very well, Bai Mu agreed, swiftly retrieving a deer hide from under the bed and draping it over Bai Chi, pulling it tightly to ensure no skin was left exposed. Chapter 3. Dafu. The three of them swiftly arrived at the cave where Wu Ying resided. The cave was modest in size and rather rudimentary, its walls composed of rough-hewn stone, exuding an air of primality. The interior was permeated with the scent of herbs, mingling with the bitter aroma of rock and vegetation, evoking a sense of chill. Bai Chi's gaze wandered through the dim light, ultimately resting upon a stone bed. The bed was strewn with dried leaves, and on it lay Bai Da, bloodied and barely breathing. His breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. Ah Hua's heart twisted at the sight, tears streaming down her face. Bai Da offered no response. Ah Hua rushed to Wu Ying, fervently bowing her head. Witch doctor, please save Ada, I beseech you. Wu Ying knelt beside Bai Mu, gently lifting her. Ah Hua, Ada may be on the brink of reuniting with the beast god. With a heavy heart, she turned away, unable to witness the passing of her kin, yet knowing her powers were limited. Bai Chi observed the original Bai Da, who lay motionless on the stone bed, as if he would perish at any moment. Her heart felt as though it were being grasped tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. System, is there a way to save Dafu? Bai Chi implored anxiously. Indeed, the recovery water will suffice, but you lack the necessary points, the system replied. Can I borrow points? Bai Chi asked, filled with hope. Certainly, after all, you already owe 100 points. What? When did I incur such a debt? Bai Chi was taken aback upon hearing she owed 100 points. I brought you to the beast world. Did you think it came without cost? It dawned on Bai Chi that her very existence here required the expenditure of points. Oh, by the way, if you don't repay within a year, you will completely vanish. You must be jesting. You never mentioned that points were required to enter the beast world. Moreover, you brought me here without my consent. What about my rights? Bai Chi retorted, her tone sharp, wishing she could strangle the system for its constant trickery. At that time, your spirit was incomplete, hence the lack of memory. Had I not brought you to the beast world, you would have become a wandering soul. What a dreadful term. Bai Chi had no time to argue with the system, her irritation mounting as she inquired, how many points does the recovery water cost? 1 point. Hearing that it was merely 1 point, Bai Chi agreed to exchange it for a vial of recovery water. She approached Bai Mu, crouching beside her. Mother, perhaps I can save Dafu. A flicker of doubt crossed Bai Mu's eyes. When had Ah Chi learned the art of healing? Yet, she wished to believe her daughter would not deceive her, and nodded in agreement. Bai Chi produced a herb from behind her. I discovered this herb in the Moh Mountains yesterday. It should be able to save Dafu. Fearing suspicion, she had even asked the system to alter its appearance. Upon hearing the mention of herbs, Wu Ying hurried over, though she had never encountered a healing herb that resembled this one. The herb was a vibrant green, subtly glowing, as if imbued with some magical quality, tempting one to consume it. What is this herb? Wu Ying inquired, her eyes alight with excitement. Bai Chi, unable to meet Wu Ying's gaze, replied bashfully, it's a recovery herb. I heard from Granny Tsong that it can heal injured beastmen. She silently apologized to Granny Tsong in her heart. Granny Tsong, please don't be angry. I was compelled to weave this white lie. Wu Ying took the recovery herb from Bai Chi's hands, inhaling its fragrance, which invigorated her spirit. It should be beneficial for the injuries. Quickly, you, prepare the medicine. Bai Chi exhaled in relief as she watched Yu's retreating figure, grateful that she had successfully deceived the witch doctor. Thanks to the system, she feared being uncovered. Before long, Bai Chi witnessed Yu returning with a bowl of green liquid in a stone bowl. which was administered to Dafu. After a quarter of an hour, the group anxiously observed Baida, who lay on the stone bed. Baida felt a lack of the sensation of fading, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Baidu awaken, Ahua joyfully embraced Bai Chi-Chi. "Ah Chi, your Dafu has awakened." Bai Chi-Chi's heart soared at the sight of the revived Dafu. Ahua released her hold on Bai Chi-Chi and sat by the bed, noticing Baida attempting to rise. She quickly interjected, "Ada, you shouldn't move in your current state." Baida gazed at his mate with affection, his heart swelling with sweetness as he withdrew his hand and obediently lay back down. "Had it not been for Achi finding the recovery herb, you would have returned to the beast god's embrace." Ahua spoke proudly of her daughter. "Achi, you are becoming increasingly sensible." Baida regarded Bai Chi-Chi with tender eyes. "Dafu, your recovery is entirely the blessing of the beast god." Bai Chi-Chi humbly attributed the miracle to divine intervention. Baida nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, whatever Achi says is true." "Ada, how did you sustain such grave injuries?" Ahua questioned, aware that her mate was an orange tier, second-level beast man, and should not have suffered such severe wounds. Baida sighed, helplessly recounting, "I encountered a pack of ferocious wolves while hunting in the forest. They nearly devoured me. Thankfully, Amu and the others appeared and dealt with the wolves." "What?" Ahua gasped. A single wolf was not terrifying, but a pack's strength exceeded her expectations. Baida nodded bitterly. Nearly missing the chance to see Ahua again, Ahua turned her gaze gratefully towards Amu. "Thanks to you all, by the way. Did you sustain any injuries?" Amu shook his head. "No, we are all unscathed." He understood that the witch doctor had limited medicinal herbs and had sustained only minor scrapes, not wishing to waste the precious herbs on himself when they were needed for the injured and for females. Relieved that Amu was unharmed, Ahua said, "That's good." She noticed the snow outside had lessened, and the food supplies in the cave were already scarce. Now, as she needed to care for her mate, food would certainly be insufficient. She turned to Amu. "Amu, please help me take Achi back to the cave, and also bring back half of the frozen venison outside." Amu nodded and transformed into a golden leopard. "Wow, a magnificent beast." This time, she paid close attention to how Amu transformed, observing as he morphed from head to tail, though the squatting position he assumed while shifting resembled that of a small dog. The golden leopard stood there, its bewildered gaze fixed on Bai Chi-Chi. Bai Chi-Chi cleared her throat. "Ahem, let us go." Knowing that Dafu had consumed the recovery water and was now out of danger, she climbed onto Amu's back. Yes, she climbed up. Though it was her second time riding a leopard, she still felt nervous. Just as she grasped his fur, Amu took off running. "Slow down," Bai Chi-Chi exclaimed. Startled, her hands clinging tightly to Amu's neck fur as she cried out in alarm, "Ah, ah." Hearing her shrieks, Amu wondered why she was so frightened. He slowed his pace. The journey from Wu Ying's cave to Bai Mu's residence typically took only minutes, but this time it stretched to a full 10 minutes. Phew, finally arrived. Bai Chi-Chi dismounted, preparing to shake off the snow from her head, only to find that with a single pat, her hair had frozen into icy clumps. She immediately froze in shock. "Oh no. I thought it was merely cold, but it turned into ice." Turning her head, she noticed Amu at the cave entrance, laboriously using his leopard paw to scrape off the ice. She approached him. "Amu, thank you." Amu, taken aback by Bai Chi-Chi's gratitude, momentarily thought he had misheard. What? When did Bai Chi-Chi learn to express thanks? She had always looked down on him. Bai Chi-Chi observed his paw suspended in midair, his head tilted in confusion, his eyes full of wonder. She found him adorable and couldn't resist reaching out to pat his head. Such a delightful texture. Bai Chi-Chi stroked Amu's fur, marveling at its softness, which felt as smooth as the finest silk. Chapter 4. A night of endless spring. "Amu, your head is so soft," Bai Chi-Chi remarked just as Amu, clutching the venison, took off running. She opened her eyes, catching only a glimpse of Amu's retreating form. Hey, hey, hey. She had not yet had her fill of petting. What a pity. If Bai Chi-Chi were to see Amu in his human form now, she would surely laugh. His face was flushed, even the tips of his ears were reddened. What to do? He now found Achi's voice delightful. It seemed as if he could still hear her sweet tone lingering in his ears. And a smile of happiness spread across his face. At present, Amu had yet to realize that he had developed feelings for Bai Chi-Chi. Meanwhile, Bai Chi-Chi sat by the fire, drying her hair, idly observing the cave. Within the cave, there were 3 smaller chambers, with a central area left open as a communal space. The central area appeared to be the dining area, as it was the only place suitable for meals, while the other 3 smaller chambers were devoid of clutter, appearing rather tidy. Since she had no mate, she had been living with by Moo all along. Gurgle, gurgle, her stomach protested. She approached the stone table, picking up a stone and laboriously attempting to cut the meat. After much effort, she finally managed to slice a portion off. It was truly exhausting. Sigh. If only there were some salt. Chi gazed longingly at the sizzling meat crackling over the flames. Lamenting. Having eaten her fill, the sky had darkened, and weariness washed over her. Chi stepped into the small cave on the far right, laying down on the dry grass, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The night swiftly passed, and as Chi removed the deer skin covering her, a chill rushed through her, striking her crown. She prepared to rise and warm herself by the fire, only to discover, had it extinguished? It had, indeed. How could it go out? With half a month of winter still to endure, would she not freeze to death? Staring at the cold ashes, a sense of desolation enveloped her. Aki, Aki, a moo called out as he approached the cave entrance. Hearing her name, Chi stepped outside. What is it? A moo, head bowed, lifted a handful of red fruits and said, Here, Aki, these are the fruits I gathered while hunting today. Upon receiving the fruit and examining it closely, Chi realized it resembled an apple, albeit an unusually large one, almost the size of a grapefruit. Host, the size of anything here is magnified many times compared to your world. It was then that Chi scrutinized a moo, who stood at least 6'3", with golden short hair and strong features, exuding the essence of a sun-kissed young man. What should I do? My heart races. How delightful. I must hasten to remove the birthmark on my face. Otherwise, how can I win him over? With this thought, Chi beamed at a moo, offering a sweet smile. Thank you, amu. No need to thank me. A moo chuckled softly, retreating with a light-hearted gait. Host, you still have 11 months and 25 days remaining. Chi bit into the large apple and replied, I know, by the way, there's a hot spring over by Shuwu Mountain. I should go there to use the whitening and moisturizing solutions, but how do I get there? It's so cold. If only I had a down jacket. Host, you can also borrow points. A down jacket costs 1 point. All right, I'll borrow, Chi affirmed. Very well. Upon the system's affirmation, a white down jacket materialized in her hands. Chi hurriedly donned the jacket, putting on the hood as she made her way toward Shuwu Mountain. As she exited the cave, she found no one in sight, which was fortunate, as it spared her the worry of being discovered by her kin. After considerable effort, she located the cave with the hot spring, utterly exhausted and parched. Turning her head, she spotted a red fruit growing on the cave wall, which bore a striking resemblance to an apple. Chi plucked the fruit and devoured it ravenously, only to feel an unsettling discomfort in her throat and an intense heat within her body. She hastily shed the down jacket and plunged into the hot spring. The strange sensations in her body heightened Chi's alertness, prompting her to inquire of the system, what kind of fruit did I just eat? Host, well, you already know, don't you? The system replied cautiously. Does it have effects akin to an aphrodisiac? Chi pressed, trying to suppress her discomfort. The system remained silent. Where am I to find a man? Chi surveyed her surroundings, seeing no sign of life. Is there no other option? Detected a male presence. Approximately 20 meters ahead, the system chimed in again. All right. Despite her discomfort, Chi swam forward 20 meters. To her surprise, her vision sharpened, allowing her to discern the figure of a man standing before her. Towering at around 6 feet 6 inches, with flowing silver hair, striking eyebrows, and a pale complexion. As if he were enduring some inner struggle, Musée caught the scent of a female, puzzled by her presence. How could there be a female here? Was the earlier sound not a figment of his imagination, but rather this female had entered the hot spring? Chi remained transfixed, drinking in his handsome visage. So handsome, more striking than a star, utterly captivating. Host, do not succumb to infatuation. Beautiful man, here I come. Chi, in her excitement, had discarded her clothing earlier, using all her strength to leap toward the man before her. The man beneath her felt a softness and shuddered. Chi, oblivious to the peculiarity of her actions, was engrossed in untying his animal hide skirt, only to discover he was not wearing anything beneath. Ha ha ha! Perfect, perfect! Overjoyed, she thought this would expedite matters. This too shall be over, right? It won't go awry, will it? Yet, she felt unbearably heated and could think of nothing else. Musée, experiencing this for the first time, relied solely on instinct. After several encounters, the pain subsided, replaced by an entirely different sensation. Soft gasps mingled with deep breaths filled the air, and a night of springtime bliss unfolded. Host, hurry! You must leave, if that man awakens. You are doomed. Oh, right, I forced him. I must make a swift exit. Hearing the system's anxious voice, Chi donned her down jacket and fled. Musée slowly raised his head, watching the white figure retreat into the distance. A smirk curling at the corners of his lips, filled with determination. Little female, we shall meet again. Yesterday marked his first transformation, and unexpectedly, he had forged a mate bond with her, though he had not clearly seen her face. Her fragrance lingered in his memory. Had Chi known his thoughts, she would have scoffed. Of course I smell delightful. I used the charm liquid. Chapter 5. I wish to be your beast husband. Amu arrived at Chi's cave and noticed her hair was wet, and she wore peculiar attire. Aki, where have you been? Nowhere in particular, Chi replied, nervously fiddling with the damp ends of her hair. Wait. Amu inhaled deeply, confidently asserting, you carry the scent of a stray beast man. What? Your nose is rather keen. Chi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Not only the scent of a stray beast man, but there's also an indescribable aroma that leaves my body restless. Were you forced into a liaison with a stray beast man? Amu asked, frowning with concern. No, I was not forced. It was voluntary, Chi quickly clarified, realizing the gravity of the misunderstanding. What? Voluntary? I cannot believe it. You must have been coerced by a stray beast man. Amu's eyes widened in shock, glistening with unshed tears. Who is it? Tell me, and I shall exact vengeance. No female willingly consents to a stray beast man, as they are known for their bloodthirstiness and cruelty. Chi grasped Amu's arm, surprised by his fervor. Amu, I truly was not coerced. It was my choice. Who was it? You must tell me. Amu insisted, gripping her shoulders tightly, as if on the verge of erupting. I don't know. Chi replied softly, sensing the increasing pressure of his grip. Aki, do not fear. I shall protect you, Amu vowed resolutely. The events unfolded as Chi recounted the previous day's occurrences, omitting anything concerning the system. Amu's face flushed as he listened, and he became more certain that he wished to be Chi's beast husband. He abruptly tore away his animal hide skirt. Chi's eyes widened in shock at this display. Beast men were so direct. Aki, I wish to be your beast husband. Amu's eyes sparkled with anticipation and nervousness as he gazed at Chi. That, Chi stammered, struggling to find her words. What is it? Amu swayed slightly, puzzled. Please put your clothes back on. Chi averted her gaze, feeling shy at the unexpected display. Are you referring to the animal hide skirt? Amu, confused by the term, began to understand. Yes, the animal hide skirt. Chi took a deep breath, striving for calmness in her voice. Amu glanced down at his masculine form, questioning, Aki, do you find it lacking? You have yet to agree to be my beast wife. He feared rejection as his handsome face flushed crimson. I just think you're a bit exposed, Chi replied, feeling increasingly awkward. Have you agreed to be my beast wife? Amu pressed on. Chi nodded. Yes, I agree. Really? Amu asked, filled with uncertainty. Chi nodded again, thinking that having such an innocent husband might not be so bad. Upon hearing her consent, Amu's heart stopped in that moment. As if the world itself had come to a standstill, Chi assumed Amu had finished dressing, only to look up and see something she shouldn't, exclaiming shyly, Put it on quickly. Amu regained his senses and quickly donned his leather skirt. I shall go and bring everything from the cave, he declared as he prepared to step outside. What do you intend to move it for? Chi inquired, noticing that Amu had already reached the cave entrance. Amu turned his head and earnestly replied, Of course, to live with you. I shall reside in your cave, Chi mused, contemplating the inconveniences of cohabiting with Amu and her companions after acquiring a partner. Very well, whatever Aki says goes, Amu exclaimed. rushing over to firmly grasp Bai Chi-Chi's hand. She glanced down at his large, warm hand and thought how comforting it was. After tidying up the cave together, they proceeded to Mu's dwelling. Bai Chi-Chi climbed onto the leopard, her hands gently stroking Mu's fur. Mu sensed Bai Chi-Chi's fondness for his coat, and a wave of joy washed over him. Soon, they arrived at Mu's cave. Bai Chi-Chi noticed it was modest in size yet tidy and well organized. Mu, your cave is quite nice and very clean, she complimented. Indeed, Mu replied. I'm glad you like it. I truly enjoy the environment here, Bai Chi-Chi remarked as she sat upon a stone. Haven't you eaten yet? Let's have some red fruits to quell our hunger, Mu suggested, retrieving a pouch of red fruits from his leather bag and placing it on the table. Bai Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as she picked up the pouch and began to eat. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it away, Mu observed, his heart swelling with happiness as he watched her relish the fruits. Mu, when I returned today, I saw some mushrooms growing beneath the trees. Shall we go and gather some? Bai Chi-Chi spoke between bites. Mushrooms? What are those? Mu queried, having never heard of such a thing. They are a type of edible food, Bai Chi-Chi explained. She had also inquired with the system about the existence of mushrooms in this world. The system informed her that these mushrooms had been altered. They resembled those she knew yet differed in some aspects, and they were not poisonous. What? Edible food, Mu exclaimed with excitement, realizing that finding an additional food source during the harsh winter would be exceedingly advantageous. Aki, may I inform the tribe to join us? Mu cautiously asked, knowing it was Aki who discovered the mushrooms, thus requiring her consent. Sure, Bai Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. The tribe had always treated her kindly, never scorned her appearance, and instead showed her much affection. She had observed clusters of mushrooms beneath the trees in the woods on her way back. Hearing Aki's approval filled Mu with joy. He recognized her kind-heartedness. Aki, let us go find the chief. And no sooner had he spoken than he transformed into his beast form. Chapter 6. Gathering Mushrooms. Chief, Mu called from the cave entrance. Hearing Mu's voice, Chief Jing emerged and asked, What is it, Mu? Upon noticing Aki standing beside Mu, he appeared somewhat displeased and questioned, Why did you bring Aki outside? If she were to freeze in this weather, you would face my wrath. Hurry and take her back to the cave. Chief, please do not blame Mu. It was my decision to come. I discovered a type of food we can eat in winter, not far from our tribe. Bai Chi-Chi quickly intervened, sensing Mu's distress. Wonderful. I shall summon the male beastmen to accompany you immediately, Chief Jing exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Yet, he was concerned about Aki, a female, venturing out in such cold. Aki, tell us where to find it. And we shall gather it. I am wearing a down jacket. I am not cold. Chief, please call for the others and remember to bring hides. Bai Chi-Chi waved her hand, signaling that she was indeed warm. Seeing Aki in her peculiar white attire, Chief Jing nodded thoughtfully and rushed out to summon the tribe. Before long, over a dozen male beastmen arrived, chatting merrily as they walked. Mu, you haven't taken a liking to Aki. Have you? One of Mu's brothers, Bai Yun, joked. I actually think she is quite wonderful. Another brother chimed in. Bai Yun retorted. So you find her appealing too? Yes, she is indeed lovely, Mu replied with a foolish grin. Mu felt a surge of joy. Soon Aki would be his mate. He gazed at Bai Chi-Chi, his heart swelling with happiness. Though she may not be conventionally attractive, her eyes shone brightly, especially when they met his gaze. Causing his heart to race, Bai Chi-Chi noticed someone watching her. She turned to see Mu grinning at her, instantly finding him endearing, akin to a simpleton from a wealthy family. Upon spotting a vast expanse of snow-covered trees, Bai Chi-Chi halted. Here we are. She crouched beneath the nearest tree, brushing aside the snow to reveal the mushrooms hidden beneath. Aki, that one is not edible, Mu exclaimed, his expression turning anxious as he stared at the gray object in her hand. Bai Chi-Chi chuckled, reassured by Mu's concern. The round ones, deep brown in color with bumps and patterns, are non-toxic. They must be cooked before consumption. I see, Mu replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. It made sense now. One of their tribe had previously fallen ill after consuming a red version of the mushroom. Bai Yun recalled the sight of that tribe member foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Bai Cheng and Mu nodded in understanding. Bai Chi-Chi explained how to properly harvest mushrooms, with the left hand holding the mushroom stalk, the right hand pinching tightly at the base, rotating it to twist it off. She emphasized not to leave any remnants of the stalk behind, as they would rot and hinder future growth. She added, if the mushrooms are densely clustered and deeply rooted, use your claws to excavate them while keeping their shape intact. Now, let us begin gathering mushrooms in groups of 3, with 15 of us. We shall form 5 teams to collaborate. Understood, they responded in unison. Just as Bai Chi was about to start collecting mushrooms, AMU grasped her hand gently and cautioned, Aki, do not touch the ice. It is detrimental to your health. All right, Bai Chi replied, unwilling to disappoint AMU's kindness, and stood straight, refraining from touching the mushrooms. Bai Yun witnessed this scene and immediately pulled Bai Chung to another side to gather mushrooms. The others joined in, their excitement growing as they harvested more and more. This was Bai Chi's second encounter with mushrooms, and these were impressively large. Each was the size of a hand. The thought of chicken stew with mushrooms made her mouth water. AMU, when you go hunting, have you ever encountered creatures that lay eggs? Bai Chi inquired, curious if there were any chickens in this world to make her desired dish. Are you referring to the cluck beast? Its eggs are not palatable. AMU assumed she wanted to consume the cluck beast's eggs. I wish to eat both the eggs and the cluck beast. Bai Chi teased, noticing AMU's distressed expression. Really? You wish to eat them? AMU appeared somewhat perturbed. Indeed, I can prepare it in a delectable manner, Bai Chi assured him, deciding not to tease further. Very well, AMU, concerned that Bai Chi might be repulsed by the fishy taste, resolved to be the first to taste it. As Bai Chi observed AMU preparing to throw a stone, she urgently called, AMU, wait. Indeed, this is flint. It can create fire, she exclaimed excitedly, examining the stone in AMU's hand. She had been fretting about having to seek fire from the chief every time it extinguished. So this was a welcome solution. Are you suggesting we can have holy fire at any time in the future? AMU's excitement mirrored hers. Exactly, Bai Chi affirmed with a smile. That would be splendid. This means the females need not fear the holy fire extinguishing during winter nights any longer. Aki, you are truly remarkable. AMU held the flint gingerly, terrified of crushing it. Bai Chi couldn't help but marvel at how easily pleased the people here were. She pondered if she had grown up in such an environment, would she still retain her kindness? While conversing with Bai Chi, AMU worked swiftly, soon filling the 2 leather bags he had brought. Before long, everyone's bags were full, and as they returned, they discussed how to prepare the mushrooms. I will teach everyone how to cook them, but they must be thoroughly cooked. Raw mushrooms are inedible, especially for children and the elderly with sensitive stomachs, Bai Chi explained, prepared to patiently clarify any doubts about the mushroom's edibility. Chapter 7. Mushroom Meat Soup. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Chi instructed everyone to go to the chief first. AMU, spotting Chief Jing waiting at the entrance of the cave, joyfully announced, Chief, we have returned, good to hear. Bai Jing's gaze swept over each male beast man, noticing they all carried 2 bags filled with dark objects. Is this the edible food? The clan leader, this is a shiitake mushroom. It can be used to make mushroom soup and can also be stewed with beast meat, which everyone will surely enjoy. Bai Chi explained to clan leader Jing. She continued, Clan leader, I need a stone pot and some fire. All right, wait here, Bai Jing responded, leading 3 beast men into the innermost part of the cave to find the necessary items. Shortly after, they emerged carrying a stone pot and several small stone bowls. Bai Jing held a torch aloft while the other 2 beast men cradled logs in their arms. Bai Chi first placed the snow into the water to boil, reserving part of the boiled water to wash the mushrooms and the rest for clean use. She tore the mushrooms into strips and tossed them into the stone pot. Amu, use your claws to chop the meat. Bai Chi instructed while stirring the mushrooms in the pot. Bai Chi added the chopped meat into the pot. Soon, the mushroom meat soup was ready. Although lacking in seasonings, it still smelled quite delightful. Bai Chi ladled a bowl of mushroom meat soup and offered it to clan leader Jing, saying, Clan leader, please have a taste. How is it? Clan leader Jing inhaled the fragrant aroma, exclaiming, It smells wonderful. He lifted the bowl and drank it all in one go, not even minding the heat, praising, It is truly delicious. As long as it tastes good, if we stew the meat a bit longer. It would be perfect for the elderly, Bai Chi replied with a beaming smile. Mu watched Bai Chi smile and felt a sense of joy himself. Everyone, come quickly, Bai Chi called out, noting that the stone pot contained enough mushroom meat soup for more than 10 people, each to have a bowl. These beast men were having their first taste of something different from meat, devouring it ravenously. Before long, The mushroom meat soup was entirely consumed, and those who ate slowly had barely managed to sip from their bowls. Clan leader, we will take our leave now, Amu said to clan leader Jing. Good, clan leader Jing nodded, his gaze toward Bai Chi filled with affection. As the group departed, Amu asked, Chi, what are you doing? He noticed Bai Chi washing the mushrooms and squeezing out the water, curiosity getting the better of him. I am preparing to make fried mushrooms, Bai Chi stated, striking flint together to ignite a fire. Fried mushrooms? What can I do to help? Although Amu did not understand the meaning of frying, he did not wish for Chi to bear the labor alone. Just cut the white parts of the meat and give them to me. Bai Chi instructed Chi. Here, Amu quickly sliced the white parts from a piece of meat. Bai Chi placed the fatty meat into the searing hot stone pot, and as it touched the pot, it sizzled and crackled. At that moment, Amu's eyes widened in shock at the sudden noise, and he quickly pulled Bai Chi into his embrace, tightly protecting her, saying, Don't be afraid. Bai Chi burst into laughter. Thinking him foolish, this is just frying oil. If we stand back a bit, we will be perfectly fine. Living with me will present many things you have yet to see, she reassured, patting his hand gently. Okay, but Chi, you must also be careful, Amu said, his eyes still glued to the pot that was making noise, gradually loosening his hold on Bai Chi. I understand. Bai Chi flashed a radiant smile at Amu. She looked at the pot full of oil, feeling elated, thinking it should last for quite some time when stored in stone bowls. Ding! Host successfully produced a pot of oil. Reward. 1 bag of potato chips. What? A bag of potato chips as a reward? Aren't you a reproduction system? Why are you giving rewards? Bai Chi asked, astonished. Host, my level is too low to answer this question. You can only inquire after upgrading the system. The system responded, equally perplexed, wondering why it, a reproduction system, was giving production rewards. Well, having something is better than nothing. Bai Chi decided not to press further. She needed to quickly store the oil while it was still hot, or it would become troublesome later. To Amu, bring over a large stone bowl. Chi, let me do it. What if I burn you? Amu rushed to bring a stone bowl, hastily lifting the stone pot to pour out the oil. Bai Chi thought handling such scalding hot oil was indeed dangerous and wished for a spoon. Right, and chopsticks and a knife would be nice too. But wait, there are stone beds and stone bowls here. How can there be no kitchen utensils? That seems a bit strange. She decided to dismiss the thought. Amu, please cut the meat into small pieces, Bai Chi instructed. Seeing Bai Chi standing for so long, Amu felt a pang of concern. Chi, weren't you full earlier? I can make the mushroom meat soup. Let me do it. Bai Chi had indeed eaten her fill, while Amu had given his entire bowl to her after just 1 sip of the soup. Altogether, she had consumed 2.5 bowls, so she was certainly satisfied. This is for my mother and father, Bai Chi replied, shaking her head. She wanted her mother and the others to taste what she had made with her own hands. Having taken over someone else's body, she felt it was her duty to treat them well. Oh. All right. Amu eagerly tore at the meat, feeling delighted, thinking that Chi must be about to tell her mother about their coupling. Let us go. After Bai Chi packed the stone bowls into a small beast skin bag, she said to Amu. Amu quickly led Bai Chi to Wu Ying's place. Mother, father, Bai Chi entered the cave. Noticing that father looked quite well, and Mother Bai appeared in good spirits, her worries dissipating. Chi, what are you doing out in this cold weather? Mother Bai hurried over, taking Bai Chi's hand. Relieved to find it warm, though she noted the peculiar beast skin clothing her daughter wore. Mother, I'm fine. I came to tell you something. Bai Chi's ears flushed slightly, her voice soft. What is it that necessitated your winter outing? Mother Bai inquired, slightly annoyed yet unable to genuinely scold her daughter, adding, You must take care of your own health. If you don't cherish yourself, I will worry. Chapter 8. Coupling with Amu. Mother. Father, tonight I will couple with Amu, Bai Chi declared solemnly to her mother and father, emphasizing the significance of the occasion. Amu stood beside Bai Chi, his palms sweaty with nervousness. What did you just say? Repeat that. Mother Bai's breath caught for a moment, staring at Bai Chi in shock. I said, Tonight I will couple with Amu, Bai Chi reiterated with the same gravity, each word ringing with determination. Mother, I will protect Chi with my life, Amu proclaimed, his deep gaze filled with resolve. Amu. Bai Chi widened her eyes at Amu, astonished by his earnestness. Hearing Amu's words, Mother Bai's expression softened. Amu, you are a good boy. I believe in you. Having watched Amu grow, she knew his character was commendable, and with his strength, being a second-tier beast man at such a young age. And having saved her fondness for him deepened. Chi noticed a father lying on the bed, looking rather displeased, and she quickly approached him with the soup. Father, come and taste the mushroom meat soup I made. Instantly, both Mother Bai and Father's expressions filled with discontent towards Amu for allowing their daughter to cook. Mother, Father, please don't blame him. I wanted to prepare this with my own hands. Chi hurriedly explained on Amu's behalf. Mother Bai and Father's gazes softened slightly. Mother, Father, please give it a try, Chi urged, pouring a bowl for each of them. Delicious. This is the first time I've tasted soup made by a Chi. Mother Bai exclaimed, though she added, but in the future, you shouldn't cook. These things are meant for males to handle. Mother Bai feared that her daughter was spoiling Amu too much. Chi discerned her mother's underlying meaning and replied cheerfully, Mother, you can rest assured. That would be for the best. Mother Bai nodded, her concern easing slightly. Truly delightful. A Chi, do tell me how you made this, Father, captivated by the aroma of the mushroom meat soup. Inquired with a smile. Certainly, once your health improves, I will teach you. Chi replied just as wooing and you returned. Woo-ee, you? You have worked hard during this time. Please have a bowl of meat soup to warm yourselves. Chi said, pouring 2 bowls for them, who were still dusted with snow, their beast skin blankets frozen stiff. I'm in for a treat today, Wooing remarked, merely inhaling the scent of the soup. You, unable to resist, quickly devoured both meat and soup. You. I brought plenty today. You can have as much as you want. Chi noticed Yu's desire for more but hesitated to ask, prompting her to say, then I won't hold back. Yu stepped forward to fill another bowl. Seeing that Wooing had finished, Chi approached her to pour another bowl. Mother, Father, Amu and I will take our leave now. Chi announced as they had nearly finished their meal. Please return soon, Mother Bai said, worried about her daughter getting cold. I will take good care of a Chi. Don't worry, Amu assured before transforming into his beast form and leading Chi back. Amu, can you cut this wood into pieces about the width of a thumb and the length of a palm? Chi gestured with her hands. Amu understood her request and replied, of course, I will have it ready shortly. Chi observed that Amu's efforts were commendable and took the liberty to remind him, when excavating, please maintain an elliptical shape at a distance of half a fingernail from the wooden strip. Ensuring that you do not penetrate it. Is that so? Amu inquired, holding the wooden strip he had just carved. Upon seeing the spoon-like form emerging from the wood in Amu's grasp, Chi nodded in affirmation. Yes, indeed. As night descended, the sky was adorned with stars resembling scattered diamonds, twinkling faintly and casting their soft glow upon the thick layer of snow, as if draping a silvery veil over the small realm of the snow leopard clan. The cold wind howled outside the cave, emitting a low, mournful wail, as if weeping for the frigid night. Since her arrival in this place, Chi felt her hunger growing increasingly urgent, and with a hint of grievance. She remarked, Amu, I am hungry. It is my oversight, Amu replied, slapping his thigh, and hastily scurried to the mouth of the cave, where he dug through the snow to retrieve 2 rabbits he had caught the previous day. The rabbits stood upright in Amu's hands, their spines slightly arched, their limbs helplessly dangling, and their bodies stained with blood. The vivid red hue contrasted starkly against the white snow, a testament to the blood shed during Amu's capture. Chi's lips twitched at the sight. How could she possibly consume them raw? Eating fur, especially when it was still bloodied. Amu's hands trembled slightly as he held the rabbits, guilt etched on his face. Chi, I will strive to hunt diligently. I will not allow you to go hungry. Chi shook her head vehemently. No, no, these rabbits are simply too large. The 2 rabbits, akin to small calves in size, were effortlessly lifted by Amu, who displayed remarkable strength to Chi. Rabbits have always been this size, Amu said, puzzled. Wondering if a Chi had somehow lost her senses, he meticulously sliced the rabbit meat into small pieces and offered them to her. Initially, she had thought Amu intended for her to gnaw directly at the raw meat, but even in small chunks, she found it unpalatable to Amu. I would prefer the meat to be roasted. All right, teach me how to roast it, he replied, his gentle features illuminated by a smile, his gaze filled with affection for Chi. Chi, momentarily entranced by Amu's smile, quickly lowered her head to speak. First, skewer the meat with a twig, Then hold it over the fire to roast, but be sure to turn it regularly to avoid charring. Following her instructions, Amu diligently roasted the rabbit meat. Before long, Bai Chi savored the crispy and tender rabbit meat, finding it utterly delectable, imbued with the primal essence of its flavor. Amu, your roasting is exquisite. Then I shall roast for you every day. Amu declared, his eyes solely focused on Bai Chi, undeterred by the birthmark on her face, which did nothing to diminish his affection. For a fleeting moment, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If Chi remained the only female, would he be the sole male? Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion, realizing his own strength was insufficient, and it would be wise to have another male to protect her. Observing Amu's dazed expression, Bai Chi couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement at his naivete. He truly treated her like a child. All right, she conceded, taking a few more bites. Noticing Amu had yet to eat, she asked, Amu, why aren't you eating? I'll eat after you're done, he replied, his smile revealing 8 gleaming teeth, exuding warmth and cheerfulness. Bai Chi pulled Amu down beside her and urged, Come, let us eat together. There is still so much left. Very well, Amu acquiesced, accepting the roasted rabbit, as they sat by the fire. Indulging in their meal and engaging in light-hearted conversation, they watched the swirling snowflakes and felt the chill of winter enveloping them. In that moment, Amu felt a profound sense of warmth and happiness, a sensation he had never experienced before. Chi, come here. Amu beckoned from the stone bed. All right, Bai Chi complied, but instantly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Amu possessed the innocent charm of a puppy combined with the physique of a warrior, and now, a blush adorned his cheeks. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. System, did I conceive yesterday? Bai Chi inquired. Host, if you have utilized the good fortune liquid once, conception is assured. Then, if I were to engage further, would there be complications? Bai Chi asked with concern. No, host, rest assured. You can expect delivery in approximately 3 months. Chi, may I be your beastly husband? Amu earnestly grasped Bai Chi's hand. Very well, Bai Chi replied, gently caressing Amu's firm chest. Amu felt a rush of heat from her touch, and Bai Chi began to remove his beast skin skirt. Seeing Amu's momentary pause and bashfulness, she teased, You were not shy when you removed your skirt before me that day. Why the bashfulness now? A playful smile graced her lips. Touch me, she urged. Placing Amu's hand on her chest, Amu struggled to regulate his breathing, his hand slowly kneading Bai Chi's softness. Chi, I feel so warm. Amu's voice was husky, laced with desire. Allow me to cool you down, Bai Chi said as she leaned over him. Amu found himself responding with increasing confidence. Chapter 9. A heart unwilling to bear Amu. What time is it? Bai Chi awoke feeling an emptiness in her stomach. Despite having eaten a substantial amount the previous night, it had all vanished during her slumber. It's nearly evening, Amu replied. Approaching with winter fruits and settling beside her to feed her. Evening? Have I truly slept for so long? Bai Chi exclaimed, her mouth eagerly savoring the winter fruit. She was aware of the fruit's demanding growing conditions and that it could only be enjoyed in winter. Gazing at the half-eaten fruit in Amu's hand, she felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have savored it more slowly to prolong its delightful flavor on her palate. Today was fortunate. While hunting, I stumbled upon a winter fruit tree. There are many near snow-coated mountain, but I dared not take too much, as there are certainly beastmen guarding it. Amu placed the last piece of winter fruit into Bai Chi's mouth. You must take care of yourself, otherwise, how can you protect me? Bai Chi reminded him. She understood that Amu, being an orange second-tier beastman, had the capacity to provide, yet if he encountered formidable rogue beastmen, the odds would be slim. I will be cautious, Amu replied obediently. Seeing Amu's earnestness, Bai Chi felt a wave of relief. Survival in the beast world was inherently challenging. Chi, you must be hungry. I shall roast some meat for you, Amu announced as he stood. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit hungry, Bai Chi confessed, her stomach audibly rumbling at the thought of roasted meat. Amu casually seated himself on the ground, intently observing the meat as it cooked over the fire, his golden hair dancing in the flames. Bai Chi, sitting on the bed, caught a glimpse of Amu's profile. His features softened by the flickering firelight, and she felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, As a woman bearing a child in the beast world, striving for independence seemed nearly impossible. She acknowledged that her agreement to be Amu's partner was tinged with ulterior motives. She had little to offer in return. Perhaps in her next pregnancy, she would bear his offspring. Host, once you reach level 5, you will acquire the ability to use artificial insemination. You can decide how many offspring to have. Bai Chi rolled her eyes at the system in her mind, thinking it best to focus on survival before contemplating such matters. It is ready to eat, Amu announced, blowing on the skewered meat before handing it to her. Bai Chi took a few bites of the roasted meat. Amu, have you eaten? I already had some while hunting, he replied, diverting his gaze. Today, he had caught nothing. If he consumed their provisions, how would Chi fare? You must eat. How can you go without food? Bai Chi insisted. Upon waking, she had detected no trace of blood on him, which assured her he had not eaten. Chi, you eat. I can manage missing a meal. Amu insisted, determined to ensure Bai Chi did not suffer alongside him. Yes, Bai Chi chewed the roasted meat. A pang of sorrow filled her heart. Amu, you aren't listening to me. Are you? Shall we dissolve our partnership? I will eat right away. Please do not be angry, Amu pleaded, fearing Bai Chi might genuinely sever their bond in a fit of frustration. Watching Amu nibble at his food, Bai Chi felt even more distressed. I am full now, Amu declared cheerfully. Bai Chi noted that if one were to glance at the piece of meat, they would hardly discern that it had been diminished. He had consumed less than she had. Very well, let us sleep, she conceded, realizing that resting might allow her to conserve some energy. Here I come, Amu exclaimed, leaping onto the bed, eager to embrace Chi as they slept. However, the moment his hand brushed against her, she pushed it away. Bai Chi turned her back, coldly stating, sleep. All right, Amu acquiesced, suppressing his own urges. He deduced that his prior exertions had exhausted Chi, realizing he must temper his enthusiasm in the future, lest she grow distant. Lost in these thoughts, it wasn't long before he succumbed to sleep. Bai Chi, still simmering with irritation, soon discovered that Amu had already drifted off. At dawn, Amu stealthily exited the cave, unaware that someone was trailing behind him at a distance. Brr. It is so cold. Bai Chi's feet were nearly numb from the cold as they trod upon the snow, her nose flushed crimson from the biting chill. Her eyes strained to discern any edible morsels amidst the vast white expanse, yet her efforts yielded naught. In that moment, she comprehended the exhilaration that Amu must have felt upon hearing of potential food. With a sigh, she observed Amu progressing slowly ahead. At that instant, Amu spotted several cockatrices foraging nearby. He swiftly transformed into a golden leopard, his 4 paws pinning a single cockatrice to the ground. He dared not exert too much force, fearful that he might crush it, rendering the meat unpalatable. Bai Chi perceived Amu at that moment as a leopard precariously balancing on a tightrope, reluctant to apply any pressure. To her surprise, Amu exhibited quite a flair for performance. Had he joined a circus, he surely would have become a star attraction. Amu carefully lifted his claws, utterly focused, as he proceeded. Chapter 10. Fried eggs. Amu stowed the 4 cockatrices into a leather pouch. Since the creatures were foraging in the vicinity, their eggs would likely be nearby as well. He began to sift through the surrounding snow and soon uncovered a nest crafted from dried grass, within which lay 5 warm eggs. He knew that Bai Chi would be delighted upon his return with the find. He gently placed the eggs into the leather pouch and hastened back. Bai Chi, noticing Amu sprinting towards the cave, quickly followed suit, exerting every ounce of strength to finally reach the cave, where she shed her down jacket. As she prepared to stoke the fire, Amu's voice rang out. Aki, did you not mention cockatrices the other day? Today, fortune smiled upon us, and I encountered several, along with their eggs. Really? That is splendid news, Bai Chi exclaimed, her expression one of sheer delight. Aki, here. Amu handed the leather pouch to Bai Chi. Upon opening it, she discovered that 3 out of the 4 cockatrices were dead, with the last barely clinging to life. She clearly saw that Amu had not exerted much effort. How could this be? Bai Chi overlooked the immense strength of male beast men, who were capable of digging stone bowls with their claws. Seeing Bai Chi shivering, her nose aglow and her feet red from the cold, Amu approached and clasped her icy hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. Aki, did you venture outside today? Not at all. I merely felt it was exceedingly cold, she replied as she pulled Amu to sit by the fire. Though she had not found food, her venture outside had not been in vain. The chill was indeed biting. He has grown colder of late. I shall hunt for a few more days and remain here to keep you company. Amu said, not pondering too deeply. He was aware that many females struggled to endure the winter without the sacred fire, but they were fortunate to possess fire stones now. Chi sighed in relief. Grateful that Amu believed her words, today, we shall feast on fried eggs. She retrieved the eggs from the leather pouch. They were as large as ostrich eggs, and she was no longer surprised, having just witnessed them. Aki, must we eat them? Amu's lips drooped as he recalled the horrid taste of the cockatrice egg he had consumed in desperation, the foulness overwhelming. Amu, I assure you that once I fry them, you shall adore them. Trust me with that. Chi poured oil into the stone pot and began to fry the eggs. Soon, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, the scent of the fried eggs weaving through the cave like a gentle thread, gradually enveloping the space with warmth and richness. This fragrance is simply divine. Amu could not help but swallow his saliva, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Despite his previous aversion to cockatrice eggs, he now eagerly awaited the taste of the fried eggs. Chi used chopsticks to delicately transfer the fried eggs onto a plate. Amu savored the fried egg in his hands, his eyes widened in surprise. There was not a hint of the foul taste. Of course, previously, you consumed them raw, Chi remarked, taking a bite of her fried egg. By the way, Amu, how much longer until Yunafu and the others return from exchanging for fine salt? She longed for the taste of salted roasted meat and salted fried eggs. Amu finished his fried egg in mere moments, then began to skewer meat. They should be back soon. I will inquire with the clan leader. That would be good. It has been several months since I last saw Yunafu. Chi continued, taking another bite of her fried egg. Yunafu was an eagle beastman, the third mate of Amu's mother, and was currently leading a team to trade fine salt with the Sea Serpent clan. A journey that would take 3 to 4 months round trip. Let us hope that Yunafu and his companions return safely. Amu handed Chi the freshly roasted meat. She smiled as she ate the skewer, saying, Amu, your skills have improved remarkably, hee. Amu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her, Chi finished her meal and longed for sleep. She had been easily fatigued of late. Pondering whether it was due to her pregnancy, she needed to inquire with the system about any adverse effects of being with child. System, will there be any additional adverse effects from my pregnancy? Chi asked. Host, you are currently carrying 5 children. Due to your physical constitution being insufficient to bear 5 at once, your need for sleep will increase as time progresses. The solution is to consume more beast meat. That is all well and good, but in this freezing weather, merely surviving without starving is a challenge. How could there be excess food? Chi lamented, surveying the barren cave. Perhaps you could consider reducing the number of children? This thought flickered through Chi's mind. Host, that is not permissible. Future rewards will be halved, the system replied anxiously. With more than 3 months until her due date and only 10 days remaining of winter, she hoped that spring would bring an abundance of game. For now, she could only endure. Chi furrowed her brow, while Amu, mistaking her expression for one of nightmare, gently patted her back, reassuringly saying, Aki, do not fear. I am here. Regrettably, Chi had already drifted off to sleep. Otherwise, she would have surely been touched by his concern. The next day, upon awakening, Chi discovered skewered meat placed on a bowl, ready for roasting. What a considerate man, she mused, savoring the roasted meat in her hands. In no time. She had devoured 5 skewers, yet still felt a twinge of hunger. She remembered the bag of chips from her previous reward. System, chips please. Instantly, a mini bag of chips appeared in her hand. Upon inspecting the weight, she noted it was merely 5 grams, barely enough to fill a gap in her teeth. Host, these are not ordinary chips. You will understand once you taste them. Chi tore open the packaging and took a bite of a chip, feeling warmth radiate through her body, her hunger dissipating. Counting the remaining chips, she noted 4 left. Deciding to save them for when she was truly famished, System, could you please preserve the remaining chips for me? Chi requested. Certainly, host. Chapter 11. Aki, you look so beautiful. Aki, the clan leader mentioned that Yunafu and the others should arrive in about 10 days. Amu announced, carrying a freshly hunted deer. Bai Chi was busy untangling her hair with her fingers when she exclaimed in excitement, "That is truly wonderful. Once winter is over, we will have salt to eat." Seeing Bai Chi's joy uplifted his spirits as well. He set the meat down and prepared to skewer it for her. "Amu, please make me a comb," Bai Chi said, wrapping her arms around Amu's sturdy waist from behind. Her tone playful, Amu inhaled the faint, alluring scent that wafted from Bai Chi, unable to pinpoint its origin but finding it captivating. Sensing the unusual tension beneath his leather skirt, he rasped, "Aki, you are making it quite difficult for me to maintain control." Bai Chi sensed the tautness in his body. She vividly recalled her first experience at the hot spring, where her mind had been utterly unresponsive, only remembering a stunning man with white hair. "Hee," she chuckled, preparing to release her hold on Amu's waist. "Aki, it's too late." Amu washed his hands and swept Bai Chi into his arms, heading toward the stone bed. Bai Chi was completely unaware of the fervor that consumed men after their first taste of intimacy. "Amu, let us discuss matters properly." The only sounds that followed were pleas for mercy and low murmurs, until the sun finally peeked over the horizon, bringing silence with it. Amu gazed at Bai Chi, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking tenderness within him. Without the dark birthmark on her face, she would undoubtedly be an exceptionally beautiful female. "Aki, eat something before you sleep." Amu offered her roasted deer meat. "Next time, you mustn't do this," Bai Chi pouted, feeling as though her waist had been nearly broken from the previous night's exertions. "Understood," Amu replied, though he wondered if he could resist again. After finishing the roasted meat, Bai Chi fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken the next morning to find Amu gazing at her with rapt attention. Startled, she quickly covered her mouth. Encountering such a sight upon waking was shocking. "Amu, why did you not wake me?" she complained after calming her racing heart. "Because I found you sleeping so sweetly," Amu replied, concerned that Bai Chi had not fully recovered and needed more rest to ease her discomfort. "Humph, turn around." Bai Chi picked up her leather skirt, preparing to rise. "Very well." Amu gracefully turned away, while Bai Chi quickly dressed herself, casually styling her hair into a form that required no hair tie. When Amu turned back, he saw Bai Chi had gathered her hair into a long strand, presenting herself with a vibrant appearance. The birthmark on her delicate face did not detract from her beauty. Rather, it added an air of mystery. "Aki, you look truly lovely like this," Amu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Upon hearing Amu's compliment, Bai Chi felt a surge of delight within her. "Let us have mushroom meat soup today," she suggested, picking up a piece of mushroom. "All right," Amu replied, tearing off a third of the deer meat, shredding it, and placing it into the stone pot, while Bai Chi broke the mushrooms into small pieces and added them to the pot to simmer together. Bai Chi squeezed the moisture out of the mushrooms, cracked an egg, mixed it with the mushrooms, and, noticing the oil was at the right temperature, dropped the mushrooms into F-R-Y in an instant. A fragrant aroma filled the air. Before long, a plate of delectable mushroom meat soup was ready to as Bai Chi and Amu enjoyed the soup and fried mushrooms. Engaged in lively conversation, time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was noon. Bai Chi finished the remaining mushroom meat soup and devoured all the wild fruits Amu had given her. Amu felt sufficiently full, satisfied as long as he wasn't hungry, but he couldn't allow Aki to go hungry. "I'm so full," Bai Chi said, patting her round belly. "Aki, take a rest. I'll go hunting," Amu said as he stood, aware that supplies in the cave were scarce. He needed to hunt more before the weather turned too cold for him to do so. "Go ahead, but be careful," Bai Chi waved her hand, gesturing for him to be off, assuring him she would be fine. Amu felt relieved to see Bai Chi was not upset about his absence. Chapter 12. The end of winter. With the end of winter, spring arrived. The snow on the mountains melted overnight, and the rivers began to flow again. Wonderful. Winter is finally over. The snow leopard tribe gathered in the square, their faces expressing anticipation for the spring. Yao, have you heard? Amu and Aki have become mates, a Xiang whispered to a Yao. "What did you say?" "Amu has taken a mate. With that ugly she-leopard?" "Impossible. Amu clearly likes me." The speaker was the most beautiful female of the leopard tribe, disbelief evident in her eyes. A Xiang, fearing a Yao would think she was the source of the rumor, quickly clarified, "I heard it from other beastmen. It wasn't me who said it." A Yao scanned the square for Amu's figure and spotted a tall silhouette holding a petite female, both wearing smiles. "No, it can't be that ugly she-leopard," a Yao muttered as she hurried towards Amu. Upon reaching him and seeing who it was, her pupils dilated, and she seized Amu's arm, demanding, "Didn't you like me? Why would you mate with this ugly she-leopard?" Her voice rang loud, drawing the attention of everyone in the square. "I never strike females, but if you insult her again, I might make an exception today." Amu replied, his tone low and eyes warning. "How can you treat me this way?" A Yao's tears streamed down her cheeks. Just moments ago, he had been smiling at her, and now he seemed so fierce. A male who admired a Yao felt his heart shatter upon seeing her cry. "How dare you scold a Yao?" Bai Dun blocked Amu's path, glaring at him. "And then what?" Amu glanced at him dismissively. "I challenge you." Bai Dun puffed out his chest, attempting to appear more imposing. Just as Amu was about to accept the challenge, as challenges were common within the tribe, Bai Dun's sister, Bai Yao, interjected, "Brother, don't challenge Amu for me. I would feel terrible if either of you got hurt." She raised her hand to wipe her tears, looking utterly wronged at a Yao. "Will you let him bully you like this?" Bai Dun fumed, upset that Amu could still win a Yao's affection. "No, that's not it. Amu didn't bully me. He was just momentarily confused." Bai Yao shook her head, appearing innocent. "You are far too naive, a Yao." Bai Dun felt a pang of sympathy, silently vowing to protect her from future mistreatment by others. Bai Chi, witnessing this scene from Amu's embrace, felt compelled to applaud. What a magnificent white lotus! Bai Yao was indeed the most detestable person in the tribe, often using her beauty to overshadow Bai Chi's birthmark. Bai Chi, gazing at Bai Yao's pristine face, unconsciously touched her own dark birthmark. She wondered if Bai Yao would be enraged upon seeing her without it one day. "Hey, you ugly she-leopard, what are you staring at?" Bai Yao suddenly shouted at Bai Chi. Amu, hearing Bai Yao insult his little female, did not hesitate to kick Bai Yao. She fell to the ground, dazed. "Amu, you have gone too far." Another male who admired a Yao clenched his fists and spoke. Amu ignored him and carried Bai Chi off to find the tribe leader. "What are you two still standing there for? Hurry and help me up," Bai Yao shouted impatiently. After Bai Dun and Bai He helped her up, Bai Dun expressed concern. "A Yao, that must have hurt. Once I become a second-tier beast man, I'll definitely avenge you." Bai He, hearing this, disagreed, feeling sympathy for a Yao but believing she had instigated the situation by insulting Amu's female. He advised Bai Dun, "Don't act recklessly." Bai He, "Do you think it's my fault?" Bai Yao could hardly believe he would say such a thing. "That's not what I meant." Bai He attempted to convey that they were all from the same tribe and there was no need for such hostility. "Humph!" A Yao stormed off, proclaiming herself the most beautiful female of the snow leopard tribe, convinced Amu would regret his choices. The Yao is angry. "Shouldn't you go comfort her?" Bai Dun said kindly to Bai He as he watched a Yao leave. Bai He shook his head, having previously thought a Yao was a gentle and worthy female deserving of his lifelong care, but now he found it hard to maintain that conviction. "Fine, if you're not going to comfort her." "Then I will," Bai Dun said, gleefully chasing after a Yao to console her. Amu glanced at Bai Chi, recalling Bai Yao's earlier words, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Aki, you needn't take her words to heart." "You are truly beautiful," Amu said earnestly. "I won't let it bother me." Bai Chi smiled, reassured that soon her birthmark would fade, and her skin would improve. There was nothing to worry about. "I heard her say you liked her." "Do you really have feelings for her?" Bai Chi teased playfully. "That's not true. I never said I liked her," Amu replied, a hint of irritation in his voice, unaware that he had ever expressed any affection for Bai Yao. "Oh, and you've never said you liked me, either." Bai Chi smiled mischievously, her lips curling up as she playfully regarded Amu. "I like Aki." Amu's declaration rang clear in the bustling environment, his cheeks turning slightly pink after he spoke. Upon hearing Amu's confession, Bai Chi felt joy swell within her as she leaned against his chest and whispered, "I like you too, Amu." The two exchanged smiles, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. "Tribe leader," Amu set Bai Chi down respectfully before addressing the leader. The tribe leader nodded and said, "Amu, starting tomorrow, you will lead the hunting team for the spring hunt." "Yes, leader," Amu replied affirmatively. Bai Chi, standing nearby, listened attentively. Spring hunting? Did that mean she could set traps and join in the hunt? Otherwise, she would soon be drained by the children in her belly. Chapter 13. "I am pregnant with your offspring. Spring hunting is perilous." The hibernating animals, having endured a winter without food, are now driven by hunger, presenting a threat to the unprepared. The next day, AMU led the hunting team into the spring hunt, with Bai Chi trailing them from a distance. She beheld the towering trees of the forest, their foliage lush and vibrant. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground, and she could faintly hear the calls of insects and birds. Bai Chi spotted a purple flower before her and reached out to pluck it for inspection. "Host, do not touch that. It's poisonous," the system cautioned. Next to the purple flower, she noticed a dark red plant with thorny branches and reached out again. "Host, do not touch. It's poisonous," as she prepared to touch the purple flower once more. The system reiterated, "Host, do not touch. It's poisonous. I understand now. You remind me when something is poisonous. Why didn't you warn me that day at the hot spring cave?" Bai Chi questioned, displeased, recalling how she had been ensnared by that man. "I was just trying to help you clear your point sooner," the system replied, feeling guilty. "Oh, you want me to thank you? Is that it?" Bai Chi's tone was dark. No need for that." The system sensed her discontent. "Let this be a lesson. I have died once already." She intended to intimidate the system. Otherwise, it might truly begin to underestimate her. "Host, I won't make the same mistake again. Please inform me of any poisonous plants in the vicinity." Bai Chi addressed the system, remarking that after mentioning the poisonous ones, the remaining must surely be non-toxic. It was fortuitous to seek out some wild vegetables and fruits to supplement her vitamins. "Yes, host," came the response. In her mind, Bai Chi envisioned all the toxic flora surrounding her. Amidst the verdant thicket, she scoured for edible items, her attention drawn to bright red hues that stood out against the green leaves. As if beckoning her to explore, as she approached gently, she discovered a wild strawberry, its plump fruit exuding a delicate fragrance. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the strawberry, resembling a tiny gem. "This is a wild strawberry," Bai Chi exclaimed, plucking one and casually wiping it on her animal hide skirt before popping it into her mouth. Instantly, the sweet and tangy flavor burst upon her palate. Delicious. She continued foraging for wild strawberries amidst the grass, consuming as she collected, until only 3 remained in her hand. "I can't eat anymore. These 3 are for AMU." She reluctantly placed the strawberries into her leather pouch. Suddenly, a low growl echoed, prompting Bai Chi to hide behind a tree and peek out. Before her, 7 or 8 leopards surrounded a cow, or rather, a white snake, which had ensnared the cow in its coils. "This snake is enormous," AMU growled, his gaze fixed intently on the creature. They had been on the brink of capturing the cow when the snake intervened, seizing their prey and injuring several of their kin. AMU charged forward, followed closely by Adden. While the remaining 5 leopards cautiously encircled the white snake, Muse observed that among the leopards, only one was a second-tier beastman and scoffed, deeming them overconfident. The white snake flicked its tongue, emitting a hiss. Suddenly, AMU and his brethren were flung backward by an unseen force, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths as the snake advanced toward AMU. "No!" Bai Chi cried out, propelled by an inexplicable courage as she dashed forward. "AMU!" She positioned herself defiantly before him, bracing for pain that never came. Muse, upon recognizing Bai Chi's silhouette, understood she was the one he had longed for, and promptly halted his attack, transforming into his human form and rushing forth. "Little female, I have finally found you," he declared, his voice resonating like thunder in Bai Chi's ears, his gaze fixed upon her petite figure. As if time itself had frozen, Bai Chi turned to see his strikingly handsome face, momentarily stunned. His flowing white hair cascaded behind him, billowing in the wind, and his eyes shimmered with an indescribable tenderness. Yet, as he scrutinized her features more closely, admiration morphed into disbelief, then fury. "You wretched creature!" Muse glared at Bai Chi, whose dark skin and myriad birthmarks starkly contrasted with his expectations. How could this female, whom he had formed a mate bond with, be so unassuming? A male beastman was destined to have but one female in his lifetime. Betrayal would result in abandonment by the beast god, leaving him forever at his original tier. Bai Chi, sensing the tumult of emotions in Muse's gaze, felt a surge of panic and unease. Was this not the man she had encountered in the hot spring cave? "Please don't kill me. I'm already carrying your child," she exclaimed, instinctively cradling her belly, knowing it was her lifeline, and must not be harmed. What child? Mu Zay's expression turned to one of disdain as he scrutinized the seemingly unremarkable female before him. Bai Qiqi trembled, hastily clarifying, I'm pregnant with your offspring, your child. Impossible. You jest. Mu Zay regarded her with skepticism, disbelief etched across his features. It's true. I truly bear your child. Bai Qiqi affirmed, nodding earnestly. Mu Zay cast a glance at her abdomen. Noting a slight protrusion, Amu, filled with concern, observed Bai Qiqi intently. She signaled him with her eyes that she was fine. Extend your hand, Mu Zay commanded coldly. Reluctantly, Bai Qiqi complied. Extending her hand, Mu Zay bit down on her fingertip. Employing a secret technique of their serpent clan to ascertain if the child was indeed of his bloodline. The act rendered him, a fourth-tier beast man, somewhat weakened. Upon tasting the blood, Mu Zay felt a surge of excitement. This unappealing female truly carried his offspring, thus she could not be slain. Who would care for the child otherwise? I shall not kill you now, as you are with my young. However, your useless beast husband is another matter. He declared with an air of finality. No. Bai Qiqi immediately rejected. Her conscience pricked at the thought of Mu's demise due to her. Are you not afraid of death? Mu Zay narrowed his eyes. A sardonic smile playing on his lips as he threatened. Chapter 14 Am I to sleep on the ground? Bai Qiqi retorted that of course, I fear death, but I cannot be so heartless to my beast husband. I only pity my snake offspring, who are destined to return to the embrace of the beast god. Bai Qiqi feigned a resigned demeanor, fully aware that he would not allow her demise. Intentionally provoking him as anticipated, Mu Zay's expression darkened, resembling a storm on the horizon. His teeth clenched as he glared at Bai Qiqi, longing to tear her apart. Dare you utter another word? I shall repeat my words verbatim. Bai Qiqi defiantly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with challenged eye. Accept? You. Mu Zay gritted his teeth as he uttered the 4 words, vowing to make her pay once the child was born. Wonderful, Bai Qiqi exclaimed. Leaping with joy, seeing her jubilant bounce, Mu Zay's heart tightened, quickly grasping her hand in a warning tone. Do not leap so high. Be cautious of my offspring. Understood, understood. Bai Qiqi waved dismissively, squatting down to inquire anxiously about Amu's condition. Can Amu still rise? Mu Zay's irritation flared at the sight of Bai Qiqi's concern for the golden leopard. I hardly exerted myself, and he has already fallen. Is he really so fragile? He mocked. The other male beastmen bristled at his words, anger flaring as they acknowledged their inability to contend with him. I am fine. Cough cough, Mu reassured, his eyes wary of Mu Zay, recognizing him as a dangerous rogue. Alas, it is my fault, Bai Qiqi lamented, berating herself for venturing into the hot spring cave, inadvertently implicating everyone. Let us return, she suggested, rising to take Mu's hand as they made their way back to the tribe. Followed closely by the other male beastmen, Mu Zay glared enviously at Mu holding Bai Qiqi's hand, wishing to pounce and eliminate him. I want to consume this stale cow. It's yours. Mu Zay tossed the nearly suffocated cow toward them. Bai Qiqi, adhering to her principle of not wasting food, turned to express her gratitude. Thank you. Ah Chi, this cow was nearly slain by us. Amu recounted the earlier events as they walked. Listening to their exchange, Mu Zay's heart ached with jealousy. He was her beast husband too. Why could Amu hold her hand and dwell beside her? He was evidently her first mate, and thus deserved to share her space as well. Trailing behind Bai Qiqi and Amu, Mu Zay remained silent, his thoughts turbulent. Upon returning to the cave, Amu skewered the share of cow meat, roasting it until the aroma filled the air. Outside the cave, Mu Zay detected an unusual scent, one that was not unpleasant, carrying hints of meat with only a faint fishy undertone, a scent that would have eluded anyone who was not a fourth-tier beast man. Amu, do you mind that I carry his child? Bai Qiqi's question broke the tension, yet Amu simply shook his head. I do not mind. Your child is my child. As it was customary for females to have multiple husbands throughout their lives. He was content to be Bai Qiqi's second mate. She treated him well and was responsible. He found satisfaction in their current life. Then I shall rest easy. Bai Qiqi smiled brightly, increasingly feeling indebted to Amu. Ah Chi, please do not worry too much about me. I am already delighted to be your mate. I understand. Amu nodded slightly, her words resonating with him as he thought about their future children. Outside the cave, Mu Zhe, having overheard Amu's sentiment, silently relaxed. After finishing the roasted meat, Bai Chi felt drowsy. Amu, let us sleep. As she lay down, she felt a bit cramped. She usually nestled in the innermost part, with Amu on the outer side, but who occupied the space next to her now? She opened her eyes to find Mu Zhe's enlarged face looming over her, prompting a startled gasp. Mu Zhe felt a sense of discomfort in his heart upon seeing her in such a state of panic. Yet he endured it. Why are you still not asleep? He asked, furrowing his brows. Bai Chi immediately sat up in bed, expressing her dissatisfaction. It's because you're in my bed. How can I sleep? Primarily, she was unwilling to share a bed with someone who wished to harm her. She had yet to convince herself and could not treat him normally for the time being. Where am I supposed to sleep then? Mu Zhe lay on the bed, feeling somewhat stiff. Well, you can sleep on the floor. This large space surely has enough room for you. Bai Chi pointed to the empty space beside her. After all, male beastmen had robust bodies and wouldn't he fall ill from sleeping on the ground. Especially since he had injured Amu. Sleep on the floor? Why should I? He glanced with jealousy at Amu, who was sleeping to the right of Bai Chi. Yes, Bai Chi nodded. I refuse to sleep on the floor, Mu Zhe shouted angrily. Bai Chi pulled Amu down to continue sleeping. I don't care. I want to sleep in the bed. Mu Zhe closed his eyes defiantly. Bai Chi rolled her eyes, too tired to deal with him, and fell asleep immediately. Seeing Bai Chi ignore him only deepened Mu Zhe's frustration, but he could do nothing but obediently drift off to sleep. Chapter 15. Mu Zhe, you are truly impressive. Sunlight spilled over the pristine earth, with snowflakes dancing freely in its warmth. Upon opening her eyes, Bai Chi was greeted by Mu Zhe's handsome face, which bore a broad smile as he gazed at her. What are you doing? Overwhelmed by his striking visage, her heart began to race uncontrollably. It's time to eat. I've prepared some food, Mu Zhe replied. Holding out a freshly roasted piece of meat, his gaze towards Bai Chi softening. He had become partners with the unattractive female beastman and realized he could never escape her. He could not always maintain a stern demeanor. Oh, Bai Chi sat up and took the roasted meat, noting that it was cooked thoroughly and not burnt. Indeed, Mu Zhe's first attempt at roasting was quite commendable. A Hua entered the cave and spotted a man sitting beside her daughter, offering skewers. Have you swiftly acquired another beast husband? Mother, this is my other beast husband. Bai Chi explained awkwardly. I understand. A Hua said knowingly, patting Bai Chi's shoulder with a grin, her eyes conveying the message. Our Chi is truly remarkable. Bai Chi was speechless. She was not the type to be overly sentimental, so why had her mother twisted the narrative? Bai Chi shrugged helplessly. Mother, I am a Chi's first beast husband. Mu Zhe.it was then that Mu Zhe learned from Bai Chi's mother that her name was a Chi. Rather memorable name. The first beast husband? How wonderful, A Hua observed Mu Zhe, recognizing him as a formidable beastman. After realizing her words, she teased. So, is Amu the second beast husband? Or perhaps a lower rank? Mother, it's not as you think, Bai Chi hastily clarified. What do you mean? A Hua asked with eager anticipation. Her expression filled with curiosity. Bai Chi, seeing her mother's expectant face, succinctly recounted her encounter with Mu Zhe. Upon hearing Bai Chi mention the events in the hot spring cave, Mu Zhe's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by a surge of heated emotions, and he quickly exited the cave. A Chi. He is a wandering beast man? A Hua inquired, worry etched upon her features after gleaning this from Bai Chi. Yes, but he won't harm our tribe, Bai Chi assured her. Upon hearing this, A Hua felt relieved. After all, there was nothing wrong with choosing a wandering beastman as a partner. A Chi. Is the child in your womb Mu Zhe's or Amu's? A Hua scrutinized Bai Chi's visibly pregnant belly. It is Mu Zhe's, Bai Chi said, caressing her abdomen and feeling the vitality within, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Having been in the beast world for just over a month, she was already on the brink of motherhood. Seeing her daughter's happiness, A Hua felt a surge of joy. Mother, is there something happening today? Bai Chi asked. Oh, the tribe leader has informed us to gather for collection tomorrow. I came to ask if you would be attending. A Hua recalled the matter at hand. Yes, I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to venture outside the tribe, Bai Chi replied eagerly. All right, we shall meet in the square tomorrow. With that, A Hua stood and departed. Bai Chi placed her hand on her belly, asking the system, "How long until I give birth?" Host, you have approximately 2 months remaining. With a month until the scorching summer, she needed to stockpile sufficient meat beforehand. Otherwise, it would be inadequate for her needs. Thud. Bai Chi rushed to the cave entrance, spotting a cow on the ground, blood still oozing from its body. "Did you hunt this all by yourself?" she exclaimed, realizing the cow could sustain her and a moo for several days. "What do you think? Am I impressive?" Muse approached Bai Chi, eagerly awaiting her praise. "Muse, you are truly remarkable." Bai Chi never hesitated to commend her man. After all, what man would not appreciate flattery from a charming woman? Hearing her praise filled Muse with happiness. His motivation for hunting was merely to ensure their child would not go hungry, but this unattractive female's words were rather sweet. He resolved to treat her better in hopes she would willingly bear him more offspring. It was certainly not because he harbored feelings for this unattractive female. "Muse, please clean the prey," Bai Chi said, observing the silly grin on Muse's face. He truly resembled a playful puppy, pretending to be a fierce wolf. "Oh, all right," he replied, only then realizing how obedient he had become to this unattractive female. Yet, aside from the large dark birthmark on his face and his somewhat darker skin, he was quite decent. His eyes were indeed beautiful. Before long, Muse had processed the meat and promptly handed Bai Chi the first roasted skewer. "Muse, is this your first time roasting meat?" Bai Chi inquired. "Yes," he replied, feeling a bit shy about admitting he had learned by stealthily watching outside the cave. "For a first attempt, it turned out remarkably well. Muse, you are wonderful," Bai Chi beamed, her sweet smile brightening the atmosphere. Muse feigned composure, but his ears betrayed his true feelings, turning a shade of our in Muse. "Shall we three live together harmoniously?" Bai Chi seized this opportunity. Otherwise, their future interactions would be cumbersome. She needed to help Muse find a sense of belonging with her. "Very well," Muse conceded, feeling content with the prospect of cohabiting with the unattractive female. He could not deny his envy towards Amu for receiving her affection and being held dear in her heart. He too desired that connection. Bai Chi, with her delicate hand grasping Muse's, earnestly said, "Muse, I take responsibility for what happened in the hot spring cave. I will treat you well in the future. After all, you are my first beast husband. If I don't treat you well, who else should I?" Muse felt warmth from her touch, his heart swelling with affection. "Enjoy the roasted meat. This skewer is my personal creation." Bai Chi handed him a skewer she had just roasted. "Delicious," Muse exclaimed, his pupils widening at the taste of meat that was not overwhelmingly gamey. Chapter 16. Finally, I have managed to placate this man. Why does it feel as though I am the villain here? Amu entered the cave, his head hung low. Amu, what happened today? Bai Chi noticed the scratch on Amu's face and the numerous wounds on his arms, relieved to see that the bleeding had stopped. "It's nothing. I just didn't catch any prey today." Upon seeing the carcass on the ground, Amu felt somewhat reassured. If he were the only beast husband, Bai Chi would have gone hungry. Thankfully, Muse was there. They had conversed while Bai Chi was asleep the previous night. "Everything is all right, Amu. As long as we are alive, it's good. Come, eat something," Bai Chi said with concern, trying not to show too much worry, lest Amu feel guilty. After some hesitation, Amu reached out to accept the roasted meat Bai Chi offered. Seeing Amu eat reassured her. "Muse, I will be going for collection tomorrow," Bai Chi announced to both of them. "I will accompany you." Muse immediately stood up. "It's best to let Muse accompany you. After all, he is a fourth-tier beastman and provides some assurance," Amu said, a hint of melancholy in his eyes, knowing his second-tier status paled in comparison to Muse's. Bai Chi nodded in agreement with Amu and accepted Muse's offer. The following day, Bai Chi and Muse arrived at the square together. Many females gathered, engaged in animated discussions. "Who is that male beastman? He is so handsome. Indeed, if only he could be my beast husband. How come I never noticed such an attractive male beastman in our tribe before?" Muse stood beside Bai Chi, feeling somewhat out of place with his icy demeanor. "Chi, you have quickly acquired a second beast husband?" A Yao, unable to tear her gaze from Muse, deliberately approached Bai Chi. Bai Chi frowned, thinking, "What business is it of yours?" "I'm merely concerned for you," a Yao replied with a smile. Grasping Bai Chi's hand, I'm perfectly fine. Bai Chi pulled her hand back, wearing a false smile as she scrutinized a Yao, anticipating her next move. As for this male beast man, I am the most beautiful female of the leopard tribe. My name is a Yao. Yao gazed longingly at Mu Zhe, her demeanor suggestive of desire. Yet, Mu Zhe paid her no mind, not even casting her a glance. A Yao promptly declared, I do not yet have a beast husband. I still do not. Mu Zhe took hold of Bai Chi's hand and walked away, dismissing all of a Yao's subsequent words, having no interest in them. Why are you dragging me away? Bai Chi complained, looking reproachfully at Mu Zhe, feeling that she had not even finished her thought. She is trying to entice your beast husband, Mu Zhe exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. Oh, is that what you meant? Bai Chi raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. I know. You know? And yet you laugh? Mu Zhe asked, perplexed. Because I am confident you wouldn't be attracted to someone like her. So I feel quite at ease. Bai Chi soothed her little puppy, knowing he might erupt in anger otherwise. Humph, Mu Zhe, in a typical display of pride, turned his head away. A soft peck on his cheek from Bai Chi rendered him momentarily speechless. All right, be good. After all, who can resist your striking looks? Bai Chi planted another kiss on his other cheek. I can make myself less conspicuous, Mu Zhe stated earnestly. Really? Bai Chi responded, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Just watched. Mu Zhe shifted his thoughts slightly. Indeed, he was less eye-catching now. Mu Zhe, you are quite remarkable. Bai Chi observed his still handsome face, which now seemed to blend into the background, of course. Only I can do this, Mu Zhe declared proudly, raising his chin. All right, you're the best. Let's go. We should head over there. Bai Chi took Mu Zhe's hand and they made their way toward the square. Today marked their first gathering of the year, and as in previous years, male beastmen would be stationed nearby to guard them against any dangers. The chief of the Jing tribe announced, suddenly sensing an overwhelming aura of oppression. Wandering beastmen, the chief eyed Mu Zhe warily, who stood beside Bai Chi. Mu Zhe met the chief's gaze, and their eyes clashed, igniting sparks. Chief, Mu Zhe is my beast husband. Bai Chi stepped forward, holding Mu Zhe's hand. You claim he is your beast husband? The chief looked at Bai Chi in astonishment. Chief, he is no longer a wandering beast man. He has a home in our tribe. Bai Chi stated firmly and with gravity. Upon hearing Bai Chi's words, Mu Zhe's heart fluttered, unable to calm for a long while. A home? With her? Very well, our snow leopard tribe now has a fourth-tier beast man. This is indeed a good thing. The chief was pleased, knowing Mu Zhe posed no threat to their tribe and might even assist them. Let us set off together, the chief concluded. Soon, they arrived at the familiar gathering grounds of the tribe. A vast expanse of grassland bordered by trees. Male beastmen were stationed not far off, ready to respond to any threats. A Hua approached Bai Chi, noticing Mu Zhe was present, her satisfaction apparent. By Mu Zhe was worried about me, so he came along, Bai Chi said, linking her arm with her mother. Very well, I shall join you both. Bai Mu nodded in agreement. The system is scanning for toxic vegetation. Bai Chi instructed the system. It is the host system, it replied. Surveying the area, Bai Chi noted the scarcity of toxic plants. Soon, she spotted a large patch of tender green sweet potato leaves and made her way toward them. These leaves were quite small. She plucked a leaf, pulling at its fibers, which were quite thin. It seemed the sweet potatoes below had yet to mature, and they would have to wait some time before harvesting them. A Hua observed her daughter nodding and shaking her head at the weeds, utterly confused. Mother, these are edible and taste delightful when stir-fried. They also make a lovely soup, Bai Chi explained, holding up the sweet potato leaf. I shall gather some, Mu Zhe stated, unwilling to let her overexert herself, especially with a child on the way. All right. Bai Chi had no intention of refusing. After all, who wouldn't want to take the easy route? A Hua imitated Bai Chi's method of gathering sweet potato leaves, quickly accumulating quite a haul. Mu Zhe filled a beast skin bag with greens as well. Mother, please inform the others that we have found edible wild vegetables. Bai Chi suddenly remembered the need to notify their kin. Understood. Bai Mu turned to relay the news. Mu Zhe observed the green leaves filling the bag, a pang of sorrow hitting him. Thinking, Achi, with me around, you need not worry about going hungry. With Mu Zhe by her side, she would certainly not starve. However, She realized she couldn't survive on meat alone and needed to supplement her diet with fruits and vegetables. I understand, Muze said, grasping the essence of her explanation, that she desired a variety of sustenance. I'll stir-fry sweet potato leaves for you when we return, Bai Chi added just as they were approached. A Chi, are these truly edible? Asked a plump Aunt Mu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I have tasted them before, and they were not to my liking. A Yu shook her head, then added earnestly, I just knew a Chi wouldn't be able to find anything edible. A She crossed her arms, a smug expression on her face, mocking. On what grounds do you say that? Have you tasted it? Have I not? A She retorted, her voice wavering slightly. Seeing their argument, Bai Chi quickly interjected. These are not meant to be eaten raw. The sweet potato leaves must be cooked. They looked at her with puzzled expressions. Cooked? What does that mean? Having something is better than nothing. Let's gather these first. And I will teach you how to cook them later, Bai Chi reassured them, sensing their confusion. Chapter 17. Stir-fried sweet potato leaves. A Yao, those should be edible, right? A She eyed Bai Chi, recalling her earlier confidence, feeling somewhat swayed. Though they may not fill the belly, they should suffice to keep a beast man from starving. What do you know? A Yao glared at a She, frustration boiling over. A Yao, do not be angry. I was merely speaking my mind and did not genuinely believe that ugly female's words. A She hastily attempted to placate her, knowing a Yao was the most beautiful female of the snow leopard tribe. While she remained the most inconspicuous, she only received attention when she flattered a Yao. Perhaps what you said holds some truth. I was merely in a foul mood and should not have treated you this way. A Yao reflected, regretting her earlier demeanor, realizing she still needed this fool. A She comforted her with a pat on the shoulder. It's fine, a Yao. We are good friends. I know you are upset about a Mu pairing with her. Indeed, I never anticipated a Mu would suddenly bond with her. He clearly had feelings for me. Why would he do this? A Yao said, her voice breaking as tears welled in her eyes. But Yao, do not be disheartened. That ugly female must have seduced a Mu. A She proclaimed angrily, wishing she could tear that ugly female apart. A Yao nodded in agreement. A Chi, our beast skin bags are full. Aunt Mu exclaimed, her face beaming at the sight of their bounty of sweet potato leaves. This should last us several days. Seeing that everyone had gathered sufficiently, Bai Chi asked, is there anything else you wish to pick? Nothing more. We have worked hard today and have little strength left, they replied. Thus, the group made their way back to the tribe. Come to my cave. I will teach you how to stir-fry sweet potato leaves. Bai Chi wiped the sweat from her forehead. All right. Aunt Mu was eager to join. I will go as well. Bai Yu chimed in quickly. Me too. Me too. They all clamored. Even those who disliked her joined in. Upon entering the cave, Bai Yao noticed a half-cow laying nearby, clearly a catch by a Mu. How fortunate for her. She observed the blazing sacred fire, puzzled. Why hasn't their sacred fire extinguished yet? First, we need to wash the vegetables. Sweet potato leaves have fibers, and if not removed, they will affect the taste. Whether to remove them depends on your preference. Bai Chi demonstrated the process of removing the fibers. We do need to remove the fibers. They exclaimed in realization. First, heat the stone pot until there is no moisture left, then add oil. Once the oil begins to smoke, add the washed sweet potato leaves, remembering to stir quickly, or they will burn. Bai Chi instructed. Moments later, a platter of stir-fried sweet potato leaves emerged without any seasoning. Bai Chi asked Mu Ze to retrieve chopsticks for them to taste the dish. Aunt Mu stared at the two smooth twigs. Unsure of how to begin, Bai Mu appeared equally perplexed. Everyone, these are chopsticks. Before using them, align the tips, and only move the upper stick while holding them gently with your thumb, index, and middle fingers, Bai Chi explained thoroughly. Anticipating they might not grasp it now, give it a try, she encouraged. When Aunt Mu attempted to use the chopsticks, her hands felt uncooperative, and just as she was about to succeed, they slipped from her grasp. With a few more attempts, Aunt Mu finally managed to hold them. I did it. I did it too, Aunt Mu. Bai Yin clapped her hands in excitement. Bai Yao watched their enthusiasm, feeling annoyed. Is it really that exciting to eat some stir-fried leaves? It's delicious. I've never had such tasty wild vegetables before. Bai Yin had just taken a bite when her eyes gleamed at a Chi. You truly are remarkable. You've managed to make these sweet potato leaves so delicious. Bai Yan's demeanor towards Bai Chi shifted dramatically from indifference. Oh, not at all. You can certainly make them taste just as good. Bai Qi, flattered by the praise, felt a tinge of bashfulness. How is this white oil made? Bai Yin inquired, pointing at the white paste contained within the stone bowl. This is derived from the fatty portion of the prey, sought Ed to extract the oil. Once it cools down, it can be utilized in future cooking. Just be cautious while storing it, Bai Qi explained. All right, I shall return immediately to give it a try. Bai Yin, eager to return and sought the sweet potato leaves. Hurried off, the others, seeing her leave, were equally impatient to try it themselves. Mue Sheng, wait a moment. Bai Qi called out to the departing Aunt Mu. What is it, a Qi? Aunt Mu turned around. Her tone gentle. Aunt Mu, I've rendered quite a bit of oil myself, and I can't consume it all. Would you mind sharing some of the burden? Bai Qi gazed at Aunt Mu with a pitiful expression. How could I? You are with child and will need plenty of nourishment in the future. Aunt Mu promptly declined. She thought to herself that missing a meal or two would not be detrimental to her. But a Qi's unborn child must not go hungry to Mu. Do as a Qi says and share some with her. Her beast husband is quite capable. Bai Mu chimed in, wishing to assist her dear friend. Bai Qi nodded in affirmation, indicating that Bai Mu spoke the truth. Aunt Mu hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Bai Qi produced a jar and handed it to her. Then I shall take my leave. Aunt Mu turned her back, clutching the jar, and discreetly wiped away her tears. Bai Mu also departed. Bai Qi looked at the empty plate and turned to Mu Zhe, stating, I will prepare another portion for you. Allow me to cook, Mu Zhe interjected, having learned from watching Bai Qi earlier. Very well, Bai Qi replied, biting into the fruit resting on the stone. All done, Mu Zhe presented the dish before Bai Qi, who took a bite and exclaimed, delicious. She then picked up another piece and offered it to Mu Zhe. He, oblivious to the flavors, joyfully declared, absolutely delightful. I concur, Bai Qi remarked, happily alternating between bites of vegetables and meat, while Mu Zhe focused on roasting meat and serving it. Once Bai Qi finished her meal, Mu Zhe began eating. Bai Qi was astonished to see him devouring the remaining beef in just a few bites. Mu Zhe, how much meat do you require in a day? She questioned in disbelief. About half a head of beef, I suppose. The higher one's beast tier, the more meat is needed. Mu Zhe felt as though he had merely whetted his appetite. Bai Qi felt a wave of pressure. How would she feed her future offspring? A Qi, fret not. I am quite skilled at hunting, Mu Zhe reassured her with confidence in his abilities. Bai Qi nodded absently, fully aware of his prowess but concerned about the many children she would need to nourish. After finishing her meal, she lay on the bed, preparing to sleep. A Qi, I encountered plenty of fruits while hunting today. Mu poured out a small bag of fruits. Bai Qi, descending from the stone bed, picked up one and began to eat. I adore these. They're so tangy and delicious. She continued until she had consumed around 10 before stopping. Chapter 18. Did you have a nightmare? Bai Qi felt quite content. Her heart lightened. Aunt Mu's words rang true. Pregnant females indeed crave sour fruits. After finishing, she remembered to ask Mu, have you eaten? I had some while hunting, and I also caught a few cock beasts, Mu replied, opening another beast skin bag containing 7 at Mu. I want to raise them, Bai Qi exclaimed. Imagining the joy of having fresh eggs daily, her excitement palpable. What? You want to raise them? Mu looked at her in astonishment. Bai Qi nodded eagerly. But how do we care for them? Mu pondered, realizing no one in their tribe had ever raised cock beasts. Mu, first thing tomorrow, gather some wood, cut it into strips, and form a circle to the left of the cave. Then place the cock beasts inside. They won't escape. Add some dried grass and wild vegetables as well. Bai Qi illustrated her plan on the ground. All right, I understand. We just need to enclose the cock beasts. Correct? Mu quickly grasped Bai Qi's intention. Bai Qi nodded approvingly. Yes, precisely. She felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue and, as soon as she lay on the bed, fell asleep. Mu left a small opening in the beast skin bag to ensure they wouldn't suffocate and, after washing up, also succumbed to sleep. Don't die. I won't pressure you anymore, will I? A man wept, cradling an enchanting woman in his arms. Have you truly abandoned me? He could hardly believe she had perished, let alone that it was by his own hand. The man watched helplessly as the woman gradually turned transparent until she vanished entirely. The sun was consumed by the moon, plunging the world into darkness. The spiritual energy dissipating overnight. Bai Qi suddenly awoke. sitting up abruptly, drenched in sweat. Chi, did you have a nightmare? Amu rushed in, clutching wood, worry etched on her face. Chi remembered only a chaotic scene. Unable to recall the details, she dismissed it, attributing her sensitivity to her pregnancy. It's nothing, Amu. Please, go on with your tasks. Chi ran her fingers through her disheveled hair. I've roasted some meat and fried eggs. Muze has gone hunting, Amu informed her before heading back out to continue building the enclosure. After finishing her meal, Chi lay on the bed, feeling restless. Chi, Bai Yin called from the doorway. Chi stepped outside, surprised to see Bai Yin. What brings you here? What? Can't I come play with you? I admit I didn't like you before, but I feel differently now, Bai Yin confessed candidly. Sensing a change in Bai Chi, of course, you may, Bai Chi smiled, finding Bai Yin's innocence endearing. Bai Yin, puzzled, asked, you aren't angry with me? Why would I be upset? Besides, you dislike the old me, not who I am now. Bai Chi regarded the robust girl standing before her, who seemed bewildered by her own thoughts. Can we be friends? Bai Yin asked eagerly, her anticipation palpable. Absolutely, Bai Chi replied with a warm smile. Upon hearing Bai Chi's agreement to friendship, Bai Yin leaped in joy. Wonderful, Chi. Bai Chi couldn't help but smile at Bai Yin's exuberance. I shouldn't have listened to Xiang and the others. Who said you were a wicked female cursed by the beast god? Bai Yin chattered on, recounting the disparaging remarks made by Xiang and her cohort. Bai Chi, reflecting on her past self, found their opinions rather irksome, akin to a lack of common sense. Chi. I'm back, Muze announced, shouldering a large water buffalo and a sheep. Bai Yin was momentarily mesmerized by Muze's striking appearance. With a few strands of hair falling across his handsome face, sweat glistening on his well-defined muscles. Noticing Bai Yin's dazed expression as she gazed at Muze, Bai Chi teased, isn't he handsome? Indeed, Bai Yin replied, starry-eyed. Muze, noticing Bai Yin, greeted her politely. Hello, I am Chi's first beast husband. Hello, hello. Bai Yin gulped, turning to Bai Chi with admiration. Chi, you're truly impressive. I thought Amu was already handsome. But you've also secured another striking beast husband. Please, teach me how to find one like him. A cough escaped Muze, caught off guard by the compliment. Bai Chi and Bai Yin couldn't contain their laughter at his reaction. Amu, standing outside, couldn't help but chuckle. The moment Muze stepped out and spotted Amu laughing, his expression turned cold. Amu quickly stifled her laughter and resumed her task. Muze shot a few glares at Amu, snorted, and went to tend to the meat. Chi, why didn't I notice your beast husband was so handsome yesterday? Bai Yin inquired, puzzled. Bai Chi replied vaguely, perhaps you simply weren't paying attention. That must be it. Bai Yin agreed. By the way, Chi, the gathering day is approaching again. Will you be attending? Absolutely. I wish to see if there are any edible plants at the gathering site. Great. I'll head back now and visit you again when I have the time. Bai Yin concluded, estimating that her beast husband would be returning soon. All right, see you later. Bai Chi accompanied Bai Yin out of the cave. Chi, this enclosure is complete. Take a look and see if it's suitable. Amu pointed to the enclosed chicken coop beside him, asking Bai Chi about it. Bai Chi observed that the coop was surrounded by neatly sharpened wooden posts, each standing closely enough to ensure that the chickens could not escape through any gaps. Inside the coop, half was covered with straw, and in the corner, there was a pile of wild vegetables, along with a bowl of water thoughtfully placed nearby. Bai Chi had not anticipated that Amu would construct the chicken coop so well and smiled as she praised him, exclaiming, "You've worked hard, Amu." "Where have I worked hard?" Amu replied, a bit shyly scratching his head. "This is what I ought to do." Bai Chi recognized this as a chicken coop, having seen similar ones in rural areas before. "Oh, I see. A chicken coop," she said, and Amu made a mental note of it. "Aki, the meat is ready," Muze announced as he placed 2 plates of grilled meat on the stone table. "Wow," Bai Chi exclaimed, unable to resist the delicious aroma of the meat as she rushed to the stone table. Muze and Amu quietly watched her eat, finding her adorable. "Why aren't you two eating?" Bai Chi asked, her lips smeared with grease as she looked up at them in confusion. "We're not hungry. We'll wait for you to finish first," Muze replied, extending his hand to wipe the grease off her lips. "I'm not hungry either," Amu said with a smile, shaking his head. "Let's eat together. I lose my appetite when I eat alone." Bai Chi, still chewing a large piece of meat, agreed. "All right then, let us have a bit." Mu Zhe took a few bites of the grilled meat, while AMU had just one skewer, leaving the rest to Bai Chi. "I'm so full," she exclaimed, glancing at the 20 or so branches on the ground, each as long as her arm, realizing she had eaten so much meat without even noticing. Chapter 19. Aki, you are so beautiful. No, we don't have any salt. What will we do then? Mu Zhe, do you know where to find fine salt? Bai Chi inquired. Yes, you females need salt. Otherwise, you can easily fall ill, Mu Zhe recalled, having overlooked this matter. Fine salt is only available across the Wuwang Sea, he frowned. Only at the Wuwang Sea? Can we trade for fine salt with other tribes? Bai Chi felt uneasy upon hearing that the only source was the Wuwang Sea, especially since Yun Fu and the others had yet to return from their own salt trading expedition. Aki, your idea is impractical. Other tribes will never agree to trade fine salt, AMU asserted, dismissing Bai Chi's proposal. Aki, I will go to the Wuwang Sea to trade for fine salt. After some thought, Mu Zhe resolved to make the journey. A's, it's dangerous for you to go alone. Bai Chi felt a whirlwind of emotions. She acknowledged her selfishness, but did not want him to take such risks. Aki, I have already made up my mind. Mu Zhe's voice was deep and resolute. The moment Bai Chi looked up at him, he turned away, refusing to meet her gaze. The night passed without a word. The next morning, when Bai Chi awoke, only AMU was beside her. Aki, it's time to eat, AMU exclaimed, still in high spirits. All right, Bai Chi replied. Aki, your father happened to pick some honey fruits yesterday. Bai Mu opened a bee skin bag and took out the golden fruits. Mother, these are so sweet, Bai Chi exclaimed after tasting one. AMU, come try some. Bai Mu beckoned AMU. Thank you, mother, AMU said. Thank you for what? Bai Mu was taken aback. You are like my own child, by the way. Where is Mu Zhe? Mother, Mu Zhe went to the Wuwang Sea. Bai Chi informed her of yesterday's events. Isn't that reckless? Your father and the others have been gone for 4 months and have yet to return. How could Mu Zhe survive a solo trip to trade for fine salt? Bai Mu's voice rose with concern. Aki, I've never scolded you for being willful, but we cannot gamble with Mu Zhe's life. Bai Chi pondered her mother's words, questioning if she had indeed made a mistake. However, without salt, they could not store the meat for long, and they would face starvation. Aki, if we have made a mistake, we can still make amends. Bai Mu believed Bai Chi recognized her error. I will speak with the chieftain and see if we can catch up with Mu Zhe. With that, Bai Mu hurried off towards the chieftain's dwelling. Aki, it's not your fault, AMU reassured, always placing Bai Chi at the center of his world. AMU, I feel a bit unwell, Bai Chi confessed, curling up in bed, her mind in a tumult. Aki, are you all right? AMU asked, a hint of panic in his voice. I feel so dizzy, Bai Chi said, pressing her forehead, and in an instant, darkness overcame her, plunging her into unconsciousness. Aki, AMU cried out anxiously, holding her tightly. Bai Chi found herself cradling a delicately chiseled child in her arms, surrounded by 5 chubby little ones. Whose children are you? You all look so adorable, Bai Chi exclaimed, her heart swelling with affection. Mommy, I'm your eldest son. I'm your second son. I'm your precious third daughter. I'm your 4th son. I'm your 5th son, they chorused. Mommy, Mommy. Bai Chi opened her eyes, squinting against the bright light. Aki, it's good to see you awake, AMU said, sitting by her side and holding her hand. Now that you're awake, you should drink the medicine. You entered with a bowl of herbal concoction. Upon seeing the dark liquid, Bai Chi felt an aversion. I'm fine now. I want tea, drink it. Well, suit yourself. You replied, unamused. So many beast men would want to drink it, yet you refuse. AMU, I want to go wash up, Bai Chi whispered, feeling sticky all over. All right, AMU responded. Thank you, AU, for taking care of Aki. I'll bring the medicine fee tomorrow. AMU said before carrying Bai Chi out of the cave. AMU, I want to bathe in the hot spring cave. The water there is warm. Bai Chi reminisced about the days of having a water heater. Okay, I'll take you there. AMU followed the direction Bai Chi pointed out and soon found the hot spring cave. Is this the place? He asked, gazing at the steaming entrance. Yes, this is it. Please wait for me outside. Bai Chi instructed before stepping inside, shedding her clothes and sinking into the warm water. AMU nodded obediently, waiting outside. System, please give me the rejuvenating and whitening serums. Understood, host. Using both at once may cause some discomfort. The system warned that I understand, Bai Chi replied, consuming both potions simultaneously. Suddenly, a wave of heat coursed through her body, followed by the sensation of her skin being peeled away layer by layer. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and she bit her lip tightly to stifle any sounds. The pain felt like a saw tearing through her flesh, and each breath was akin to sharp needles piercing her lungs. After an hour, the pain subsided, replaced by a heightened sensitivity to smell, improved hearing, and slightly better vision. How exciting! What do I look like now? Chi caressed her smooth and delicate skin. Aki, are you done washing? Amu called anxiously from outside. Fearing she might faint again. Amu, I'm done. Chi emerged, fully dressed. Hearing her voice, Amu stood up to see her exquisite, delicate face, with cherry lips and a finely shaped nose. The most striking feature was her almond-shaped eyes, which seemed to shimmer with a radiant glow, akin to the brilliance of spring blossoms and the purity of the autumn moon. Amu, do you not recognize me? Chi teased, blinking her eyes playfully. Aki, you are so beautiful. Amu gazed at her in awe. Really? Chi could hardly contain her excitement to see her own reflection. Of course. If you don't believe me, let us go look by the creek. Amu took her hand, and they walked towards the water's edge. The creek was crystal clear, and as she leaned down to catch her reflection, she was astounded. Is this really me? She marveled at her flawless complexion, her dark birthmark gone. Her skin was smooth as jade, and her eyes sparkled with astonishment, infused with an enchanting allure. In her previous life, she had longed to be a beauty, and now, after just 2 months in this beastly world, she had achieved what she once dreamed of. Chi felt a mix of tears and laughter bubbling within her. Host, you have always looked like this, the system remarked, unable to hold back. I've always looked like this? Chi was more astonished by this revelation than by her newfound beauty. Indeed, host, your soul has always appeared this way. The rejuvenating serum only removed your birthmark, and the whitening serum merely lightened your skin. Chapter 20. The storm. I've always looked like this? The thought echoed endlessly in Chi's mind. Aki, Mu held her hand, feeling its softness and smoothness, igniting an impulse to kiss her. A tingling sensation coursed through his hand. Startling Chi, Mu, what are you doing? Aki, I don't know, Mu replied shyly, releasing her hand. Chi, regaining her composure, leaned in and planted a gentle kiss on Mu's cheek. Savoring the taste, Mu's throat tightened, his lips pressed together as if he were suppressing something. Ha ha ha, Mu, you're still shy, Chi laughed, entwining her fingers with his large hand, casting her gaze down with a smile. Aki, you were the one who initiated this, Mu retorted playfully. Mu clasped Chi tightly as they sprinted towards the hot spring cave. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the stones, casting a mosaic of shimmering spots within the cavern, reminiscent of the stars twinkling in the night sky. Aki, you are truly exquisite, Mu whispered, planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek. Fearing that the enchanting figure before him might vanish with a mere blink, Mu, Chi murmured softly, her arms encircling his neck. Came Mu's deep, restrained reply. This moment felt markedly different from before. It was as if he were finally encountering the genuine Chi. As Chi dressed, her gaze fell, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. Mu, sometimes I truly feel selfish. Aki, if I possessed Mu Zhe's strength, I would venture forth as well. Mu held Chi close, his tone imbued with sincerity. Observing her lingering sadness, he continued to comfort her. Aki, you are carrying our child. Perhaps by the time Mu Zhe returns, our little one will be ready to greet the world. Chi placed a hand on her belly, contemplating. Yes, I must ensure the well-being of our child and not dwell too much on these thoughts. She rose and declared, let us return home in the blink of an eye. Spring was nearing its end. Aki, you must exercise caution now, Ahua insisted, her voice laced with concern. The clan had been abuzz with gossip regarding the changes in Aki's appearance, and Ahua fretted daily over it. I understand, a mother. I still have a month before giving birth, Chi replied, sticking out her tongue. Even so, you must remain vigilant. The closer we get to the time, the more cautious you must be. Especially regarding others' opinions, Ahua worried that Chi might give birth prematurely, putting both mother and child at risk. Chi understood her mother's concerns, yet she yearned to reassure her, a mother. Please do not worry, I will visit you in a few days. That should put your mind at ease. She linked her arm through Ahua's. That would be for the best, Ahua replied, still anxious as she admired Bai Chi-Chi's stunning beauty. Now that you have grown more beautiful, you must not venture outside carelessly, do you understand? Of course. I would never run off recklessly, Bai Chi-Chi exclaimed, tilting her head towards the sky, noticing the gathering clouds that a mother. Why does the weather seem so gloomy today? Before the scorching summer, the region often experienced relentless downpours. Ahua furrowed her brow, contemplating how many orcs might perish this year due to the floods. Does this mean we won't be able to hunt for days? Bai Chi-Chi expressed her concern, fearing she might starve before her child was born. Indeed, hunting will be quite difficult, Ahua lamented, her worry for the absent and Yun palpable. I must ask AMU to gather some game for us, Bai Chi-Chi resolved, turning to leave. I told your father and AMU to go together today, Ahua reminded her, having prepared for the rainy season in advance. Oh, that's good, Bai Chi-Chi nodded. A mother will prepare your meals before you return. Ahua busied herself with skewering meat. You are so kind to me, a mother. Since Mu Zhe had departed for the Sea of Despair, Ahua had been diligently caring for her, and Bai Chi-Chi felt deeply touched by her affection. If I do not treat you well, who else should I be kind to? After all, you are my child. Ahua teased gently, playfully tapping Bai Chi-Chi's nose. But what if I were not your child? Would you still be so good to me? Bai Chi-Chi blinked innocently, her heart a mix of conflict and anticipation. How could I not know if you were my child? What thoughts occupy that little head of yours? Ahua chuckled, patting Bai Chi-Chi's head, recognizing that pregnancy often led to heightened anxieties for mothers. Bai Chi-Chi smiled but chose to change the subject. Come now, Aki, let us eat while it's hot. Ahua placed the meat skewers on the stone table. All right, Bai Chi-Chi replied, savoring the delicious roasted meat. After Bai Chi-Chi finished her meal, Ahua hurried back home as night descended, the torrential rain cascading like a waterfall. The clouds above hung heavy, casting a somber, oppressive hue. The earth outside was splattered with the downpour's relentless assault. Suddenly, Bai Chi-Chi recalled the chickens she had left outside. Without a second thought, she dashed out of the cave, clutching 2 chickens in each hand, tossing them into the safety of the cavern. After several trips, she finally managed to gather all the chickens inside, her clothes drenched, hair resembling a bird's nest, still dripping wet. Stripping off her soaked garments, she changed into something dry and sat by the fire to warm herself. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a series of thunderous roars. Boom, 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 echoed the thunder as the cave filled with the clucking of startled chickens. Where is AMU? Is he in danger? She wondered, noting the lack of response from the beast mark. Bai Chi-Chi waited until midnight, but AMU still had not returned. Aki, come quickly. The tribe is under attack by rogue beastmen. Ahua rushed in, drenched from the rain, her face a mask of panic. What? Bai Chi-Chi gasped, her heart racing at the thought of MU's safety. The rogue beastmen are attacking our tribe. MU and your father are battling them. Ahua wiped the sweat from her brow, urgency in her voice. We must leave now. If we delay, it may be too late. Bai Chi-Chi's heart sank, suppressing her discomfort. She stood. All right, let us go. Yes, she took her first step. She nearly stumbled, but Ahua quickly caught her. Bai Chi-Chi followed her mother unsteadily towards the cave designated for emergency refuge. Inside, they found the small cave packed with people, women with tear-streaked faces, children wailing nearby, and elders with reddened eyes. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow, and Bai Chi-Chi felt her heart ache, wishing to cry out in despair. What is happening? Aki, do not fret. MU will be all right. Ahua reassured her, sensing her daughter's distress as she pulled her to a quieter corner for comfort. Bai Chi-Chi nodded, taking a deep breath. A mother, I believe in AMU. Bai Yin noticed Bai Chi-Chi's presence, and her expression softened. Aki, it's a relief to see you here. Do you know why the rogue beastmen are attacking us today? Bai Chi-Chi inquired, her brow furrowed in worry. I do not know, Bai Yin replied, shaking her head. Een was summoned by the clan leader, and then I was brought here. That I see, Bai Chi-Chi murmured, sitting on the ground, feeling an immense weight settle in her chest. Ahua handed her a honey fruit. Aki, AMU and the others should return shortly. Bai Chi-Chi took the fruit, sharing a third with Bai Yin and another third with her mother. The sweetness brightened her spirits, easing her worries slightly. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the cave, causing everyone to huddle together in fear. Brother, There is indeed a female here, Zhou Lang exclaimed, excitement dancing in his eyes. He Yan's gaze turned cold, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his lips. Go, with that command. A dozen rogue beast men surged into the cave, encircling Bai Qiqi and the others. What do you want? A Hua shielded Bai Qiqi, her heart racing as she glimpsed the malice in He Yan's eyes. Bai Qiqi looked at Zhou Lang, then at He Yan, feeling an instinctive retreat from the terror emanating from him. This little female is too beautiful, Zhou Lang marveled, his greedy gaze fixed on Bai Qiqi. He Yan's eyes narrowed, determined to take this exquisite female back to their king. Chapter 21. You are with child? Zhou Lang noted Bai Qiqi's hesitation, his excitement bubbling over. You shall not take her. A Hua roared protectively, stepping in front of Bai Qiqi. Zhou Lang's lips curled into a cruel smile. Take them all, Bai Yin trembled in fear, while the other females stood paralyzed, too scared to move. A few mustered their courage and shouted, What do you want? You cannot treat us like this, do it now, Zhou Lang commanded, and all the rogue beastmen charged towards Bai Qiqi, binding them with ropes and carrying them off to their rogue beast tribe. The numbers of rogue beastmen could bolster their ranks. They were tossed into a cave reeking of blood, where the sight of stark white bones sent Bai Qiqi's stomach churning. Overcome by nausea, she crouched down, retching violently. Can't you find us another place? Bai Yin shouted, her eyes wide with fear, knowing only too well the dread that filled her heart. Though you think you have a choice? Zhou Lang's expression was dark and menacing. Bai Qiqi glanced at her mother, unsure of what to do. A Hua gestured for her to remain still. These females are a fine prize. Zhou Lang's gaze was filled with greed as he surveyed them. Bind them. He Yin snorted disdainfully. You cannot treat females like this. Ayu stood up to protest. Then how would you have me treat you? The wolf approached Ayu step by step, its scrutinizing gaze sweeping over her. This female was somewhat appealing. She could serve a purpose. It was Ayu's first experience of being so appraised by a male, rendering her speechless and causing her to lower her head. A commanding voice echoed through the air. And upon hearing it, the wolf immediately knelt. I pay my respects to the king. This time, we have captured a dozen females from outside, the wolf proclaimed, rubbing its hands together in eager anticipation. Excellent, Longjing replied, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone, lift your heads. The wolf turned its head, coldly commanding. The dozen women slowly raised their heads. And you? Raise your head. The wolf's eyes blazed with anger as it fixed its gaze on Bai Qiqi. Slowly, Bai Qiqi lifted her head, only to meet Longjing's penetrating gaze. She beheld a man whose features were strikingly chiseled, with sword-like brows and eyes that sparkled like stars. His short hair was neat, and his towering stature of nearly 2 meters was complemented by a muscular physique, sculpted like a work of art, and sun-kissed skin that exuded an aura of suppressed ferocity. Bai Qiqi's gaze flitted away in panic. Longjing remained motionless, captivated by Bai Qiqi's beauty. He had never encountered such an enchanting female. Her skin was as pure as jade, her features exquisite, and her bright, large eyes sparkled like crystal, framed by long lashes that fluttered delicately. Her pert nose and luscious lips were so alluring that he couldn't resist the urge to savor her essence. I want this female, Longjing declared, striding over and lifting Bai Qiqi as he made his way outside. Let me go, Bai Qiqi protested fiercely, striking his chest with all her might. Release her, Bai Mu interjected, standing defiantly before Longjing. Impudent, Longjing retaliated, sending Bai Mu flying with a kick. Mother, Bai Qiqi cried out, her gaze filled with loathing as she glared at Longjing. Do not touch them, Longjing coldly commanded, carrying Bai Qiqi toward his dwelling in the mountains. Bai Qiqi watched in shock as he stripped off her animal skin skirt. I want to be your male. Longjing's voice was devoid of emotion. Before she could fully comprehend his words, he pressed himself against her. Let me go. I already have a beast husband. Bai Qiqi struggled with all her might. You have a beast husband? Then kill him, Longjing replied icily, his eyes glinting with a ruthless light. You are unreasonable. I do not know you, Bai Qiqi shouted, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Then let us become acquainted from this day forth. Longjing could no longer contain himself, tearing her clothing apart. Bai Qiqi felt a sudden chill and looked down to see that her animal skin attire had been shredded. Are you with child? Longjing finally noticed her stomach. And what of it? Bai Qiqi glared defiantly at him. Longjing's eyes turned crimson as he forcefully pinned Bai Qiqi against the wall, lowering his head to kiss her lips. His agile tongue prying open her teeth, sucking, entangling, and licking. Bai Qiqi felt her mind explode in a cacophony of confusion. She never anticipated that this man would be so frenzied. She attempted to struggle, but found herself unable to break free, realizing that the more she fought, the more he gained the upper hand. Imimim, imimim, she pushed against him with all her strength, but his grip was like iron, rendering her immobile. Longjing deepened the kiss, disregarding Bai Qiqi's resistance as he forcefully invaded her territory. Bai Qiqi sensed something amiss. Her body began to heat up, her mind going blank. She disregarded her resistance as he overpowered her. "Your Majesty, truly impressive," the watching vagabond beastman exclaimed in admiration. "Isn't that so? It's been a day and a night." Another vagabond beastman chimed in. "You beast?" Bai Qiqi's voice was filled with fury. "Beast? What does that mean?" Longjing's hand slid toward Bai Qiqi's waist. "Ah, scoundrel! Let me go!" She twisted her body, struggling to free herself from Longjing's grip. "Scream! Scream louder so the other beastmen can hear. Let me show you how I will punish you." Bai Qiqi fell silent, no longer daring to speak. "That's right. Behave, or your mother will suffer." Longjing's eyes narrowed, a dangerous aura radiating from him. Bai Qiqi clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled. "Are you hungry? Have some food?" Longjing offered, placing a large, bloody piece of meat before her. "I won't eat that. I want it roasted," Bai Qiqi replied coolly. "Very well." Longjing acquiesced and stepped outside. Bai Qiqi was uncertain of his intentions. Soon, Longjing returned with a piece of charred meat, extending it to her. "Find me a piece of animal skin clothing." Bai Qiqi, completely bare, curled up in a corner. "There is no clothing, only raw hide." Longjing handed her a large piece of deer skin. "Help me cut a strip from it." Bai Qiqi prepared to fashion the entire piece of deer skin into a belt for herself. Longjing agreed. Once Bai Qiqi donned her makeshift attire, she casually tidied her disheveled hair. Sunlight bathed her lustrous black hair, creating a halo around her graceful figure, resembling a beautiful painting that made one forget the passage of time. Longjing's gaze remained fixed on Bai Qiqi, regretting not having visited the leopard tribe sooner. Had he done so, perhaps he would have been the first beast husband to the little female. "Where is the fire?" Bai Qiqi, having tidied her hair, looked up to see Longjing gazing at her with rapture. And she couldn't help but find it amusing. Beauty was indeed a form of sin. "Are you referring to the sacred fire?" Longjing inquired. "Yes," Bai Qiqi nodded. "Very well, follow me." Longjing grasped Bai Qiqi's hand and led her to another cave entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, a wave of scorching warm air enveloped them, sending a shiver through Bai Qiqi. Inside lay a colossal magma pool, the molten gold bubbling within, a breathtaking sight. And no wonder she hadn't felt cold the previous night. "Did you roast the meat here?" Bai Qiqi pointed at the magma. "I used wood to fetch the sacred fire from outside to roast it for you," Longjing explained. "Bring the fire out." Bai Qiqi turned to leave. Chapter 22. Is there any poison that could kill him? Longjing emerged from the cave, placing the torch down and adding dry wood to the fire. Bai Qiqi crossed her arms, bluntly instructing him. "Cut the meat into small pieces." Longjing replied with a smile, nodding as he sliced the meat and handed it to her. Bai Qiqi picked up a slender twig from the ground and skewered the meat onto it. Disregarding the dirt, she held the skewer over the fire, the meat sizzling and oozing fat. "Little female, I still don't know your name." Longjing's gaze lingered on her, his handsome lips curving into a faint smile. "Aki," Bai Qiqi replied coldly. "Aki, what a lovely name." "I am Longjing." "You may call me Jing," he said, his lips curling into a charming arc. Bai Qiqi had no interest in him. If Amu discovered her disappearance, she would surely panic. How could she rescue them? "System, is there any poison that can kill him?" Bai Qiqi urgently asked. "Host, there is none." "Why weren't you around when I called for you?" Bai Qiqi demanded furiously. "Host, there was only one time period when I was blocked." "All right," Bai Qiqi muttered, realizing why it hadn't responded. "Aki," Longjing noticed Bai Qiqi standing still with her roasted meat. "If I wanted you to release them, would you?" Bai Qiqi hesitated for a moment, cautiously asking, "Could you?" "Yes," but Longjing's expression was playful. "What are the conditions?" Bai Qiqi refused to engage in his trivialities. "Give me a child." Longjing's tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. Bai Chi nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief, speechless. Not willing to agree. Longjing raised an eyebrow, finding her eye-rolling beautiful. I can consider it, but not right now. She feigned helplessness, plotting how to lower his guard. All right, I will give you 3 days to think it over, but you must answer me every 2 hours, or I cannot guarantee their safety. Longjing's tone held a threatening edge. Bai Chi gritted her teeth, nodding that I need to step out for a moment. You must behave, Longjing said, turning to leave. Bai Chi was utterly unaware of Amu and the other's circumstances. Amu had no idea where she was either. I must find a way to escape. The system may not have lethal poison, but it could search for toxic plants. Bai Chi rose to leave the cave. You cannot go. 2 vagabond beastmen blocked her path with wooden sticks. I am now the king's female. Shouldn't I have some freedom? Bai Chi protested. The 2 vagabond beastmen exchanged glances. The king only instructed us to keep an eye on you. He never said you couldn't have freedom. I can go wherever I please. Where do you want to go? One of the vagabond beastmen asked. Where are my kin? I want to see them. Bai Chi replied coolly to eye in the female cave. The wandering beastman led the way ahead, while Bai Chi had yet to reach the female cave. From a distance, she could hear a chorus of sobs. Are there other females from different tribes here? Bai Chi casually inquired, and of course there are. Our king is simply remarkable. The wandering beastman replied with pride. Oh, just how remarkable is your king? Bai Chi feigned curiosity. The king is not only a 5th-tier beastman, but also a very wise male. He instructed some of our males to attack the tribe first, while the remaining males sought out the females. Once they found them, they ceased their assault. Impressive, isn't it? The wandering beastman exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Indeed, that is impressive. Bai Chi had not anticipated that the beastmen here would employ such strategies. It seemed she had underestimated the cunning of these inhabitants of the beast world. Host, a 5th-tier beastman. You must capture him. The offspring will possess extraordinary talents. The system buzzed with excitement in her mind. More rewards. It appears I must seize him at all costs. Otherwise, how can I earn points or rescue them? Host, you must capture him. The system continued to chatter. Enough, I understand. Bai Chi replied irritably. We have arrived, the wandering beastman announced. You all stay at the cave entrance, Bai Chi said and proceeded into the cave. Inside, there was no scent of blood, and it appeared considerably cleaner than the cave from yesterday. Bai Chi immediately spotted Amu sitting on the ground, tightly hugging her knees and weeping, while a yin comforted her. Amu, Bai Chi softly called. Upon hearing the voice, a Hua quickly raised her head, only to burst into tears again upon seeing Bai Chi. Chi, my poor child. Amu, please don't cry. Look, I'm fine now, Bai Chi said, her heart heavy at the sight of Amu's tears. Yes, Chi is perfectly fine now. A yin chimed in to reassure Amu. May I ask if all the females of our tribe are here? Bai Chi turned her gaze to Amu. There are a total of 19 females in our tribe. We can count them. A Hua wiped her tears and looked at Bai Chi, asking a Chi. Do you suspect someone informed the wandering beastmen? Bai Chi nodded. A Chi, there are only 17 females. Indeed, 2 are missing. A yin counted and spoke up. Bai Chi scanned the familiar faces and said solemnly, Bai Yao and a Xiang are missing. Upon hearing her words, he approached, saying, a Chi, I called for a Yao, but when I went to her cave, she was already gone. Was there nothing left in the cave? Bai Chi inquired. I didn't notice that at the time. I hurriedly ran to call for a Xiang, and she was also absent. I thought perhaps they had heard of the danger and fled to a safer cave. So I didn't think much of it. He recounted the events of that day. After listening, Bai Chi furrowed her brow. Could it be that those 2 informed the wandering beastmen? Could it really be them who told the wandering beastmen where the cave is? Otherwise, how could they have found us so quickly? A yin said furiously. A yin. We cannot yet be certain it was them. Bai Chi glanced at a yin, signaling her to refrain from further comments. A yin waved her hand dismissively. Fine, let us just say it was my wild speculation. She understood Bai Chi's desire to avoid unnecessary enmity within the tribe. Well, did anything happen to you all yesterday? Bai Chi stepped forward with concern. We stayed in the cave all day. Nothing happened. You replied, merely to keep everyone calm. That is good. By the way, have you eaten? Bai Chi noted that Long Jing had kept his word somewhat. Not yet. A yin shook her head. Bai Chi turned to the wandering beastmen outside and ordered, bring us some meat. We can't get the meat. You must speak to the king about it, the wandering beast man said awkwardly. When will your king return? Bai Chi did not wish to make things difficult for them. We're not sure about that either. But the king said to ask you to wait for him in the cave. The wandering beast man said slowly. All right, I understand. Bai Chi waved her hand. Chapter 23. The fifth-tier male dragon Chi. You must be careful. Bai Mu grasped Bai Chi's hand, urging her. All right, Amu, I understand. He should be back soon. I must go ahead, Bai Chi said, turning to exit the cave. Yin and Amu exchanged glances as they watched her leave. Sighing, hoping she would be all right, Amu gazed anxiously in the direction Bai Chi had departed. As Bai Chi walked, she pondered, if it weren't for those two informing the wandering beastmen of the cave's location, they could not have arrived so swiftly. Male beastmen would not betray their own tribe, especially for such precious females. The wandering beastman observed the changing expressions on Bai Chi's face, finding her captivating. When the wandering beastman realized what he had been thinking, a wave of fear washed over him. After all, she was the king's female. If the king were to discover his thoughts, he would not know how he might meet his end. What's wrong? Bai Chi noticed one of the wandering beastmen acting strangely. Nothing at all. The wandering beastman avoided Bai Chi's gaze. Bai Chi found his reaction odd. She had felt his lingering gaze upon her moments ago. Yet now he was evading her eyes. What could this mean? Are you truly all right? Bai Chi pressed again that I'm fine. I just tripped over a large stone. The king should be back soon. The wandering beastman quickly changed the subject. Yes, he should be returning shortly. Bai Chi replied and entered the cave. Upon hearing Bai Chi's words, the wandering beastman sighed in relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped detection. Host, I may have some bad news. But it's also good news, the system announced. Go ahead, Bai Chi said, sitting on a stone to rest her eyes. After mating with him, your offspring, which was supposed to arrive in a month, will now be due in just half a month. The system explained. Are you saying that being with a high-tier beastman will hasten the arrival of the offspring? Bai Chi inquired. Theoretically, yes, the system confirmed. But I don't wish to engage with him. He disregards my will, and I feel a strong urge to eliminate him. Bai Chi stated coldly. Host, your current strength is insufficient. To kill him, you must wait until you are powerful enough, the system advised. Bai Chi contemplated this. She realized she could not kill him yet. He was a male beastman, and to defeat him, she would need to attain a higher beast tier than his, thereby freeing herself from his control. Host, you truly need not overthink this, the system cautioned. Understood, Bai Chi replied. Bring me the roasted meat. Bai Chi called out to the wandering beastman outside. Certainly, the wandering beastman responded. Just roast the meat skewers you have. Bai Chi picked up the remaining skewers from lunch and handed them to him. Yes. The wandering beastman accepted the skewers, lowering his head and falling silent. How long have you been here? Bai Chi asked. About a year and a half, the wandering beastman replied. How did you end up here? Bai Chi was curious about how so many wandering beastmen had gathered in this place. Don't you know? Wandering beastmen are spread across the entire beast world, and information travels quickly. I learned of a fifth-tier male beastman here and came. The wandering beastman explained. Are you referring to your king? Bai Chi asked. He wasn't a king before. He was a snow wolf, but he was defeated. The wandering beastman clarified. How was he defeated? Bai Chi inquired. One was a fifth-tier male dragon, and the other was a fifth-tier snow wolf. Naturally, the dragon emerged victorious. The wandering beastman elucidated. Bai Chi was taken aback. 2 fifth tiers? When did fifth-tier beastmen become so commonplace? We've been chatting for quite a while, yet I still don't know your name. Bai Chi smiled. That I am called Suwa, the wandering beastman stammered, staring at Bai Chi. All right, Suwa, I am called a Chi. Bai Chi smiled gently, her expression warm and inviting, as if the spring breeze had enveloped them. You must admit, your king is truly impressive. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Long Jing's hearty laughter suddenly resonated in the ears of the three-king. Suwa respectfully bowed and stepped back at a Chi. Have you considered it? Long Jing asked as he wrapped his arm around Bai Chi's waist, whispering in her ear. Considered what? Bai Chi feigned ignorance. Considering having my offspring, of course. Long Jing replied. Regarding that matter, I agree, Bai Chi said, lifting her head to meet Long Jing's smiling gaze. Really? Long Jing looked at Bai Chi in surprise. Of course. After all, there aren't many males with strength like yours. Bai Qiqi's hands playfully explored Long Jing's chest, finding it quite pleasant to the touch. You said it yourself. Long Jing felt a wave of discomfort from Bai Qiqi's touch. I've promised to bear your offspring. Will you release my tribe members? Bai Qiqi still held on to a glimmer of hope that he might agree. That's not possible. You must first give birth to the offspring. In Long Jing's eyes, there was a complete absence of desire. Very well, during this time, you must treat my kin with greater kindness. For instance, ensure they are well fed, do not compel them to seek partners, and provide them with warmth. Otherwise, should they catch a chill, it would be quite unfortunate. Bai Qiqi should take this opportunity to extort him a bit more. Long Jing listened to these conditions and found them quite reasonable, readily agreeing, no problem, I shall procure some meat and sacred fire for them. Long Jing promptly issued the orders. You are truly kind, Bai Qiqi said, planting a kiss on Long Jing's cheek. Yet, in her heart, she mused, at least you possess a modicum of conscience. Aki, what did you just call me? Long Jing asked, his eyes alight with excitement as he gazed at Bai Qiqi. Long Jing, she replied, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering like radiant gems, unwavering in their gaze. From now on, call me Jing. I adore it. Long Jing's heart swelled with sweetness. Akin to sipping honey. Very well, he responded, a smile gracing his lips, while Bai Qiqi internally schemed on how to extract even more from this rogue. Aki. Long Jing's hoarse voice whispered in her ear, causing her earlobe to blush a delicate pink. Bai Qiqi softly replied. Aki, I desire. Long Jing began, pressing Bai Qiqi beneath him, kissing her fervently. Be gentle, Bai Qiqi's protests were drowned in Long Jing's passionate and domineering kiss. The temperature in the cave soared, and yet another night passed. When Bai Qiqi awoke, it was already the following afternoon. System, how are the children? She inquired eagerly. Host, they are doing splendidly. However, their time of birth remains unchanged, the system replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiqi resolved to test once more today, hoping it would align with her expectations. Chapter 24. You smell delightful, her stomach growled. Bai Qiqi donned her clothes, preparing to venture out for roasted meat, just as Long Jing entered, carrying skewers. Are you hungry? He asked. His tone gentle, Bai Qiqi found his tenderness unsettling, as it stemmed from her compliance, knowing that defiance could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, she obediently replied, you should try some. Long Jing offered her a skewer of meat. Quite good. Is there any salt? Bai Qiqi lamented her longing for salt, feeling severely potassium deficient. Salt? I have yet to acquire any, Long Jing said, a hint of disappointment in his voice. He could not allow her to suffer simply for following him. If not, then so be it, Bai Qiqi sighed, bemoaning the difficulty of obtaining a taste of salt. Long Jing fell into silence, refraining from further conversation. Jing, is there any more? Bai Qiqi asked, glancing at the scattered skewers with a hint of embarrassment. Oh yes, I'll roast some more, Long Jing replied, contemplating which tribe to raid for the best chance of acquiring salt, determined not to let Aki go without. Aki has quite the appetite. It seems I shall have to hunt more often to ensure she is never hungry. Aki, I have more? Long Jing returned with 2 large handfuls of skewers. Bai Qiqi took one and began to eat. Delicious, she exclaimed after finishing, praising the meal. Long Jing beamed at the sight of her satisfied smile. Chuckling softly, Bai Qiqi soon fell asleep, her belly full. Long Jing lay beside her, holding her close, his hand unconsciously tracing her features. You are so well behaved in your sleep. If only you could remain this way forever. When Bai Qiqi awoke, it was midday. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she was nestled in Long Jing's arms. The moment she stirred, Long Jing awoke. Aki, you're awake? He said, his voice languid and magnetic, softening her resolve. Why are you still here? Bai Qiqi questioned, her caution evident. I feared I might disturb your slumber, Long Jing replied, rolling over to rest atop her. Children, Bai Qiqi hastily pushed him away, glaring at him in indignation. I will be more cautious next time. Long Jing said, a tinge of guilt in his voice. Please move aside. I need to change, Bai Qiqi insisted, pushing him away. Long Jing's gaze lingered on her figure, and his throat bobbed. You scoundrel, Bai Qiqi shouted in anger, yet felt at a loss as to how to react, settling for a fierce glare. Very well, I shall avert my gaze. I will step outside, Long Jing said, turning to exit the cave. Once Bai Qiqi was dressed, she dashed out of the cave, Are we having roasted meat again? She inquired. What would you like to eat, Aki? Longjing asked while grilling the meat. I desire wild vegetables and fruits. Bai Qiqi sighed. Very well. But Aki must first have roasted meat today. Longjing coaxed patiently Damam. Bai Qiqi reluctantly accepted the meat and began to nibble. Why, King? There is a situation. Heiyang rushed to Longjing, his expression troubled. I must step out for a moment. Longjing said before departing. As Bai Qiqi watched Longjing's figure disappear from sight, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. System. Have there been any changes with the children today? She asked. Host. No, but their physical condition is better than before. The system replied. Bai Qiqi understood that although she had advanced the birthing time by half a month, it would result in healthier children. Please scan for any toxic plants in the vicinity. Bai Qiqi instructed the system. Yes, host. Are there any toxic plants? None. How can that be? Please search again. Yes, host. Still none? Then I shall look elsewhere. I refuse to believe there are no poisons. Bai Qiqi scoured the wandering beast tribe but found no toxic plants. Puzzled, she persisted in her search, determined to uncover some form of poison. At last, she discovered a poisonous plant beneath a tree in a hidden corner and crouched down to sniff. It is indeed toxic. She murmured, but the potency seems insufficient. She continued searching beneath the tree but found no second specimen. There are none within the wandering beast tribe. Perhaps there are some outside. Why, King, you must return quickly. Suwa urged, rushing to her side. Oh, very well. Bai Qiqi concealed the poisonous plant at her waist. Upon returning to the cave, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Turning to glance back, she found Longjing regarding her with an eerie intensity. And she promptly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. You've returned, she said, forcing calmness into her tone as she approached him. Noticing the injuries on Longjing's body, she expressed concern. Are you hurt? His gaze softened momentarily, and his voice became gentler. No, that's a relief, Bai Qiqi sighed. You still haven't answered my question. What were you doing earlier? Longjing's tone grew as cold as ice shards, causing Bai Qiqi to shiver involuntarily. I was just wandering about the tribe, she replied, attempting to sound composed. Wandering about? Longjing raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical, but he refrained from pressing her further, instead stating, it is time to rest. Oh, all right. Before she had fully comprehended his words, Longjing enveloped her tightly in his arms. You smell delightful, he exclaimed, burying his head in her neck and savoring her scent. Bai Qiqi's face flushed crimson, her heart racing. Did not move, she stammered, pushing against him. How am I moving? Longjing chortled teasingly. Bai Qiqi fell silent, conceding he was indeed still. Longjing gently laid her on the stone bed. Wait a moment, she stuttered, placing her hand against his chest. What is it? Longjing inquired, his expression showing annoyance. I haven't bathed in several days. I wish to wash, she admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Very well, Longjing sighed, releasing Bai Qiqi. Climb on. Transforming into his beast form, he instructed her. Bai Qiqi beheld the colossal black dragon before her. Its body winding like an immense serpent, covered in hard scales that gleamed with a mysterious radiance. Its eyes resembled twinkling stars, reflecting her figure within their depths. Two massive wings adorned its back. Also black, exuding an air of dominance. Climb aboard, Longjing said, satisfied with Bai Qiqi's reaction to his beast form. You can actually speak to me in this form? Bai Qiqi exclaimed in astonishment. Fifth-tier beastmen can? Longjing replied, shaking his wings proudly. Grab hold of my horns, he added, noticing her trepidation. Oh, all right. Bai Qiqi clutched the dragon's horns tightly, her breath quickening as if she were afraid of heights. Longjing leaped into the air, and she watched as the landscape below shrank rapidly. She cried out, trembling all over, her heart lodged in her throat. Hearing her voice, Longjing adjusted his flight speed, reassuring her, do not fear, I will not let you fall. Suddenly, Bai Qiqi felt a dizzying sensation. Aki, we have arrived. Upon landing, Longjing spoke to Bai Qiqi. Chapter 25. There are still 10 days until the delivery. Bai Qiqi was momentarily taken aback by the enchanting scene before her. The lake shimmered with a vibrant green hue, gentle ripples dancing across its surface, as if it were eagerly displaying its vitality. The water was crystal clear, revealing a school of colorful fish joyfully darting among the aquatic plants. Delicate white flowers bloomed in the lake, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance, while butterflies gracefully flitted from petal to petal. "Wow! How beautiful!" exclaimed Bai Chi, her eyes sparkling with a "Do you like it?" Long Jing could tell from her expression that she was enamored with the lake, and he felt a similar affection. "I do. It's truly gorgeous," Bai Chi exclaimed excitedly as she leaped down from Long Jing's back. "As long as you like it," Long Jing replied, donning his animal skin skirt and taking her soft hand in his. Bai Chi was genuinely fond of nature, having not encountered such beauty in the modern world where industrial waste was rampant, and even the air was tainted. "The beast world is wonderful. It has the environment I cherish and the people I adored. I wonder how Amu is doing, and whether Mu Zhe has returned to the tribe," she sighed. "Oh, I'm going to take a bath." Releasing Long Jing's hand, she strolled towards the lakeside. As she stepped into the cool water, she felt refreshed. She shed her animal skin dress and immersed herself in the lake, reveling in the chill. Unbeknownst to her, the water could not conceal her from Long Jing's gaze. From the shore, Long Jing observed Bai Chi, now devoid of her garments, her figure appearing even more alluring. Her fair skin glistened under the sun, her long legs elegantly slender, and her chest gently rising and falling with her breath. Long Jing struggled to suppress the flames of desire within him. Turning away, he refrained from watching her. When Bai Chi emerged from her bath, she found Long Jing seated on the grass, eyes closed in meditation. "Jing, I'm done bathing. Would you like to wash up?" she asked, stepping closer. Long Jing slowly opened his eyes and was immediately captivated by her presence. Yes," he nodded, rising to his feet. Bai Chi watched as Long Jing waded into the lake, prompting her to summon the system to search for toxic plants nearby. "Host, there is one located 30 meters to your left." "All right," Bai Chi, focused solely on the poisonous plants, failed to notice that Long Jing was bathing directly in front of them. She triumphantly pulled up a toxic plant. She smiled, only to be startled when she looked up to see Long Jing watching her with an amused expression. "What are you doing?" he inquired. I wasn't doing anything," Bai Chi hurriedly denied. "Nothing, you say? Then what were you just doing?" Long Jing approached her, his gaze lingering on her rosy lips, unable to suppress a swallow. "I was just checking to see if this was a wild vegetable," she explained, somewhat bashfully lowering her head. "Let us go back." Long Jing transformed into his beast form. "Okay," Bai Chi replied, gripping his horn tightly. As she soared through the air, the view below was strikingly different yet equally beautiful. "We have arrived." Long Jing halted before the cave. Bai Chi dismounted. Transforming back into human form, Long Jing, without donning his animal skin skirt, embraced Bai Chi and carried her into the cave. Bai Chi was too surprised to react, and by the time she composed herself, she found herself lying on a stone bed. "Achi," Long Jing whispered, kissing her collarbone as he murmured sweet nothings in her ear. Bai Chi felt a wave of tingling sensations coursing through her body growing weak, melting against Long Jing's embrace. Seeing that Bai Chi offered no resistance, Long Jing became even more fervent in his kisses. Meanwhile, the leopard tribe was engulfed in chaos. "Chieftain, we still have no leads," he reported anxiously to Amu. Bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion, had not slept for several days. "How is Achi? I must be there to rescue her." "Amu, you should rest for a while," the chieftain urged, rubbing his aching temples. "I cannot rest until I find Achi. She is waiting for me," Amu insisted, but before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. "Amu! Amu!" a Yao cried, distressed at the sight of Amu's unconscious form. Please carry Amu to the stone bed for rest," the chieftain instructed, his mood equally grim. If they could not find the females, the snow leopard tribe would be doomed. "Understood," he nodded. Lifting the unconscious Amu. "Your health is paramount. We need you to help retrieve Bai Mu and Achi," the chieftain said earnestly to Baida. "I know. Thank you for your concern." "Chieftain," Baida replied, looking significantly older. "You all should eat something as well," the chieftain advised to he and the others. They had been searching for 3 to 4 days and deserved a meal. They nodded in agreement. "I am the wandering beast tribe," Bai Mu lamented. "When will they come to rescue us?" "I do not know. They must be devising a plan." Bai Mu shook her head. "I hope they can find us soon." "When will they find us?" Bai Yin continued to inquire. "Soon, I hope," Bai Mu reassured her. "Meat is here," a wandering beast person announced, carrying 2 whole cows. Bai Mu, Thank goodness we have food every day here. Bai Yin remarked while savoring the meat. Indeed, Bai Yu concurred. Bai Mu's expression was somber. She was acutely aware that this food came at the cost of her female offspring. The guards watching over them greedily eyed the females, muttering, "I wonder why the king treats them so well." Another wandering beast grumbled, "Who knows? It's truly perplexing. We can only watch, not eat." "What are you murmuring about?" A voice from afar boomed. "Nothing, nothing," they stammered, wary of expressing their discontent in front of the king. "Keep a close watch, or you'll find yourself in trouble," the king scoffed before departing. "Host, you are due to give birth in 10 days, the system alerted." "Yes, I am aware," Bai Chi nodded. How could she transmit this information? It was truly vexing. Did she really have to wait for Long Jing to release them? Yet, she doubted his reliability. The males from the leopard tribe had mobilized in search of the females. "Chieftain, we have captured a wandering beast," a Mu and a Cheng reported, bringing forth a battered wandering beast. "Good." The chieftain hurried out upon hearing the news of their capture. "Did you capture any of our tribe's females?" He demanded. "I did not capture them. I have already explained numerous times. How could a first-tier beast man like me capture so many females?" The wandering beast protested, feeling wronged. "We never claimed you captured many of our females. Tell us who took them, and where are the ones who captured them?" Amu glared fiercely. "I told you. Will you let me go if I speak?" The wandering beast asked pitifully. "I can let you go?" The chieftain replied, casting a glance at him. "Really?" The wandering beast was astonished. "Of course." The chieftain nodded. "All right, I will tell you," the wandering beast said eagerly, relieved that he would be set free. They were captured by the wandering beast tribe. "I heard there is an exceptionally beautiful female among them, but she has already become a mate to the king of the wandering beast tribe. That is all I know." Amu's fists clenched tightly. "A chi must have been forced. Can I go now?" The wandering beast stood to leave, but Amu restrained him. "Where is the wandering beast tribe?" The chieftain scrutinized him. "You promised me, as long as I tell you. You will let me go," the wandering beast pleaded, disbelief etched on his face. "You lead us to the wandering beast tribe, and I will let you go." The chieftain's gaze turned menacing. "I refuse," the wandering beast shouted defiantly. "You have no choice," a Cheng sneered. "Fine, I will take you to the wandering beast tribe, but only if you let me go." The wandering beast relented, resigned to his fate. "Very well," the chieftain agreed. They followed the wandering beast for quite some time until they finally reached the wandering beast tribe. "The wandering beast tribe is right ahead. May I go now?" the wandering beast asked. "Yes," the chieftain nodded. Yet, before the wandering beast could take a few steps, he collapsed to the ground. "I only said I would let you go. Not that I wouldn't kill you," the chieftain remarked coldly. Amu swiftly crushed the wandering beast's neck with his foot. "Dispose of the body," the chieftain commanded a Cheng. "Understood." A Cheng complied immediately to Amu. "We must find a way to gather information about the females in the tribe to plan our next steps," the chieftain mused, gazing thoughtfully at the wandering beast tribe. "Chieftain, do not worry, I will certainly rescue the females." Amu vowed resolutely. Chi was waiting for him. He had to devise a plan to infiltrate the wandering beast tribe. "Chi, wake up, come, try this fruit," Long Jing urged, offering her a bright red fruit. It's very sweet," Bai Chi replied, finishing it in just a few bites. "Chi, the roasted meat is ready." Long Jing handed Bai Chi a skewer of meat. Bai Chi took it and took a bite. Her eyes brightening. "It's salty, Jing. Did you sprinkle fine salt on the meat?" Jing nodded. "Meat seasoned with fine salt is simply delectable," Bai Chi exclaimed joyfully. "If you like it, eat as much as you want." Long Jing affectionately ruffled her hair, realizing he would need to visit other tribes soon as the remaining fine salt would not last long. Bai Chi happily munched away. "I'm so full," she said, patting her noticeably round belly with a satisfied smile. "Chi, I have to step out for a moment." "Be good." Long Jing kissed Bai Chi on the cheek before departing. Once Bai Chi could no longer see Long Jing's figure, she turned to Suwa and said, "I'll go check on them." Yes, Suwa and another wandering beast man followed behind her. After just a few days without seeing Bai Mu, she noticed that her mother had aged considerably. "Mother, I'm here," Bai Chi called out. Bai Mu's eyes welled with tears. Don't cry, don't cry." Bai Chi embraced her mother, gently patting her back to comfort her. "The Chi, your father must have returned to the embrace of the beast god." Bai Mu wept in anguish. What? Bai Chi was taken aback by the news of her father's passing. It's true. Last night, the bond with your father's partner beast faded, Bai Mu said. Her voice choked with sorrow. Bai Chi could hardly believe that her kind father had departed this world. Tears welled in her eyes, and she could not help but let them fall as she consoled her mother. If father knew how sad you are, he would surely feel guilty. Mother, we must gather ourselves to avenge him. Yes, I must seek vengeance for him. Bai Mu wiped her tears, resolutely nodding. Bai Chi felt reassured as she watched her mother regain her fighting spirit. It's all my fault, causing a Chi to shed tears. Bai Mu gently wiped away Bai Chi's tears. Mother, do you trust me? Bai Chi held her mother's icy hand earnestly. Bai Mu nodded, gripping Bai Chi's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with trust in her daughter. I believe you. Soon, we will return to the tribe, and I will tell you what to do. Bai Chi continued earnestly. Good. Bai Mu nodded with relief. Yin, please take care of my mother, Bai Chi said to the side. Of course, Chi. Don't worry, Yin responded solemnly. Thank you, Yin. Bai Chi expressed her gratitude. We are good friends. Your mother is like my mother, Yin generously replied. Mother, please rest, Bai Chi said with concern. All right, Chi, be careful, Bai Mu cautioned. I will. I'm leaving now? Bai Chi said before turning to depart. Let us go, she instructed Suo and the other wandering beastman who were waiting at the door. Yes, they replied. Upon entering the cave, Bai Chi shed her earlier disguise. Her expression heavy as she sat on the stone bed. Amu entered the cave and found Bai Chi with her head bowed. Amu. Bai Chi thought she was imagining things until she looked up and saw Amu right before her. Amu, it's really you, Bai Chi exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Amu's waist, tears streaming down her face. Chi, don't be afraid. Amu gently wiped away Bai Chi's tears. I missed you so much, Bai Chi sobbed softly. Chi, I'm sorry for worrying you, Amu said with guilt. Bai Chi shook her head. Amu, it's not your fault. There's a traitor among our tribe. Amu, upon hearing the word traitor, instinctively found it hard to believe. It's true. Amu, otherwise they wouldn't have found us so quickly, Bai Chi asserted. Why would they do this? Amu still couldn't believe that their fellow tribesmen would betray them. I can't be certain of their intentions, but we must first rescue Mother and the others and inform the chief to migrate. This place is no longer safe. After saying this, Bai Chi took out a poisonous herb and warned. Amu, you must find more of this herb. Remember, do not break it. Otherwise, it will cause fainting. If you find it, bring it to me by this time tomorrow. All right, I'm off. Amu reluctantly turned to leave. Bai Chi stepped out of the cave and saw the guards who had been knocked unconscious, then returned to the cave to roast the meat. After finishing her meal, Bai Chi lay down on the bed and fell asleep. When Long Jing returned to the cave, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar scent, faint yet detectable to his keen senses. Long Jing's eyelids drooped as he gazed longingly at Bai Chi's sleeping face. Murmuring, Are you not being obedient? Is it not good as it is now? The only response was the chirping of crickets. Chapter 27. I want you to stay with me. Is that all right? Bai Chi awoke to find that she was alone. She sat up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and faintly heard the sizzling of food on the grill. Suo approached, holding a freshly grilled skewer of meat high. This is what the king ordered us to grill. Imichum. Bai Chi took the meat and ate, marveling at how delightful the salted meat was. If only she lived by the sea, she would have an endless supply of salt. After satisfying her hunger, Bai Chi decided to seek out Bai Mu. As she walked, she pondered how to convey her and Amu's plan to her mother. When Bai Mu saw Bai Chi approaching, she greeted her joyfully, holding a few dried fruits in her hands, her face full of concern. Chi, your belly is so big now. You must be careful, mother. I have something to tell you, Bai Chi said. Pulling Bai Mu into a corner and speaking softly into her ear, Mother, Amu came to find me yesterday. Bai Mu's face instantly lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling with hope. Amu, has he thought of a way to save us? Bai Chi continued, Mother, when there is a plan, I will inform you in advance. That is good, that is good. We're finally going back to the tribe? Bai Mu said with delight. Bai Chi refrained from mentioning her intention to inform the chief about the migration. Mother, I'm leaving now, Bai Chi smiled slightly, waving goodbye to her mother and Yin. But her heart was filled with deeper thoughts. All right, Bai Mu suppressed her joy as she watched Bai Chi depart. Back in the cave, Bai Chi sat on the stone bed, her brows furrowed as she contemplated how to ensure that Long Jing would consume the poisonous herb. Should she smear it on the meat skewers? Or perhaps drop it into the water? If she poisoned him alone, there would be no way to rescue the others unless she incapacitated them all. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Just as she was lost in thought, a moo suddenly entered, interrupting her reverie. "Achi, I found it." A moo's voice echoed in the cave, tinged with urgency and excitement. Bai Chi looked up to see a moo holding a bundle of poisonous herbs, a radiant smile blossoming on her face. This should be enough to end that moment. Her spirits lifted as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. "Do you know where they usually drink?" Bai Chi asked, slightly frowning. "I do." A moo nodded confidently, having observed the wandering beast tribe for several days and memorized those crucial locations. "Good. When the time comes, crush the herbs into juice, and when you see someone drinking, poison the upstream." Bai Chi instructed softly, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. "We need someone to keep watch. I will handle things here. We will start our operation tomorrow night." She carefully tucked the 2 poisonous herbs away, her palms trembling slightly. "All right, Achi, prioritize your safety," a moo said earnestly and turned to leave, each step filled with resolve. Bai Chi sat quietly, her plan already taking shape as she awaited Long Jing's return. She hid the 2 poisonous herbs carefully, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips as she munched on fruit, her mood as clear as a bright sky. "What has you so happy?" Just then, Long Jing entered, holding a large jar of fine salt. Bai Chi gazed at the salt in his hand, momentarily stunned. Surely he wouldn't try to seize it. But what did that have to do with her? She quickly flashed a radiant smile. "Of course I'm happy. There's someone grilling meat every day, and when I want fruit, you bring it to me. I have everything I desire." "Achi, do you really feel that way?" Long Jing raised an eyebrow, skeptical of her words. "I truly do," Bai Chi said, linking her arm through Long Jing's. "But you mustn't deceive me." Long Jing leaned against Bai Chi's shoulder, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "I want tea, hee. Bai Chi giggled. "As long as you're always with me, you'll have whatever you want." Long Jing's eyes were filled with sincerity. Bai Chi felt a twinge of fear at the intensity of Long Jing's gaze. She worried that she might take it seriously. Would he truly grant her the freedom she desired? Would he really release them? Bai Chi swiftly adjusted her emotions. "Machim, good." Long Jing sensed Bai Chi's disbelief, but he was willing to take the time to prove his love for her. He was unaware that Bai Chi was not willing to wait. "Achi, I'll go roast some meat for you." Long Jing felt a twinge of melancholy. Bai Chi was perplexed by his sudden shift in emotions, her hands trembling slightly as she held a jar of fine salt. From the very beginning, it was a mistake. She was destined not to be with the one who had slain her father. Suppressing the murderous intent in her eyes, she heard Long Jing call, "Aki, the meat is ready. Eat it while it's hot." Long Jing entered with the roasted meat, and as Bai Chi savored it, her mind drifted away from other thoughts. After all, she must find a way to poison him by tomorrow. "I've eaten my fill," she declared. "Aki, you didn't wait for me to sleep together last night?" Long Jing fixed his gaze on her. "I waited for you a long time, to the point where I fell asleep." Bai Chi feigned a look of grievance. "Hee." Long Jing smiled faintly. "All right then, no need to wait tonight." He lifted Bai Chi and placed her on the stone bed. And soon, sounds emerged that would make anyone blush. Moo informed the clan leader of Bai Chi's plan and the migration. After a moment of contemplation, the clan leader acquiesced. "Moo, arrange for tomorrow." The leader of the Jing clan increasingly felt his own inadequacy. "Yes, clan leader," Moo replied. The next day, he stationed a Chung and a Dun at the upper reaches of the water source while other males waited at the mountainside. "Jing, you're awake." Bai Chi found Long Jing seated by the stone bed, gazing at her. "Yes, let us eat a fruit first. The meat isn't ready yet." Long Jing handed her a yellow fruit. "Hm." After finishing the fruit, Bai Chi stepped outside. After finishing the meat Long Jing had roasted, she said, "Jing, you haven't tried the meat I roast yet. I'll make some for you tonight." "Sure." Long Jing agreed without a second thought upon hearing Bai Chi would personally roast for him. "But you mustn't complain if it's not tasty." She intended to add some ingredients and, fearing he might notice, felt the need to prepare him in advance. "As long as it's cooked by you, it will be delicious no matter what." Long Jing's gaze towards Bai Chi was filled with affection. Bai Chi couldn't meet Long Jing's eyes, afraid that she could not restrain her heart. Longjing, while you are handsome, it is impossible for us. Then eat more when the time comes. I'll go see my mother. Bai Qiqi hurriedly left the scene. Longjing watched her retreating figure, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Mother. Bai Qiqi quietly approached her mother, saying, Mother, don't drink water today. We will escape tonight, and they will come to fetch us. All right, Aki, rest assured, I will inform them shortly. Bai Mu patted Bai Qiqi's hand. Mother, I shall take my leave. Bai Qiqi stood up. After she departed, Bai Mu conveyed Bai Qiqi's instructions to the others. Aki, you're back? I need to step out for a moment, Longjing remarked upon seeing Bai Qiqi return. How long will you be gone? Bai Qiqi inquired. Uncertain, but I shall return as early as possible, Longjing replied. Upon hearing uncertain, Bai Qiqi felt a surge of anxiety. If he returned just as they attempted to flee, wouldn't that be disastrous? No, she couldn't let him go out. I want you to stay with me. Is that all right? Bai Qiqi gently swayed her body, her voice soft and endearing. Longjing was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong with you today? Bai Qiqi embraced Longjing, her enchanting eyes glimmering with intention. I simply wish to nurture our relationship further. Longjing found her behavior puzzling. What do you intend? Bai Qiqi looked up at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I want you to spend more time with me. I wish to learn more about you. Longjing wanted to refuse but found himself nodding in agreement. All right, I want to go out today. I'll stay home with you. Machem. Bai Qiqi nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable. Chapter 28. Why did you deceive me? Longjing gently pulled Bai Qiqi into his embrace, his voice low and magnetic, laced with playful intimacy. What do you wish to know about me? What do you like? Bai Qiqi raised her head slightly, trying to decipher the depth of his gaze. You? Longjing's lips curled into a smile, his reply unwavering. For nothing mattered more than her. Bai Qiqi rolled her eyes at him. I meant, what do you like to eat? You. Longjing's tone held a hint of jest, yet it was imbued with tenderness, causing Bai Qiqi's heart to race. Why are you here? She asked casually. I don't know. It feels like there's something I've long pursued here. Longjing's voice softened, revealing a hint of contemplation. What do you like about me? A flicker of unease crossed Bai Qiqi's eyes, yet curiosity compelled her to delve deeper into his thoughts. Initially, it was your face. Now, it's more than just that. Longjing's words caressed her like a spring breeze, stirring ripples within her heart. Bai Qiqi's expression shifted to one of complexity, her emotions threatening to unravel as she froze, wanting to retort but finding no words. Have a fruit. Longjing smiled gently, breaking the awkward silence as he offered her a vividly colored fruit. Machem. Bai Qiqi accepted it, taking a delicate bite, the juice bursting in her mouth, the flavor delightful. If you like it, eat more. Longjing's eyes sparkled with warmth, his expression tender. All right. Bai Qiqi felt time dragging on. It was still afternoon. With a beaming smile, she suggested, let us go pick fruits. I've never done that before. Sure, Longjing nodded, his heart leaping with joy. She had finally taken the initiative to suggest going fruit picking with him. Surely, she must like him. Let us go together. Bai Qiqi tugged at Longjing's hand as they headed outside. Longjing allowed her to lead him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his heart swelling with sweetness as they passed. Wandering beasts paused to whisper amongst themselves. Hey, did you see that? Our king actually smiled. Yeah, I've never seen him smile before. It seems the king truly likes this female. Bai Qiqi led Longjing out of the wandering beasts tribe, appearing slightly lost. I seem to have forgotten where the forest is. I know. I'll take you there. Longjing tightened his grip on her hand, guiding her towards the forest. Wow! So many fruits! Upon spotting the bountiful fruit-laden trees, she nearly leapt with excitement, her eyes sparkling with delight. Pick as many as you like. Longjing silently smiled, the warmth in his gaze almost spilling over. Jing, you're so wonderful. Bai Qiqi, filled with joy, rose on her toes and unhesitatingly planted a kiss on his cheek. Longjing tenderly stroked her hair, his heart brimming with affection, before they began picking fruits together. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Longjing casually plucked a wild fruit, peeling back its skin, the succulent flesh glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Here, he offered Bai Qiqi, concern and affection radiating from his eyes. Bai Qiqi bit into it, the sweet juice flooding her mouth as she chewed while gazing intently at Longjing, secretly pondering. If these events hadn't transpired, he would likely make a splendid partner. What are you thinking? Long Jing observed her silly expression, his affection growing. Bai Qiqi shook her head, continuing to munch on the fruit. Noticing her fruit was finished, Long Jing handed her another one. She accepted it, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile as the flavor blossomed in her mouth, sweet and delicious. All right, let us go. Long Jing gently urged, realizing if they lingered any longer, he would be full from the fruits. MHM. Bai Qiqi nodded, her arms laden with fruit, her face aglow with happiness. As they walked, Bai Qiqi took her time, savoring the scenery. The flowers and grasses swayed in the gentle breeze, her eyes occasionally darting to the blooms or down to observe small insects by the roadside. Her face a mask of curiosity. Though Longjing couldn't discern the significance of the vibrant forest and meadows, he willingly accompanied her. Time slipped by unnoticed, and as dusk settled, faint starlight began to twinkle in the night sky. Eventually, they returned to the wandering beasts tribe. Jing, let me roast the meat for you, Bai Qiqi said excitedly, taking the skewered meat from Longjing. All right. Longjing sat on the ground, quietly awaiting her bustling figure. Jing, you should skewer more meat, Bai Qiqi suddenly said, her eyes sparkling as if concocting a plan. Seeing Longjing turn away, she quickly crushed the poisonous herbs, allowing their toxic juice to drip onto the meat. That should suffice. She dripped the juice from 2 plants. Jing, come try this, she beckoned him. Longjing took a bite of the skewered meat, praising Bai Qiqi, delicious. Bai Qiqi's expression flickered with unease. As long as it's good, that's all that matters. Longjing savored the flavors lingering in his mouth, noting not only the meatiness but also an unfamiliar taste. Hee, it must be the flavor of the twigs. Bai Qiqi chuckled lightly, and Longjing, without much thought, replied, it should be. After finishing his meal of roasted meat, Longjing suddenly inquired at Qi, will you stay with me forever? Bai Qiqi was somewhat puzzled by this question, wondering why he would ask such a thing, yet she still responded, of course, that's good, Longjing said. And then he suddenly collapsed straight down. Bai Qiqi hurried out of the cave, running towards Bai Mu's direction. The journey was eerily silent, as those wandering beastmen were likely incapacitated by the poison. Amu, quickly take mother and the others to safety, Bai Qiqi urged anxiously. But Amu hesitated. Bai Qiqi, desperate, insisted, there are no buts. Hurry and get them out. I will join you shortly. Amu ceased his hesitation and led everyone out of the wandering beast tribe. When Longjing awoke, it was already deep into the night. He opened his eyes to find himself lying on the ground, and upon looking around, he discovered Bai Qiqi was not in the cave. Stepping outside, he saw the guards of the wandering beasts sprawled on the ground. A faint suspicion began to form in Longjing's mind. Qi, he shouted towards the cave, only to be met with echoes in response. With his crimson eyes blazing, he exclaimed, how dare you deceive me? I will kill you, kill you. Immediately regretting his words, he choked out, how could you do this? I only like you. Why won't you even give me a chance? At that moment, Bai Qiqi was running desperately on her own. She kept running until she could no longer see the wandering beast tribe and finally stopped, utterly exhausted. I'm dead tired, she gasped. Lying on the ground, a cold voice echoed from behind her, Qi. Bai Qiqi stiffly turned around to see the indifferent Longjing before her, her heart racing. Stammering, she said, why you weren't unconscious? Longjing's dark eyes were chillingly fierce as he crouched down, gripping Bai Qiqi's neck. If I hadn't awakened, how could I find you? Isn't that right, Qi? Bai Qiqi struggled against his grip, her strength waning. Summoning her last ounce of energy, she gasped, let me go. Not a chance. Longjing's voice was icy cold. Bai Qiqi could barely breathe, her mouth opening desperately for air. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, Longjing's grip loosened. Bai Qiqi gasped for air, choking and coughing. Why did you deceive me? Why didn't you stay by my side? Longjing glared at her in fury. Bai Qiqi remained calm, her tone laced with sarcasm. You don't deserve it. You speak nonsense. Longjing struck her chest with a fierce blow, sending her body hurtling to the ground. Longjing advanced relentlessly. Bai Qiqi scrambled to her feet, realizing she was backed against a cliff. Trembling, she warned, don't come any closer. I will come closer, Longjing said. Stepping nearer, As Bai Chi watched him approach, she gritted her teeth and declared, "You shall not come any closer, or I will jump." "I don't believe you." Long Jing continued to advance. Bai Chi leaned forward and leapt off the cliff. Long Jing froze in disbelief, unable to fathom that Bai Chi had truly jumped. "No," he screamed, "Achi," and he too leapt after her. Bai Chi was propelled downward by a tremendous force, her heart sinking into despair. She thought she was doomed, yet to her astonishment, there was a cave at the bottom of the cliff, and she landed on the stones at its entrance. "I'm not dead," she was incredulous. "I didn't he die?" Coughing, she noted the pain from the impact. Slowly, she descended from the stones. Looking over herself, she was relieved to find no blood. Chapter 29. "Let me take you back." A loud crash echoed. Long Jing wouldn't he have jumped down too, would he? She pondered. Below the cliff lay a vast lake. If he jumped, he wouldn't he necessarily die. She must avoid being discovered by him, or her leap would be in vain. Bai Chi entered the cave, which was thick with dust, indicating it had been abandoned for a long time. Holding her breath, she began to search for anything useful. Why are there clothes here? She picked up a yellow dress that seemed more ancient than modern. Never mind, it's useless. Bai Chi neatly placed the garment back where she found it. Beside the clothing, she noticed a rope, one with a hook. I could use this to climb back up, she thought. Eager to try it out, meanwhile, Long Jing emerged from the lake, transforming into his beast form, and the entire cliff appeared significantly smaller to him. He caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Her scent? A piercing cry echoed through the sky. "Long Jing, this time, I will kill you." Long Jing looked up to see Feng Su, that same troublesome individual. If he were at his peak, he could fight back, but he was still afflicted by the poison. Instantly, he flapped his wings and fled, with Feng Su in hot pursuit. "Long Jing, stop!" Feng Su shouted as he chased him. Long Jing flew faster, leaving Feng Su unable to keep up. When did this dragon fly so swiftly? Feng Su transformed back into human form, panting heavily, vowing never to let him escape next time. Bai Chi prepared to climb again. The ground beneath her hook suddenly gave way. And without question, she fell once more. "This is infuriating," she lamented while rubbing her sore backside. Sitting on the ground, she took a moment to catch her breath before attempting to throw the rope again. This time, it felt secure enough to climb. "Come on, you can do it," she encouraged herself, seeing victory within reach. Just one more step. Bai Chi looked up to see a curious figure staring at her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, losing her grip on the rope. Feng Su stood at the edge of the cliff, one hand grasping Bai Chi, pulling her up with a forceful yank. As she regained her footing, she found a small boy staring at her with wide eyes, which only deepened her displeasure. "What were you doing at the edge of the cliff?" she shouted. Feng Su stood there, at a loss. "I heard someone speaking and wanted to see who it was." "Forget it, at least you helped me." Bai Chi brushed the dust off her hands and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Feng Su hurried after her. "I'm going back," she replied without looking back. "Are you going to find Long Jing? Are you his female?" The expression on Feng Su's youthful face twisted with confusion. "No, I barely escaped. How could I go looking for him?" Bai Chi responded without hesitation. Upon hearing Bai Chi deny being Long Jing's female, Feng Su felt an inexplicable sense of joy. Bai Chi turned and asked, "How do you know? You carry his scent? It's quite strong." Feng Su sniffed the air around her again. So it was Long Jing who tracked her by scent. Thankfully, she had hesitated earlier and hadn't followed by Mu and the others. Thus, she certainly couldn't go looking for them now. Bai Chi halted and asked, "Do you know how to eliminate this scent?" "There's only one way," Feng Su said, blushing deeply, a look of embarrassment on his face. "What way?" Bai Chi pressed eagerly. Only what?" She continued to question. Feng Su's face reddened further. "Only mating." Bai Chi's eyes widened in shock. "Host, there is actually a type of herb that can mask the scent," the system chimed in. "Wonderful," Bai Chi exclaimed with joy. If she could find that herb, she could go look for a Mu and the others. "What's your beast rank?" Bai Chi asked. "Not very high, only rank 5, Feng Su replied, lowering his head. "Rank 5 is quite impressive." Bai Chi exclaimed in surprise. "I see they're a higher rank. This body only knows about rank 3 beastmen. Perhaps it's because she hasn't seen the outside world that she is unaware?" Feng Su wanted to mention that his brother was even one rank higher. I'd appreciate it if you could take me back. I know it's not polite to trouble you on our first meeting. Bai Qiqi said, her face slightly flushed. I'm truly frightened, she added, gazing at Feng Su with pleading eyes. You wouldn't want other wandering beasts to seize me. As a female, I'm in real danger. Feng Su was indeed concerned about her safety and nodded in agreement. I'll take you back. I wouldn't want other wandering beasts to harm you. Bai Qiqi smiled gratefully and pointed in the direction of the tribe. As they walked, Feng Su suddenly reminded her, it's dangerous for a pregnant female to be out of the tribe. What did you say? Bai Qiqi didn't quite grasp it. Pregnant females need rest. That's how it is in our tribe, Feng Su explained. Oh. Bai Qiqi's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, yet there were no further words. Upon arriving at the leopard tribe, she and Feng Su found it deserted. They must have migrated. Yet, for reasons unknown, a twinge of sadness enveloped her. Why is there no one here? Feng Su gazed at the empty cave, concluding that they must have moved on. Bai Qiqi felt uncertain about her next steps, especially as her time to give birth approached. You should go. I have reached the tribe. Thank you, she said, making her way toward the cave where she and Amu had previously resided. It's dangerous for a female to be alone. Feng Su was inexplicably angered by her insistence that he leave. Perhaps in the future, I shall repay your kindness, he replied. Bai Qiqi sank onto the stone bed, fatigue washing over her. It was she who had urged her kin to migrate. And now an overwhelming sense of solitude and helplessness engulfed her. Feng Su longed to express that he would not depart, yet he found no reason to remain. You needn't feel burdened. You have done a noble deed. She reassured him as she lay down. Her eyelids grew heavy with exhaustion. Feng Su wished to say something more, but Bai Qiqi had already drifted into slumber. He found himself at a crossroads, unsure whether to stay or leave. With a sigh, he settled at the cave entrance. In her dreams, Bai Qiqi envisioned a world where people donned garments, feasted on rice, tended livestock, and resided in clean abodes, all living in harmony, no longer displaced. She was roused in the middle of the night by a sharp pain in her abdomen. Instinctively, she caressed her belly. Her time had come. System, did you not say childbirth would not be painful? Bai Qiqi inquired. Host, you are merely experiencing contractions. You have yet to give birth. Pain is inevitable now, but it will soon subside, the system replied. The pain in her belly intensified, signaling that the child was imminent. Chapter 30. The Birth Silver Serpent, Male, 3rd Tier Talent. Rewards include a package bag 1, and a total of 2 points. Snow Leopard, Female, 2nd Tier Talent. Rewards include chips 1. Silver Serpent, Female, 2nd Tier Talent. Rewards include rice 1. White Serpent, Male, 3rd Tier Talent. Rewards include charm liquid 1, totaling 2 points. White Serpent, Male, 4th Tier Talent. Rewards include multipress liquid 1, 1st Tier liquid 1, totaling 3 points. The host has accumulated 7 points altogether. Keep up the hard work. After 3 arduous months of pregnancy, she had only earned 7 points. When would she repay the 100 points she owed? Host, not quite. It is actually 102 points, leaving a debt of 95 points, the system noted, having overheard Bai Qiqi's thoughts. If calculated over 3 months, she could potentially give birth to 3 more offspring, with each requiring a minimum of 33 points to repay her debt within a year. Why are there no points awarded for 2nd Tier talents? Bai Qiqi questioned the system. The talent is too low to warrant rewards. Conversely, higher tiers yield more, came the response. The talents of the newborns would determine their future potential. Red for 1st Tier, orange for 2nd Tier, yellow for 3rd, green for 4th, cyan for 5th, blue for 6th, and purple for 7th. Does the 1st Tier liquid grant me 1st Tier beast status? Bai Qiqi inquired. Indeed, host, the system affirmed. Then I shall be able to stride with confidence, free from the fear of being robbed. She consumed the 1st Tier liquid, feeling a wave of comfort wash over her. Feng Su entered to find Bai Qiqi disheveled, her lips pale, and 5 eggs resting on the bed. Why are your offspring eggs? He exclaimed, having expected either snow leopard cubs or dragon hatchlings. I have 2 beast husbands, Bai Qiqi clarified. Feng Su's gaze shifted away from the eggs. I hunted a deer. You should eat something. He presented a large piece of succulent venison to her, its sheen enticing. Let me start a fire to roast the meat, Bai Qiqi declared, gracefully descending from the stone bed towards the fire stones. With deft fingers, She ignited a flame that flickered to life, startling Feng Su into silence. He had not witnessed such sacred fire in ages. Its dancing flames stirred a long-buried memory within him, causing him to instinctively step back and ask, "How can you conjure sacred fire? Are you a beast deity?" Bai Qiqi chuckled softly, shaking her head, amused by the notion I am but an ordinary female. "How could I be a beast deity? You must be a beast deity. Otherwise, how could you create fire?" Feng Su insisted. "Have you ever seen a beast deity?" Bai Qiqi countered, a playful smile gracing her lips. Feng Su paused, pondering, and replied, "I have not." "Then who told you that only those who can create sacred fire are beast deities?" She teased, warmth and mischief sparkling in her gaze. "Everyone on the beast continent says so," Feng Su asserted, unwavering in his belief in this ancient tale. Bai Qiqi laughed lightly, saying, "Oh, you are quite amusing. The entire continent?" Her laughter flowed like a gentle breeze, uplifting spirits. Yet Feng Su remained perplexed, unable to discern the humor in her words. Observing his bewildered expression, Bai Qiqi found it endearing. "Would you like me to teach you how to start a fire?" She offered gently. "No, no. How could I possibly learn?" Feng Su shook his head vehemently, his eyes reflecting uncertainty. He hesitated before asking, "Is this something that can be learned?" "Indeed," Bai Qiqi smiled, adding sticks to the fire, which danced more vibrantly, casting a warm glow upon their faces. "Can I truly learn?" Feng Su's disbelief was palpable as he fixated on the flickering flames, contemplating. "It is quite simple. I will show you." Bai Qiqi assured him, demonstrating the technique with fluid motions, sparks flying as if under her command. She then handed the fire stone to Feng Su, encouraging him to give it a try. His hands trembled slightly as he grasped the small stone. Filled with anxiety over potentially ruining the delicate task, he gently rubbed the stones together, eagerly awaiting a miracle, but only produced a faint sound, with no spark to be found. Bai Qiqi sighed softly, unable to suppress a gesture of exasperation. "Allow me to guide you." She stepped closer, her fingers brushing against Feng Su's hand, instilling a sense of calm. "You must apply just the right amount of pressure. Not too hard, yet not too soft." Her patience radiated as she demonstrated, her fingers gliding over his palm, creating an atmosphere of tenderness that made Feng Su's heart race. He found himself captivated by Bai Qiqi's hand. Her delicate fingers reminiscent of fine jade, glowing under the firelight, the distinct joints inviting his touch. "Did you hear what I said?" Bai Qiqi tilted her head, a hint of playfulness in her tone. "I understand," Feng Su replied softly, yet a sense of disappointment lingered as he felt the absence of warmth from her hand, leaving him feeling unsettled. "Now, you try." Bai Qiqi smiled as she sat on the ground. Her eyes filled with expectation. Feng Su inhaled deeply, gripping the fire stone, channeling the skill Bai Qiqi had shared. As the stones rubbed together, a flame ignited. "You are truly clever," Bai Qiqi beamed. Feng Su felt a rush of shyness. His cheeks flushed like early spring blossoms. "It is your excellent teaching," he said, scratching his head, absent-mindedly tousling his unruly hair. "I have yet to ask for your name. What do you go by, Chi?" Bai Qiqi replied softly, her lips curving into a gentle smile, reminiscent of a blooming flower. "Feng Su," he answered, grinning foolishly. Bai Qiqi regarded Feng Su's smile, warmth blossoming in her heart, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "Feng Su, could you help me cut the meat into smaller pieces?" "Of course." His voice brimmed with excitement, his heart racing as he perceived Bai Qiqi's smile as the most beautiful sight in the world. Meanwhile, Bai Qiqi turned her attention to her eggs, which lay quietly on the stone bed. "I wonder how they will break free," she mused. "System, do you know how to assist them in hatching?" she inquired. "Host, I am unaware," came the system's reply. "Very well," Bai Qiqi said with a slight frown, a sense of urgency creeping into her heart. Gently caressing the serpent eggs, she felt them move within, albeit faintly. Was this the power of blood ties? "Chi, all done," Feng Su announced proudly, arranging the neatly cut meat on the stone table, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Good," Bai Qiqi turned, smiling as she threaded the meat onto skewers. "Feng Su, do you know how to hatch the eggs?" "Only their biological father can bring them to life," Feng Su explained. Muse had gone to the Wasteland Sea, leaving her unable to manage it alone. However, with Feng Su's assistance, perhaps they could succeed. "Feng Su, Do you have a partner? Bai Qiqi asked while roasting the meat. Upon hearing her inquiry, Feng Su's face turned crimson, avoiding her gaze. No, what about me? Bai Qiqi turned to look at him. Feng Su abruptly stood, his chest visibly rising and falling, his cheeks aflame, even his ears reddening. You are wonderful. How about I become your companion? Bai Qiqi continued to inquire. Feng Su's heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his chest. He lowered his head and noticed his palms were drenched with sweat, clammy and moist. Su, do you like me? Bai Qiqi stood up and embraced Feng Su's waist, pressing her face against his chest. Feng Su felt his body stiffen, his mind blank, save for the sound of Bai Qiqi's breath. Su, do you like me? Bai Qiqi lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Feng Su. He stammered his reply, let us become partners. Bai Qiqi wrapped her arms around Feng Su's neck. Feng Su's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Bai Qiqi. She added quickly, if you are unwilling. I shall not force you. I am willing, Feng Su replied, and before he could utter another word, Bai Qiqi kissed him. Although this young boy was certainly not Bai Qiqi's match, he soon regained the upper hand. Qi, is this all right? Feng Su asked nervously. Bai Qiqi nodded, yes. Upon waking, Bai Qiqi felt a rush of clarity, realizing how foolish she had been to engage in such activities so soon after childbirth. She was truly lost in a haze of desire. Host, it is perfectly fine. You are already in the first tier, the system reassured her. That is good indeed, Bai Qiqi responded, still concerned about her well-being. Host, please drink the fertility potion quickly. Hearing the system's reminder, Bai Qiqi hastily consumed it, hoping to accumulate more points with this pregnancy. Chapter 31. Feng Ling Qi, I have gathered many fruits, do try some. Feng Su's voice was warm like sunlight as he held out a basket brimming with vibrant fruits. Wow, Bai Qiqi exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she took one, gently biting into it. The juice erupted in her mouth, a sweet explosion reminiscent of the delicate dance of bees, prompting a delighted smile to spread across her face. So sweet. As long as you enjoy it. I shall wash some more, Feng Su said cheerfully as he stepped outside. Thank you, Su. Bai Qiqi's affection for him soared. After giving birth, Bai Qiqi felt revitalized. No longer easily fatigued. Host, it was because you did not possess a beast level before. So that was the reason. If I elevate my beast level in the future, will I not tire easily during pregnancy? Bai Qiqi mused, encouraging herself. Indeed, host. Once dressed, Bai Qiqi approached the stone bed. Although she could not see the babies, the sight of the snake eggs warmed her heart. After observing the eggs, she exited the cave. Qi, roasted meat. Feng Su's voice rang out again, holding a skewer of freshly grilled meat that wafted with enticing aromas. Bai Qiqi accepted the skewer but did not eat. Instead, she looked at Feng Su earnestly and said, Feng Su, I wish to discuss something with you. Qi, go ahead, he replied. Lifting his head, I need to journey to the Wuwang Sea. Bai Qiqi observed Feng Su's expression closely, trying to gauge his reaction. Feng Su's hand paused momentarily, as if the enticing aroma of the grilled meat had crystallized in that moment. All right. You agreed so readily? Bai Qiqi was taken aback. I am your beast husband. Naturally, I will listen to you. Feng Su replied with a charming smile, revealing two shallow dimples. I must find my other beast husband. Otherwise, the snake babies cannot hatch. Bai Qiqi explained her decision seriously. Understood, Feng Su nodded, though a hint of gravity clouded his expression. What troubles you? Bai Qiqi felt a flicker of unease, sensing Feng Su's concerns as her gaze instinctively followed his expression. Before heading to the Wuwang Sea, I must inform my mother and father. Is that acceptable? Feng Su sought Bai Qiqi's permission. Of course, she nodded, believing he should clarify matters with his parents to alleviate their worries. Let us set off today, Feng Su proposed. Very well, Bai Qiqi agreed. Nodding, she packed the little ones into a bag. All right, let us go, Bai Qiqi said as she emerged with the bag to Feng Su. Bai Qiqi mounted the phoenix, soaring swiftly through the air, and in the blink of an eye. They traversed the Shuiyu mountain. They soon arrived at the Shinfeng clan. Viewed from above, the clan appeared small, as they resided upon cliffs. Mother, father, I have returned, Feng Su exclaimed as he rushed inside. You still remember to come back? The voice belonged to Feng Su's father, Feng Yuan. Father, of course I remember. I have even found a companion, Feng Su declared proudly. Who is it? Feng Huang inquired excitedly. Feng Su's gaze fell upon Bai Qiqi. his face tinged with a hint of blush, feeling somewhat shy. Is Achi.Sewer. When did you find a partner? Feng Yuan and Feng Huang looked at Feng Su in astonishment, casting sidelong glances at Bai Chi. A few days ago, Feng Su answered truthfully. Feng Yuan pulled Feng Su aside and asked, "What did I tell you before? Does she only have you as a beast husband?" "No," Feng Su replied directly. "Then are you her first beast husband?" Feng Yuan pressed further. "No," Feng Su responded again. "You are being foolish, you," Feng Yuan exclaimed in exasperation, nearly losing his breath. "Father, please take care of your health," Feng Su hurriedly supported Feng Yuan. "You are truly a fool," Feng Yuan's voice rose in frustration. Observing the tension between the father and son, Feng Huang approached, asking, "What is going on? Can't you speak to Sewer properly? His partner has more than one beast husband," Feng Yuan said, exasperated. Upon hearing this, Feng Huang's anger flared. Bai Chi, sensing an ominous foreboding as Feng Yuan led Feng Su away, had been attentively watching their interactions, realizing the cause of the tension. Bai Chi stepped forward and stated, "Feng Su's mother and father, I indeed have more than just Feng Su as a partner, but I am currently pregnant with his child." "What? You're expecting?" Feng Huang looked at Bai Chi in shock. Then at Feng Su. "Yes," Bai Chi nodded. Feng Huang gazed skeptically at Bai Chi's flat stomach. "We can have a shaman check to confirm my pregnancy," Bai Chi stated calmly, having already inquired with the system, which assured her that it could facilitate the shaman's examination, regardless of the time elapsed. "Very well, let us consult the shaman for verification. It will put our minds at ease," Feng Huang said, hoping that Bai Chi was indeed pregnant and not deceiving them. Feng Su rushed over, saying there is no need to consult the shaman. "Achi is truly pregnant." "You little rascal, step aside." Feng Yuan glared at Feng Su. Bai Chi smiled at Feng Su, saying, "I am indeed carrying your child." Feng Su stood frozen, laughing again. "Achi is carrying my child. I am going to be a father." "Shaman, what is the result?" Feng Huang asked anxiously. "She is pregnant, but it is still early, so she should not overexert herself," the shaman advised. "Thank you, shaman," Feng Yuan said respectfully. Feng Huang, not expecting Bai Chi to truly be pregnant, wore a beaming smile. This child, Su, is truly blessed despite being a fool. Indeed, finding you is that little rascal's fortune." Feng Yuan's smile could not be contained. "I am fortunate to have met Su," Bai Chi replied with a radiant smile. "Let us return now," Feng Huang said warmly as she linked arms with Bai Chi. "Linger has returned as well. Did you two brothers plan to come back together?" Feng Huang noticed Feng Ling's return and was even more delighted. Feng Ling glanced at the woman standing beside their mother. Her skin fair as snow, features exquisite, and her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Her deep, bright eyes framed a pair of enchanting gazes. Her figure was slender and graceful, her curves elegant and poised, creating a picturesque scene simply by standing there. "Brother, this is the companion I mentioned to you," Feng Su said, happily introducing Bai Chi while patting Feng Ling's shoulder. Feng Ling regarded Bai Chi, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "Her name is Chi," Feng Su said. Turning to Bai Chi, he added, "This is my elder brother." Feng Ling, "Greetings, elder brother." Bai Chi nodded slightly. Feng Ling's gaze shifted away from Bai Chi.Sewer. "Achi is currently expecting. You must treat her well and refrain from being foolish all day." Feng Yuan cautioned Feng Su earnestly. "Yes, father," Feng Su responded. Afterward, he added, "Father, mother, I have returned today to inform you that I am going to the Wuangxi." Both Feng Yuan and Feng Ling furrowed their brows, looking at Feng Su in confusion, puzzled as to why he would suddenly mention a journey to the Wuangxi. "What will you do at the Wuangxi?" Feng Yuan inquired. Feng Su glanced at Bai Chi, then at his parents and Feng Ling. "I will go for a short trip and return." Chapter 32. Admiration. Feng Ling looked at Feng Su with concern. "Are you going just the two of you?" Feng Su nodded. "Are you courting death?" Feng Ling's words dripped with cold disdain. "Brother, rest assured, I would never gamble with my life," Feng Su declared earnestly. Feng Ling's expression darkened, coldly questioning, "What do you intend to do at the Wuangxi? Can you ensure her safety alone?" He could not comprehend why Feng Su was so adamant about going to the Wuangxi. Bai Chi, unable to bear seeing Feng Su being reprimanded, interjected, "Su wishes to take me to the Wuangxi in search of my family." A flicker of doubt passed through Feng Yuan's eyes. Yet he continued to follow her lead with a question. "Are you saying your family is also in the Wuangxi?" Indeed, Bai Qiqi affirmed that so. Will the two of you go? Is it absolutely necessary? Feng Ling asked with concern. Feng Su nodded firmly, his gaze resolute. Seeing Feng Su's determination, Feng Rong could only sigh. She understood her child's character well. Despite his usual foolishness, once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Feng Yuan sighed as well. Linger, you should accompany them. Father, that is exactly my intention. Feng Ling nodded. Observing her foolish child, Feng Rong reluctantly conceded. When do you plan to depart? Now, Feng Su replied. Then hurry and prepare. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. Feng Rong waved her hand, her worry accentuating the wrinkles on her face. Understood, mother. Feng Su promptly nodded, fearing that his mother might change her mind later. He turned to Feng Ling, saying, Brother, you go pack. I have little to gather. I have little to prepare as well. Let us go. Feng Ling replied to both Feng Su and Bai Qiqi. Mother, father, we are leaving. They spoke in unison. Father, mother, I shall take good care of Feng Su, Bai Qiqi assured Feng Yuan and Feng Rong. Feng Rong felt a deep reluctance as she looked at Feng Su and Feng Ling, their tone tinged with melancholy. Very well, you may go. Bai Qiqi carefully picked up the bag on the ground and mounted Feng Huang, who soared into the sky, with Feng Ling leisurely following behind. Ah Qi, once we fly over this mountain, the weather will turn quite warm, Feng Su remarked to Bai Qiqi, who sat upon his back. Bai Qiqi nodded slightly. I am aware. She savored the scenery below, watching the trees swiftly pass by as the mountains shrank into the distance, almost within reach. Feng Ling, not far behind, observed Bai Qiqi intently, trying to comprehend his feelings towards her. When Bai Qiqi turned her head and their gazes met, she smiled without uttering a word. Feng Ling's eyes flickered restlessly, which did not escape Bai Qiqi's notice. Feng Ling and Feng Su were entirely different in appearance. One was a mature man, while the other was a youthful boy. Bai Qiqi's mind flashed with images of Feng Ling's handsome face, his chiseled jaw, deep-set features, and composed demeanor, qualities that stirred her heart, for she had never experienced such feelings before. She reminded herself that she must not dwell on these thoughts. After all, he was Ah Su's brother, and such musings would be wholly inappropriate. As Feng Ling gazed at the once clear sky, clouds suddenly gathered. Su, it seems rain is imminent. Indeed, brother, Feng Su replied, glancing up at the sky, where dark clouds were already forming. Feng Ling surveyed their surroundings and suggested, let us find a place to rest. Agreed, brother, Feng Su said, and with a leap, he flew towards the cave at the summit of the cliff, where he set Bai Qiqi down. Feng Ling inspected the cave. It was neither too large nor too small, just enough to accommodate them. He turned to Feng Su, Su, go hunt. I will take care of her. Feng Su glanced at Bai Qiqi, then nodded and departed, and no sooner had he left than the rain began to fall. Bai Qiqi approached the edge of the cliff, watching raindrops cascade down and splatter into frothy pools. The downpour growing ever heavier. Brother, will Ah Su be in danger? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. There is no need for concern. This rain will not affect Su significantly, Feng Ling replied coolly. Hearing Bai Qiqi call him brother made him uneasy. You may simply call me Ah Ling. That it is just a form of address, Bai Qiqi responded. Oh, very well. The wind whistled into the cave, carrying a bone-chilling cold that made Bai Qiqi shiver involuntarily. She curled her body slightly, attempting to embrace herself for warmth. Suddenly, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind, causing her heart to flutter. Feng Ling gently wrapped her in his arms, his touch tender as if he were handling the most precious of treasures. His scent was pleasantly reminiscent of bamboo leaves. Ah Su surely does not wish for you to catch a chill. I am merely ensuring your comfort, Feng Ling stated, not allowing Bai Qiqi any opportunity to refuse his care. Bai Qiqi fell silent, feeling genuinely cold in her single-layer animal skin top, which left much of her abdomen exposed, and her lower garments barely concealing her modesty. Feng Ling had never anticipated being so close to a female. Yet he found himself unable to resist the impulse. Bai Qiqi began to feel drowsy. Ah Ling, I feel a bit tired. He lifted her and walked to the cave's innermost part, placing her atop a large stone. Bai Qiqi soon fell asleep, while Feng Ling sat nearby, watching her. His eyes reflected affection as an overwhelming sense of possessiveness surged within him. Beyond his control, he could not help but reach out to caress Bai Qiqi's face, the smoothness of her skin igniting a thrill within him. Feng Ling transformed back into a phoenix to shield the cave from the chilling wind, providing a brief respite for his restless heart. Sensing the shift in the wind, he knew Feng Su had returned, and he resumed his human form at the cave's entrance. "Brother, I only managed to find one sheep," Feng Su reported, drenched and looking somewhat disheartened. Feng Ling acknowledged. Bai Chi stirred awake at the sound of Feng Su's voice. "Chi, I couldn't find any dry twigs. Everything I found was damp." Feng Su had scoured a wide area but found no dry wood. "No matter. We have the sheep," Bai Chi said with a smile, pointing at the sheep on the ground. "Ling, could you help me shear the wool?" Feng Su, hearing Bai Chi refer to Feng Ling as brother, did not think much of it. Bai Chi then instructed Feng Su, Su, please tear the meat into smaller pieces. This will ensure it cooks faster." "Understood." Feng Su brandished his sharp claws. Bai Chi used her flint to spark a fire. Tossing the sheep wool into the flames, she skewered the meat on a branch to roast. The lack of dry twigs produced a bit of smoke, but it was bearable. She handed the cooked lamb to Feng Su, who took a bite and closed his eyes in satisfaction. Feng Ling, observing Feng Su's pleased expression, questioned, "Is it truly that delicious?" Ling, you should try some too," Bai Chi urged, offering him a skewer. Feng Ling gazed at the skewer of lamb. Devoid of blood and steaming, its aroma enticing, he took a bite. It is indeed quite flavorful, brother. I told you Chi could conjure holy fire, yet you did not believe me. Do you believe it now?" Feng Su beamed with pride, reveling in a moment of superiority over his brother. "Chi is indeed impressive," Feng Ling conceded, nodding, "but it's not as if you did it all on your own." "Chi is impressive, which means I am too." Feng Su dismissed his brother's remark, reveling in his own delight. Bai Chi shook her head at the two foolish boys, exasperated, as she herself had yet to eat. She took a freshly roasted lamb skewer and began to eat, thinking of how she would need to acquire more fine salt when they reached the Wuwang Sea, lest she find herself yearning for it again. Chapter 33. This is happening too quickly. I wonder when this rain will cease. Bai Chi mused, eager to find Mu Zhe. Feng Ling gazed at the dark clouds overhead. It should last a few more days. Chi, it's ready, Feng Su announced, placing the roasted lamb on a leaf. Bai Chi approached, taking a skewer and quickly finishing it. Ling, why aren't you eating? She noticed Feng Ling had only consumed the piece she had given him. Feng Ling glanced at the considerable portion of lamb still on the ground, which was not enough for him. You too eat. I am not hungry. You flew for so long and are not hungry? Bai Chi thought it was rather strange but decided not to dwell on it. Very well, she said, opening her pouch to take out the snake eggs, one by one, gently caressing each. She would occasionally hug one snake egg, then another, her face lit up with a smile that she herself did not realize was blooming. Feng Ling quietly observed the eggs before Bai Chi. These 5 eggs were all her offspring? And she was now carrying Adi's eggs too. This was happening far too quickly. Was it not said that a female could only conceive once a year? Feng Su, noticing Feng Ling's prolonged gaze at Bai Chi, approached curiously. Brother, why are you staring at Chi? Are these eggs all Chi's offspring? Feng Ling inquired of Feng Su. Indeed, they are the children of Chi's other beast husbands. Feng Su replied. How many beast husbands does she have? Feng Ling turned to Feng Su with a question. There should be 3, counting me. Feng Su counted. 3 beast husbands already? Feng Ling murmured to himself. Feng Su found Feng Ling's reaction odd, though he could not pinpoint what was strange. Su, I feel tired, Bai Chi said, placing the snake eggs back carefully and walking over to grasp Feng Su's hand. Oh, very well. Feng Su allowed Bai Chi to lead him to the large stone, cradling her securely in his arms, primarily due to the absence of animal skin blankets. Feng Ling, observing their intimate demeanor, felt an inexplicable surge of anger and descended from the cave entrance. Tonight, the creatures of the forest would suffer, scurrying in all directions. The bloodstains on Feng Ling's body had been washed away by the rain, though it was not his own blood. Upon waking that morning, Feng Su noticed 4 sheep and 2 cows neatly arranged at the cave entrance, their entrails meticulously cleaned. Brother, you are truly remarkable, Feng Su exclaimed, reflecting on how difficult it was to hunt prey in the rain, especially in such quantities. Cut the meat and roast it, Feng Ling replied coldly. All right. Feng Su remained oblivious to Feng Ling's unusual mood. Chi, you're awake? Feng Su noticed Bai Chi rubbing her eyes. She had already stirred upon hearing their conversation. Yes, Chi, the meat will be ready soon, Feng Su thought Bai Chi looked quite lovely in her sleepiness. Feng Ling sat at the cave entrance, emanating an aura of chilliness, a clear indication of his desire for solitude. Upon rising, Bai Chi was astonished to see the bounty of their hunt. "Ah Ling, you're even more impressive. How could you catch so many?" Upon hearing Bai Chi's praise, Feng Ling's icy demeanor softened. Come, it's time to eat the roasted meat." Bai Chi beckoned to him. Feng Ling approached, and when their hands brushed as he took the skewers, it felt as if an electric shock coursed through his body. Bai Chi, observing the unexpected expression on Feng Ling's mature face, could not help but chuckle. The sound of her laughter caused Feng Ling to flee in embarrassment. "What were the two of you discussing? You seem so happy," Feng Su inquired, having heard Bai Chi's laughter while threading the meat onto skewers. "Oh, it's nothing, just that I find your brother's personality quite reserved," Bai Chi remarked, gazing at Feng Ling's retreating figure. "He is not reserved at all. He used to beat me quite often when we were younger." Feng Su shared stories of their childhood. After hearing Feng Su's account, Bai Chi felt an inexplicable attraction toward this mature and innocent man. Feng Ling, listening to Feng Su's description of him, felt his face darken, regretting not having punched him a few more times back then. "Brother, you're not seriously contemplating hitting me again, are you?" Feng Su teased, grinning. To his surprise, Feng Ling seemed to have guessed his thoughts. "No," he replied, maintaining an impassive facade. "That's a relief." Feng Su sighed, relieved to have narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. Bai Chi, feeling the roasted meat was quite dry, yearned for water. She stood and walked to the cave entrance, extending her hand to catch the rainwater. However, she lost her footing and fell onto Feng Ling, as he had been sitting on the ground. They both ended up on the floor, with Bai Chi still lying atop him. "Damn it, why did I slip?" she exclaimed, trying to find support to get up, only to inadvertently touch him. Panic surged within her, hoping he hadn't noticed. Bai Chi pushed herself up using her palm against Feng Ling's chiseled abdomen. "I didn't expect it to be so slippery here, hee," she awkwardly explained. "It's fine. Just be careful next time," Feng Ling replied, his ears turning crimson, as if he could still feel the warmth of her small hand on him. "Ah Chi, are you all right?" Feng Su queried, having noticed Bai Chi's fall, though he hadn't reached her in time. "And I'm fine, thanks to Ah Ling," she smiled brightly. Feng Su noticed that Feng Ling's face seemed slightly flushed. "Brother, are you feeling warm?" "Not warm," Feng Ling stated, sitting up. Yet, Feng Su could see that Feng Ling was indeed flushed. "Brother, you are becoming increasingly difficult to read." Bai Chi, seeing Feng Su's perplexity, quickly pulled him away. "I want to eat roasted meat. I'm still hungry." "All right," Feng Su momentarily forgot his questions for Feng Ling. "Ah Chi, don't you think my roasted meat is getting better?" Feng Su beamed at Bai Chi. "It's delicious, very fragrant." She nodded enthusiastically. Seeing her approval, a satisfied smile spread across Feng Su's face. They sat by the fire, enjoying the roasted meat and chatting, while the other occupant of the cave was in a rather foul mood. "Ah Ling, come over and eat some roasted meat." Bai Chi, nearly full, suddenly remembered that Feng Ling hadn't eaten yet. Although he had consumed some while hunting, it was her who called him to eat. Feng Ling approached and sat down close to Bai Chi, his eyes fixed on her. She felt his gaze but feigned ignorance, continuing to eat. "Brother." Feng Su offered a skewer to Feng Ling. He accepted it without a change in expression. "Ma Chi, do you know where your relatives are in the Wuang Sea?" Feng Ling inquired. "Ah Ling, I'm not looking for relatives. I'm searching for my beast husband." Bai Chi replied candidly. Do you know where he is?" "The Wuang Sea is vast," Feng Ling remarked, having already guessed the answer upon seeing the 5 snake eggs. "I don't know." Bai Chi shook her head. As she had never been to the Wuang Sea. "Well, we can only inquire slowly once we get there," Feng Ling concluded, sensing that Bai Chi was genuinely unaware. Bai Chi nodded. "That's my plan as well." Chapter 34. Like forest spirits having filled her stomach, Bai Chi lay on the stone, drifting into slumber. Feng Ling sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating, while Feng Su eagerly prepared to snuggle up to Bai Chi for a nap. Suddenly, Feng Ling's cold voice pierced through the silence. "Su, you have lingered at the 5th level for quite a while. How much longer do you intend to remain stagnant?" "Brother, there's no need to rush." Feng Su smiled ingratiatingly at Feng Ling Su. Feng Ling's tone was icy, causing Feng Su to tremble. "Brother, I'll go at once," he pleaded. Feng Ling turned away, shutting his eyes. Feng Su exited, leaving only Feng Ling and Bai Qi within the cave. Unable to resist, Feng Ling inched closer to Bai Qi. She looked enchanting in her slumber, her plump, glistening lips inviting a kiss, though he ultimately refrained, choosing instead to quietly observe her as she slept. The rain had poured for 3 days and finally ceased, ushering in a refreshing atmosphere. "The air feels so fresh," Bai Qi exclaimed, perched on Feng Su's back, reveling in the invigorating breeze. "After 3 days of rain, the air is indeed much fresher," Feng Su concurred. "How much longer until we reach the Wuang Sea?" Bai Qi fretted, concerned for Mu Zea's safety alone in the vast expanse. "If we don't rest, it will take about 5 days, Feng Ling replied, familiar with the travel time from his previous journey to the Wuang Sea. Bai Qi, realizing that 5 days of relying on Feng Su for everything was unbearable, asked Feng Ling, "If we take breaks along the way, can we reach in 10 days? 10 days is feasible," Feng Ling confirmed. Upon hearing that 10 days would suffice, Bai Qi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fearing she might miss Mu Zhe if it took any longer, the sun blazed overhead, its scorching rays nearly overwhelming. Bai Qi felt faint from the heat, her cheeks flushed. "Ah Qi, are you all right?" Feng Su noticed her discomfort. Bai Qi touched her hot forehead, realizing she might be suffering from heat stroke. "Is there a river nearby?" Her voice came out hoarse from dehydration. "There's no river, only a small creek," Feng Su pointed out a nearby stream. "Then let us wash up there," Bai Qi suggested. Feng Su and Feng Ling had no objections. Sunlight streamed through the willow branches, casting dappled patterns on the creek's surface, where the soft tendrils swayed gently in the warm breeze. The water was crystal clear, and Bai Qi plucked a few willow branches, weaving them into a headband to shield herself from the sun. The creek water was icy, and she excitedly scooped some up to drink, savoring its sweetness and freshness. "Su, Ah Ling, come here. I think the creek water is a bit sweet," she called to them. Feng Su and Feng Ling approached, taking a sip and finding it quite refreshing. Seeing they had quenched their thirst, Bai Qi, adorned with a green headband against the forest backdrop, resembled a sprite from the mountains. Feeling no longer dizzy but rather invigorated, she noted the creek was smooth underfoot, devoid of sharp stones. Feng Su and Feng Ling stood nearby, watching Bai Qi's joyous antics with faint smiles gracing their faces. "Ah Su, Ah Ling, let us go. I'm not dizzy anymore," Bai Qi exclaimed, stepping out of the creek and wiping the splashes off her face. They departed from the creek, continuing their journey toward the Wuang Sea. Along the way, Bai Qi marveled at the vibrant mountains, peculiar fruits, and diverse beastmen, each sight reshaping her understanding of this world. Eventually, she beheld numerous houses constructed from leaves and wood, and just ahead lay the deep blue sea, the Wuang Sea. Feng Ling and Feng Su landed before the sea snake tribe. "Ling, you finally decided to come see me," Shishan, upon seeing Feng Ling, was filled with joy and immediately approached. Feng Ling introduced to Feng Su and Bai Qi. "This is the chief of the sea serpent tribe and also my friend." Then, turning to Shishan, she added, "I have come to find someone." Shishan was already accustomed to Feng Ling's aloofness, understanding that he was a person of cold exterior but warm heart. "Looking for someone? Do tell. Perhaps I have seen them." Bai Qi addressed Shishan. "He has white hair and is quite handsome. He arrived at Wuang Sea about 2 months ago. I haven't seen him, but you may stay with me for now and search at your leisure. In half a month, it will be the monthly market at Wuang Sea, and all tribes will gather. Perhaps you might find the person you seek." Shishan warmly welcomed the Feng brothers and Bai Qi, saying, "This is our finest house. Choose whichever room you prefer." Shishan led them to the newly constructed houses of the sea serpent tribe. Bai Qi observed that the house before her was simple and unadorned yet remarkably clean and tidy, evidently prepared with care by Shishan. "Chief, we shall take this room." She indicated the leftmost one. At Feng Ling's eyes gleamed momentarily. "I will occupy the room next to yours." "Very well, rest early." Shishan noted that it was getting late and needed to return, lest his partner become upset. "Thank you, Chief." Bai Qi expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks. We are all friends," Shishan replied before taking his leave. As Bai Qi entered the room, she found a simple wooden bed, just enough for two. Lying on the bed, she felt a surge of excitement, for it was her first time at the seaside, and now she would sleep by the ocean. How refreshing. "Ah Su, is this your first time at Wuang Sea?" Bai Qi asked, lying on her side. "Yes," Feng Su replied, captivated by the allure in Bai Chi-Chi's voice. It's my first time at the beach too. I haven't even swum in the sea yet. Tomorrow, I must swim at least once. I also want to collect shells for jewelry, and to gaze at the stars by the sea. As she spoke, Bai Chi-Chi noticed the youthful face beside her growing increasingly flushed, and her own breath became involuntarily rapid. Her hands began to wander restlessly over Feng Su, her body almost pressed against his. Leaning close to Feng Su's ear, she whispered, "Ah Su." The response from Feng Su was a low, husky voice. Feng Su loosened Bai Chi-Chi's clothing and caressed her soft skin, murmuring, "Ah Chi, you are so soft and fragrant." Bai Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with desire. "Ah Su, you feel so warm." The sounds of indulgent sighs filled the air, igniting a fervent jealousy in the one nearby. Bai Chi-Chi awoke in the afternoon, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I can go watch the sunset by the sea and swim." "It couldn't be better. Ah Chi, the barbecue is ready. Be careful, it's hot." Feng Su handed her a skewer of meat. "Ah Su, let's go swimming later," Bai Chi-Chi said eagerly after finishing her barbecue. "All right," Feng Su agreed. "I have no plans, so I will join you." Feng Ling thought to stay close to Bai Chi-Qi. It will be more fun with the three of us. I spotted a great swimming spot yesterday, Feng Su cheerfully declared. Chapter 35. The joy in brother's eyes. "That's splendid. Let us hurry." Bai Chi-Chi responded joyfully. Feng Ling nodded. The three of them soared out of the sea serpent tribe and arrived at the boundless ocean. Noticing no one nearby, Bai Chi-Chi joyfully dashed toward the sea, inhaling the salty breeze and listening to the ocean's melody. As she dove into the water, she felt as if she were a fish returning to its element. "Ah Su, Ah Ling, come swim with me," Bai Chi-Chi called out, surfacing to beckon the two on the shore. "Okay," Feng Su replied. Feng Ling echoed, watching Bai Chi-Chi's face glisten with seawater, her smile radiant. Feng Ling leaped into the sea, spotting Bai Chi-Chi swimming gracefully. With a swift motion, he dove into the water beside her. Bai Chi-Chi, noticing Feng Su had joined, joyfully took his hand. "You swim very well." "It was my brother who taught me," Feng Su replied. "Let us race. We'll see who reaches the island across the sea first. What do you think?" Bai Chi-Chi proposed to Feng Ling and Feng Su. "Sounds good," they both agreed. Thus, they commenced their swimming competition, with Bai Chi-Chi leading and performing various elegant strokes, while Feng Ling and Feng Su swam leisurely behind. "Hurry up, I'm almost at the finish line," Bai Chi-Chi shouted. The three quickened their pace, racing toward the finish. Bai Chi-Chi felt quite satisfied with her speed that day. Upon reaching the finish line, she gazed at the distant sunset, where layers of fiery clouds rose above the sea, painting half the sky in vivid hues, a breathtaking sight. As Bai Chi-Chi admired the sunset, Feng Ling looked at her, while Feng Su also gazed at Bai Chi-Chi. Noticing Feng Ling's attention on Bai Chi-Chi, Feng Su recognized the joy in his brother's eyes, a sentiment he understood all too well. "No wonder, I felt something peculiar about my brother's behavior. It turns out he likes Ah Chi. Why doesn't he just confess? Sneaking around is unbecoming, brother. You like Ah Chi. Why don't you say it?" Feng Su's blunt words shattered the tranquility. Bai Chi-Chi, too preoccupied to appreciate the sunset, turned to Feng Su. "What did you say?" Feng Ling, seeing Bai Chi-Chi turn towards him, boldly declared, "Ah Chi, I like you. I wish to be your beast husband." After uttering those words, his heart raced fiercely. Upon hearing Feng Ling's confession, Bai Chi-Chi's heartbeat faltered for a moment. Feng Ling continued, "Ah Chi, I am serious. I was captivated by you from the first moment we met." Bai Chi-Chi felt unable to reject such a mature and handsome man. Yet she had already accepted Feng Su. "Ah Su is already my beast husband. I cannot." Before she could finish, Feng Su interjected, "Ah Chi, please accept my brother as your beast husband. He is a 6th-level beast man, stronger than I and capable of protecting you better." Bai Chi-Chi was taken aback, staring at Feng Su in shock. Feng Su could see that Bai Chi-Chi harbored feelings for his brother as well and continued, "Ah Chi, you are a female. It is only natural for you to have more than one beast husband, as long as you hold a place for me in your heart." Bai Chi-Chi was once again confronted with the customs of the beast world, where the notion of having 2 husbands was previously unimaginable, especially when they were brothers. What should she do? The thought excited her. "Ah Su, do you truly not mind?" Bai Chi-Chi asked cautiously. Feng Su, noticing her expression, reassured her, "I do not mind, as long as you hold a place for me in your heart." Bai Chi, feeling no awkwardness, replied directly, I accept you. Ling, the allure of a mature, handsome man was simply too compelling to resist. Feng Ling's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing Bai Chi's acceptance. The three continued to enjoy the sunset until night fell, after which they returned to the sea serpent tribe. Ling, you need not fly far to hunt. The fish in the sea are quite delicious. Bai Chi informed the two, preparing to depart. Sea fish are too fishy and not tasty. Feng Su vehemently shook his head. The texture is indeed lacking, Feng Ling concurred. Eating it raw would certainly be too fishy, but if grilled with some fine salt, it would be different. Catch a couple of fish, and I will prepare them for you to try. Bai Chi reminisced about the taste of grilled fish, having only eaten barbecue since arriving. The two hesitantly went to the sea to catch a couple of fish, one weighing about 20 to 30 pounds and the other nearly 50. Plenty for Bai Chi to feast upon. With just enough left for them to sample, Bai Chi built a fire, crafted a simple rack from sticks, and placed the fish on it to grill, allowing Feng Su to score the fish with several cuts and sprinkle fine salt to enhance the flavor. It smells delightful, quite different from the aroma of meat, Feng Su remarked, feeling his appetite awaken. Bai Chi turned the fish on the rack, saying, it will be ready soon. Once the fish was nearly done, she removed it to cool, placing the other fish onto grill. Be cautious of the bones. Take your time eating. Bai Chi tore off 2 large chunks of fish for them. Feng Ling chewed slowly, savoring each bite, while Feng Su devoured it eagerly. Bai Chi, concerned about Feng Su's pace, warned, Su, slow down. There's more. Feng Su responded, heeding her advice and slowing his eating. You are too much. I waited for you all afternoon at Linghai. And here you are feasting on sea fish. Shishan approached angrily, but something felt off. Sea fish couldn't possibly be this fragrant. What kind of meat was this? Chief, this is indeed sea fish. Bai Chi offered him a piece. It doesn't taste like it. Shishan took a bite and found it delicious, even more so than it smelled. Chief, it's because I grilled the sea fish, Bai Chi explained. Grilled? Shishan exclaimed, noticing the flames before Bai Chi. Is this sacred fire? Yes, it should be what you call sacred fire, Bai Chi confirmed. This is indeed sacred fire. Why are you not excited? Shishan observed the calm demeanor of the three and was puzzled. Do not get too excited. You are the chief now. Feng Ling truly believed that his friend was blind to the obvious. He had completely forgotten the astonishment he felt upon hearing Bai Chi mention the birth of the sacred fire. Where did you obtain the sacred fire? He exclaimed, his excitement palpable, for it had been ages since he last witnessed the sacred flames in the Wuang Sea. We produced it ourselves, Bai Chi informed him candidly. May I keep a portion of the ember? Shishan inquired, attempting to curry favor with Bai Chi. Certainly, Bai Chi assured him, as it was a trivial matter, especially since they would be lingering in the tribe for a while longer. Splendid. Thank you so much. Shishan expressed his gratitude fervently. You are truly a remarkable female. I extend my thanks on behalf of the beastmen of the sea serpent tribe. Chief, there is no need for such formality. We shall be here for some time yet, Bai Chi replied modestly. No problem, Shishan rejoiced. Chapter 36. Moon Shells. Feng Ling, observing Shishan's elation, felt a pang of jealousy. Aren't you returning early to accompany your partner? Yes, I have matters to attend to, Shishan replied, taking the ember and making his exit. Ling, are you feeling jealous? Bai Chi noted Feng Ling's discomfort. He was here, and you were conversing with him the whole time? Feng Ling grumbled. He is the chief. I could hardly ignore him, Bai Chi retorted, feeding Feng Ling a piece of boneless fish. Now, next time I shall limit my conversation with him. Feng Su, witnessing Bai Chi feeding Feng Ling, chimed in. I want Chi to feed me too. Very well. I shall feed you, Bai Chi replied, handing him a piece of fish. Feng Su's face lit up with joy as he ate, grinning foolishly. You, Bai Chi chuckled, shaking her head. After their meal, Feng Ling and Bai Chi strolled through the tribe, where the inhabitants were exceedingly amiable and welcoming. That female is stunning, the sea serpent tribe's females exclaimed upon seeing Bai Chi, whose complexion was remarkably fair. I concur. Were I a male, I would undoubtedly be drawn to her. Bai Chi overheard their whispered praises and felt a surge of happiness. She offered a gentle smile to the females complimenting her. She smiled at me. She is indeed smiling at me, one exclaimed. In a way. You're imagining things, another teased. Even a bolder female approached Bai Chi, declaring, "You are so beautiful. I wish to be your friend, of course." Bai Chi readily agreed. "Wonderful, my name is Xiao Xiao. What about you?" Xiao Xiao eagerly inquired. Chi. Bai Chi replied. Chi, "We should head back to rest now," Feng Ling interjected, taking Bai Chi's hand as they walked back. Bai Chi waved at Xiao Xiao, and Feng Su followed suit. Upon reaching their dwelling, Bai Chi pondered how to sleep with both of her beastmen that night. Chi, "May I have your company tonight?" Feng Ling asked, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Bai Chi found it hard to resist his endearing demeanor. She entered Feng Ling's room, feeling a bit bashful as she sat on the edge of the bed. Feng Ling took the opportunity to sit beside her. Wrapping his arm around her waist, "Chi," he murmured, his voice deep and husky, his warm breath tickling her cheek. Bai Chi's lips parted slightly, feeling the embarrassment wash over her. "What am I ashamed of? This isn't my first time." With a sudden burst of confidence, she pushed Feng Ling back onto the bed, positioning herself above him. "So, you enjoy this?" Feng Ling smirked mischievously. "Don't tease me." Bai Chi pouted in discontent. "Haha, I never imagined you would be so audacious." Feng Ling laughed heartily, laughing. Bai Chi silenced him with her lips. Feng Ling savored the sensations of her cool, soft lips against his, no longer suppressing his body's reactions. Bai Chi felt a jolt as Feng Ling ignited a fire within her. She endured a long and challenging night, yet it was filled with joy, as she experienced something new. "Congratulations, host. The delivery time has been advanced by half a month." Bai Chi awoke abruptly at the system's announcement. To hasten her delivery, she realized she needed to sleep with a beastman of a higher rank than the child's biological father. Since she had slept with Feng Su that day, there was no system alert. Bai Chi lay back down, still feeling fatigued. When Bai Chi naturally awakened, the sky had turned completely dark. She dressed and prepared to rise, noticing her belly had begun to show. She had been pregnant for half a month now and wondered how many children she would have this time. "Su, it smells wonderful." Bai Chi stepped outside to see Feng Su preparing fish. "Almost ready," he replied cheerfully upon hearing her voice. Noticing the heavy dark circles under Feng Su's eyes, Bai Chi remarked, "Ah Su, you must get enough sleep." Feng Su lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied, "I understand." Feng Ling chuckled softly, remaining silent. The coastal temperature was significantly warmer than on land, causing Bai Chi to feel stifled in her clothing. "If only I were a craftsman, I could make any garment I desired." She mused as she gazed up at the starry sky, her thoughts drifting. "Chi, are the stars beautiful?" Feng Su inquired, holding a grilled fish. "They are indeed beautiful. I am so glad to be here." Bai Chi replied, reveling in her surroundings, feeling gradually healed by this world. Feng Ling only caught the part about the stars being beautiful. He missed the rest. Chi, enjoy your grilled fish." Bai Chi accepted the fish. As she finished eating, Feng Ling offered her another piece. Satiated, Bai Chi strolled along the shoreline, splashing in the waves. Feng Ling and Feng Su walked silently behind her, sharing a tacit understanding as they watched her. Bai Chi felt something beneath her foot and picked it up, discovering it to be a moon shell, delectable when steamed or used in soup. "Come quickly, help me gather moon shells," she called, showing them the shell to assist in their search. Though the two were unsure of her intentions, they obediently scoured the beach for shells. Bai Chi soon spotted clams, recalling that clam soup was reputed to be delightful. After an hour of gathering, the trio had collected numerous moon shells and a few clams. Bai Chi instructed them to find a container to store the shells and add seawater to keep them alive, perfect for tomorrow's meal. "How wonderful! The only downside to staying by the Wuwang Sea is that the bathing area is rather far from the tribe." After finishing her bath, Bai Chi filled a smaller bee skin bag with fresh water from another river, just right for making soup the following day. Returning home, she felt exhausted and yawned, saying to Feng Su, "I'm going to sleep now. Good night." "Good night," he replied, gently patting her head before drifting off himself. Chi, are you awake?" A voice called from outside. Who was calling her? Bai Chi was reluctantly pulled from her dreams. Chi, "I'll go tell her you're still asleep," Feng Su offered, awakening. "No need. I'm getting up as well." Bai Chi responded, donning her bee skin skirt. Stepping outside, she was greeted by Xiao Xiao, the girl who had wanted to be her friend yesterday. "How did you know I lived here?" Bai Chi asked. "I asked my mother yesterday, and she told me. As soon as I woke up, I wanted to come and play with you, Xiao Xiao replied, her youthful face beaming with excitement. Chapter 37. Two Fiery Hearts, what do you want to play? Bai Qiqi inquired with a smile. Let us go pick some large fruits. Their juice is sweet, and the flesh is delicious. Xiao Xiao gestured animatedly, describing the fruit. Sounds great. Let's go. Bai Qiqi agreed enthusiastically, and with that, Xiao Xiao took her hand, leading her into the woods. Xiao Xiao was swift and strong, and soon they arrived at the forest. When Feng Su and Feng Ling emerged, they noticed that Bai Qiqi and Xiao Xiao had vanished. Achi runs too fast, Feng Ling remarked. Bai Qiqi spotted green fruit in the trees and realized it resembled a giant coconut. Achi, just stay below and collect the large fruits, Xiao Xiao instructed as she swiftly climbed the tree. All right. Bai Qiqi gleefully gathered the coconuts, feeling as if she were collecting riches. Spotting over a dozen coconuts beneath the tree, she called up to Xiao Xiao, these should be enough, right? Xiao Xiao nodded and descended. This large fruit is the sweetest. Try it, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, using a stone to crack open a coconut and handing it to Bai Qiqi. Okay. Bai Qiqi took a sip, finding it exceptionally sweet. Xiao Xiao took a sip as well and laughed. I think it's sweet too. Ha ha ha. Both girls carried 6 coconuts as they made their way back to the tribe. On their journey, they encountered Ajia and Luo A, who, upon seeing the coconuts in Xiao Xiao's hands, had gleaming eyes and attempted to snatch them. Stealing. I just picked these for Hao, Xiao Xiao protested, hiding the coconuts behind her back. All right, we were just teasing you. We'll be on our way, they replied, laughing mischievously. How is the man you like? Bai Qiqi curiously inquired. Xiao Xiao, blushing, felt a surge of embarrassment. Bai Qiqi wished to counsel her against early romantic entanglements at such a tender age. Yet she herself was merely 19, already a mother of 5. Well, every place has its customs, she mused. When do you plan to find a partner? Bai Qiqi asked. He doesn't tea like me. Xiao Xiao's eyes dimmed with disappointment. How could that be? Does he truly despise you? Bai Qiqi questioned, perplexed. Not despise, Xiao Xiao shook her head. But I don't understand why Hao is unwilling to accept me. I don't know what I did wrong. Her tone turned sorrowful, laced with a hint of tears. Do not be disheartened. Men are not hard to pursue, Bai Qiqi comforted her. Hao is different from others, Xiao Xiao countered, shaking her head. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them. As long as we dare to chase after our affections, we shall have no regrets, even if we do not succeed in the end. Bai Qiqi endeavored to uplift Xiao Xiao's spirits. What does a veil between them mean? Xiao Xiao inquired, bewildered. That is not important. What matters is that we must bravely pursue love, undeterred by challenges, Bai Qiqi encouraged her. Xiao Xiao seemed to grasp something. It seems that way. I will strive even harder to win his heart until Hao accepts me. Hearing this, Bai Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Xiao accompanied Bai Qiqi to her dwelling. Bai Qiqi addressed Feng Su, saying, Ah Su, the moon clams should have expelled their sand by now. Please wash them and place them in the stone pot with some fine salt. Understood. Feng Su nodded. Bai Qiqi cracked open 2 coconuts with a stone, setting them aside. Gazing at the steaming stone pot, she felt something was amiss. We need a lid. Otherwise, it will cook too slowly, and we also need a spoon. I will look for materials while bathing today. Bai Qiqi added a pinch of fine salt to the pot, which began to bubble enthusiastically, while it should be ready to eat. Feng Ling returned from hunting, opening his beast skin bag to present Bai Qiqi with some golden fruit. Ah Qi, I found this fruit on my way back. I don't know its name, but I tasted it, and it isn't poisonous. It is quite sweet. Bai Qiqi recognized the golden fruit as a mangoed, a ling. This is a mango. If consumed in moderation, it can replenish vitamins. She peeled it and took a bite. The flesh was plump, with a smooth texture and just the right sweetness. Delicious. Are there more? She asked, looking up. Plenty. I will go pick some more now. Feng Ling turned and left, soon returning with an abundance of mangoes. Bai Qiqi and Xiao Xiao each took one. Chatting as they savored the fruit, Qi, I never knew mangoes were edible and had such a unique flavor. I have never tasted anything like it, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, finishing the remaining half of her mango. Ah Su, you should try some too, Bai Qiqi offered, peeling a mango for Feng Su, who was observing the fire. He took a bite and exclaimed, so sweet, devouring it in just a few bites. Feng Ling brought out a stone bowl filled with soup. Fortunately, the people here were strong, or else the stone bowl would be quite heavy. Bai Qiqi watched as the moon clams opened up, revealing their tender meat. So fresh. The three of them followed by Chi-Chi's lead in enjoying the moon clams. Their eyes lighting up in delight die in no time. The pot was emptied. Feng Ling had also roasted some meat, and soon they were all satisfied. Xiao Xiao, clutching a coconut, approached Hao with hopeful anticipation. Hao, this is for you. No need, Hao replied, not even glancing at what she held. This is the fruit you like. Please try it, Xiao Xiao insisted. Hao scoffed dismissively. Seeing him refuse, Xiao Xiao pressed the fruit directly into his hands. Why can't you understand? I do not like you. Hao was unwilling for her to continue these attempts to win him over. His heart belonged to another. You must like Qin, right? She already has 5 beast husbands. Is it too much to ask for just one beast husband? Xiao Zhao's voice was tinged with pleading. I do not like you. No matter what you do, it is futile, Hao firmly denied. Hao, please don't be so cruel. Xiao Xiao continued to plead. If Qin were not your sister, do you think I would even have this conversation with you? Hao said coldly. Xiao Xiao was taken aback, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned and fled. Xiao Xiao sat by the sea, the salty breeze mingling with her tears. Tao quietly settled beside her. Xiao Xiao, he does not like you, but there are others who do. Tao's heart ached. Who could possibly like me? I am just average-looking and small, Xiao Xiao sobbed, her body shaking with grief. Xiao Xiao, I like you, Tao finally confessed, his long-held feelings surfacing. What? Xiao Xiao gazed at him in shock. I like you. I truly do. He repeated. Let us become partners. Xiao Xiao wiped her tears and stood up. Really? Tao looked at her, his eyes sparkling like stars. Yes, let us become partners right now. A blush spread across Xiao Zhao's cheeks. All right, Tao leaped with joy, tightly embracing Xiao Xiao. I have waited for this day for so long. Let us become partners now. Xiao Xiao gently pushed away from Tao's chest. Yes, Tao nodded eagerly. They became partners by the sea, where the waves crashed against the rocks, sending ripples across the surface. The sound of the waves grew closer as their footprints were washed away by the tide. The seawater soaked their clothes. Their bodies pressed together, 2 fervent hearts beating against the ocean's embrace. Chapter 38. This is not fine salt at all. Feng Su and Feng Ling were crafting the pot lid, chopsticks, spoon, and bowl that Bai Chi-Chi had instructed them to make. Bai Chi-Chi hummed a tune as she bathed, her mood buoyant. You may wash up now, she said after donning a clean beast skin skirt. Chi, do these look all right? Feng Ling asked, pointing to the wooden pot lid. Spoon, chopsticks, and bowl laid out on the ground. Bai Chi-Chi inspected the well-crafted items and praised, they look wonderful. You have worked hard. Hearing her compliments, the two beamed and went to wash up. After their bath, the 3 returned to the sea snake tribe as night fell. Since you slept with Achi yesterday, you should sleep with me tonight, Feng Ling insisted, pulling Bai Chi-Chi toward his room. Feng Su agreed, thinking Feng Ling's reasoning sound, and obediently retreated to his own room. As Bai Chi-Chi lay on the bed, her hands explored Feng Ling's muscular chest, smooth and devoid of roughness. Achi, have you had enough? Feng Ling's voice was husky, laced with temptation. Huh? Bai Chi-Chi was lost in her own thoughts. Feng Ling gently pulled aside her clothing, his long fingers caressing her softness. Bai Chi-Chi squirmed, feeling uneasy, but Feng Ling's hand held her in place. After a brief struggle, she could not break free. Bai Chi-Chi's figure was exquisite, slender and delicate, with graceful curves. When Feng Ling's kiss landed, Bai Chi-Chi felt electrified. Is this comfortable? Lighter, she gasped, her voice hoarse. When Bai Chi-Chi finally arose, Feng Su had already prepared breakfast. After finishing her meat, she noticed Feng Ling was absent. Where did Ling go? She asked. The chief called him early this morning to discuss matters regarding the moon market. He hasn't returned yet, Feng Su replied. Then let us go find him, Bai Chi-Chi resolved. All right. Feng Su washed the bowl and followed Bai Chi-Chi to Shishan's dwelling. As Feng Ling and the others concluded their discussion and emerged, they encountered Bai Chi-Chi and Feng Su. Chi, Brother Su, we were just about to check on the salt fields. Come along, Shishan invited. All right, Bai Chi-Chi agreed. Yes, Feng Su nodded eagerly, curious to see what the salt fields look like. Upon arriving at the salt fields, Bai Chi-Chi beheld a vast expanse of freshly harvested salt. The beast men were diligently packing fine salt into beast skin bags, transporting them in bundles. This is not fine salt at all. It's coarse salt, Bai Chi-Chi exclaimed, pointing at a bag filled with salt. Indeed, Shishan nodded. Why does the chief call this fine salt? Bai Qiqi inquired further. I do not know. It has been called that since I can remember. Shishan replied, shaking his head. Consuming this type of salt long-term can lead to health issues, such as dizziness, pale complexion, weakness, and edema. Bai Qiqi was taken aback, realizing she had been consuming coarse salt all along. The symptom Shishan mentioned struck a chord, as many elders in the tribe exhibited such ailments. Can excessive consumption of this salt truly cause these symptoms? Shishan questioned, unable to believe it could be linked to the so-called fine salt. Chief, it is the overconsumption of coarse salt that leads to these issues. If this salt were refined before consumption, these symptoms would not arise, Bai Qiqi patiently explained to Shishan. What does refining mean? Shishan asked, noticing Bai Qiqi hesitating. Achi, rest assured, the sea snake tribe will not take your things for free. If you ever need our assistance, just let us know. Bai Qiqi smiled and nodded. Then I shall not be shy to ask for help in the future, no problem, Shishan replied briskly. Tribe leader, we need a multitude of stone pots, wood, and stones of various sizes. Bai Qiqi spoke to Shishan. All right, I will prepare these tomorrow and call for you. Shishan nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Qiqi responded with a cheerful smile, then departed with Fengling and the others. Tribe leader, do you truly believe that little female's words? Inquired one of the salt-producing tribe members. The elders of the tribe indeed exhibit those symptoms. Can you cure them? Or do you have alternative methods for purification? Shishan replied with displeasure, and the speaker retreated in a dejected manner. Bai Qiqi then urged her companions to gather seafood. As she bent down to collect clams, she realized it was not as easy as she had anticipated, only to discover her own belly had begun to show. Achi, just direct us on what to collect, Fengling gently suggested, bending down to gather clams. Bai Qiqi walked alongside them, guiding their collection of seafood, feeling quite satisfied. She spotted a white object ahead and pointed it out to Feng Su. Saying a Su, pick that up for me, please. Feng Su hurried forward, cleaned it, and handed it to Bai Qiqi. What a large conch, exclaimed Bai Qiqi, bringing it to her ear. No sound. She set it down, then picked it up again, still hearing nothing. Bai Qiqi's expression was one of confusion, realizing she had been deceived by television dramas. Conchs did not contain the sound of the ocean within them. What's wrong? Fengling approached and noticed Bai Qiqi frowning, lost in thought. I had thought conchs would produce sound. No matter. Let us continue gathering seafood. Bai Qiqi chuckled, reassured by the silence of the conch. Fengling nodded in agreement. Bai Qiqi, growing weary, noted that they had collected enough clams. They were not particularly interested in consuming them to fill their hunger, but rather to savor the novelty. Fengling grilled meat, while Feng Su prepared clam soup. Bai Qiqi admired the handsome men, and they divided the food evenly. After dinner, Bai Qiqi went to Feng Su's room to rest. Having slept soundly the previous night, Bai Qiqi rose early today. Were it not for the day's obligations, she might have lingered in slumber. Upon awakening, she found Feng Su had already left the room. After dressing, she stepped outside. Chi, have a mango to tide you over. The grilled fish isn't ready yet. Feng Su handed a mango to Bai Qiqi. She nodded in appreciation. After enjoying the grilled fish, Shishan arrived to summon Bai Qiqi to the salt fields. Upon arrival, Bai Qiqi saw the ground strewn with wood and stones, with dozens of male orcs standing before the stone pots. Create a small hole at the bottom of half the stone pots, fill them with stones, and set them atop wooden frames. Place a stone pot without holes beneath to catch the dripping brine. Then place the brimming pot over the fire to evaporate the moisture, and we shall obtain fine salt, Bai Qiqi instructed. Everyone eagerly set to work. Once we produce fine salt, Achi, you will be our tribe's benefactor. Shishan exclaimed joyfully, patting his chest. Bai Qiqi smiled in response, noting that it would take approximately half a day for the brine to fill the pots. Observing the dripping rate, she told Shishan, All right, Achi, you may return to rest. I will come find you if needed. Seeing Bai Qiqi, a female orc with a prominent belly, standing there for a long time, Shishan nodded, and Bai Qiqi turned to leave with Feng Su. I was so thrilled to see the updates yesterday. Love you all. Chapter 39. The three great families. When Xiao Xiao saw Bai Qiqi return, a shy blush blossomed on her face. With a soft voice, she said, Achi, I have coupled with someone. Were you waiting for me all this time? Bai Qiqi smiled brightly at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao scratched her head, her cheeks becoming increasingly flushed, and replied softly, Yes, I even picked some large fruits for you. She handed the fruits to Bai Qiqi. Bai Qiqi laughed. So soon you were coupled with Hao. Xiao Zhao's expression dimmed instantly, her head lowering slightly as she whispered, "It's not him. It's Tao." Her tone was tinged with an indescribable emotion. Upon hearing her tone, Bai Qi sensed the underlying feelings and quickly shifted the subject to lighten Xiao Zhao's mood. "Xiao Xiao, what items are usually found at the moon market?" "There are various kinds of game, herbs, and fine salt." Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Every year at the moon market, there are many peculiar items. I wonder what special things we will find this year." Her voice brimmed with anticipation. "Also, many orcs from beyond the Wuwang Sea come to trade," Xiao Xiao continued. Upon hearing about the herbs, Bai Qi's heart stirred with interest. She thought she must visit the market. "How many days does the moon market last?" "It lasts for 7 days. Qi, what do you wish to trade for?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. "I want to exchange for some herbs." Bai Qi replied as she picked up a coconut, gently opened it, and took a sip of coconut water. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened with curiosity. "Qi, are you a shaman?" Bai Qi waved her hand lightly. Smiling as she responded, no. Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow in contemplation. "But herbs are precious. Last year I traded for a few plants and used quite a bit of fine salt at tea that moment." Feng Ling approached from a distance, smiling gently as he said, "No need to worry about food, Qi. Just trade for whatever herbs you fancy." "All right." Bai Qi's face lit up with a radiant smile as she tightly embraced Feng Ling. Playfully infused with warmth, Xiao Xiao felt a twinge of unease, startled by Feng Ling's tender gaze. She quickly lowered her head, attempting to escape. "Qi, I'll take my leave now." Her voice was barely audible. Bai Qi turned her head, affectionately saying to Xiao Xiao, "All right, come find me to play next time." Xiao Xiao hurried away, silently vanishing from sight. Bai Qi released her hold on Feng Ling. Still smiling as she approached nearby, holding the freshly cracked coconut, "A Ling, this is coconut. Its juice is delightful." Feng Ling obediently took a sip, nodding in approval, "Quite good." Bai Qi also brought one for Feng Su. "Delicious," Feng Su exclaimed after tasting it, unable to contain his admiration. "If you like it, drink more. There's plenty here." Bai Qi handed him the remainder. "Qi, the grilled fish is ready." Feng Su smiled as he presented a whole golden brown grilled fish. Glistening with oil and exuding an enticing aroma, he noticed her appetite had increased lately, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Qi eagerly took a bite. The crispy fish skin crackled between her teeth, and the tender meat melted effortlessly in her mouth, offering immense satisfaction. "Su, your grilled fish is becoming increasingly delicious." Her eyes curved into crescent moons, brimming with joy. "I will continue to prepare many delicious dishes for Qi in the future." Feng Su replied, diligently turning the fish over, the flames casting a warm glow on his face. Bai Qi responded with a playful smile. "All right, Su will be my personal chef from now on." Her words were laced with sweet teasing. Yes, Qi's exclusive chef. Feng Su understood the meaning of exclusive. The two sat together on a sunlit stone bench, basking in the warm sunlight as the gentle sea breeze wafted by, bringing the scent of the ocean. Feng Ling observed their lively conversation, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. However, while the sea appeared calm on the surface, beneath the depths, currents swirled with hidden turmoil. "What? Still unwilling to submit?" Jiao Jiao's voice seemed to emerge from a shadowy abyss, dripping with mockery. Muse scoffed coldly, "Even in death, I shall not yield to you. Go ahead and kill me." He closed his eyes. Ignoring her, "Very well, I shall send you on your way." Jiao Jiao thrust a dagger toward Mu Zhe's chest. Blood dripped onto the ground as she noticed Mu Zhe's breath faltering. Withdrawing the dagger, she approached him. "Dio, you love her so much? You would forsake your life?" Jiao Jiao glared at Mu Zhe, her eyes filled with fury. "If it weren't for me saving you, you would have perished long ago." "Had I known it would come to this, I would rather have died," Mu Zhe replied, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Fine, since you are so stubborn, remain here in confinement." With that, Jiao Jiao turned and left without a backward glance. Bai Qi felt a sharp pang from the mate contract on her hand. It was Mu Zhe's beast mark. He was in danger. Feng Ling noticed Bai Qi's distress and inquired worriedly, "Qi, what's wrong?" "There's something unusual about Mu Zhe's beast mark." Bai Qi recounted the events to Feng Ling. "He must be in peril. What should we do?" Feng Ling furrowed his brow. "Did you see any images?" "No." Bai Qi weakly shook her head. "Focus and feel once more," Feng Ling urged. As Bai Qi concentrated, An image flashed in her mind. Mu Zhe had a gaping wound in his chest, his breath faint, surrounded by the sound of water, yet it didn't seem like water. She closed her eyes, carefully attuning to the sensations around her. It was seawater. Mu Zhe is in the sea. Bai Qi exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the ocean, her hands and feet turning. I see why Mu Zhe is in the sea. Feng Ling echoed in astonishment. Bai Qi nodded urgently. I must go find Mu Zhe. With that, she rushed towards the water, preparing to leap into Qi. Don't be hasty. Feng Ling hastily pursued, attempting to pull her back to reason. How can I not be anxious? Mu Zhe is on the brink of death. Bai Qi's voice pierced the air like a rending cry, imbued with despair. Qi, we don't even know where he is in the sea. How can we search for him? There are the 3 great families in the ocean. Feng Ling presented the harsh reality, striving to calm her down, his tone laced with helplessness and anxiety. Bai Qi fell silent, lost and weeping uncontrollably. Qi, we should gather information at the moon market. Acting rashly would only endanger ourselves. Feng Ling's words were always persuasive. Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, her mind a whirlwind, as the world around her seemed to lose its sound in that instant. She sat in helpless silence, tears streaming down her cheeks, falling into the sand below. After a considerable pause, she wiped her tears and raised her gaze, asking, which 3 families are they? The Jiaolong clan, the Mermaid clan, and the Fish clan, Feng Ling replied. Then we should go ask them now. Feng Su, who had been listening nearby, finally grasped the situation. Feng Ling sighed softly, a hint of resignation flashing in his eyes. It would be impossible to locate their clans without guidance from their own kin. His words deepened by Qi's gloom, her voice lowering. I see. It's only at the moon market that we can conveniently inquire about the 3 great families. Feng Ling's gaze was as profound as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving everything. He reminisced about the bustling crowd at the market, a congregation of information. Despite its complexity, it was the optimal time to seek clues. However, the moon market wouldn't commence for another 10 days. Bai Qi's brow furrowed, her anxiety becoming increasingly palpable. We can only wait a little longer. Feng Ling gently took Bai Qi's hand and led her toward the house. Qi, you should take a nap. Don't worry too much. I'm here. As he turned, he instructed Feng Su, take good care of Qi while I'm gone. Where are you going? Feng Su asked, momentarily bewildered, watching Feng Ling's retreating figure. His heart filled with doubt and unease. To find Xishan. Feng Ling replied without looking back. Upon seeing Feng Ling approach, Xishan remarked, it's rarer than the sun rising in the west for you to come find me today. What brings you here? Feng Ling entered the room and asked, what do you know about the 3 great families? Upon hearing the mention of the 3 great families, Xishan responded, aren't they merely the 3 families of the sea? Are you planning to go to the sea? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Feng Ling, uncharacteristically patient, replied, yes. This piqued Xishan's curiosity. Are you going to fight? To admire the scenery of the sea? Or to buy trinkets for your female master? After a series of inquiries, Feng Ling shook his head. To save someone? Yes, Feng Ling nodded. Upon hearing that they were going to rescue someone, Xishan's expression turned grave. How many of you are going? 3, Feng Ling answered. You won't be able to breathe for long in the sea unless you have water-repellent pearls. Xishan cautioned. Water-repellent pearls? Where can we find them? Feng Ling pressed. I've never even seen one. I've only heard that all 3 great families possess water-repellent pearls. Whether you can obtain them is another matter, Xishan explained. Can you locate someone from the 3 great families? Feng Ling inquired. Typically, we cannot see members of the 3 great families. Perhaps we can try our luck at the moon market, Xishan suggested. Thank you, Feng Ling expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. I still have to tend to my salt fields, Xishan remarked before heading off. Feng Ling returned as well. Chapter 40. The handsome youth Bai Qi sat on the delicate beach, the waves gently lapping at the shore, sending up tiny droplets of water. She lowered her head, intently selecting stones at her side. With each throw, the stones disrupted the tranquility of the sea, creating ripples that whispered her troubles to the vast ocean. Each splash echoed her inner turmoil, her thoughts soaring away with the stones. Qi, I just asked you, Shan. Feng Ling's voice interrupted her reverie as he approached, his gaze filled with concern. What did he say? Bai Qi immediately stood, her heart racing, her tone brimming with eager anticipation. Feng Ling sighed softly, Speaking earnestly, he mentioned that if we wish to go to the sea, we need water-repellent pearls, which only the 3 great families possess. Aling, Asu, you should hunt more today. Bai Chi thought of what could be exchanged and suggested, if we prepare more, we might be able to trade for water-repellent pearls later. Understood. Feng Ling and Feng Su exchanged a glance. Relieved to see Bai Chi's spirits lifted, Bai Chi gazed into the distance, reflecting on the nearly 4 months spent in this unfamiliar place, as her emotions and life began to take root. System, the rice from the last reward isn't a mini version, is it? Bai Chi inquired. Indeed, came the reply. Bai Chi felt dizzy. Why can't the food be of normal size? Mini chips, mini rice. Will everything I eat be mini in the future? What level is the system now? Bai Chi asked. The system is currently at level 0. The host must work hard, came the answer. How many points do you need for level 1? Bai Chi probed. 10 points. 10 points? Then level 2 is 20 points. Level 3 is 30 points. Level 4 is 40 points. It seems leveling up isn't so difficult, she mused. Host, your assumptions are flawed. Level 2 is 20 points. But level 3 requires 40 points, and level 4 requires 80 points. Each subsequent level requires double the points of the previous one. Keep striving to accumulate points. Once the host reaches level 5, you can try for in vitro fertilization, allowing you to have many children at once, the system continued. Upon hearing about in vitro fertilization, Bai Chi couldn't help but exclaim, the system is incredible. Host, not all systems are as formidable as I am. The system replied with a touch of pride. In what way are you superior to other systems? Bai Chi inquired curiously. I can do what they cannot. And I can do what they can, the system boasted. Bai Chi's lips twitched in disbelief. Then what exactly can you do? Not much yet, the system responded, a hint of sadness in its voice. Bai Chi felt a fleeting moment of empathy. How could a system feel sadness? I will do my best, for myself and also for you, Bai Chi assured the system. All right, go for it, host, the system cheered. Bai Chi sensed that the system was not merely a cold entity. It possessed an inexplicable warmth that was not unpleasant to Chi. What are you daydreaming about? Xiao asked as she approached. Nothing, Bai Chi replied, slightly flustered, her tone betraying a hint of unease. Clearly, there is something at Chi. Do you have feelings for other male beastmen? Xiao leaned in closer, her eyes twinkling mischievously. Not at all. Bai Chi awkwardly denied, though her heart was inclined toward the higher-ranked male beastmen. Then let's go see some handsome males, Xiao suddenly exclaimed, grabbing Bai Chi's hand and racing toward the clan square. Bai Chi had yet to react when Xiao whisked her away. The square was bustling with life, sunlight pouring down on the throngs of people. Most were females, engaged in laughter and chatter. Bai Chi's mood ebbed and flowed with their mirth, yet everything froze as her gaze fell upon the center of the square. There lay a bloodied man on the ground, despite his numerous wounds. His handsomeness was unmistakable. Sunlight illuminated his pale face, highlighting the soft yet resolute contours. What do you think? Handsome, right? Xiao nudged Bai Chi's elbow, curiosity dancing in her excited expression. Who is he? Bai Chi noted that no one was tending to his injuries. Xiao shook her head. I don't know. He collapsed here early this morning. No one is helping him. Bai Chi couldn't help but ask Chi. Our tribe lacks a shaman. Even if we had one, they couldn't save someone with such severe injuries, Xiao lamented, though she didn't wish for such a handsome male to perish. Bai Chi felt an irresistible urge to approach the youth. Crouching down to check for his breath, relieved to find he was still alive. He still breathes. Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Can he survive? Perhaps, Bai Chi mused, gazing at the unconscious youth, his features strikingly beautiful. Who is he? Why is he injured? A red birthmark resembling a brilliant mandala adorned his body. Upon seeing the birthmark, Bai Chi felt a tremor in her heart. She couldn't comprehend why she felt compelled to save this youth. Really? Xiao asked, half in disbelief. Let's move him first, Bai Chi decided, not wanting to draw attention to how she intended to help him. All right, Xiao agreed. Together, they carried the youth to Bai Chi's quarters. Observing his bloodied face and pale lips, Bai Chi furrowed her brow. He is covered in wounds. Not just one. Can he truly be saved? Xiao voiced her concerns. Yes. Bai Chi dampened the beast's skin with water to wipe away the blood, making it easier to observe the wound. She then retrieved a black pill and placed it in his mouth. This single pill cost her 3 points. Should he perish, she would ensure he paid dearly for it. Achi, this black concoction is remarkably effective. His wound has ceased to bleed. Xiao Xiao gazed at Bai Qiqi with admiration. Bai Qiqi nodded slightly. Achi, how did you manage that? Xiao Xiao inquired, eager to learn her secret. It was merely a fortuitous encounter, Bai Qiqi replied with calm composure. Achi, are you truly an ordinary female? Xiao Xiao observed Bai Qiqi, who bore no resemblance to a typical beastman. Of course I am. Bai Qiqi asserted, her demeanor unflustered. Xiao Xiao remained skeptical. Achi, we have returned, Feng Ling announced, entering with a plethora of game laid upon the ground. Bai Qiqi emerged from the room upon hearing the noise. So much game! You caught it so swiftly, Bai Qiqi exclaimed, astonished by their speed. Indeed, Feng Ling replied with a smile. Bai Qiqi noticed that the game had all been prepared. Ling, go fetch some fresh salt from the chief. Ah Su, you shall cook. She assigned tasks to the two. Understood, they replied, each setting to work. Achi, come quickly, Xiao Xiao called from inside. Upon entering, Bai Qiqi found a handsome young man spitting blood. Its fine. Expelling the stagnant blood is beneficial, she comforted him softly. Did you save me? The youth's voice, somewhat hoarse yet melodious, inquired. Achi saved you, Xiao Xiao responded. The young man turned his gaze to Bai Qiqi, his eyes shimmering with light, as if he were beholding a long-lost companion. Achi, you saved me. I am at a loss as to how to repay you, he said, his head bowed shyly. There is no need for repayment. Focus on your recovery, I shall take my leave. Bai Qiqi felt an inexplicable familiarity towards him but wished to limit their interactions. Xiao Xiao followed Bai Qiqi outside. The inkstone within exuded an air of sanctity. Showing no signs of weakness, she remains as exquisite as ever. This time, she shall not escape me. Xiao Xiao pondered why Bai Qiqi was reluctant to linger inside. Achi, he is so handsome. Don't you want him? Not at all, Bai Qiqi replied, though she appreciated handsome men. This individual gave her an odd sense. Achi, you are rather choosy. Xiao Xiao struggled to comprehend why they would overlook such a striking male. Feng Su returned with freshly cleaned fish just as their conversation unfolded. Who is so handsome? Today, Xiao Xiao and I rescued someone in the plaza, and he is now residing with us, Bai Qiqi explained. I shall go take a look. Feng Su set down the fish and entered. The stunning young man leaned against the wall, his violet eyes half closed, appearing as if he were asleep. After observing, Feng Su exited, feeling a profound sense of unease regarding the individual. Achi, allow me to grill the fish, Feng Su said, taking the fish from Bai Qiqi's hands. Chapter 41. Only by loving oneself can one be loved. Achi. Ive brought back the fresh salt, Feng Ling announced, presenting a large bag of salt to Bai Qiqi. She assessed the salt, concluding it sufficient for curing the meat. Ling, please fetch some wood to construct a rack. The meat required drying, and only wood was available here. Understood, Ling responded before heading out. Chi, why do you need so much fine salt? Xiao Xiao curiously inquired upon seeing the substantial bag. To cure the meat. Cured meat can be stored for a long time, Bai Qiqi succinctly explained. Cured meat? It can be stored for an extended period? Can we really make it with fine salt? Xiao Xiao's curiosity deepened. I'll teach you how to make cured meat shortly. Bai Qiqi smiled at Xiao Xiao's puzzled expression. Hey! Xiao Xiao clapped her hands in excitement. Achi, the fish is ready. Feng Su placed a large fish on the stone table, and a wave of savory aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Just the scent alone nearly made Xiao Xiao drool. Xiao Xiao. Give it a try, Bai Qiqi offered her chopsticks. Xiao Xiao gazed at the 2 wooden sticks in her hands. Are these for eating? These are chopsticks. You can use them to pick up the meat. Keeping your hands clean while dining, Bai Qiqi patiently explained. Is that so? Xiao Xiao mimicked Bai Qiqi's technique with the chopsticks. Exactly. Just apply gentle pressure to lift the fish. Bai Qiqi encouraged her to give it a try. All right, Xiao Xiao nodded, then exerted her strength. With all her might, she managed to grasp a piece of meat. Bai Qiqi couldn't help but praise her efforts. Wow, fantastic. So delicious. After mastering the use of chopsticks, Xiao Xiao devoured her food ravenously. Feng Ling continued to eat gracefully, while Feng Su displayed somewhat better manners than Xiao Xiao. Bai Qiqi also consumed a considerable amount today. After finishing her meal, Bai Qiqi took another prepared fish and brewed a pot of fish soup, bringing it to the young man in the room. Have something to eat, she said, noticing his pale complexion. He had long been aware of her presence, and wished to spend a bit more time with her. MMM, he opened his eyes, his previously furrowed brows now relaxed, a tranquil smile gracing his lips. Bai Qiqi found herself captivated by his smile, unable to look away. Why must he smile so charmingly? What a vixen. Wait, I can't call a man a vixen. Bai Qiqi, feeling somewhat exasperated, urged him. Drink up, I can't lift my hand, he lamented, glancing at his hand covered in wounds. Bai Qiqi noted his struggle and bluntly stated, Very well, I shall feed you. The two who had been waiting outside rushed in upon hearing Bai Qiqi's intent to assist him. I'll do it. Let me. Bai Qiqi, seeing their eagerness, handed them the bowl with a light laugh and stepped outside. Feng Su brought the bowl to his lips. Drink up, it's scalding. He nearly burnt his mouth, exhaling sharply. Dado? I forgot to blow on it. Feng Su hadn't meant to scald him. He took a spoonful, blew on it, and then offered it to him again. Tea shouldn't be too hot now. Feng Su tentatively remarked. He replied coolly. Soon, Feng Su had fed him the entire bowl of fish soup. Ah Su, be careful with him in the future, Feng Ling said as he stepped outside. What is the matter, brother? Feng Su queried, bewildered by his brother's sudden caution. Just remember to be cautious with him. Feng Ling found it hard to articulate his concerns to his younger brother. He had distinctly observed the moment the young man nearly got burned. The veins on his arm had bulged for an instant, though he was certain the injury wasn't too severe. Upon seeing them exit, Bai Qiqi instructed, Ah Su, tear the meat into strips. No need to make them too small. Ling, please clean the large stone pot. As she placed the meat into the pot, she advised Xiao Xiao, make sure to rub salt on all the meat. Xiao Xiao diligently followed her instructions. After Bai Qiqi had salted the meat, she added, it needs to be marinated for 3 days and kept in a cool place. Ling, take this to the stream and keep an eye on it. It'll be cooler over there. Bai Qiqi directed. Feng Ling understood, he replied, shouldering the meat and heading toward the stream. Bai Qiqi washed the salt off her hands and explained, after 3 days, take the marinated meat out and let it air dry for 5 or 6 days. And the cured meat will be ready. All right, Xiao Xiao responded. Achi, you are truly remarkable. You're beautiful, can save lives, and can make so many things we cannot. Xiao Xiao expressed her envy, feeling inadequate in beauty and unable to be with her beloved. Bai Qiqi smiled encouragingly at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, we need not be exceptionally beautiful, but we must always remain true to ourselves and love ourselves. Only by loving ourselves can we be loved by others. She recalled her own past when she had not been attractive. Xiao Xiao was far more beautiful than she had ever been. During her own struggles, she had to be strong, pursue higher education, and diligently save money. Bai Qiqi reflected, to love someone who does not love you back is to lose oneself, whereas someone who loves you will help you rediscover your true self. Xiao Xiao was awakened by Bai Qiqi's words. Indeed, Tao had made her less anxious, bringing her joy during her sorrowful moments. It was he who steadfastly believed in her when she doubted herself. She realized she should no longer dwell on her uncertainties. Achi, you are a wonderful female. I must take my leave now, Xiao Xiao declared before rushing back inside. Tao presented a large fish before Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I caught your favorite fish today. By the way, you often mention the roof leaks. I have already repaired it. He pointed to the newly mended roof, grinning. Xiao Xiao, you haven't eaten yet, right? I'll prepare something right away. Tao began to clean the fish. Did he not realize that catching fish required deep-sea waters? The comment about the leaking roof had been a mere jest, yet he had remembered it, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Xiao Xiao burst into tears. Xiao Xiao, what is wrong? Who bullied you? I'll help you deal with them. He set the fish aside, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, gently soothing her. Do not cry. Leaning against him, Xiao Xiao sobbed even more fiercely. Tao, she choked out his name. I'm here, he reassured her. Tao gently wiped away the tears on Xiao Xiao's small face, fearing that his rough hands might cause her pain. We shall live well from now on, he reassured her. Xiao Xiao sniffled and replied earnestly, all right. Tao affectionately tousled her hair and then lifted her to sit comfortably on a stone bench. I will go prepare your meal now. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently. Jiao Jiao, will you really not allow the shaman to treat him? Ting observed the blood-stained chest of the white-haired man. Though his wounds had begun to scab over, his breathing was faint. If I do not teach him a lesson, how will he ever submit to me? Jiao Jiao said darkly. This is no mere lesson. Jiao Jiao, if you continue this way, I will no longer assist you in covering for you with our father. Ting pondered when his sister had become so cruel. Fine, fine. Let him be treated. Jiao Jiao turned away, not looking back. Ting nodded at the shaman, signaling him to proceed. Shaman Wu Feng was puzzled by how a female like Jiao Jiao could have tormented someone to such an extent. The man was riddled with wounds, sprinkled with fine salt. While only his face remained unscathed, Wu Feng washed away the salt with clean water and applied medicinal ointment. Ting, we cannot allow Jiao Jiao to continue like this. Wu Feng swiftly treated the man's injuries before departing. Ting regretted his earlier indulgence towards her. Chapter 42. Is it truly this hot in summer? Who dares to provoke our Jiao Jiao's wrath? A slender man with an alluring figure wrapped his arms around Jiao Jiao's waist. It is that male, who I nearly beat to death, yet still refuses to agree to be my beast husband. Jiao Jiao's anger intensified. If he doesn't die, I will beat him until he does. He will surely yield. The slender man smiled reassuringly. Not now. My brother is too strict. Jiao Jiao could not comprehend why her brother would side with that male. We will find opportunities in the future. Let us not be angry. It is still a yin who speaks wisely. Jiao Jiao embraced his neck and pressed a kiss on his lips. A yin. I have pondered. A yin lifted Jiao Jiao onto a stone bed. All right, Jiao Jiao said with a cheerful smile, closing her eyes as she reveled in his attentiveness. A yin, she sighed contentedly. Bai Qi lay hidden in the house, while Feng Su fanned her with leaves. Despite sipping on coconut juice, Bai Qi still felt the heat. Is it truly this hot in summer? Indeed, the houses here are exposed to the sun from dawn till dusk, devoid of any shade. What if we move to the creek? If it gets too hot, we can bathe any time. Bai Qi wiped the sweat from her forehead. Feng Su stood in a pool of his own sweat. Great idea, Feng Su exclaimed, excitedly packing their belongings. Suddenly, Bai Qi recalled the youth they had left behind, who was still severely injured. Feng Su, please carry him as well, she requested. All right. Feng Su tossed the youth onto his back. With her large belly, Bai Qi found it inconvenient and could only climb onto Feng Su's back. Feng Ling sat by the creek, eyes closed, legs crossed in meditation. A gust of wind blew by. Feng Su? Why isn't he with the Qi? What is he doing here? Feng Ling opened his eyes and saw Bai Qi dismounting from Feng Su's back, nearly losing her balance. A Qi. Feng Ling hurriedly rose to steady her. Hee. Bai Qi beamed at Feng Ling. A Qi, what brings you here? Feng Ling was puzzled by Bai Qi's presence at this hour. It's too hot. Our dwelling has been sunbaked all day, and this place is much cooler. Bai Qi took Feng Ling's broad hand, feeling a sense of security. Indeed, the Sea Serpent tribe's area was quite warm. Feng Ling nodded in agreement. Ling, I plan to stay here until the moon market begins, then return to the Sea Serpent tribe. All right, Feng Ling responded. Bai Qi released Feng Ling's hand and dashed into the creek. It feels so refreshing, she exclaimed, splashing water on her face. You both should come and cool off. Bai Qi called to them. The moment Feng Su's feet touched the water, a wave of relief washed over him. So refreshing. Bai Qi splashed water on Feng Su's face, and he playfully retaliated. Enjoying the moment, Feng Ling stood on the shore, watching them with a smile. The youth was carelessly thrown to the ground, turning his head to gaze at Bai Qi. Feng Ling glanced at him, noting the intensity in his gaze. The youth was wholly focused on Bai Qi, oblivious to the attention he was receiving. After cooling off sufficiently, Bai Qi emerged from the water. To Qi, I will go gather some wood, Feng Ling announced before heading into the forest to chop trees. Bai Qi settled on a stone, closing her eyes to savor the coolness. Feng Su also emerged from the water, tending to the innards of their catch. He had been lying on the ground for quite some time, with no one to assist him. Cough, cough, a Qi, the youth called out. What is it? Bai Qi opened her eyes. Are you speaking to me, Feng Su? No, Feng Su continued his work. Bai Qi looked again, confirming that she was alone. Had she imagined it? The youth coughed a few more times, declaring, I am down here. Hearing the voice, Bai Qi looked down to find the youth lying flat on the ground. Let me help you sit up, she offered. It smells so good. So soft. Being by your side is the most comfortable. The youth said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he relaxed into Bai Qi's embrace. There you go. Bai Qi propped him against a stone. She patted her chest, noting his weight pressing down on her. Bai Qi felt a desire to explore nearby, seeking ingredients for seasoning. Feng Su, I will look around. If anything arises, I will call for you. All right, Feng Su turned to her. System, initiate scan. Bai Chi commanded. Yes, host. The system scanned the surrounding vegetation, identifying any toxic plants. Bai Chi ventured into the woods, where the temperature was even cooler. She spotted a long red object by a large stone. Chili peppers. Finally, she could taste some spice. Bai Chi took a bite, instantly feeling the heat. So spicy, she exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Carefully, she plucked all the ripe chili peppers from the plant, searching nearby for more but finding none. I should be able to return for more in a while, Bai Chi thought, being careful not to disturb the flowers atop the chili plants. Not wishing to venture further, she considered the potential dangers. Knowing Feng Su might not arrive in time to assist. Having achieved her goal, Bai Chi returned to the creek to grab a sharper stone to chop the peppers. She handed the chopped chilies to Feng Su. Please add this to the dish later. All right, Feng Su replied, placing the chilies aside. Feng Ling returned, his back laden with wood and branches, constructing a shelter reminiscent of those in the sea serpent tribe. Bai Chi sat on the stone, admiring Feng Ling's muscular physique. His form was aesthetically pleasing, neither overly muscular nor too slender, just perfectly balanced. Feng Ling noticed Bai Chi's gaze and felt his face heat up. Ling, you're blushing, Bai Chi teased, stifling a laugh. I am not blushing. I am not shy at all, Feng Ling denied. You are blushing. Look, your cheeks are all red, Bai Chi pointed out. Feng Ling struggled to find an explanation. Having a good physique is a positive thing, especially since I admire it, Bai Chi stated seriously. The youth, observing his own muscles, wondered why Bai Chi did not look at him. Feng Su struck a spark. Roasting the meat over the fire. Holy fire! She has taught him again. The youth thought, jealousy flaring in his eyes. Suddenly, Bai Chi felt a heaviness in her heart, as if something was lodged in her chest. Chapter 43. A handsome man emerges from the bath. The meat is ready. Feng Su presented a large platter of meat to Bai Chi. She took a skewer and bit into it. So spicy, so delicious. Spicy? Feng Su tasted a piece and exclaimed, ouch, it bit my tongue. Bai Chi laughed heartily as Feng Su rushed to the creek, gulping down water. Ha ha ha, eat another bite and see if it still bites your tongue. Feng Su took another bite. It no longer bites, but the heat is quite thrilling. Feng Ling also tried a piece, finding the flavor unique. After a second bite, he realized it was not as spicy as before. In fact, he found himself wanting more. Here, for you. Bai Chi offered him several skewers of roasted meat. Yin Shen accepted the skewers, feeling a bit better inside. After taking a bite, he wondered, why is it not spicy? I love spicy food. This has no flavor, he asked, feeling a bit aggrieved. You still have wounds. You cannot eat spicy food. Bai Chi smiled gently. All right, Yin Shen nodded obediently, feeling grateful that she cared for him and remembered his condition. How delightful. For the time being, let us not hold her accountable for her choice of a beast husband. If he were to assume his beast form now, his foxtail would undoubtedly be held high in pride. After their meal, Feng Ling and Feng Su set about constructing a shelter, and soon they had completed one room. However, one room was insufficient. At the very least, two were required. By evening, the second room was finally erected. Ah Su, you can share a room with him for the night, Bai Chi said to Feng Su. All right, Feng Su replied, rushing to the stream to bathe. Only after Feng Su had finished washing did Feng Ling step in. Bai Chi sat by the water's edge, enjoying the sight of two handsome men emerging from their baths, albeit at a distance. Despite their retreat, her current beast tier, albeit low, allowed her to discern their outlines, which made the scene all the more alluring. Bai Chi contemplated finding a secluded corner to bathe, hoping that something would shield her from view, completely oblivious to her own lascivious tendencies. Ah Chi, it's your turn to wash, Feng Ling, still dripping with water, suggested. Oh, Bai Chi responded, rising to approach the stream. Still searching for a rock to obscure her modesty, she realized the men had already entered the house. Never mind, I'll manage without one. She quickly disrobed and finished washing. Chi, Feng Ling remarked, noticing her visibly rounded belly, devoid of any lingering desire in his gaze. It's all right, Bai Chi reassured him, taking his hand and placing it gently upon her softness. Feng Ling's magnetic voice was enticing. Ling, do you still want to? Yin Shen, sleeping in the adjacent room, wished he could rush to Bai Chi's side to halt everything. Yet, being gravely wounded, his fists clenched, veins bulging, nails nearly embedding into his palms. He felt no pain, only heartache. Feng Ling slept soundly, a stark contrast to Yin Qin's turmoil. Early the next day, Feng Su and Feng Ling had already constructed a third room. Bai Qi rose, donning her clothing, feeling discomfort in her chest. The beast skin attire was stifling, and beneath it, she wore only a short beast skin skirt with no undergarments. Prolonged exposure to such non-breathable garments could lead to illness. If only I had some cotton or linen, at least it would be breathable. Bai Qi sighed as she stepped outside. Qi, have some coconut juice to quench your thirst, Feng Su offered. Approaching with a coconut, Bai Qi gulped down several mouthfuls. What are we having today? She inquired. We're having that spicy roast meat from yesterday, Feng Su replied, applying the remaining chili to the skewers before placing them on the grill. Returning to her room, Bai Qi gazed at her snake egg babies. They seemed to have grown a bit, especially the one with black spots, which was the largest. She picked up the egg and gently stroked it. The egg shook vigorously, and Bai Qi imagined it straining to break free. Don't rush, little snake egg. I shall find your father soon, she soothed, fearing that a hasty emergence might hinder proper development. A tiny crack appeared in the shell, so shallow it was nearly imperceptible. Qi, the meat is ready. Feng Su called from outside. Oh, Bai Qi placed the snake egg back and stepped out. Feng Su handed her the roasted meat, which was fresh, steaming, and fragrant, with no trace of fishiness. Su, how do you manage to make the meat so delicious every time? Bai Qi couldn't help but ask. Feng Ling nodded in agreement, also finding it delectable. Perhaps it's because I enjoy eating it myself, Feng Su pondered, unaware that while grilling, he had been thinking of Bai Qi. Yin Qin leaned against the wall, consuming the less spicy meat, inhaling the tantalizing aroma wafting through the it smelled divine. Yet, he couldn't partake. How vexing. Ah Ling, let us construct a wooden bed, Bai Qi proposed, weary of sleeping on dried grass. Even with a beast's skin laid atop, it was simply too hot. All right, Feng Ling acquiesced. Ah Ling, go find some larger trees in the forest to serve as bed slats. That should suffice. Bai Qi yearned for a wooden bed, a mat being a luxury beyond her dreams. She then turned to Feng Su. Ah Su, please accompany me to the forest for a moment. Of course. Feng Su replied eagerly. As they ventured into the woods, Feng Su suddenly asked, Ah Qi, do you fancy that male? Not at all, Bai Qi replied without hesitation. Then I can rest easy, Feng Su beamed. Let us move a bit further ahead. Yesterday we turned back here. Today, let us explore more. System scanning, Bai Qi instructed. Yes, host, the system replied. Can I store the poisonous plants in my space? Bai Qi yearned to preserve the toxic flora for future use. Negative, not currently supported. The system responded. Very well. In an instant, Bai Qi lost all interest in the toxic plants. How come Asu and the others have never encountered poison or mistakenly consumed anything toxic? Asu, have you ever ingested any poisonous plants? Never. As long as one is a beastman of 5th tier or above, they can discern which plants are toxic, Feng Ling explained. Is it true that only 5th tier and above can tell? Bai Qi gasped, recalling how she had poisoned Long Jing. Could he have known it was toxic? Indeed, Feng Ling affirmed. As Feng Su walked, he suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor, pulling Bai Qi back. Ah Qi, let us take another path. What's wrong? Bai Qi queried, noticing Feng Su's peculiar expression. It stinks ahead, he managed to say while holding his breath. Stinks? Bai Qi detected no odor at all. Was this the heightened sense of smell of a 5th tier beastman? How extraordinary. Feng Su nodded vigorously. Seeing the pained expression on his face, Bai Qi wondered if it could be durian. Ah Su, let us investigate the stinky place, shall we? She said, playfully shaking his arm. All right, he conceded, unable to resist inhaling a breath of the air. Chapter 44. Durian. Feng Su led Bai Qi to the source of the foul aroma. As she looked up, she saw clusters of golden durians hanging from the trees. Asu, please help me pick some, Bai Qi exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the durians. Feng Su soared up the tree, gathering several. Qi, let us leave, he urged, eager to depart. Okay, Bai Qi agreed, climbing onto his back. Feng Ling, having set down the wood he was carrying, approached. Qi, let me help you down. He gently lowered her and then noticed the golden fruits she cradled. Qi, what are you holding, durian? Bai Chi exclaimed, prying one open, releasing a fragrant cloud of aroma. Su, you brought back such a foul item for Chi? Feng Ling frowned. Feng Su looked down, unable to meet Feng Ling's gaze. Knowing he had indeed collected them for Bai Chi, I wanted to bring them back. They are edible, Bai Chi clarified, taking a piece of durian flesh and savoring it. Feng Su and Feng Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Chi actually ate something so stinky. Bai Chi's face lit up with satisfaction. This is truly delicious. She took another bite. Feng Ling's mouth twitched. Chi, do you genuinely enjoy it? Of course, durian is soft, sweet, and fragrant. Who wouldn't he love it? Bai Chi replied. Here, have a taste. She offered them each a piece. Feng Ling watched in bemusement as he held the durian. Feng Su took a bite, finishing it in one go. It shouldn't be poisonous, right? Why is it sweet? So smooth. His eyes widened in surprise, but this time with delight. Chi, this is so sweet and has a great texture. I want more. Isn't it wonderful? I am so glad you like it. Bai Chi beamed at Ling. You should try some too. Feng Ling, unable to resist Bai Chi's charming persuasion, swallowed a piece whole. What do you think? Bai Chi asked eagerly. Quite good. Feng Ling nodded in agreement. Bai Chi felt elated at having two companions to share her durian passion. She even took some to Yin Chun in the house, worried he might miss out. This is durian, give it a try. She placed a piece of durian flesh in his hand. Yin Chun was delighted that Bai Chi remembered his fondness for durians. All right, he said, finishing the piece without any adverse reaction. Don't you find it stinky? Bai Chi was astonished to see him unaffected. It smells foul, yet tastes delightful. In a daze, Yin Chun felt as if the person before him was a blend of the present and his memories. I see. I'll fetch you some more. Bai Chi agreed and stepped out to collect half of the durians for him. I've turned these woods into a bedboard. Chi? What is next? Feng Ling inquired. Bai Chi assessed the wood, finding it ample for a bed frame. Ling, just stack 3 planks together, and it will provide sufficient height. Understood. Feng Ling removed the dried grass from the room, organized the bee skins, and placed the wooden planks inside. Chi, let us go again next time. Feng Su has finished the other half of the durian as well. Let us proceed now. Bai Chi wishes to see if there are any other delicacies to savor. Let us go. Feng Su transformed into a phoenix, carrying Bai Chi to the place where they had just harvested the durians. Su, let us venture a little further ahead, and, upon our return, we shall gather some more, Bai Chi remarked as she climbed down from Feng Su's back. Feng Su nodded in agreement, trailing beside Bai Chi. The system scanned the surroundings. Bai Chi addressed the system. Yes, host. The system presented all toxic vegetation in Bai Chi's mind. She noticed a clump of grass concealing long leaves, which were indistinguishable at a glance. After all, she was quite fond of eating asparagus. Bai Chi cleared the surrounding weeds, revealing the asparagus in its true form. Today, we shall enjoy stir-fried asparagus with meat, she exclaimed. Chi, this is grass, Feng Su remarked, understanding that Bai Chi's delight in discovering food would elicit such a reaction from him. Su, this is a vegetable, edible and perfect for stir-frying with meat, Bai Chi explained. Bai Chi glanced around, spotting a lush patch of asparagus ahead. Overcome with excitement, she exclaimed, Su, these are all asparagus. Let us harvest some to take back for today's stir-fry, and we can return here whenever we crave more. Feng Su nodded. All right, Feng Su began to dig up the asparagus. Bai Chi continued to search for other vegetables in the vicinity. After a thorough inspection, she declared, Su, there's nothing else here. Let us head back. Very well. Feng Su placed the harvested asparagus into a beast skin bag before transforming into his beast form. He soared towards the location of the durians. Picking up several with his mouth before continuing on to the stream, Su, slice off the white parts of the meat. Once the pot begins to smoke, place it in the stone pot to render the oil. Bai Chi instructed Feng Su. Understood. Feng Su set the prepared meat aside, awaiting the pot to smoke. As Bai Chi observed the pot, she noted the smoke rising. Using a wooden spatula, she flipped the meat in the pot. Feng Su noticed the golden liquid forming. Su, this must be the oil, Bai Chi said, scooping the oil into a jar with a spoon. Su, there's still some oil left in the pot, perfect for stir-frying the meat. Slice the meat into thin pieces and add them to the pot. Once the meat is cooked, we can add the asparagus. Feng Su placed the meat slices into the pot, stirring them, while Bai Chi washed the asparagus, cutting the leaves into segments. Once Bai Chi had prepared the asparagus, she handed it to Feng Su. After adding the asparagus to the pot, Feng Su asked Bai Chi, should we add salt at the end? Indeed, Bai Chi replied. Bai Chi stood by, watching the vegetables in the pot, pondering when they would be ready. We can add the salt now, Su. After that, stir it a bit more, and it will be ready to serve. She observed that the asparagus was nearly cooked. All right. Feng Su added the usual amount of salt, just as he would on any other day. Bai Chi, unable to contain her anticipation, picked up her chopsticks and tasted a piece. Delicious, Su. I truly adore you. Even with just salt, you managed to create something so delightful. Hee. Upon hearing Bai Chi's praise, Feng Su felt immense joy. Bai Chi gazed at the large pot of food with a tinge of regret, lamenting the absence of rice. Ling, dinner is ready. Bai Chi called out to Feng Ling, who soon emerged. Upon seeing the vibrant green vegetables and meat in the pot, Feng Ling inquired, "What is this?" "This is stir-fried asparagus with meat. It's quite delectable." Bai Chi replied, serving a portion into Feng Ling's bowl. Feng Ling took a bite and couldn't help but praise Feng Su. "Not bad, Su. Your culinary skills are improving, brother. You seldom compliment me." "It feels rather strange," Feng Su said, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I merely speak the truth." Feng Ling continued to serve himself. "Yes, do hurry and eat." Bai Chi then took her seat. Feng Su placed a piece of asparagus in his mouth and was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated his own prowess in the kitchen. Inside the house, Yin Chun took a bite of his meal, hearing the laughter and chatter from outside, wishing he could immediately join them for dinner. Not bad. After finishing, Feng Ling washed the bowls. Chapter 45. Su, are you anxious? Bai Chi had finished her bath early that day and was waiting for Feng Su on the bed. When Feng Su entered, droplets of water still clung to his hair, and upon seeing Bai Chi lying on the bed, he smiled warmly at her. Su, hurry and join me. Bai Chi beckoned him. Feng Su shed his bee skin skirt and lay down beside Bai Chi. Su, are you feeling anxious? Bai Chi asked as she nestled against him. Feng Su felt her soft warmth, and he could not suppress a low groan. Su, I adore Bai Chi's enchanting voice. Yin Shen, despite his high cultivation, felt a pang of envy as he resided in a room separated from Bai Chi's. Yet he could hear everything distinctly. Feng Ling had already grown accustomed to it and had fallen asleep. When Bai Chi rose in the morning, the events of the previous night flooded her mind. Causing her cheeks to flush, she patted her face, reminding herself not to entertain such thoughts early in the day, and dressed before stepping out. Upon seeing Bai Chi, Feng Su remarked, "Chi, you're up? The meal isn't ready yet. Have some durian to tide you over." Bai Chi picked up a plate of peeled durians and took a bite. Su, where has Ling gone? She asked Feng Su. Brother left early this morning. He mentioned he had a meeting with the chieftain of the sea serpent tribe to discuss matters regarding the monthly market and told you not to worry. Feng Su relayed Feng Ling's message. Oh, Bai Chi said, pausing momentarily. Su, we must turn the marinated meat. We can begin making cured meat tomorrow. All right, I will attend to that after I finish stir-frying the asparagus and meat. Feng Su replied as he tossed the meat in the pot. Bai Chi entered Yin Chen's room and inquired, "Does it still hurt?" A little." Yin Chen feigned weakness. Bai Chi observed Yin Chen's pale face, sensing he was not merely pretending. "Where does it hurt?" she asked, noting his external injuries seemed healed. Yin Chen lay on the bed, saying, "My chest hurts." Bai Chi squatted down to examine his chest carefully, but it appeared to be fine. "You can lean in a bit closer to look." Yin Chen's voice was gentle and soft. Bai Chi, compelled by an unseen force, leaned in closer. Yin Chen's chest felt ticklish under her breath, causing his ears to redden. "You seem fine." Bai Chi heard his strong heartbeat, which did not suggest any injury. "Could you take a closer look?" Yin Chen hoped Bai Chi would stay with him a little longer. "You are fine. I am going to eat now." Bai Chi turned to leave. Feng Su had already prepared Yin Chen's meal and brought it in. Upon seeing Feng Su, Yin Chen's mood soured. Feng Su placed the meal down and left without noticing Yin Chen's displeasure. Bai Chi had eaten a substantial amount that day, not entirely for herself, but due to the appetite of the child growing within her. She lay in her room, having been pregnant for nearly a month. Where would they settle once the children were born? A cramped space would not suffice. She still needed to bear many more children to repay her debts. Crack! Bai Chi noticed a significant crack forming in one of the snake eggs beside her. Asu, Asu, the egg is cracking, Bai Chi exclaimed excitedly. Feng Su hurried over, noticing the large fissure on the snake egg. Wasn't it said that the young must be hatched by their father? Bai Chi asked. According to their ancestral memories, it was indeed the father who needed to incubate the eggs for them to hatch. Feng Su was equally bewildered by this sudden occurrence. Crack, the eggshell broke. A palm-sized snake emerged from the shell, a pure white creature wriggling on the bed. Wow, how beautiful, Bai Chi marveled at the little snake that had crawled out of the egg. Asu, look how adorable it is. Feng Su stood frozen, questioning whether the ancestral memories were indeed accurate. As long as the hatchling successfully broke free, everything should be fine. The little snake crawled onto Bai Chi's hand, gently nudging her as if to say, I know you are my mother. What does it eat? Bai Chi gently stroked the snake's head. The little snake rubbed its head against Bai Chi's hand before climbing onto Feng Su's shoulder, creating a comical illusion as if it were challenging Feng Su to see who was taller. It can simply eat meat. Feng Su snapped back to reality, feeling elated. This was a cheese offspring. And also is it really that easy to care for? Bai Chi asked curiously. Yes, I will fetch it some meat now. Feng Su placed the little snake on the bed and turned to leave. Feng Su returned with a sizable piece of meat, and the little snake eagerly bit into it, devouring it voraciously, licking its lips afterward as if still craving more. Bai Chi couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha, who would have thought it would be such a foodie? The little snake obediently flicked its tongue, hissing softly, I haven't even named you yet. How about Little White? Little Treasure? Bai Chi shook her head, finding both names lacking. Never mind, we can wait until you grow a bit more to decide on a name. Bai Chi resolved to wait until the little snake matured before bestowing a name upon it. After consuming several morsels of meat, the little snake coiled itself upon Bai Chi's chest and fell asleep. Bai Chi regarded the snake with tender affection, for it was akin to her own child, a being with whom she shared a blood bond. Feeling a touch of weariness herself, she indulged in a brief nap. Yin Shun, overhearing the sound of the snake egg hatching from within the house, felt a pang of frustration. His time alone with her was dwindling. Feng Ling returned with a pouch of salt, inquiring, Su, has a Qi not yet risen? Feng Su replied while washing the dishes, a Qi has already had her meal. The snake egg has hatched? Feng Ling exclaimed, recalling that it required the nurturing of the hatchling's biological father to break free from its shell. Indeed, Feng Su affirmed solemnly. Feng Ling wasted no time and entered the room, where she beheld the little snake nestled on Bai Chi's bosom, sleeping soundly. The little snake, sensing a gaze upon it, opened its eyes momentarily, recognizing a familiar scent, before drifting back to sleep. Observing that the little snake appeared healthy and untroubled, Feng Ling found it curious. Bai Chi awoke, her face radiating warmth. Ling, you have returned. The child has hatched today. Yes, it is quite healthy. Feng Su seated himself by the bed and gently tousled Bai Chi's hair. That is reassuring, Bai Chi thought, finally able to ease her restless heart. Shishan mentioned that during the moon market, they would be arranged alongside the sea serpent tribe. Previously, they had the freedom to choose their placement without constraint. It was perplexing why they now found themselves grouped with their own kin. Feng Ling recalled an encounter with the moon market many years prior, which differed markedly from what Shishan described today. Bai Chi mused that exchanging items with cured meats was of little consequence. Indeed, it might be beneficial to be in proximity for mutual support. Chapter 46. The Merfolk A Chi, I shall take you to a special place. Feng Ling declared to Bai Chi. Oh, splendid. Instantly, Bai Chi's fatigue vanished. She rose, tidied her hair, and climbed onto Feng Ling's back. Su, please look after him, she instructed as she handed the little white snake to Feng Su. The little snake, noticing its mother's departure, yearned to follow, only to tumble to the ground. Fear not, little one. Your mother shall return shortly, Feng Su reassured as he lifted the snake and brushed off the dust. With wide eyes, the little snake queried, You're not deceiving me, are you? Truly, she will be back soon, Feng Su comforted. The little snake nodded and nestled against him, drifting into slumber as Feng Su gradually made his way to lie down inside. Meanwhile, Yin Shun, in the adjacent room, seethed with frustration. That wretched phoenix intended to take a Qi somewhere? He could no longer lounge in bed. Tomorrow he must rise. As Bai Chi descended, she beheld a vibrant beach. As if stepping into a fairy tale, the shore was adorned with shells of myriad colors, conchs, and white coral reefs, while the waves crashed passionately against the rocks, as if expressing their exuberance. The sea breeze tousled Bai Chi's hair, bringing with it a briny scent. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, allowing herself to be enveloped in the soothing symphony of the ocean. It was a serene moment, so quiet that only the ocean's cries could be heard, stirring her emotions, accompanied by a melodious song. Bai Chi found herself drawn forward, her feet sinking into the soft, fine sand, a sensation even more delicate than stepping onto tofu. Achi, achi. Just then, Feng Ling's voice broke through her reverie, tinged with urgency as he rushed over to grasp her hand, preventing her from wading into the sea. How did I end up here? Bai Chi blinked, realizing she stood amidst the sea. She had been on the beach just moments ago. Momentarily dazed at Chi, you were enchanted by the siren's song, Feng Ling warned, his gaze fixed upon the water's surface. Hidden behind the rocks, a mermaid with azure eyes seethed with anger, thrashing its tail in frustration at having been discovered by the male. Merfolk? Bai Chi queried, glancing at Feng Ling before turning her attention back to the sea. Indeed, the siren's songs can disrupt the minds of humans, leading them to lose control, Feng Ling elucidated. Bai Chi nodded. She understood the need for caution. Ling, if I hold your hand, I shall not be swayed by the siren's song. Bai Chi intertwined her fingers with Feng Ling's. Indeed, he replied, appreciating the warmth of her grasp. Ling, what is that? Bai Chi pointed toward a colossal sea turtle gliding through the water, its belly adorned with two enormous flippers. The waves crashed against its shell, sending sprays of water into the air. Is that a sea turtle? Bai Chi gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Indeed, it is a sea turtle, though they cannot transform into human form, Feng Ling lamented. The sea turtle approached the rocks, addressing Xing Yin with respect. Chief, all the members have gathered. It is time to convene regarding the moon market. Xing Yin peeked from behind the rocks, observing the female on the shore. Understood, he replied reluctantly, withdrawing his gaze to plunge into the sea toward the merfolk tribe. Feng Ling was aware the merfolk were observing them, yet he paid it no mind. As long as Chi found joy in her play at Su, let us gather these shells and craft them into jewelry. Bai Chi exclaimed, enthusiastically collecting shells until her arms could hardly hold them. Unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Ling interjected, Chi, allow me to assist you. No, you should gather some shells as well? She insisted. Very well, Feng Ling acquiesced, squatting down to join her in the search. Bai Chi felt no discomfort from the heat. Instead, she brimmed with energy, envisioning the beautiful jewelry they could create to trade at the moon market. Chi, let us return, Feng Ling said, noting her laborious squatting on the ground, concern etched on his face. All right, Bai Chi agreed, feeling she had collected enough. Take your medicine, Ting observed as the white-haired man lying on the bed opened his eyes and reached for the bowl of medicine to hand it to Mu Zhe. Mu Zhe chose to remain silent, ignoring him. Ting, unperturbed, continued, I apologize. I did not foresee that Jiao Jiao would be so cruel. Once you have healed, I shall see you safely out. Mu Zhe drank the medicine but remained reticent. After a moment of standing, Ting departed. Brother, Jiao Jiao had been waiting outside the room and rushed over joyfully upon seeing Ting return. Is he all right? She asked, donning a demure expression. Ting entered the room, sitting down with a pained expression as he regarded his sister. Did you require something from me? I wish to visit him, Jiao Jiao replied, pouting as she sought to charm him. Had it been the old him, he would have readily agreed, but after discovering his sister's cruelty, he could no longer indulge her whims. No, upon hearing Ting's refusal, Jiao Jiao's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Why not? You used to agree to all my requests. That was before I realized you could be so heartless as to take a life. Ting retorted, anger flaring within him. Can I not have a chance to reform? Jiao Jiao queried, her frustration palpable. Yes, once he has recovered, I shall allow you to visit, Ting stated, determined to placate his sister while planning to send the white-haired man away as soon as he healed. Really? Jiao Jiao expressed her excitement, fearing her brother might deceive her. Indeed, Ting assured her with a nod. Then I shall wait until then to see him, Jiao Jiao said, satisfied with her goal accomplished before departing. What troubles you? Luo Fei entered to find Ting in a state of vexation. Luo Fei, you once claimed Jiao Jiao was cruel to our kin, and I did not believe you until I witnessed her disregard for a living being, Ting lamented, embracing Luo Fei, regretting his ignorance towards his sister's upbringing. Luo Fei gently stroked Ting's head, offering comfort. Ting, do not blame yourself. Jiao Jiao is still young and can be corrected. Let us hope, Ting replied, wishing for his sister to return to her former kind self, one who could not bear to harm even a fish. Perhaps Jiao Jiao will improve in time. Do not worry excessively, Luo Fei remarked, noting a slight uplift in Ting's spirits. By the way, your father has summoned you to discuss the moon market. Ting rose and proceeded to the residence of the dragon tribe chief. Hurry in, Chu Chuan called out upon hearing Ting's footsteps. As Ting stepped through the door, he found Chu Chuan engaged in arranging a collection of peculiar items, the purpose of which was unclear. Father, Ting greeted politely. Yes, come, sit. Chu Chuan gestured for him to take a seat. Ting complied obediently. How have you prepared for the upcoming moon market? Chu Chuan inquired. Sea fish and fine salt are ready. Ting responded, good. This time, our dragon tribe must acquire more meat, Chu Chuan stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Ting immediately stood, affirming, yes, father. You may leave. Chu Chuan expressed his satisfaction with Ting's diligence and commitment to their people. Understood, Ting replied, exiting the room, closing the door behind him before turning to leave. Your interactions with Ting do not resemble a typical father-son relationship, Shuisu remarked as she emerged from behind. You know well that I am not one for words. Chu Chuan chuckled, fiddling with the items on the stone table. You should be more affectionate with Ting next time, Shuisu asserted, snatching an item from Chu Chuan's hands. Very well, I shall do so. He promised. Chu Chuan wore a nonchalant expression. Oh, never mind. Shuisu shook her head. Chapter 47. Do not gaze at indecency. Su, we are back. Bai Chi called out to Feng Su inside the house. Upon hearing Chi's voice, Feng Su emerged, cradling a small snake. His gaze fell upon the mound of shells on the floor, which nearly reached his height, and he curiously inquired, what are all these shells for? They are quite valuable. Bai Chi replied with a cheerful smile. Can they be made into something delicious? Feng Su's eyes sparkled at the thought of the shells. This is not for eating. It is used to create jewelry. Bai Chi clarified. All right then, Feng Su's excitement dimmed upon learning they were inedible. But what is jewelry? It is something worn by females on their hands and necks for decoration. Bai Chi continued at Su. Please wash these shells thoroughly and let them dry. Okay, Feng Su replied, gathering a large handful of shells and heading to the stream to wash them diligently before placing them on stones to dry. Bai Chi picked up the little snake, observing Feng Su's industrious figure with a smile. She then entered the house to check on the remaining 4 snake eggs, which had not cracked at all. The little snake, delighted to see its siblings, coiled around the eggs in a fond manner before returning to Bai Chi's hands. Bai Chi stepped outside and said to Feng Su, Su, we can take the marinated meat to the sea snake tribe to dry. The temperature there is quite high. It should be ready in 5 or 6 days. Understood, Feng Su replied, carrying the marinated meat to their dwelling in the sea snake tribe. Bai Chi stepped outside but did not see Feng Ling. He must have gone hunting, she presumed. Feeling sticky, Bai Chi shed her clothes and waded into the stream for a refreshing bath, the cool water washing away the fatigue of the day. She slightly squinted her eyes in enjoyment when a small figure splashed into the water. The little snake adored the water, swimming joyfully and creating small arcs with its tiny body. Bai Chi watched its antics, unable to suppress her laughter. Yin Chen, hearing Bai Chi's laughter, descended from his bed. Peering out with curiosity, the stream contained only the radiant Bai Chi, and his violet eyes flushed with a hint of crimson as he quickly retreated. Not gaze at indecency. Do not gaze at indecency. Do not gaze at indecency. Yin Chen patted his heart, urging it to calm down. Bai Chi remained blissfully unaware that her bare form had been witnessed. She was still reveling in her bathing pleasure. Yin Chen tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He could not fathom why he harbored feelings for her yet refrained from expressing them directly, instead concealing his emotions. Night fell, and Feng Ling had yet to return. Little snake, you must behave, Bai Chi said as she rose to prepare dinner, concerned that the little snake might wander off. After their midday meal, a substantial piece of beef remained, perfectly suitable for stir-frying and grilling. Bai Chi swiftly prepared the dishes and brought some stir-fried and grilled meat to Yin Chen, As she turned to leave, he called out to her, "Chi." "What is it?" Bai Chi asked. Perplexed, "I am able to get out of bed now." "I'll wash the dishes after I eat," Yin Chen said, his face flushed with embarrassment at his own hesitation. "Oh, that? No need. You are still a patient," Bai Chi replied, turning to exit. Bai Chi offered the little snake some grilled meat while finishing the remaining food herself. "Chi, I am back." Upon hearing Feng Ling's voice, Bai Chi stepped outside and was alarmed to see him stained with blood. "What happened?" she asked worriedly. "This is not my blood. I encountered a 5th-tier rogue beast man while hunting." Feng Ling explained. 5th tier? Is that common here? Bai Chi inquired. "Not common. He was not after my prey. It seemed he aimed to kill me." Feng Ling recalled the beastman's scarlet eyes. "Did you get a good look at him?" Bai Chi felt a sense of unease, her brows knitting. He was in beast form. A 5th-tier black dragon, Feng Ling revealed. Upon hearing 5th-tier black dragon, Bai Chi momentarily forgot to breathe, her face flushed red with the realization. It truly was him. How did he track her down to the endless sea? Did he follow you back? Bai Chi's hands trembled uncontrollably, her voice barely above a whisper. "No. I blinded his eyes, and he fled," Feng Ling reassured her. Being a 6th-tier beast man, he could clearly hear her words. Bai Chi still felt a pang of fear. What if he found her? "Do not worry, Chi." Feng Ling noticed her anxiety and comforted her. "I will not let him harm you." Bai Chi felt immensely relieved to have Feng Ling as her partner. Given his 6th-tier status provided her a strong sense of security. "I shall take a bath now," Feng Ling said, rushing to the stream. Soon after, he finished bathing and opened the door. "Ling. Look how adorable he is," Bai Chi exclaimed as the little snake slept on her chest, appearing quite content. "Indeed, he is quite charming." Feng Ling approached and gently stroked the little snake's head. "Sleep well." Bai Chi suddenly felt drowsy. Feng Ling lay down beside her as well. The next morning, Bai Chi found that Feng Ling had prepared breakfast. "Ling, you can cook too?" Bai Chi expressed her surprise. "After watching Su make it so often, I naturally learned," Feng Ling said, his eyes sparkling with warmth upon seeing Bai Chi. "Not bad, not bad." Bai Chi took a bite. While Feng Ling's grilled meat was not as delectable as Feng Su's, it was a man's duty to praise. Yin Shun, seated nearby, took a bite and exclaimed, "Not bad. This is far inferior to that foolish phoenix." "Is it not tasty?" Bai Chi noted Yin Chen's awkward expression. "No, it's fine." Yin Shun continued eating voraciously, knowing he could not cook himself. Feng Ling's gaze toward Yin Shun softened somewhat. Seeing Bai Chi devour plate after plate of meat left Yin Chen astonished. "Why you? How can you eat so much?" He did not recall her being such a hearty eater. "Why shouldn't I eat this much?" Bai Chi looked at Yin Chun as if he were foolish, thinking, of course, she needed to eat more since she was carrying a child. Yet Yin Chun was at a loss for words. "But what? Hurry and eat," Feng Ling urged impatiently. Bai Chi had no time to respond, focusing instead on her meal. "All right." Yin Chun had no choice but to lower his head and continue eating. "Little snake, would you like another piece?" Bai Chi offered meat to the little snake. The little snake nodded, signaling Bai Chi to give him more. Bai Chi fed the little snake, who eagerly opened its mouth and began to munch. The little snake nodded enthusiastically, indicating, "More, more." "Okay." Bai Chi continued to feed the little snake. The little snake appeared delighted, looking quite satisfied. "I am full," Bai Chi announced and walked to the stream to wash her face. The little snake dipped its tail in the water before using it to splash its own face. Bai Chi watched in astonishment. "Little snake, are you learning how to wash your face from me?" The little snake nodded. "Once you transform, I will teach you." "All right?" Bai Chi asked. The little snake obediently nodded, reflecting, "Whatever mother says is right. I must listen to mother and be a good little one." Such a good child. Bai Chi scooped up the little snake and planted a kiss on its forehead. Bai Chi noticed the little snake had fainted in her hands, and she hesitated to move, anxiously asking, little snake, what is wrong?" He was just so happy. "But there are many stars above his head," Feng Ling said as he hurried over to check on the little snake. Relieved to discover it was not in serious trouble, "He just got too excited," Feng Ling explained. "He fainted from my kiss. This baby is just too adorable." Bai Chi laughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed to admit that her kiss had caused the little snake to faint. "Ling, let us grind the shells into round shapes and string them into beautiful jewelry," Bai Chi suggested, noticing the shells were already dry. She drew circles on the ground for Feng Ling to use as a guide. All right, Feng Ling picked up a shell and began grinding it against the stone. Crack, Ling. Do not use too much force, or the shell will break, Bai Qiqi warned, picking up another shell to demonstrate. I will grind. Yin Shen rushed over to snatch the shell from Bai Qiqi's hand, beginning to grind it on the stone. Seeing his deliberate and even movements, Bai Qiqi thought he might actually be skilled at this. You can polish as well? Bai Qiqi was astonished to see the shimmering round shell in Yin Shen's hand. Of course, I am quite capable, Yin Shen said with pride. Then please help me polish all these shells? Bai Qiqi handed over the shells Feng Ling had prepared. Sure. Yin Shan took the shells and began polishing each one, his movements graceful and elegant, almost like a dance, a sight to behold. Bai Qiqi watched. Entranced, before long, he had polished all the shells, noticing Bai Qiqi's captivated expression, which filled him with satisfaction. You are amazing. After praising him, Bai Qiqi continued, would you mind drilling holes in these shells for me? Of course. With a firm press of his hand against the shell, Yin Shan created a small hole in it. Each hole he crafted was remarkably uniform in size, as if he had honed this skill over many years, demonstrating a certain finesse. Was he a traveler from another realm? Strange changes, yet the odd remains constant. Bai Qiqi suddenly interjected. The expressions on their faces were one of bewilderment. What did Qi just say? It's nothing, you needn't concern yourselves with me. My throat is merely a bit uncomfortable. Bai Qiqi herself was skeptical of her own words. Oh, the two responded in unison, accepting whatever Qi said as truth. Bai Qiqi pondered, what shall I use to string the shells together? Qi, I know what we can use to string the shells. Yin Shan seemed to intuit Bai Qiqi's thoughts. What shall we use? Bai Qiqi inquired. The bark of tree branches. It possesses a degree of flexibility, although its downside is that it is prone to breaking. As Yin Shan spoke these words, his body quivered slightly. Indeed, but for now. We have no better alternatives, Bai Qiqi lamented. I'll go fetch some tree bark. It won't take long. Yin Shan was reluctant to miss an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Bai Qiqi watched Yin Shen's departing silhouette, feeling an inexplicable oddity about him, unable to pinpoint what was amiss. Never mind. I won't dwell on it. Oh, you're awake. Bai Qiqi exclaimed upon noticing the small snake in her hand stirring slightly. The snake opened its eyes and nodded. It had long realized that remaining beside its mother was delightful. It should have emerged from its shell sooner. Do you know why they haven't hatched yet? Bai Qiqi couldn't help but ask the little snake. The snake slithered from Bai Qiqi's hand directly towards the room containing the snake eggs. It approached the first egg, curling up beside it to sleep. It moved closer to the second egg, writhing its body. Near the third egg, it resumed its curled position, and by the fourth egg, it was already curled up. Bai Qiqi seemed to grasp its meaning. The movements it made were reflective of what the babies inside were doing. You're amazing. You can actually see how they look inside, she said, gently stroking the little snake's head. The snake proudly lifted its head. Indeed, I, the little snake, am the greatest. Qi. I've brought back the tree bark. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Qiqi cradled the little snake and stepped outside. Qi, is this enough? Yin Shen asked, pointing to the bark on the ground. It's sufficient, quite sufficient, Bai Qiqi replied, having strung together not only a bracelet, but also a necklace, leaving plenty of bark remaining. Let us begin. Yin Shan picked up the bark still dripping with green sap and twisted it into a cord. Then proceeded to string the shells onto it. Is that how it goes? Bai Qiqi asked, observing the now stained shells. Huh? Yin Shan scratched his head. You didn't teach me back then. How would I know? Polishing is something I learned in secret. At the very least, we must wash it first. The green sap will stain the shells, rendering them unattractive. Bai Qiqi was somewhat perplexed. How could he know how to polish yet overlook such a significant detail? Oh, very well. Yin Shan took all the bark to the water to cleanse it, laying it on a stone to dry. Bai Qiqi nodded, appreciating his diligence. Meanwhile, Feng Ling sat quietly beside them, observing Ling. I suddenly craved durian. Bai Qiqi thought that it would take a while for the bark to dry, and since there was nothing else to do, she added, all right, wait here for me. Feng Ling took flight and swiftly returned with an abundance of durians. I'll peel it, Bai Qiqi exclaimed, removing layer after layer. Hiss, Bai Qiqi inhaled sharply. Qi, your finger is injured. Feng Ling rushed over upon seeing Bai Qiqi's fingertip cut, quickly licking the wound with his tongue. Yin Shun, witnessing Feng Ling licking Bai Qiqi's finger, was infuriated. Why had he just been watching them dry? He had missed such a prime opportunity. No, it's nothing, just a minor injury. Bai Qiqi felt a tingling sensation as Feng Ling's tongue brushed against her skin. Let me handle it. Feng Ling ceased licking only when Bai Qiqi's fingers stopped bleeding. Bai Qiqi found herself involuntarily gazing at Feng Ling. This man was so considerate. Yin Shun was consumed by jealousy. Ah? Yin Shun struck his chest with a fist. What's wrong? Bai Qiqi observed Yin Shin's pained expression. It's nothing, just a slight ache in my chest. A punch fixes it. Yin Shun said, both annoyed and somewhat embarrassed. Oh, Bai Qiqi thought he must be a bit daft. If his chest hurt, wouldn't hitting it make it worse? Feng Ling didn't even spare him a glance, focusing solely on peeling durian for Bai Qiqi. All right, Achi. Feng Ling presented her with a plate of peeled durian. Upon seeing the golden flesh, Yin Shun couldn't help but exclaim, I want some too. Peel your own. Feng Ling tossed an entire durian to him. If you want to peel it, do it yourself. Yin Shun caught the durian, only to wince in pain. This durian was utterly unripe. I didn't know it wasn't ripe. Feng Ling shrugged. Fine, well done. Yin Shun struggled to swallow. Yin Shun remained silent until dinner time, not uttering a single word. I'm so furious. Why can he still bully me now? He chided himself, reminding himself not to be intimidated by his presence. He was not the former divine phoenix. So why should he be afraid? Yin Shun returned to his room, motivating himself. Bai Qiqi entered her room, carefully placing each egg in its designated spot before falling asleep. In the following days, Bai Qiqi checked for signs of hatching both before bed and upon waking. Chapter 49. You deserve to die. On the day of the moon market, Achi, I miss you so much. Feng Su finally spotted Bai Qiqi. I miss you too. Bai Qiqi embraced Feng Su. Feng Su nodded. Longing for Achi. In the past few days, every time he closed his eyes, her image filled his mind, and his eyes grew misty. You're too grown up to still be crying. Yin Chen mocked upon seeing the foolish phoenix's demeanor. Who says I'm crying? I merely have sand in my eye. Feng Su immediately covered his eyes, refusing to admit it. All right, don't tease Su anymore. Bai Qiqi chuckled. We should head to the moon market. Okay. Feng Su packed the dried meat into a leather bag. Bai Qiqi climbed onto Feng Ling, and soon they arrived at the moon market. The moon market was vast, resembling a modern-day street market, with goods spread across animal hides and a few items placed directly on the ground. Come quickly, I've saved you all a spot, Shishan called out, limping to greet Bai Qiqi and the others. Bai Qiqi and the others followed Shishan to the farthest cornered. Is it here? Bai Qiqi surveyed the stalls, confirming they were indeed run by the Sea Snake Clan's beastmen, but this location was too secluded. No one would venture here. Even if someone did, it would be rare. You found a splendid spot. Feng Ling's voice was low, tinged with displeasure. Brother Ling, you can't blame me. The Sea Snake Clan is too weak, and this is all we could get. Shishan dared not meet Feng Ling's gaze, knowing he too desired a better location. The Sea Snake Clan had even lost a male beastman over this issue. And he had been beaten as well. Who was responsible for assigning the spots? Bai Qiqi inquired of Shishan. Shishan looked up and replied, It's Chu Chuan. He is the chief of the Jiaolong clan. What is his beast rank? Bai Qiqi asked. 5th rank, Shishan answered. Where is Chu Chuan now? Bai Qiqi continued to ask. Chi, don't go. He is unreasonable. Xiao Xiao, who had just arrived, quickly interjected to dissuade her. I want to see how unreasonable he truly is, Bai Qiqi remarked, curious to Qi. When the chief first learned we were assigned to this corner, he sought out Chu Chuan to reason with him, but ended up with a broken leg, and even Tao was killed. Xiao Xiao choked back tears, struggling to hold them back. What? Bai Qiqi was astonished. He actually killed Tao. He even injured the chief. This Chu Chuan was utterly lawless. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could avenge Xiao Xiao immediately. Feng Ling, Xiao Xiao, and the other remaining members of the Sea Snake Clan widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing Xiao Xiao mention the chief's injury. The chief of the Jiaolong clan was a 5th-rank powerhouse, and strength was paramount at Qi. You truly need not go out of your way for me. The chief does not consider his injury to be significant. But I cannot allow them to march to their deaths. Chief, come here. Bai Qiqi waved to the chief. Shishan nervously approached. Chief, Feng Su is a 5th-rank beastman. You need not fear him, Bai Qiqi whispered to Shishan. Oh really? Shishan could hardly fathom that a high-ranking beastman had been by his side all along. Indeed, Bai Chi affirmed with a nod. All right, I shall take you there now. Shishan was taken aback by Feng Ling's unexpectedly high beast rank. Chief, you cannot take a Chi and the others with you. Xiao Xiao, unsure of what Bai Chi had said to the chief, hurriedly tried to prevent them from going impulsively. Xiao Xiao, it's fine. You can come with me, that should put your mind at ease, Bai Chi reassured her, patting Xiao Xiao's shoulder. Very well, Xiao Xiao reluctantly conceded, though her heart was heavy with worry. Relax, Xiao Xiao. Bai Chi found Xiao Xiao to be an utterly adorable little girl. I was relaxed, yet found myself unable to restrain my emotions. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, attempting to calm her frayed nerves. Bai Chi gestured with her eyes, signaling Xiao Xiao not to be anxious. Together, they made their way to the bustling heart of the moon market, where orcs were plentiful, and stalls displayed an array of herbs, fish skins, and various fruits. That is the leader of the Jiaolong tribe. Chu Chuan, Shishan remarked, observing the middle-aged man ahead. Bai Chi noticed a man, seemingly in his 40s, basking in the flattery of others. He appeared amiable, yet she was taken aback by his underlying ruthlessness. Shishan, have I not made myself abundantly clear? Your sea serpent tribe's position is relegated to the far corner. Chu Chuan retorted coldly upon spotting Shishan, his gaze turning icy. Chief Chu, I have come to discuss the positioning of our sea serpent tribe's stall. Shishan mustered his courage to say. Your sea serpent tribe is positioned at the very end, and your mere presence vexes me. Chu Chuan scowled, clearly uninterested in mingling with what he deemed the inept sea serpent tribe. Sir Chief, such words are uncalled for, Bai Chi interjected, casting a steely gaze at Chu Chuan. And who might you be? Chu Chuan squinted at Bai Chi, having never encountered such a striking female from the sea serpent tribe before, which compelled him to steal another glance at Chi. Bai Chi replied coldly, You would do well to consider my young cub as a suitable mate. The more Chu Chuan looked at her, the more he felt she was a fitting match for his own offspring. What did you say? Yin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with fury. Bai Chi was equally incensed. Chu Chuan was truly shameless. You dare speak of my cub? Before Chu Chuan could finish his sentence, Yin Chen struck him with a punch. Your cub is hardly worthy of being a cheese mate. Yin Chen's voice was chilling. You dare hit me? Chu Chuan stared at Yin Chen incredulously. This male had an audacity that was remarkable. I dare. What of it? Yin Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Very well. Chu Chuan's face shifted through shades of green and purple. Seize that female. He waved his hand, and over a dozen Jiaolong orcs rushed at Yin Chen from all sides. With a slight exertion of force, Yin Chen sent the surrounding orcs crashing to the ground. Bai Chi stood transfixed, astounded by his prowess. He hadn't even touched them, yet they had collapsed. Feng Ling was equally surprised by his formidable strength, while Feng Su's gaze toward Yin Chen transformed into one of admiration. Still want to fight? Yin Chen coldly regarded Chu Chuan. These beings were not worth his effort. Bring that female to me. Chu Chuan had never endured such humiliation in the Wuwang Sea. The fallen orcs quickly scrambled to their feet, lunging toward Bai Chi. Upon seeing the orcs charge at her, Bai Chi hastily retreated, only to be seized by one. When Yin Chen saw Bai Chi's fair neck marred by blood, he roared, Release a Chi. If you have the courage, come and take her. Chu Chuan tightened his grip on Bai Chi's neck, exerting more pressure. Feng Ling and Feng Su were mere moments away from rescuing Bai Chi. You shall pay for this. Yin Chen's voice was chilling enough to instill fear. He soared before Chu Chuan, applying pressure with his finger, which caused Chu Chuan's skull to fracture. Chu Chuan did not even have time to scream before he perished. Blood splattering everywhere. Yin Chen caught Bai Chi with his untainted hand. Chapter 50. Shell Jewelry. It's all right now. Yin Chen, thinking Bai Chi had been frightened, softly reassured her. You are incredibly strong. Bai Chi was astonished by his might. A man like Chu Chuan deserved his fate. Had he not been slain, he would have harmed many more. I had no intention of killing him. Yin Chen lowered his head, fearing she might be afraid of him. He had it coming. You did well, Bai Chi gently said to Yin Chen. The orcs who had attacked, upon witnessing Chu Chuan's demise, fled in terror. Today, thanks to you, a Chi is safe. Feng Ling expressed guilt for not having protected a Chi better. Indeed, you were truly impressive. You didn't even need to touch them to bring them down. Feng Su's words dripped with admiration for Yin Chen and Chi. You frightened me to death just now. Thankfully, I was inconspicuous. Xiao Xiao was relieved for the first time that she was not particularly attractive. They all bore expressions of having narrowly escaped disaster, except for Shishan, who wore a look of concern. Ling, the Jiaolong tribe is a formidable one. Having killed their leader, you must leave the Wuwang Sea immediately, Shishan said, his brow furrowed with worry. Chief, we cannot leave just yet. Bai Qi understood the complications of having slain the Jiaolong tribe's leader, yet felt he deserved it. This is not the time for rescues. Shishan recognized they had come to save someone, but the situation was dire. I cannot wait. Bai Qi was unwilling to delay for the sake of the children. Be careful. Shishan knew he could not persuade them and resignedly said. Feng Ling's expression was grave. He had to ensure Qi's safety. Chief, trust that we will be fine. Bai Qi attempted to lighten the mood with a cheerful smile. Can we now move to their previous location? Let us remain in that corner. Shishan feared retaliation from the Jiaolong tribe, feeling the previous spot was safer. The fleeing orcs are aware that the sea serpent leader was killed due to dissatisfaction with the stall positioning. But they have already escaped. Bai Qi comprehended Shishan's concerns, but they likely already knew. Very well, Shishan conceded, realizing hiding was futile. Now that the area is vacant, we can relocate here. Bai Qi scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of other tribes, and felt fortunate that the Jiaolong tribe's leader was a domineering individual. Machem, Shishan nodded. They returned to their earlier spot. Chief, are you all right? The female orcs of the sea serpent tribe expressed concern for Shishan's well-being. I am fine, Shishan replied with a smile. Not only am I unscathed, but you should have seen the state Chu Chuan was in. The mere thought of Chu Chuan's fate made Xiao Xiao burst into laughter. What happened? Ajia set down the fish she was handling. Xiao Xiao, do tell. Luo A halted her actions as well. Yes, yes. The other female orcs chimed in. Very well, Xiao Xiao. Having captured their interest began. Chu Chuan's head was crushed. Her revelation stunned the females into silence. Crushed? He was a fifth-tier orc. Ajia shook her head in disbelief. Is it truly possible for a fifth-tier orc to die so easily? Xiao Xiao, you aren't fabricating this. Are you? Luo A questioned skeptically. That I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiao Xiao asserted confidently. Then where is his corpse? Luo A inquired. It seems to be missing. Xiao Xiao indeed had not noticed where his body had gone. She ran to Bai Qi, panic-stricken. Qi. What happened to Chu Chuan's corpse? Bai Qi had also not paid attention but realized it seemed to have vanished. Qi. It was I who disposed of his body. Yinshin explained. As long as it has been dealt with, that suffices, Bai Qi responded, relieved that there were no witnesses. Xiao Xiao also set her worries aside, returning to chat with her friends while tidying up. Have we gathered everything? Let us depart. The chief led everyone to the location previously occupied by the Jiaolong tribe. Chief, this spot is excellent. Upon entering, it is the first thing others will see, Ajia exclaimed joyfully. This year's moon market will surely yield us many treasures. Luo A nodded in agreement. This prime location was secured by Qi and the others. Shishan was never one to claim credit. Qi, you are truly an exceptional female. Ajia was astonished that this seemingly delicate female possessed such capability. Indeed, Qi is not only beautiful but also possesses a kind heart. The other females smiled at Bai Qi. I feel so fortunate to be friends with Qi, Xiao Xiao reflected. There is no need for such formalities. Bai Qi felt she had done little deserving of their praise. Let us arrange our items. The moon market will soon open, Shishan urged. Feng Su, hang the cured meat on a wooden rack. Bai Qi instructed Feng Su. Understood, Qi. Feng Su replied cheerfully, relishing his first experience trading. Feng Ling? Bring out the shell jewelry, Bai Qi said. Feng Ling placed the animal skins on the ground and set the jewelry atop them. Qi, what is this? Xiao Xiao, having just arranged her coconuts, caught sight of the sparkling objects nearby. This is a shell necklace. Bai Qi picked up a string and showed it to Xiao Xiao. How beautiful! Xiao Xiao's gaze was captivated by the shell necklace. Do you like it? Bai Qi asked Xiao Xiao. That I do. It must require a great deal to exchange for this, right? Xiao Xiao, aware that even all her coconuts combined would not suffice for a single necklace. No need. I'll gift it to you. Seeing Xiao Xiao's delight, Bai Qi picked up one necklace to offer her. How can this be? I have nothing to trade. Xiao Xiao gazed at the exquisite necklace in her hand, admiring its beauty, yet ultimately returned it to Bai Qi. Feeling a bit parched, I suggested exchanging it for a coconut. Bai Qi handed the necklace to Xiao Xiao, who, upon inspecting the delicate piece, noticed by Chi-Chi's resolute gaze. Realizing that refusing it would only lead to persistent insistence from Bai Chi-Chi, she reluctantly accepted it. Thank you, Chi. Xiao Xiao felt a warmth in her heart. Appreciating Chi's gentle nature and no need to thank me. I'm still waiting to enjoy some coconut juice. Bai Chi-Chi winked at her. All right. Xiao Xiao smiled back, using a stone to puncture a hole in the coconut before handing it to Bai Chi-Chi. It's still so sweet, Bai Chi-Chi exclaimed, taking a sip of the coconut juice, feeling a refreshing coolness envelop her. The annual moon market at Huangxi has commenced, announced the elder of the fish clan, who was responsible for declaring the start of the market each year. A throng of eager individuals surged forward, a diverse array of beastmen among them. I can't believe our luck to arrive just in time for the moon market, exclaimed Wolf 5 excitedly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect this either. Wolf 6 shared in his enthusiasm, recognizing the opportunity to acquire useful items to take back home. Wolf 7 pointed at some black objects hanging from a wooden structure. Sixth brother, what are those things? Wolf 6 followed Wolf 7's finger to the mysterious black items, which bore a meaty aroma yet did not resemble conventional meat. Approaching Bai Chi-Chi, Wolf 6 inquired. What is this black object? Bai Chi-Chi looked up with a smile and replied, This is cured meat. Chapter 51. I must see just how beautiful she is. Wolf 6, witnessing Bai Chi-Chi's radiant presence for the first time, could not help but compliment, little female, you are truly exquisite, thank you. Bai Chi-Chi responded politely with a smile. You mentioned this is cured meat? What kind of meat is it? Wolf 6 asked. Cured meat is prepared by curing fresh meat, allowing it to be preserved for 5 to 6 months without issue. If stored properly, it can last a year or two. Bai Chi-Chi explained to Wolf 6, Can meat really be preserved for such a long time? Wolf 6, having never encountered such longevity in meat, felt puzzled. It certainly can. You could purchase a piece to take home and observe it over a few days to see if it spoils. You know that the temperature here in Wuangxi is higher than in other places, and regular meat wouldn't last until the next day without spoiling, Bai Chi-Chi reassured him, aiming to allay his doubts. What would I need to trade for this piece of meat? Wolf 6 inquired. Half a sheep, Bai Chi-Chi stated. Half a sheep for just one piece of meat? That seems excessive. Half a sheep could trade for 2 pieces of meat at most. I intend to buy a lot next time, Wolf 6 remarked, feeling the deal was rather steep. Bai Chi-Chi remained unaware that the beastmen were accustomed to bargaining. Content with her profit, Wolf 7, give this female half a sheep from the leather pouch, Wolf 6 instructed. Noticing Wolf 7's lack of response, he nudged him, saying, What are you daydreaming about? Hand over the meat. Oh, right, Wolf 7 chuckled foolishly as he handed the half sheep to Bai Chi-Chi. Let's go. Wolf 6 held the cured meat in one hand while pulling Wolf 7 along with the other. Bai Chi-Chi felt elated, surprised that her first trade had been so successful. It seemed she truly possessed a knack for commerce. Chi, this meat is indeed sellable, Feng Su remarked, observing the departing trio of beastmen. Of course, Bai Chi-Chi understood that most beastmen faced a scarcity of food during winter. Chi, your cured meat can be exchanged for half a sheep. You are remarkable. Xiao Zhao's admiration for Bai Chi-Chi was nearly overflowing. Making this isn't difficult. When I'm not busy in the coming days, I will teach you the remaining steps, Bai Chi-Chi offered to Xiao Xiao. Sounds great, Xiao Xiao replied, her face lighting up with joy. How did you manage to exchange for this sparkling item? Yunxi, unable to resist the allure of the shimmering object, asked. This is a bracelet, one that can be worn on your wrist, Bai Chi-Chi explained. Donning the bracelet pointed out by Yunxi. Wow, it's so beautiful, Yunxi exclaimed, lifting her hand toward the sun, the bracelet casting a rainbow of colors onto her skin. Can this be traded for sea fish? Yunxi inquired. It can, but not just any ordinary sea fish, Bai Chi-Chi replied with a smile. What about a luo fish? Yunxi asked. Of course. One luo fish can be exchanged for one bracelet, Bai Chi-Chi noted, realizing she had yet to taste the deep-sea luo fish since arriving. All right, I want 3 bracelets, Yunxi declared, retrieving live luo fish from her leather pouch. Very well. After handing over the bracelets, Bai Chi-Chi instructed Feng Su to place the luo fish into the leather pouch. Boss, we must gather as much refined salt as possible now that we've finally arrived at Huangxi. Xiong Er advised Xiongde. Indeed, Xiongde replied, entering the moon market in search of sellers of refined salt. Xiong Er hopped excitedly ahead, scanning the surroundings. Boss, there's refined salt over here, Xiong Er called, pointing to a leather pouch displayed by Shishan. How much beast meat is required for this bag of refined salt? Xiongdu inquired as he approached. It requires 10 head of cattle. Shishan answered. 10 head of cattle. Xiong exclaimed, incredulous at the exorbitant price. Recalling that in previous years, a bag of refined salt only required 5 head. Xiongdu scrutinized Shishan with a probing gaze. Our salt is different from refined salt, Shishan clarified. How so? Xiongdu asked with interest. Refined salt is a coarse salt, while our salt is a new variety, Shishan explained, distinguishing between the two types, one being ordinary refined salt and the other an exceptionally rare new salt. Is there truly a difference between refined salt and new salt? Xiongdu pressed. Indeed, Shishan affirmed. Long-term consumption of refined salt can lead to dizziness, pallor, weakness in limbs, and edema, while new salt poses no harm to the body. Xiongdu had never observed any pale-faced individuals in his clan, as they all had dark skin, making it difficult to notice. However, many did exhibit signs of weakness. Seeing that Xiongdu was convinced, Shishan added, I also have refined salt available for just 5 head of cattle. Which type do you prefer? Refined salt, new salt. The two brothers argued over their preference. Which one will it be? Shishan asked. New salt, refined salt. Xiongdu shot Xiong a glare. Xiong trembling, finally said, new salt. All right, when will you come to exchange? Shishan inquired. Before sunset today, we will return to trade with you, Xiongdu affirmed. Leading Xiong away, Xiong trailed behind, head downcast, saying, Boss, I was just worried you might be deceived. Forget it. You should know by now that this isn't your first time, Xiongdu sighed, sometimes incredulous that this fool was his own younger brother. I'm glad you're not angry, Xiong cheered, bouncing happily. Xiongdu silently sighed, thankful that his brother had good hunting skills. Otherwise, they would surely starve. Let's go. We still need to hunt 10 head of cattle today. Yes, boss. Xiong beamed at the thought of hunting. Sister, where did you exchange for this bracelet? Yungu asked, admiring the bracelet on her wrist and unable to part with it. Right up ahead, I exchanged it with a very beautiful female. Yunshi replied. A beautiful female? Is she more stunning than you, sister? Yungu queried, intrigued by this female. Yunshi nodded. What? Is she truly more beautiful than you, sister? Yungu questioned, skeptical that anyone could surpass her sister in beauty. Yungu, not all females in this world are unattractive. It's merely that the females we've seen in Wu Wangxi haven't been appealing. Yunshi understood her sister's obsession with beauty. I must see how beautiful she is. Yungu declared, pulling Yunshi forward. Yunshi shook her head helplessly. Approaching the bustling market, Yungu spotted a radiant female among the crowd, her skin luminescent, eyes sparkling with moisture, and her smile resembling a crescent moon, truly captivating. With lustrous black hair that was not coarse at all, Yungu approached Bai Chi, grasping her hand eagerly. How did you become so beautiful? Huh. Bai Chi was momentarily taken aback as a girl grasped her hand. You are the most beautiful female I have ever seen. Could you please tell me how you achieved such beauty? Yungu continued to inquire. Chapter 52. I will never regret this. The surrounding crowd turned to listen, captivated by Yunji's question. Some females expressed envy in their eyes, for it was indeed a rare delight to receive such praise from another female. I apologize. This is my younger sister, who has a profound obsession with beauty. Yunshi explained apologetically to Bai Chi. It's quite all right. Bai Chi found the little girl rather amusing. Bai Chi led Yungu to a quieter corner and sat down. Can you share your secret with me? Yunshi stared intently at Bai Chi's face, as if convinced that by merely gazing, she would uncover the reason behind her beauty. Are you referring to my face or my body? Bai Chi replied with a smile. Just one of them will do. Please, please. Yungu clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with longing. All right, let me tell you why my hair is so smooth. Bai Chi offered. Bai Chi smiled at Yungu and said, hair requires grooming. Neglecting it will lead to tangles, and tangled hair, naturally, cannot be smooth. Hair needs to be groomed? Yungu had never heard of such a notion. Just like this, Bai Chi brought a strand of hair forward to demonstrate how to comb it with her fingers. Can this really work? Yungu asked Bai Chi with a hint of skepticism. Feel it for yourself. Isn't it wonderfully smooth? Bai Chi replied. Yungu tentatively extended her hand and caressed Bai Chi's silky hair. So soft and comfortable. Beautiful lady, your hair is truly exquisite. After expressing her admiration, Yungu touched her own dry, tangled hair. Tangled hair simply needs to be combed out, but if the hair is coarse, one should consume more vegetables and fruits. Bai Qiqi imparted her methods of hair care to Yungu. All right, that seems quite simple. Thank you, beautiful Lady Aki. These are all the loach fish we just caught this morning, and they're all for you. Yungu emptied the contents of her beast skin bag for Bai Qiqi. No need. I merely shared how to care for your hair and have not offered anything of value. Also, my name is Aki. Bai Qiqi waved her hand in refusal. I'm Yungu. How can you say you haven't given anything? Discovering ways to maintain hair is indeed a form of intellectual labor. I cannot simply take the fruits of your labor, Yungu insisted. Bai Qiqi chuckled helplessly, amused by the little girl's understanding of the value of effort. If you refuse, I will be quite upset, Yungu feigned annoyance. All right then, thank you, Bai Qiqi conceded, unable to turn down the little girl's request. Seeing this, Yungu smiled with relief. Beautiful Aki, we shall take our leave now. When we have time, we will come to play with you, sister. Did I do well just now? Yungu asked Yunshi with a grin. Well done, and you even know how to take things without giving in return. Yunshi smiled, ruffling Yunji's hair, but we currently have nothing to exchange for other items. Had I known, I would have saved one, Yungu sighed, her head drooping. We can catch more loach fish tomorrow to exchange. It will be the same, Yunshi said, knowing her younger sister would think this way. Great. I will catch more tomorrow, Yungu encouraged herself. All right, Yunshi chuckled, realizing how naive her little sister was, thinking there would be an abundance of loach fish to catch. Xiao, take a few. We cannot possibly finish them all in a day. Bai Qiqi handed a few fish to Xiao. I cannot accept this. Xiao quickly declined, having already received a necklace for free. She felt she could not accept anything more from Aki. If you don't want it, I shall discard it. It will spoil anyway. Bai Qiqi pretended to toss it away, but was preemptively stopped by a Yun. No, we must not waste. Xiao quickly interjected. Then you shall keep it, Bai Qiqi said to Xiao. Have you forgotten that we are friends? Friends should help each other. I may need your assistance in the future. And you must not refuse. Whenever you, Aki, need my help, just ask. I will learn if I don't know how. I work very quickly, Xiao promised, unaware that her words would soon come to fruition. You said it. You cannot go back on your word. Bai Qiqi laughed at Xiao. I will definitely not go back on my word. Xiao patted her chest in assurance. Feng Su and Feng Ling observed Bai Qiqi and Xiao chatting happily. Feeling utterly out of place to Su, go back and prepare a meal for Aki, Feng Ling remarked, noting that mealtime was approaching to Su. Take this loach fish and roast it. Bai Qiqi handed her beast skin bag to Feng Su. Oh, all right, Feng Su replied, flying back to their dwelling to start a fire for roasting fish and meat. Xiao, there are still 3 coconuts left from today, which is quite good, Bai Qiqi noted, as Xiao was the only one who exchanged coconuts for other items. And the warm weather attracted many traders. I could only find coconuts to exchange. Xiao's mood suddenly dipped, as she was now living alone without a beast husband to support her. She had to rely on herself. Xiao, this too shall pass, Bai Qiqi comforted, holding Xiao's hand. Yes, I know. Things will get better in the future. Xiao responded with a radiant smile. It is best that you can see it that way. Bai Qiqi nodded with a smile. Brother, look what this is. Yungu waved her hand adorned with a shell bracelet in front of Xingyan. What is this? Xingyan asked impatiently, nearly dizzy from Yunji's waving. This is a shell bracelet. Isn't it beautiful? Yungu proudly boasted. It is indeed lovely. Who did you exchange it with? Xingyan inquired, still unaware of anything more dazzling than pearls. It was Aki, a very beautiful, enchanting and kind female. Yungu spoke of Aki as if she were standing right before her. Very beautiful? The most beautiful female I've seen was that one by the sea the other day. And she was pregnant, Xingyan recalled. Indeed, she is incredibly beautiful, Yungu replied. Well, you and Yunshi are playing together. I have matters to attend to, Xingyan concluded, walking away to check on their clan members. Humph, brother thinks I'm being unreasonable. Yungu pouted, dissatisfied. Sister, brother is the young clan leader. He is truly busy. Isn't it enough that sister is keeping you company? Yunshi teased. That's not it. It's just me, Yungu mumbled, uncertain of what she was dissatisfied with, perhaps just brother's attitude. All right, since we are at the monthly market, we should take the time to explore. Yunshi linked arms with Yungu. Okay, I shall listen to sister. Yunji's spirits lifted once again, for she was still a naive young girl. Sister, what type of female do you think brother likes? Yungu asked curiously. He should prefer someone kind, Yunshi speculated. though she truly did not know what Xing Yin liked. But I see many of the females who like brother are kind, yet he doesn't seem to prefer them, Yungu pouted. Who knows? You are still young. These are not things you should worry about. Yunxi ruffled Yunji's hair. Sister is right, Yungu nodded in agreement. Chapter 53. Back to the Divine Mountain. Aki, dinner is ready. Feng Su called out, having roasted plenty today. Xiao Xiao, come eat with us. Bai Qiqi beckoned Xiao Xiao to join. Just as Xiao Xiao was about to refuse, Bai Qiqi playfully feigned anger. Are we not good friends anymore? All right, Xiao Xiao obediently replied, sitting beside Bai Qiqi. Bai Qiqi placed a generous portion of fragrant meat into Xiao Xiao's bowl. After taking a bite, Xiao Xiao chewed carefully and exclaimed, "This is delicious. I never imagined meat could be stir-fried. There are many ways to prepare meat. Once we have the proper cooking tools, we can try various dishes together," Bai Qiqi added, placing a slice of fish into Xiao Xiao's bowl. Feng Ling noticed Bai Qiqi serving Xiao Xiao and felt uncomfortable, wondering why Bai Qiqi had not served him. Here, a Ling, eat more. Bai Qiqi quickly placed a piece of meat into his bowl, then added some for Feng Su as well. Feng Ling's mood improved considerably, while Feng Su happily continued eating. After finishing her meal, Bai Qiqi told them, "Su, a Ling, please tidy up. It seems no one else will come to exchange items at this hour." Before long, the two had cleaned everything up, and Xiao Xiao followed Bai Qiqi, trying to experience the feeling of being in the sky. "Aki, can I sleep with you tonight?" Feng Su asked, pulling Bai Qiqi close in a playful manner. "Of course." Bai Qiqi nodded in agreement. As soon as Feng Su leaned against her, his face turned bright red. Aki, his clear voice, tinged with a hint of huskiness, made one want to hear it again. Bai Qiqi lifted Feng Su's chin, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Upon meeting her gaze, Feng Su's heart raced to eye him. Bai Qiqi, seeing his flustered demeanor, felt a mischievous urge to tease him. "What do you want to say?" Aki. Feng Su's voice seemed to be suppressing some emotion. Bai Qiqi leaned closer, slightly parting her lips. "I'm here. Aki, I miss you so much." Feng Su placed Bai Qiqi's hand over his heart. His eyes filled only with her image. Bai Qiqi, with a hint of implication, said, "I miss you too." Her hand ignited a spark within Feng Su. "Aki, stop teasing." Feng Su could no longer contain himself and pinned Bai Qiqi against the wall. Soft moans of intimacy echoed from within the room. That moment, at the seaside, Yin Shen was drenched in blood, his gaze bloodthirsty. "You are doomed. You have committed the sin of killing and must seek redemption soon. Return to the Divine Mountain." An ethereal voice resonated in his ear. "No." Yin Shen punched a rock, blood dripping from his fingertips and fading into the sea. "If you insist on remaining here, it will affect her fortune." The ethereal voice echoed once more. A gust of sea breeze swept through, leaving only resignation in his eyes. "Indeed, I must return to the Divine Mountain." When Yin Shen arrived at the sea serpent tribe, his eyes were already devoid of light. As Bai Qiqi opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Yin Shen tumbling toward her. She quickly helped him up, asking, "Why are you sleeping here?" I was too tired yesterday and fell asleep here," Yin Shen replied, a hint of melancholy in his gaze, as if burdened by unspoken woes. "What happened?" Bai Qiqi inquired with concern. "I haven't even told you my name yet." "I am Yin Shen," he said, a joyful smile breaking across his face, realizing she cared for him, perhaps making him feel significant in her eyes. Yin Shen, ink, brush, paper, and inkstone, untouched by the mundane world. Such a beautiful name. Bai Qiqi praised sincerely. "Indeed, it is quite lovely," Yin Shen remarked, suppressing his bloodthirsty impulses as he inhaled the unique fragrance emanating from Bai Qiqi. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's have grilled fish," Bai Qiqi suggested with a smile. Just as she reached for the fish, Feng Su, who had just appeared, snatched it away. "I can handle this," Feng Su said, moving swiftly as he cleaned the fish and placed it on the grill. Once the grilled fish was ready, Feng Su brought it over. Yin Shen wasted no time, seating himself and picking up a piece of fish with chopsticks, taking a bite. So tender. The fish was exquisite, its flesh delicate and flavorful. "Achi, eat more," Yin Shen urged, offering her a generous piece. "Yes, Achi, do indulge," Feng Su concurred, also serving her a slice of fish. "All right, I will eat a bit more," Bai Qiqi said as she placed the fish in her mouth. Yin Shan offered her another piece, this one the most tender. "This piece is the most tender." Feng Su shot a disgruntled glance at Yin Shan, who had also served by Chi-Chi, watching the two men compete for her attention amused by Chi-Chi. Feng Su, Yin Shun, you both eat. Don't mind me, she said with a laugh. At last, the meal concluded. Let's go to the moon market, by Chi-Chi declared as she stood. Feng Su tidied up the remnants and led her to the market, while Yin Shin trailed behind slowly, grumbling about Feng Su's lack of consideration. Chi, we arrived just in time, Feng Su announced as they saw others still setting up their stalls. Indeed, Bai Chi-Chi replied, walking over to chat with Xiao Xiao. After some hesitation, Xiao Xiao asked, Chi, which tribe are you from? The Snow Leopard tribe, Bai Chi-Chi answered. The Snow Leopard tribe? That is a very ancient tribe. No wonder you possess such knowledge. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, awe and respect coloring her voice. I have heard from my mother that the Snow Leopard tribe is formidable, and they possess the sacred fire, coming to the endless sea each year to trade for fine salt. She continued, are you certain they are powerful? Bai Chi-Chi knew the Snow Leopard tribe had the sacred fire but was aware of their weaknesses. Yes, I remember that correctly, Xiao Xiao affirmed. Bai Chi-Chi felt confused. How could the Snow Leopard tribe be so? Chi, Xiao Xiao called, noticing Bai Chi-Chi lost in thought, gently patting her shoulder. Yes, Bai Chi-Chi snapped back to reality. Brother, we are almost at the beautiful Chi's location, Yungu said, pulling Xing Yin along. All right, Xing Yin allowed, knowing she was his younger sister. Brother, look, Yungu pointed at Bai Chi-Chi. Upon seeing her, Xing Yin's gaze was captivated. She was even more beautiful than before. Brother, Yungu called out to him. Xing Yin replied, still entranced. Brother thinks she's beautiful too, judging by that expression. It's even more dazed than when I first saw the beautiful Chi. Yungu teased, her voice light and playful. Her name is Chi? Xing Yin asked, still not looking at Yungu. Yes, Yungu confirmed, smiling at Bai Chi-Chi. Seeing Yungu so joyful delighted by Chi-Chi, she had taken a liking to the girl and called out, Yungu, beautiful Chi, Yungu exclaimed, rushing to sit beside Bai Chi-Chi. This is my brother, Xing Yin, she introduced. Bai Chi-Chi was taken aback by Xing Yin's striking ocean-colored eyes, which captivated her. Hello, Xing Yin. I'm Chi. And it is a pleasure to meet you, she said, extending her hand for a handshake. Cloud Song. Xing Yin replied, irritation flickering in his eyes as he glared at her. You, all right, he stammered, his voice faint and trembling. Avoiding Bai Chi-Chi's clear, curious gaze, overwhelmed by a flurry of emotions. Brother, when did you start stuttering? Yungu asked incredulously, her eyes wide in disbelief, recalling how articulate her brother usually was. Cloud Song. Xing Yin shot her an annoyed glance, furrowing his brows in an attempt to maintain his authority as an elder brother. Yunji's laughter rang out, bright and cheerful. Brother is back to normal. How curious. Ha ha ha. Her laughter was like a silver bell. Yet she felt a twinge of unease noticing the two others were not amused. Don't you find this funny? Go to the side. Xing Yin sighed, exasperated. Why should I? I want to sit next to the beautiful Chi. Yungu replied playfully, inching closer to Bai Chi-Chi. Xing Yin ignored her antics and turned serious, addressing Bai Chi-Chi. Be cautious of the Jiaolong tribe. They are not ones to let things go easily. His voice was grave, eyes glinting with concern. He understood Bai Chi-Chi was not a female of the Jiaolong tribe. Her presence in this market indicated something had transpired. Thank you for the warning. Bai Chi-Chi replied, grateful for the caution given by someone she had just met. What are you selling? This fruit? Yunji's voice pulled her back to the present, and she turned to Xiao Xiao. You mean coconuts? They can be exchanged for fish or meat, Xiao Xiao replied earnestly, pointing to the coconuts with a pure smile. Can I trade one coconut for this? Yungu asked, crouching down to pull out a bright red fish from her pouch. Its scales glistening under the sun, making one's mouth water. This can buy me all your coconuts, Xiao Xiao said, a hint of nervousness in her expression as she pointed at the coconuts, fingers trembling slightly as if testing Yunji's reaction. The coconuts were neatly arranged beside her, their green exteriors tinged with a hint of yellow, vibrant with life. All of them? Yungu frowned slightly, her tone laced with skepticism as her eyes darted toward the pile of coconuts. Yes, Xiao Xiao nodded earnestly, trying to suppress her anxiety, as though trying to validate the trade to Yungu. This fish is worth only 3 coconuts. Yungu waved her hand dismissively, her eyes reflecting disdain as if the fish held little value. 3 coconuts for this fish is not a fair exchange. Xiao Xiao shook her head, gently but firmly declining the offer. What? You won't trade for 3 coconuts? Yungu feigned anger, a smirk playing on her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. No. Xiao Zhao's voice was barely audible, almost overwhelmed by Yunji's assertiveness, her cheeks flushing slightly. Then just trade it, and it will be fine, Yungu said impatiently, shoving the fish into Xiao Zhao's hands with a teasing smile. Let Xiao Xiao handle it, Bai Qiqi thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for Xiao Xiao, knowing she was genuine and innocent, sometimes to the point of being endearing. All right, Xiao Xiao murmured, lowering her head and lightly tapping the coconuts, producing a crisp sound before handing 3 coconuts to Yungu. Yungu took the coconuts, excitedly drinking from one. So refreshing. The coconut water slid down her throat, cooling her down instantly. Brother, beautiful Achi. You should drink too, Yungu beamed, offering the other 2 coconuts to them, sunlight illuminating her innocent smile. Indeed, this is quite refreshing, Bai Qiqi said, savoring a sip, a gentle smile gracing her lips as the sweet coconut water brought a soothing coolness. Not bad, Xingyan remarked, tasting the coconut water, finding it pleasantly satisfying despite not being overly sweet, especially in the heat. Just then, a soft, melodious voice floated over. Xingyan, I didn't expect to see you here. Manchi, what are you doing here? Yunji's tone turned sour, disliking the female who pursued her brother. I was just looking around to see if there was anything I wanted to trade. Xingyan, are you here to trade too? Manchi said, her voice a tad shrill yet oddly alluring despite its rough undertones. Yungu found her cooing voice utterly detestable, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. Why couldn't she adopt a less irritating manner of speaking? Each time she encountered her brother, her flirtatious demeanor made Yungu want to flee. Xingyan, what do you wish to trade? I can help you. Manchi chirped, bounding over like a lively little bird, leaning in to grasp Xingyan's arm, attempting to close the distance between them. Her delicate fingers brushed against Xingyan's sleeve, carrying an air of flirtation. Xingyan disdainfully shook off Manchi's hand, his irritation clear as he replied, No need. Manchi's gaze shifted slightly, landing on Bai Qiqi, her eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. Xingyan, have you taken a liking to this female? What nonsense are you spouting? Yungu, upon hearing Manchi mentioned Bai Qiqi, immediately expressed her displeasure. Nonsense? Yungu, why are you siding with this outsider? Manchi appeared somewhat bewildered, her tone laced with confusion. I have every right to. Yungu replied with a smirk, her face adorned with disdain, seemingly dismissing Manchi's inquiry with contempt. Xingyan, speak up. Have you indeed taken a liking to this female? Manchi pressed closer, her tone demanding. What business is it of yours? Xingyan retorted coldly. It must be this female who has seduced you, isn't it? Manchi shouted, charging toward Bai Qiqi. Before she could reach her, she was knocked away by Feng Su's powerful hand. Bai Qiqi sighed. Having made every effort to diminish her presence, why bring her up again? Now she had literally flown through the air. I didn't expect Manchi to come charging at me, Xingyan said apologetically. It's fine, Bai Qiqi replied nonchalantly. I always thought she was a bit pretentious, but I never imagined she could be this impulsive. She deserves it. Yungu glared at Manchi, who had just fallen from the air. Xingyan, why didn't you stop her from knocking me away? Manchi lay on the ground, looking woefully at Xingyan. Brother, don't mind her, Yungu urged as she pulled Xingyan away. I had no intention of intervening. Xingyan replied coldly. Hearing this, Manchi felt her discomfort in her backside dissipate, replaced by a deeper pain in her heart. Bai Qiqi continued to focus on her stall. Manchi glared fiercely at Bai Qiqi's back, convinced that it was this female who had seduced Xingyan, otherwise he wouldn't treat her this way. Are you really going to ignore that female? Feng Su sensed the hostility Bai Qiqi faced. No need to bother with her. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Bai Qiqi shook her head. Feng Su agreed with Bai Qiqi's reasoning. I managed to catch a cow today, Feng Ling said, placing the cow behind the stall. Why does that female keep staring at you? Feng Ling directed her question at Bai Qiqi. Ling, you're mistaken. She isn't just staring at me. She looks like she wants to kill me. Bai Qiqi found it truly ridiculous that such a woman, lacking the ability to pursue someone, would blame others. She's giving you that kind of look. Let me go chase her off, Feng Ling said angrily. Just as Feng Ling took a step forward, Bai Qiqi grabbed her arm. Ling, don't bother with her, Manchi, seeing Feng Ling looking at her. assumed she was coming to help her and shyly lowered her head, only to be met with the blowing sea breeze. Why wasn't he that male coming over, even though he was clearly walking toward her? Manchi's nails dug deep into her flesh in frustration. It must be this wicked female's doing. If Bai Chi could hear her inner thoughts, she would surely mock her for being lost in daydreams. Struggling to her feet, Manchi made her way to the sea, heading toward the merfolk. "My dear, why are you covered in bruises? Who did this to you?" Xiaowan exclaimed upon seeing Manchi's state, her heart aching. "Mother, father," Manchi cried, her nose running. She had never endured such humiliation in her life. She needed that female to pay a price and then have Xingyan become her male. After all, he helped that female instead of her. Xiaowan managed to console Manchi. "Who did this? Tell us, and we will ensure they pay dearly." Ji Cheng's eyes burned with barely concealed fury. "Father, this is what you promised." Manchi feared that if her father found out it was the clan leader, he would be unwilling to help her. Ji Cheng nodded in agreement. "Child, who is it?" Xiaowan asked angrily. "It was the clan leader," Manchi said, feeling aggrieved. Chapter 55. Should I find another beast husband? The clan leader? "Child, you mustn't speak recklessly." Ji Cheng could not believe that the leader capable of guiding the merfolk to prosperity could be so indiscriminate. "I'm not speaking nonsense. Yun Ge was present too, and she sided with that female," Manchi complained. "This matter is troublesome." Ji Cheng frowned. "What is troublesome about it? A clan leader allowing outsiders to bully his own kin. I am the only female cub here, and I refuse to accept it." Xiaowan tugged at Ji Cheng, urging him. Ji Cheng's face showed reluctance, but he gritted his teeth and agreed. "When the clan leader returns, we will confront him and seek clarity. I knew mother and father would care for me the most." Manchi nestled against Xiaowan, acting coy, and wiped her runny nose all over her mother. I sold out all my coconuts today. Thanks to you." Xiao Xiao realized that her coconuts sold out so quickly because the male beastmen at the market wanted to see a chi up close. The dried meat at a cheese stall had long been sold out, leaving only a few strands of shell bracelets. "It's because you chose the coconuts well. There aren't any around here," Bai Chi said with a smile. "Today, we traded almost everything. Shall we take a stroll through the moon market?" Bai Chi suggested. "Sounds good," Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly, eager to finally relax her tense nerves. "Let us go." Bai Chi looked at Feng Su, while Feng Ling tidied up the stall. Feng Su stepped forward, taking Bai Chi's hand, with Feng Ling following behind as a guard. "Xiao Xiao, the color of this fruit is lovely." Bai Chi pointed to the pink fruit on the stall, addressing Xiao Xiao to Chi. "I've never seen this fruit here." Xiao Xiao remarked, admiring its beauty but concerned about potential poisoning. Bai Chi had already scanned the fruit with her system upon seeing it, confirming its safety. "Ladies, this fruit is indeed not from Wuangxi. It only grows near the mountains," a middle-aged man wearing deerskin remarked, noticing their interest in the fruit. "What use does it have?" Bai Chi picked up a fruit, examining it without finding anything particularly special about it. "Its uniqueness lies in its ability to increase the likelihood of female conception," the middle-aged man whispered to the four of them. "If this fruit were truly useful, wouldn't it have sold out by now?" "I see you haven't sold a single one," Bai Chi observed, noting the neatly arranged fruits on display. "Heh, it's because it's priced too high," the middle-aged man replied awkwardly. "How much is it?" Bai Chi inquired with curiosity. "1 green stone in exchange for 1 fruit," the middle-aged man stated. "What is a green stone?" Bai Chi had never heard of such a thing. "You might find 1 green stone if you hunt 1,000 beasts." The middle-aged man watched Bai Chi's reaction closely. Feng Ling added, "A green stone can directly elevate a 3rd-tier beastman to 4th tier. What? That's not worth it. Let us go." Bai Chi urged the others to leave. She didn't need the fruit. Her system was her advantage, and it was far more cost-effective. Xiao Xiao had never anticipated that such an expensive item was needed to trade for the fruit. Bai Chi was in a state of bewilderment, realizing that luxury items existed not only in the modern world, but also in the beast realm. She wandered down another path lined with various herbs, recognizing only the basic hemostatic herb, while the rest were unfamiliar to her. "What's this herb for?" Bai Chi asked as she picked up a hemostatic herb. "It can be traded for a sheep or half a cow. Or a small bag of fine salt," the stall owner explained. "All right, I'll take these." Bai Chi had no shortage of salt, as Shan had provided her with a large bag. "Go back and fetch a large bag of salt for me." Bai Qiqi instructed Feng Su. Sure. Feng Su quickly transformed into a phoenix and returned with the salt. Is this enough? Bai Qiqi asked the stall owner. That's plenty. Plenty. The stall owner grinned widely, never expecting that this female would exchange for so much at once. The four of them explored the herb area until Bai Qiqi admitted her limited knowledge of herbs. Let us head back. I'm starting to feel hungry, Bai Qiqi said. All right. Feng Su led the two back to the sea serpent tribe, and Feng Ling soon followed. Feng Su expertly prepared the meal while Feng Ling fanned Bai Qiqi with large leaves. When busy, one hardly noticed the heat. It was only during downtime that the temperature became apparent. Hiss, the little white snake slithered onto Bai Qiqi's hand, providing a refreshing coolness. Bai Qiqi decided not to place the little snake in the house anymore, as it could help lower her temperature. Achi, is this your cub? Xiao Xiao curiously examined the little white snake. Bai Qiqi nodded. Yes. Wow. So obedient, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, gazing at the little white snake's big eyes as it blinked at her. Bai Qiqi placed the little white snake in Xiao Xiao's hands. Isn't it very cool? It's really cool. Xiao Xiao nodded in astonishment. Why is it so cold? It's also a snake. Xiao Xiao wondered, perplexed since the males of their sea serpent tribe weren't this cool to the touch. They were merely warm. Perhaps it's a matter of breed, Bai Qiqi pondered, remembering that Mu Zhe was and Ta sea serpent dunamim. Xiao Xiao nodded, understanding that there were many varieties of snakes. Dinner's ready. Feng Su brought the stir-fried meat, roasted meat, and grilled fish to the stone table. Xiao Xiao, let us go eat. Bai Qiqi rose, pulling along Xiao Xiao into Su. The meal you prepared is as fragrant as ever. Bai Qiqi exclaimed, devouring 3 large bowls of meat. I shall prepare a greater variety of dishes for Achi in the future. Feng Su replied with a beaming smile. All right. Bai Qiqi chuckled, surprised that Feng Su could utter such sweet words. Feng Ling remained silent, smiling. While Adi had grown a bit older, on the way home, Xiao Xiao pondered whether she should seek out another beast husband, feeling envious of Achi's harmonious family. Chief, you must clarify this matter for me today. Xiaowan confronted Xing Yin. Xing Yin cast a glance at Xiaowan and halted. Chief, did you truly strike Manchi? Jicheng still found it hard to believe that Xing Yin could act in such a manner. Huh. Xing Yin looked at Manchi with confusion. See, I told you it was the chief aiding that foreign female, and now you believe it. Xiaowan said angrily to Jicheng. Mother, do not blame Xing Yin. She too was bewitched by that female. Manchi feigned a pitiful demeanor, reluctant to let Xiaowan speak ill of Xing Yin. You are foolish. Why choose someone from our clan when you could have anyone else? Why must you favor a cold-hearted individual? Xiaowan exclaimed in exasperation. I have made up my mind to be with Xing Yin for life, Manchi declared resolutely. Are you truly intent on driving me to my wit's end? Xiaowan pounded her chest in frustration. Chief, regardless of the circumstances, you struck Manchi and must provide an explanation. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest. Xiaowan threatened Xing Yin. Chapter 56. We agreed on 1 day each. Wanxia. Jicheng tugged at Xiaowan's hand, signaling her to temper her intensity. Xing Yin chuckled. Xing Yin, do you agree to be my beast husband? Manchi's eyes lit up with excitement. I find you amusing. Xing Yin said mockingly. You. Manchi was infuriated. Do you not realize how absurd this is? Xing Yin raised an eyebrow, countering her argument. Chief, you support that foreign female. Do you still have the audacity to claim righteousness? Look, my cub is bruised all over. Xiaowan lifted Manchi's arm for Xing Yin to see. Xing Yin coldly replied, First, it was not my intention to assist Achi. Manchi initiated the attack. Second, Achi is with child, and Manchi was willing to harm her. Third, I did not strike her. She brought this upon herself. Do you have any further inquiries? After finishing, Xing Yin entered the house. Jicheng's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Manchi would distort the truth. Although Xiaowan heard that it was not the chief who struck Manchi, she was still agitated and whispered to Jicheng, Will you allow Manchi to be struck without cause? What more do you wish to cause? It was Manchi's own fault. Do you not understand how precious a pregnant female is? Jicheng thundered, exasperated that she was following Manchi into mischief. You raise your voice at me? Why are you shouting at me? Xiaowan's temper flared. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. I simply desired Xing Yin as my mate, which led me to speak recklessly. Manchi quickly apologized, knowing her father's temperament. Come, let us return. Seeing that Manchi recognized her wrongdoing, Jicheng's anger subsided a bit. Mother, Do not be angry with father. I am fine, Manchi comforted Xiaowan. Xiaowan's expression softened. My little cub is truly wonderful. He does not yet appreciate your worth. Qi. Today I shall sleep alongside you, Fengling said, sitting beside Bai Qi, inhaling her unique scent. Upon hearing this, Feng Su immediately objected. Why does a Qi get to sleep with brother today? Did she not sleep with you yesterday? Fengling retorted with a smile. But I have been observing the cured meat here for several days. And a Qi has been sleeping with you all that time, Feng Su said, feeling quite aggrieved. We agreed on 1 day each, Fengling replied in a low voice. However, Feng Su found himself at a loss for a counter-argument and grew anxious. Bai Qi, wishing to prevent discomfort for either of them, declared, All right, today I shall sleep alone. The two exchanged reluctant glares before Bai Qi entered the room to sleep. Feng Su turned to Fengling and said, It is all your fault for upsetting a Qi. If you had not said those things, she would not be unhappy. Humph, I do not wish to speak anymore, Fengling replied, eyes closed. Feng Su turned away and fell asleep. Fengling contemplated whether he had indeed acted wrongly today, but he yearned to spend more time with the Qi. Had he truly erred? Upon waking, Bai Qi felt that her belly had grown rounder and her chest felt somewhat uncomfortable, emerging in a rather foul mood. Upon noticing Bai Qi's distress, Feng Su approached her, acknowledging, a Qi, I was wrong. What are you apologizing for? Bai Qi asked in confusion. A Qi is angry, and that is my fault. Feng Su replied sincerely. Bai Qi gazed at his adorable expression and felt a smile creeping in. Even though she was upset, she could not bear to be angry with Feng Su. I am not angry with you. It is merely that I am feeling unwell. Where do you feel unwell? Feng Su examined Bai Qi, searching for any injuries, but found none. Here, Bai Qi pointed to her chest. Here? Feng Su innocently assumed that Bai Qi was injured. Yes, Bai Qi nodded. Let us find a shaman to treat your injury, Feng Su urged eagerly. But there are no shamans in the sea serpent tribe, Bai Qi teased him further. We can seek a shaman in another tribe. Feng Su transformed into his beast form, calling for Bai Qi to climb on. Bai Qi burst into laughter. Ha ha, Asu. I am not injured, Qi. Did you not say your chest was uncomfortable? Feng Su queried. Still bewildered that I do indeed feel discomfort, but it is normal due to being with child, Bai Qi explained. Normal physiological phenomenon? Feng Su was taken aback. How do I explain this? It simply means there is nothing wrong. I am a bit hungry, Bai Qi, unsure how to clarify, shifted the topic to as long as you are fine. Only then did Feng Su relax and head off to prepare a meal. When will this hopeless sea ever cool down? If only it would rain, Bai Qi lamented, disliking the oppressive heat that left her feeling lethargic. Today, she intended to thoroughly inquire about the water avoidance pearl at the moon market. While the little white snake had been fortunate to hatch, the other babies might not be so lucky. Yet, how could a snow leopard, born from her own child, still remain in its shell? Host, the reason is that she will possess beast rank when she grows up. And because her biological father is a snake, she was born in the form of a snake egg, the system interjected unexpectedly. Could you tell me exactly where Muze is? Bai Qi asked the system. Host, the system does not know, the system replied. But do you not know everything? Bai Qi retorted, no, host. How could I possibly know where others are? The system replied in a flustered tone. Fine, I thought you were omniscient. Bai Qi said, feeling a bit mischievous. The system, disinterested, refrained from responding. Qi, dinner is ready. Feng Su called to Bai Qi. Coming, she replied, rising to join him. Where has Ling gone? Bai Qi inquired as she sat down. Brother went hunting. He eats too much every day, and I cannot possibly prepare that much food. He always wakes early to hunt and brings back some prey, Feng Su explained while serving Bai Qi meat. Indeed, Bai Qi remarked, realizing that the reason she had not seen Fengling frequently was due to his hunting for sustenance, Asu. Today, we shall not set up a stall at the moon market. We have already exchanged what we needed. Now that we have yet to find the water avoidance pearl, we cannot afford to wait any longer, Bai Qi said earnestly. All right, Feng Su nodded in agreement. After finishing her meal, Bai Qi went to check on the snake egg babies, but they remained still and quiet. Asu, let us go, Bai Qi said, securing the door before stepping outside with Feng Su. They quickly arrived at the moon market. Qi, you must admit our stall is truly well placed, Feng Su remarked, noticing the throngs of beastmen passing by. Indeed, Bai Qi nodded, recognizing the prime location of their stall. Situated on the essential route into the moon market, We have already explored the street for exchanging herbs. This time, let us visit the area where the fish tribe and the merfolk set up their stalls. Bai Qiqi directed Feng Su. Feng Su agreed with a nod. Chapter 57. She bears some resemblance to a Qi. Upon arriving at the fish tribe, Bai Qiqi was greeted by a strong fishy smell mingled with the scent of seawater. She instantly felt her stomach churning and the urge to vomit. Yet nothing came out of Qi. Perhaps we should head to the merfolk instead, Feng Su suggested, noting Bai Qiqi's discomfort. I just need a moment to adjust. Bai Qiqi leaned against Feng Su for support. Feeling somewhat better, she said, let us proceed. Isn't that the female selling cured meat? What are you hoping to exchange here at the fish tribe? An elderly gentleman with white hair greeted Bai Qiqi warmly. Bai Qiqi approached him and inquired, I wish to play in the sea. What must I do to go there? You are referring to playing in the deep sea, correct? However, land-dwelling beastmen cannot venture into the deep sea. The old man explained, knowing that land-dwelling beastmen can only play in shallow waters. I must get to the deep sea. Is there any way to do so? Bai Qiqi was naturally aware of the existence of the water avoidance pearl, which motivated her to seek it out. However, she could not directly inquire about the pearl. The old man shook his head, stating, This is quite difficult. I am not afraid of difficulty, Bai Qiqi replied, her gaze resolute as she looked at the old man. Yet, he continued to shake his head, expressing his hesitation. Only the water avoidance pearl can grant you entry to the deep sea. What does the water avoidance pearl look like? Bai Qiqi asked, curiously. I do not know, the old man replied, shaking his head again. Very well then, Bai Qiqi acknowledged, recognizing that the old man had shared all he knew and refrained from further questioning. How do we exchange for this fish? Bai Qiqi inquired, picking up a fish to ask the old man. The old man smiled and explained, You only need a piece of mutton or half a piece of beef for this exchange. Aksu, give the old man a whole piece of beef, Bai Qiqi instructed. Since she had already asked him, even if the information was not particularly useful, she felt it was only right to compensate him. The old man packaged 3 fish for Bai Qiqi. 1 fish is sufficient, she protested. No, the beef you provided is enough to exchange for 3 fish, the old man insisted, still determined to give her 3 fish. Very well, Bai Qiqi conceded, recognizing the old man's insistence. Aksu, let us visit the merfolk's stall, she suggested to Feng Su. All right, Feng Su replied. They proceeded to the merfolk's stall, where the fishy odor was not as overwhelming as that of the fish tribe's stall. Bai Qiqi felt a sense of relief in her stomach. Yungu sat at the stall, idly playing with her fingers. The lovely scent of pretty Qi. Upon lifting her head, she spotted Bai Qiqi standing not far away. Pretty Qi, have you come to play with me? Yungu exclaimed, rushing over to link arms with Bai Qiqi. Yes and no, Bai Qiqi smiled in response, as long as you come to play with me. I am already very happy. Yungu beamed radiantly. Do you know how many water avoidance pearls exist? Bai Qiqi whispered in Yungu's ear. Water avoidance pearl? Yungu's voice suddenly rose in pitch at Bai Qiqi's inquiry, drawing the attention of the surrounding merfolk. Noticing the curious gazes directed at her, Yungu cleared her throat and said, Ahem, why are you all looking at me? My throat is uncomfortable. Am I not allowed to speak? Pretty Qi, are you going to the deep sea? Yungu asked in a hushed tone. Bai Qiqi nodded. Alas, we, the merfolk, no longer possess any water avoidance pearls, Yungu sighed. Did we have any in the past? Bai Qiqi inquired, intrigued. Yes, a year ago when I first came to the land, a wicked female tricked me into giving up my water avoidance pearl. Yungu expressed her anger at the memory. Do you remember what she looked like? Bai Qiqi questioned. She was very beautiful. I once thought she was the most beautiful female, but now she is no longer the most beautiful. Pretty Qi is. Yungu smiled unconsciously as she spoke of Bai Qiqi. Bai Qiqi sighed, realizing that Yungu was indeed obsessed with appearances. What were her features? Hair color, eye color, skin tone, height, and so forth? Yungu pondered before replying. She had black hair and black eyes, a slender figure, but she seemed to resemble Pretty Qi in some aspects. Resemble me? Bai Qiqi recalled that the original Qi had no other sisters. But she was not as beautiful as Pretty Qi, Yungu hastily clarified. Bai Qiqi furrowed her brow. How closely did we resemble each other? About 3 parts, Yungu gazed at Bai Qiqi, enchanted, thinking that even if they shared 3 parts in common, it was already quite lovely, especially standing before the true Pretty Qi. If she were a male beast man, she would undoubtedly want to be Pretty Achi's partner. Pretty Achi, do you like females? Yungu innocently asked. What? Bai Chi was momentarily taken aback. Yungu shyly lowered her head and said, I mean, I want to live together with Pretty Achi. Is that all right? I prefer males, Bai Chi replied, realizing that Yungu was a true connoisseur of beauty, perhaps even more than she had expected. Well then, the offspring of Pretty Achi would surely be beautiful. May I be a companion to your offspring? Yungu felt a slight disappointment but thought that since Pretty Achi was expecting, it wouldn't he be too unreasonable to be given a chance to be a partner in the future. That is acceptable, as long as he agrees, Bai Chi smiled. Unbeknownst to anyone, the small white snake in Bai Chi's hand momentarily transformed into a vibrant array of colors. Hee. Yungu was now overjoyed, thinking that she would soon have a remarkably handsome partner. What has you so cheerful, Yungu? Xingyan, having finished his tasks, approached and noticed Yungu's silly grin. I will soon have a very handsome partner. Yungu gleefully shared with Xingyan. You're still underage. You shouldn't be speaking such nonsense. Xingyan assumed Yungu was joking, unaware that she had already secured a partner. Xingyan? I came today to inquire about the water avoidance pearl, Bai Chi addressed him. Currently, only the female offspring of the fish tribe leader possessed the water avoidance pearl, which is blue with yellow spots in the center. Xingyan shared all he knew with Bai Chi. Thank you, Xingyan, I have nothing to offer in return at the moment, but I will repay you in the future, Bai Chi expressed her gratitude. Actually, you can repay me now, Xingyan began, but was interrupted. Brother, why are you here so early on land? Yungu asked curiously. That's none of your business, Xingyan replied, his expression darkening, reflecting on the trouble caused by Xiaowan, who had been clamoring at the door early in the morning for him to compensate her offspring. Not knowing how to deal with her, he chose to avoid the situation. If you're not going to say anything, then I'm leaving, Bai Chi remarked as Yungu linked arms with her and began to stroll around the merfolk's stall. I haven't finished speaking yet. At least wait until I'm done before you leave. Xingyan sighed in exasperation. Chapter 58 Pretty Achi, let me tell you, this fish is incredibly delicious. Because it has very few bones, you can swallow it whole without needing to chew, Yungu exclaimed, holding up a completely black fish for Bai Chi, demonstrating how to swallow it in one bite. Ha ha ha. Bai Chi couldn't help but laugh at the little girl's peculiar antics. Uncle Wang, what can we exchange for this? Yungu asked Uncle Wang. Yungu, you can take any black fish from this stall without needing to exchange anything, Uncle Wang replied with a hearty laugh. That's not acceptable. My sister said we shouldn't take things for free, Yungu insisted, waving her hands. All right then, just take a fish to exchange, Uncle Wang said. Okay, Yungu agreed, handing him a fish. Uncle Wang in return provided her with 2 black fish. Pretty Achi, you must eat the black fish in one bite to truly understand how delicious it is, Yungu urged, handing 2 black fish to Bai Chi, signaling that she could eat them now. Bai Chi frowned slightly. Yungu, I'm not hungry right now. I'll eat when I am. All right then, Yungu conceded. After exploring the stall, Bai Chi found herself surrounded by various fish of different colors and shapes. Pretty Achi, whenever you feel like eating fish, I can catch some for you. Yungu tilted her head and asked That sounds good, Bai Chi replied, sensing that she might not want fish for a while. Yungu, it's time to head to the sea, Yunshi called out, her expression slightly unnatural. All right, Pretty Achi, you must come find me to play often. Yungu reluctantly bid Bai Chi farewell, already feeling a burning sensation on her skin, yet wanting to spend more time with Pretty Achi. Once they reached the sea, Yunshi questioned angrily, Why don't you learn your lesson? Have you forgotten how you were deceived by that wicked female? Pretty Achi is different, Yungu retorted, lowering her gaze. How is she different? Yunshi coldly countered. From the moment she laid eyes on Bai Chi, she had been fond of her. She is very kind, Yungu insisted, looking up at Yunshi with certainty. What makes you think she is kind? Yunshi's piercing gaze fixed on Yungu. I just feel that she is very kind, Yungu stammered, taken aback by Yunshi's questioning. Sister, not all females on land are good females. Yunshi suppressed her anger, patiently advising Yungu. But not all females in the sea are good either. Manchi even attacked a pregnant Achi. Is she a good female? Yungu still believed Bai Chi to be a good female. You are truly unreasonable. Yunshi was vexed at Yungu's naivety. In retaliation, Yungu became angry and ceased speaking to Yunshi. From today onward, you will stay in the merfolk tribe. Do not come to land again. Yunshi felt she must be resolute to prevent her sister from being deceived again. Yunshi, Just because you are my sister, does that give you the right to restrict my freedom? I refuse, Yungu shouted defiantly. Yelling was futile. Yunshi dragged Yungu back toward the merfolk tribe. Why do you treat your sister this way? You are the wicked female. I no longer like you. I do not like you anymore. Ah, let go of me. I do not want to be here. Yunj cried out all the way, only to be thrown into the quiet chamber by Yunshi. You can come out once you've reflected on your actions, Yunshi said before turning away, unable to bear the sight. Yunj curled up into a ball, realizing only now how cold the seawater felt. Her sister had confined her to the very place she feared the most. Surrounded by utter darkness, all she could hear was the sound of the waves. No other noise reached her ears. Had she known earlier, she would have pretended to soften her stance before her sister. But she couldn't bear to hear her sister call the beautiful Aki a bad female. Aki, is it true that you have to swallow this black fish whole? Fengshu expressed some disbelief that a fish could be consumed in such a manner, feeling as though Aki was teasing him. Indeed, this black fish has no bones. Axie, you should give it a try, Bai Chi eagerly encouraged, curious about Fengshu's expression when he swallowed an entire fish. All right, Fengshu nodded slightly. Compelled by Aki's words, he steeled himself to swallow. He opened his mouth wide enough to fit the black fish and took it in one gulp. He managed to swallow it effortlessly. How does it taste? Bai Chi asked with anticipation. Not fishy at all. Rather, it's quite sweet. Fengshu savored the flavor of the black fish, lamenting that he had swallowed it too quickly and should have taken his time. Let me have a taste, Bai Chi said, knowing she couldn't swallow the whole fish. She called for Fengshu to cut the black fish into small pieces. It really is quite sweet. This is my first time tasting sashimi. Bai Chi laughed. After trying about 10 pieces of fish, she said, Axie, let's visit the fish clan again. Bai Chi felt it imperative to find out about the person with the water avoidance pearl in the fish clan. There were only 3 days left until the moon market concluded, and she had to locate her within that time. All right, Fengshu replied. Uncle, I just tried the fish I traded with you, and I truly enjoy its flavor. I would like to exchange a few more. Bai Chi cheerfully addressed the old man. No problem. Trade as many as you like, the old man replied with a smile. To be honest, I have a younger brother. Ever since he laid eyes on the female offspring of the fish clan's leader, he has been clamoring to become her beast husband, neglecting food and drink. The old man lamented. It seems your younger brother is quite the love-stricken beast man. Bai Chi remarked, tears in her eyes. Indeed, but since then, I have not seen that female again. Who knows when my brother will have the chance to pursue her? The old man continued to wipe his tears. That's not too difficult. The day before the moon market ends, the leader's female offspring will come, the old man reassured. Will she truly come? Bai Chi feigned surprise, as if doubting her brother would have another chance to see that female. She will definitely come, for only on the last day are the females of the fish clan allowed to come ashore. The old man asserted confidently, That's wonderful. I've traded all the fish at your stall. Bai Chi dried her tears and instructed Fengshu to hand over the meat from the animal skin pouch to the old man. Can you finish it all? Although the old man longed to exchange all the fish for meat, he could not act against his conscience. We can finish it, Bai Chi nodded. Uncle, if my brother truly ends up with the fish clan leader's female offspring, I will present you with a grand gift. Bai Chi said cheerfully before departing. After leaving the fish clan stall, she exclaimed, This is fantastic. All we need to do now is wait patiently. Aki, when did you have a younger brother? Fengshu asked, puzzled. I don't have a younger brother. Bai Chi shrugged. Then Aki, did you not just say your younger brother likes the fish clan leader's female offspring? Fengshu was even more confused, as Aki claimed not to have a younger brother yet spoke of one to the old man. Oh, I was just making that up. It's a last resort, Bai Chi explained. Chapter 59. Am I wrong? So, you were lying, Fengshu said stiffly, as if every word was squeezed out from between clenched teeth. I know. But I couldn't think of a better way, Bai Chi sighed. That doesn't change the fact that you deceived that old man, Fengshu retorted angrily, his previously tense expression now hardened like stone. Bai Chi stared coldly at Fengshu, countering, I merely wish to find the water avoidance pearl quickly. Am I wrong for that? What better method could you suggest? Fengshu fell silent, for he truly had no alternative. But brother had previously said that one must not deceive other beastmen. Could it be that brother was mistaken? Seeing Fengshu's silence, Bai Chi turned and strode away. Back at the sea serpent tribe, Bai Chi recognized that her deception was wrong. Yet hearing Feng Shu's reproach made her feel deeply saddened. Yanqin spotted Bai Qiqi sitting by the sea, seemingly sulking as she tossed shells into the water. "Aki, what troubles you?" Yanqin gently inquired as he sat beside her. "I know this is wrong, yet I still went ahead and did it. It pains me to have someone I care about pointing fingers at me. Was I truly in the wrong?" Bai Qiqi lowered her head. "Aki, everyone has their own perspective on matters. We cannot alter how others view things. Respecting their differences is, in essence, respecting oneself." Yanqin comforted her, feeling a lump in his chest. He couldn't bear to see Aki upset, and the thought of others criticizing her was unbearable. "Yes, that makes sense," Bai Qiqi replied, feeling somewhat better. "Are you hurt?" Bai Qiqi noticed a hint of blood on Yanqin. "No." Yanqin shook his head. "Did you get into a fight?" Bai Qiqi asked. "Yes, I went to fight," Yanqin replied, forcing a smile he thought was perfect. "I knew it. You've been missing these past few days. Come on, we should head back now." Bai Qiqi rose and walked towards their dwelling. Yanqin looked longingly at her retreating figure, muttering to himself, "I can no longer accompany you." Bai Qiqi reached the house but noticed Yanqin was nowhere to be found. Where could he have gone again? Fengling pulled Feng Shu back, and upon seeing Bai Qiqi approach, he kicked Feng Shu towards her, commanding him to kneel and apologize. "What is this all about?" Bai Qiqi was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. "Aki is not just our partner. She is also our female leader. How dare you question her decisions?" Fengling added, kicking Feng Shu once more. "I was wrong. Aki, I should not have doubted your choices." Feng Shu quickly bowed his head and admitted softly, in truth, Bai Qiqi did not blame Feng Shu. "Aki, don't be too nice to this brat. Otherwise, he won't know who truly holds power." Fengling shot a fierce glare at Feng Shu before pulling Bai Qiqi into the house. "Aki, let's keep our distance from him. Today, I will cook, and he can stay there kneeling to learn his lesson." Fengling insisted. "Forget about him. He dared to let you walk back alone today. Who knows what trouble he might cause in the future?" Fengling was furious upon arriving at the moon market and hearing that Feng Shu had allowed Aki to walk back alone. Did he not realize how dangerous it was for a female to be alone outside? "Aki, you are carrying young ones. You need to rest properly after such a long journey," Fengling said before stepping out to cook. Feng Shu obediently remained kneeling, watching Fengling prepare the meal. He wanted to advise his brother not to use too much salt on the grilled meat, not to stir-fry the meat for too long, and never to grill fish over high heat. But never mind. He figured his brother probably didn't want to hear him right now. "Aki, dinner is ready." Fengling placed the grilled meat and fish onto plates. Bai Qiqi picked up a skewer of grilled meat and tasted it, her eyes widening in shock. "So salty." "Allings, please open the coconut on the floor for me." She refrained from directly telling Fengling how salty it was. "All right." Fengling placed the plates on the table and went to open the coconut. Bai Qiqi set down the grilled meat and picked up her chopsticks to try a piece of stir-fried meat, only to find it slightly burnt. Picking up another piece of fish, she noticed that not only was the surface charred but the inside was as well. It had turned to charcoal. Bai Qiqi recalled that the last time Fengling had cooked, it hadn't tasted this bad. Could it be that he was in a bad mood today? She resolved to never let Fengling cook when he was feeling down. "Aki, why aren't you eating?" Fengling noticed that Bai Qiqi had stopped moving after picking up the fish. "Ah, I want to drink the coconut juice first before I eat," Bai Qiqi said, putting down her chopsticks. Fengling handed the coconut to Bai Qiqi. She took a large sip, finally finding it less salty. Looking at the meat on the plate, she was reluctant to waste it, so she ate the stir-fried meat, which was only slightly burnt and still edible. Bai Qiqi quickly finished the stir-fried meat on her plate. "Allings, I'm full now. I'm sleepy," she declared, setting down her chopsticks and pretending to sleep on the bed. "All right." Fengling thought it odd that Bai Qiqi had hardly touched the grilled meat and fish. He stepped outside and tried a piece of grilled fish, only to find it bitter. He then tried another skewer of grilled meat, which was excessively salty. The meal he had prepared was horrendously bad. It was only Aki who had to suffer through such an awful dinner. Seeing a new expression on Fengling's face that he had never seen before, Feng Shu couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. "Brother, you must have known long ago that my cooking was not up to par. Why didn't you tell me?" Fengling fixed his eyes on Feng Shu with a forced smile. Brother, please don't be reckless." Feng Shu gazed at Fengling's expression, which was rather intimidating. "Since you haven't informed me, I shall consume all of this instead." Fengling, seated on a stone bench, addressed Feng Shu. Upon seeing the table laden with meat, Feng Su quickly covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. If you refuse to eat, so be it. You can sleep alone. Feng Ling felt a twinge of anger towards his foolish younger brother. The meal he prepared was specifically for a Qi, and Feng Su, aware of his mistake, failed to notify him promptly. Truly, he is utterly oblivious to what actions are appropriate and what are not. I will eat. Feng Su rose and approached, eagerly shoveling food into his mouth with chopsticks. After a great effort, he finally finished the grilled meat, which had become overwhelmingly salty. All right, go back to kneeling. Feng Ling instructed Feng Su as he walked into the house, gently asking Bai Qi. A Qi, would you like to take a bath today? Let's go. Bai Qi's eyes widened in excitement. Feng Ling affectionately stroked Bai Qi's hair, saying, if a Qi finds the food unpalatable, there's no need to force yourself to eat it. I felt it was a waste, so I consumed what was edible. Bai Qi's gaze reflected regret. Surely, all that meat must have gone to waste? Not at all. Feng Su ate it all, Feng Ling replied with a smile. Feng Su consumed all the meat. Bai Qi looked at Feng Ling in astonishment. Chapter 60. Not yet the time. Feng Ling chuckled lightly. Su has a penchant for grilled meat seasoned with abundant salt and charred fish. Bai Qi found it hard to believe that Feng Su genuinely enjoyed such fare, suspecting that Feng Ling had compelled him to eat it as punishment. Let us go. Feng Ling transformed into his beast form, inviting Bai Qi to climb aboard. Bai Qi clambered onto Feng Ling's back, albeit with some difficulty. Feng Ling knelt slightly to facilitate her ascent. Let us proceed. Bai Qi said to Feng Ling. All right. Feng Ling flew smoothly, with minimal turbulence. The Qi, you should bathe first. Feng Ling told Bai Qi. She nodded and walked into the stream, shedding her tight-fitting beast hide, exclaiming, how refreshing. Bai Qi quickly finished bathing. A Ling, it's your turn to wash now. After finishing, she approached, her hair still dripping. Just wait for me here. Feng Ling surveyed the surroundings once more before entering the stream. Oh, very well. Bai Qi stood in a position that allowed her to see Feng Ling's form. She turned her back to him. Should she take a look? After all, he was her husband. What harm could it do? Bai Qi slightly turned her head, her eyes landing on the cascade of black hair draping across his back, following down to his well-defined waist and long legs. Quite an impressive physique. Bai Qi found herself able to gaze without blushing or feeling flustered at a Qi. What is making you smile? Feng Ling approached. Now dressed that I simply think a Ling has a wonderful physique. Bai Qi replied cheerfully. As long as a Qi is pleased, let us be on our way. Feng Ling took Bai Qi back to the sea snake tribe. Upon arrival, Bai Qi noticed Feng Su still kneeling, and she tugged at Feng Ling. You shall remain kneeling until morning to prepare breakfast. Feng Ling led Bai Qi into the house. All right. Feng Su felt grateful that his elder brother had not punished him too severely. Ling, we need to continue selling at the moon market every day. There are still some shell ornaments left. Bai Qi wrapped her arms around Feng Ling's waist. Very well, can we refrain from discussing that for now? Feng Ling stroked Bai Qi's silky hair. Then let us speak of something else. Bai Qi smiled. Does a Ling prefer it when I touch you like this, or in another manner? Bai Qi's hand slowly glided down Feng Ling's chest to his abdomen, then back to trace circles on his chest. I enjoy both. Feng Ling's hands were not idle either. When did you become so adept? Bai Qi's hand ventured towards Xiao Feng Ling. Qi, you are quite skilled at seduction yourself. Feng Ling found himself further excited by Bai Qi's teasing. She pressed her lips against his in a passionate embrace. After their fervent entanglement, a series of sounds echoed around them. Bai Qi rose to partake in breakfast, joining Feng Ling and Feng Su at the moon market. Qi, why didn't you come yesterday? Xiao inquired. I had matters to attend to, hence my absence. Bai Qi seated herself beside Xiao to chat. I plan to find another beast husband. Xiao pondered for a moment. Have you decided whom to seek? Bai Qi perked up at the mention of this topic. Just anyone will do. Although females have the support of the tribe, it is still insufficient. Xiao sighed in resignation. Even if you cannot find someone you fancy, you should at least seek a companion who brings you comfort. Bai Qi understood Xiao's predicament. Yet she could not dictate her decisions. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Xiao remarked. The Jiaolong tribe brother, why do you not kill that female to avenge Father Chuan? Jiao glared at Ting. It is not yet time. Ting turned away, ignoring Jiao, lost in his own thoughts. Jiao approached Ting, continuing, you simply do not wish to avenge Father Chuan. How can you be so cold-hearted? He is our dear father. I desire vengeance for Father Chuan more than anyone. Ting was hurt by Jiao Jiao's words. So many days have passed, and yet you have not slain that female? Jiao Jiao persisted. I visited the moon market and saw that she is not only accompanied by a fifth-tier beastman, but also another beastman even stronger. Do you wish for me to risk the safety of the Jiaolong tribe for the sake of killing her? Ting glared coldly at Jiao Jiao. But will we simply let her go? I cannot accept that. Jiao Jiao grasped Ting's arm. Ting shook off her hand, impatiently saying, enough. You need not concern yourself with this. Why are you being so harsh with me? I have done nothing wrong. Jiao Jiao, seeing that Ting was completely disregarding her, grew more infuriated. Ting strode away, leaving Jiao Jiao with his retreating figure. Jiao Jiao was deeply saddened by the loss of Father Chuan, lamenting that she could no longer act recklessly, for there was no one to catch her when she fell. Jiao Jiao, why are you sitting on the ground? Manchi, having just arrived at the Jiaolong tribe, noticed Jiao Jiao seated there, appearing somewhat upset. You still remember to come find me? Why not seek out your Xing Yin? Jiao Jiao lifted her head to reply to Manchi. Talking about that is frustrating. Manchi also sat down, sighing. What is bothering you? Jiao Jiao asked with curiosity. Utterly infuriating. Manchi cradled her head in her hands. Jiao Jiao noticed the bruises on Manchi's arms, angrily questioning, did Xing Yin hit you? He did not strike me. Manchi blurted out. Then who did? Jiao Jiao was unaware that someone from the Jiaoran tribe had dared to hit Man Qi.it was a male from another tribe. Manchi gritted her teeth, feeling humiliated by the incident. How dare he? You possess beauty that could rival the flowers. Jiao Jiao exclaimed. He better not let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall make him regret it. Manchi fumed. Manchi recounted the events of that day to Jiao Jiao. Do not be angry. It is merely a male. I have another exceptionally handsome male here, who is not inferior to your Xing Yin. Would you like to take a look? Jiao Jiao consoled her only female friend, and of course, I would. Manchi transformed her sorrow into joy. Manchi saw several beastmen guarding the central building and nervously asked Jiao Jiao, why have you brought me here? I will distract them. You just need to wait a moment and open that door, and you will see. Jiao Jiao whispered to Manchi. Manchi nodded. You lot? Come with me. Brother has called for you. Jiao Jiao strutted confidently in front of them on the guards, believing brother had summoned them for a matter, followed Jiao Jiao. Manchi, seeing them leave, gently opened the door and saw a silver-haired man reclining on the bed, his features exquisite, radiating an aura of coolness. Manchi closed the door, turning around to steady her racing heart. She had never encountered a male with such a unique presence before. She had to persuade Jiao Jiao to bring him to her. I must have misheard. Brother called for someone else. Jiao Jiao suddenly halted, apologetically saying. The others, feeling increasingly uneasy as they walked back, thought, Jiao Jiao is not the type to be very polite. We have been tricked. The beastmen exchanged glances and quickly sprinted back. Chapter 61. Ancestral bloodline. The beastmen opened the door to find the silver-haired beastman still there. They breathed a sigh of relief. This matter must be reported to the young clan leader. So, how was it? Jiao Jiao inquired upon returning to her dwelling. He is truly extraordinary, unlike any other male beastman. Manchi replied with a silly grin, and of course, I put in considerable effort to bring him back. Jiao Jiao nodded with pride. Could you possibly gift him to me as a beast husband? Manchi gazed at Jiao Jiao with anticipation. What? Jiao Jiao widened her eyes in shock. She had not even secured this male for herself. How could she possibly give him to Manchi? Rest assured, Jiao Jiao, I do not expect him for free. I will trade food for him. Manquila grasped Jiao Jiao's hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of discomfort. After much effort to bring him into the Jiaolong clan, it seemed she had gained nothing in return. Observing Jiao Jiao's less than pleased expression, Manquila pouted and said, Jiao Jiao, we have been such good friends for so many years. Are you truly willing to jeopardize our bond over a male? Yet, despite her reluctance to jeopardize her relationship with Manquila, Jiao Jiao yearned to claim him for herself. Was our friendship less significant than a mere male? Manquila felt a surge of anger, but more than that, she feared Jiao Jiao would not relinquish the male to her. She was already deeply drawn to the white-haired male. Do not be angry, Manquila, as long as he is willing to be your male. I shall gift him to you. Jiao Jiao knew he could never harbor feelings for Manquila, so she feigned generosity in offering him. After all, despite her efforts over several months, he had shown no inclination towards her. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's agreement, Mankila eagerly exclaimed, "Wonderful! I will persuade him to agree to be my male swiftly. As long as you are pleased. I have some herbs from the shaman that can expedite your recovery," Jiao Jiao said, producing the herbs from a jar and applying them to Mankila's arm. Mankila had always felt a kindred spirit in Jiao Jiao, and at that moment, she felt even more grateful for their friendship. "Jiao Jiao, you are too kind to me. From now on, you shall be the only beast man I confide in." Jiao Jiao grew melancholic. "How can it be only me? You still have your mother and father. They are also there for you to confide in." Mankila looked momentarily confused. "Why, father has returned to the embrace of the beast god." Jiao Jiao embraced Mankila and wept. "Jiao Jiao, you still have me." Mankila gently patted Jiao Jiao's back in comfort. "You are so wonderful. Will you stay here with me today?" Jiao Jiao longed for companionship, and she began to cry softly. "All right, but I must inform my father. He is still waiting at the door." After speaking, Mankila went to the door to inform her father. "Ling, I have been feeling an uncomfortable tightness in my chest lately," Bai Chichi said, furrowing her brow. "Is it due to the advancing month?" Feng Ling asked with concern. "Perhaps," Bai Chichi replied, unable to think of any other reason for her inexplicable anxiety. A small white snake gently nudged her hand, seemingly offering comfort. "You are so young yet can comfort others?" Bai Chichi chuckled at the little white snake. The little snake nodded, eager to grow up quickly so it could speak and comfort its mother. "Your comfort has reached my mother," Bai Chichi remarked, feeling her chest loosen. The little snake spun in circles in her hand, expressing its delight. Xiao Xiao was dumbfounded. "This little snake is incredibly clever. He is so smart." Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Aren't all children like this?" Bai Chichi tilted her head in question. "Not at all. In the sea serpent tribe, there has never been a cub that could understand our words while still in beast form." Xiao Xiao replied earnestly. "Are you implying that beastmen who have not transformed into human form cannot comprehend us?" Bai Chichi was astonished. "Indeed," Xiao Xiao nodded. "Could it be due to his hatching process?" Bai Chichi pondered aloud. "You think he hatched himself?" Xiao Xiao pointed at the little white snake in Bai Chichi's hand, astonished. "Yes," Bai Chichi replied calmly. "If that were the case, he would need to be revered in the sea serpent tribe." Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly. "You exaggerate." Bai Chichi laughed. "I speak the truth. I am not jesting." Xiao Xiao insisted seriously. Bai Chichi found herself believing him, as Xiao Xiao's expression was so earnest. "Only offspring exhibiting ancestral bloodlines can comprehend our speech from a young age," Xiao Xiao stated gravely. "Ancestral bloodlines? What does that mean?" Bai Chichi was bewildered. In the era of the beast god, ninth-tier beastmen were abundant, and those reaching a certain tier could live for thousands of years, even tens of thousands. The ones living for tens of thousands of years possessed remarkably pure bloodlines, Xiao Xiao explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Bai Chichi was astonished by Xiao Zhao's revelations. Ninth tier, everywhere? Living for thousands of years? Tens of thousands? Xiao Xiao, how do you know this? Bai Chichi inquired. My mother was the shaman of the sea serpent tribe, and she shared these tales with me. She also mentioned that this year, a particularly beautiful female would arrive at the sea serpent tribe. After saying that, she returned to the embrace of the beast god. Xiao Xiao recounted verbatim what his mother had told him. Bai Chichi, Feng Su, and Feng Ling were all in a state of shock. Xiao Zhao's words were utterly unheard of by them. Beastmen typically live to a maximum of 100 years, and even that is for those of higher tiers. Females without a tier rarely reach 60 and are considered elderly. What differentiates a cub with ancestral bloodlines? Bai Chichi asked. I don't know anything further. My mother only told me this. Xiao Xiao shook his head. Thank you for sharing this with me, Xiao Xiao. Bai Chichi expressed her gratitude. We are good friends. Xiao Xiao smiled brightly. Yes, we are good friends. Bai Chichi recognized Xiao Xiao as a straightforward and earnest individual. Do you have any cured meat left, beautiful little female? I want it all. Wolf Lu approached Bai Chichi's stall but found no cured meat, only a series of shiny items. None at the moment. It will be a few days before I have more, Bai Chichi replied. How many days will it take? Wolf Lu inquired. You can come to the Sea Serpent tribe in 5 days to trade with Xiao Xiao. The female beside me, Bai Chichi said. All right, I need 300 pieces of cured meat, or half a sheep for 2 pieces of cured meat, Wolf Lu replied. You can pick it up in 5 days? Bai Chichi nodded. Bai Chichi instructed Feng Ling and Feng Su to hunt several cattle and 5 sheep, tearing them into pieces while she taught Xiao Xiao how to prepare the meat into cured form. Bai Qiqi also informed Shishan to call the beastmen to assist Xiao Xiao in delivering the cured meat to Wolflu, considering it a survival skill imparted to Xiao Xiao before her departure from the sea serpent tribe. Chapter 62. Water pearls. A few days swiftly passed, and the final day of the moon market arrived. Bai Qiqi's emotions surged like the tide, a blend of excitement and anxiety weaving an indescribable feeling within her. Feng Ling noticed Bai Qiqi's complexion growing pale, her tension almost visible on her face. "Qi, do not be anxious. Try to relax," he said, standing beside her in an attempt to ease her unease. "I am not anxious." Bai Qiqi insisted, forcing a smile, though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, exacerbated by the warm breeze. "Have some coconut juice to cool down." Feng Ling offered her a chilled coconut, its fragrance wafting invitingly. Bai Qiqi took a few sips of the coconut juice, the sweet taste spreading in her mouth, gradually soothing her nerves. As the sun dipped lower, the sky was bathed in a soft golden glow, enveloping everything in a dreamlike hue. Bai Qiqi's gaze flitted over the bustling beastmen, and just as her heart raced, that person finally entered the moon market. She immediately noticed him, suppressing her internal excitement. Her eyes fixated on the beads hanging around his neck, fearful of misidentification. "How did you acquire this?" A fair-skinned girl held a shimmering shell bracelet, her eyes betraying a hint of desire. 2 Hemostatic herbs in exchange. Bai Qiqi replied, her gaze sparkling with intrigue as she considered the girl's complexion. In this coastal area, girls were often somewhat tanned, yet she appeared as delicate as a lotus emerging from water. "I do not have any hemostatic herbs. Can I trade something else?" Yu clutched the bracelet affectionately, pulling out colorful beads from her small leather pouch. Bai Qiqi's eyes widened at the sight of black, white, pink, and blue pearls. "Where did you get these?" Her voice trembled with urgency, not for the beads but to confirm the girl's identity. "There are many in the sea." Yu smiled slightly, surprised by Bai Qiqi's evident fascination with the pearls. "Can I trade this with you?" Bai Qiqi took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and replied with forced nonchalance, "I cannot. You clearly liked those beads just now. Why won't you trade?" Yu's mood shifted, feeling displeased, as if Bai Qiqi were intentionally toying with her. "I merely stated I wouldn't trade. I never said I wouldn't gift it to you." Bai Qiqi noticed the urgency in the little girl's expression and smiled warmly. "You are truly gifting it to me?" Yu's voice quivered with disbelief, her gaze flitting over Bai Qiqi's face, struggling to comprehend why this land-dwelling female would be so generous. Bai Qiqi nodded, her eyes shimmering with sincerity. "You certainly have conditions for this gift, do you not?" With a sense of anxiety, Yu nervously squeezed the beads around her neck, a faint unease settling in her heart as she felt ensnared in an unpredictable transaction. "I wish to borrow the water-repelling pearl," Bai Qiqi declared without hesitation, her voice imbued with determination. Yu's heart raced, and she clutched the beads tightly, nearly gasping in surprise. Her expression turned wary as she fixed her gaze on Bai Qiqi, sensing something amiss behind the pearl. "How do you know about the water-repelling pearl?" Her tone was laced with suspicion, a defensive barrier instantly erected in her mind. "I am going to the sea to rescue someone," Bai Qiqi asserted firmly, seemingly imparting a sense of resolve to Yu. Yu was taken aback, astonished that this petite female intended to use the water-repelling pearl for a rescue. Curiosity about Bai Qiqi's courage bubbled within her. For land-dwelling beastmen, venturing into the sea is perilous no matter the danger. "I will go." Bai Qiqi's thoughts drifted to Mu Zhe's proud demeanor, intensifying her urgency. "What makes you think I would lend it to you?" Yu furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze betraying doubt as if testing Bai Qiqi's sincerity. "Your family member is ill. I can help," Bai Qiqi replied slowly. "How do you know my brother is sick?" Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she regarded Bai Qiqi. Bai Qiqi smiled slyly, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Does this mean you agree to lend me the water-repelling pearl?" "I agree, but if you fail to save my brother." "Do not blame me for being unfriendly," Yu retorted fiercely, rising to her feet, though a flicker of hope for a miracle sparked within her. "All right," Bai Qiqi affirmed with steadfastness, secretly resolving that with the system's aid, she would not succumb to failure. Yu, eager to act, quickly inquired, "When can we go to rescue my brother?" "Now," Bai Qiqi answered without hesitation. Yu turned her gaze to the several male beastmen behind her. "Are they coming too?" "Of course. Do you think I could rescue someone from the sea alone?" Bai Chi replied with a smile. Very well, let us bring them along, Yu nodded. She then addressed Bai Chi and the others. Follow me. As they walked, Yu could not suppress her curiosity. How did you know I possessed the water-repelling pearl? You carry a scent of fish, and the pearl is visibly hanging around your neck. Bai Chi chuckled lightly. You even recognize the water-repelling pearl? Yu exclaimed in astonishment, incredulous as she scrutinized this female from the land. It is not solely yours to know. It is not surprising that I do as well. Bai Chi confidently responded. But you are a female from the land. How could you possibly know about the water-repelling pearl? Yu's voice trembled slightly, still unable to believe that a land-dwelling female would be familiar with it. Do not be so dismissive. Are you prejudiced against those from the land? Bai Chi halted, her gaze locking onto Yu's, as if attempting to dispel her doubts and biases. I mean no offense, merely find it remarkable. Yu lowered her head slightly, yet her curiosity surged like waves, prompting inquiries about Bai Chi's origins and experiences. Their conversation flowed like a gentle sea breeze, light-hearted and carefree, with Bai Chi occasionally sharing her tales. Prompting Yu to exclaim in wonder, "It last, Bai Chi, Feng Ling," and Feng Su followed Yu to the seaside, where the sand beneath their feet was dampened by the tide, soft and yielding, imbued with a hint of ocean brine. Stand still on the shore, Yu instructed as she approached the water's edge, slightly bending down to grasp the water-repelling pearl from her chest, softly reciting an incomprehensible incantation, her voice deep and mysterious. At that moment, the sea shimmered, and suddenly, a magnificent palace gradually emerged upon the water's surface, a scene so dreamlike it left one breathless. This can appear out of thin air? The astonishment was etched across Bai Chi's face, her heart marveling at the wonders and mysteries of this world, as she had never encountered such a breathtaking sight before. Indeed, this world harbors many phenomena that even science cannot elucidate, and the palace before her deepened her intrigue about the mysteries that lie beneath the ocean's depths. A spark of surprise flickered in Feng Ling's eyes, while Feng Su stood frozen, his mouth slightly agape, as if struggling to process the spectacle before him, the shock within him momentarily unyielding. Let us proceed. Yu had anticipated their reaction, secretly pleased, yet maintaining a gentle smile as this how the three great families of the sea return. Bai Chi inquired curiously. Certainly not. Only our fish clan possesses such a method of return. Yu proudly lifted her chin. Our fish clan was the first family of the sea eons ago, unmatched by any other clan. Her voice resonated with a sense of pride at I see. Bai Chi nodded, contemplating that if Mu Zhe could not be found among the fish clan, seeking him within the other clans should not lead her astray. Stay close to me. Do not fall into the sea. Yu cautioned, a flicker of unease shining in her eyes. Bai Chi and the others nodded in compliance. At that moment, Bai Chi sensed the little snake in her hand writhing restlessly, seemingly conveying some message. Feng Ling's voice reached her ears. The little white snake must have sensed its kin. Then can we not allow the little white snake to guide us to Mu Zhe? Bai Chi's excitement grew. Eagerly anticipating the forthcoming turn of events, indeed, Feng Ling nodded. Observing that the little white snake had come to a halt after reaching the fish clan, Bai Chi deduced that Mu Zhe was likely not among them. This is my brother. Yu pointed to a bed, her tone tinged with resignation. Bai Chi followed Yu's gaze to the man lying on the bed, his complexion normal, not resembling one who was ill. This scenario left Bai Chi puzzled. What symptoms does your brother exhibit? 3 years ago, he ventured into the sea. Upon his return, he began speaking incomprehensible words, and subsequently, he has remained bedridden. Yu's voice was low, imbued with a tinge of despair. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her palms, seemingly striving to suppress the anxiety within. What did he say at that time? Bai Chi listened intently, attempting to piece together her brother's suffering from Yu's account. He spoke of being a sinner, of deserving death. He often went alone to the sea, sitting there for days on end. Yu's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting uneasy memories. The image of her brother's solitary figure upon the ocean surfaced in her mind, a poignant and painful tableau. He would often gaze into the endless ocean, as though it harbored burdens too great for him to bear. He must have trapped himself. Bai Chi furrowed her brow, various possibilities flashing through her mind. System. Can this be cured? Bai Chi inquired of the system, a hint of urgency in her tone. A clear mind pill will suffice. It will help him forget the painful memories. At that moment, Sia's voice resonated like a startled bird. Heard you found a shaman who can save your brother. She hurried over, her face etched with anxiety and anticipation. Yes, this is a Chi. Yu turned to introduce by Chi to Sia, her expression slightly tense, hoping this unfamiliar female would usher in a change. If you cannot save Chu Jing, I will hold no grudge against you. Sia scrutinized by Chi, her brow slightly furrowed, clearly skeptical of Bai Chi's abilities. Send them up, Yu, she instructed. Chapter 63. Do you still remember me, mother? Yu's voice carried a plea. She was determined not to miss the chance to save her brother. Silently praying that perhaps he could indeed be rescued. I can heal him. Bai Chi's voice remained calm, as if it were the most ordinary of statements. Yet, this calm demeanor rippled through Sia's heart, stirring emotions within. If you cannot heal him, it is not a problem. Sia's voice trembled slightly, her gaze filled with astonishment and hope. She stared intently at this young female before her, her mind replaying the countless shamans they had sought, all of whom had brought them endless disappointment. In stark contrast, this seemingly inconspicuous young female claimed she could heal, prompting a whirlwind of complex emotions within Sia. Bai Chi furrowed her brow slightly, her expression conveying difficulty. However, he may lose part of his memory. She felt it necessary to inform Sia of the potential side effects post-healing, allowing her to make an informed choice. Just losing part of his memory? Sia found it hard to believe, her heart brimming with doubt. Yet this seemingly dire price paled in comparison to the thought of her child remaining bedridden. Indeed, Bai Chi nodded. When can the healing take place? Sia clenched her fists, striving to maintain her composure, a surge of yearning welling up within her. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to give it a try, if only to awaken her child and rekindle the hope of life. We can heal him now, but I prefer to work without anyone present, Bai Chi stated matter-of-factly. That is not a problem, Sia readily agreed, silently grateful. She gently took Yu's hand, leading her swiftly out of the room, fearful of disturbing Bai Chi during the healing process. You all should step outside as well. Bai Chi slightly tilted her head, the room now holding only her and the man who lay quietly on the bed. System, when should I administer his medication? Bai Chi inquired of the system. Host, you may feed him now. It will take 5 hours for the full effect of the medication to manifest. Understood, Bai Chi whispered in response, her fingers gently pinching the pill, slowly bringing it to the man's lips. Host, you now owe 1 point, bringing your total debt to 95 points. The pill slid smoothly down the man's throat, yet he remained unresponsive. Bai Chi furrowed her brow slightly, leaning closer to his face, meticulously observing his faint breathing. Are all the men of the beast world so strikingly handsome? She marveled inwardly, her gaze scrutinizing his features. Sharply defined and seemingly sculpted by the hand of a divine creator, perfect to the point of incredulity. Each line conveyed an intangible allure. The room was eerily silent as Bai Chi paced restlessly. She understood the necessity of not exiting too soon, lest Yu and Sia presume that the treatment was straightforward. After several laps, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to find a place to sit, cradling her head in her hands while her eyes remained fixed on the face of the man on the bed. Yu, it has been so long. Could it be that we are still unable to heal him? Sia's voice from outside conveyed urgency and unease. Yu grasped Sia's hand, offering reassurance. Mother, do not worry. Aki will surely heal brother. Host, the time is nearly upon us, the system interjected. Bai Chi rose and opened the door with a soft creak. Upon seeing the door ajar, Sia rushed in as if she had encountered a long-lost hope. Her gaze was immediately ensnared by the beast man on the bed, her anxiety swelling like a tide. Witnessing her child still lying silently, pallid in complexion, she felt as if an invisible shadow enveloped her, leaving her overwhelmed with helplessness and despair. Was her child truly destined to lie upon this bed for eternity? Bai Chi noted the glistening tears in Sia's eyes, teetering on the brink of spilling over. Feeling a pang of compassion, she gently reassured, I have healed him. He is merely in recovery and will awaken shortly. That is good, Sia replied, her voice still trembling, yet her gaze remained steadfastly fixed on her child, as if fearful of missing even the slightest change. Each raspy breath sounded like a heavy hammer striking her heart. At that moment, the man on the bed stirred slightly, his eyes slowly fluttering open. The 5 figures before him induced a sense of bewilderment. His gaze swept across the room, first landing on his mother and sister, igniting a flicker of warmth within him, quickly overshadowed by confusion. "Who are the other 3? Child, do you remember me?" Sia's voice brimmed with hope, apprehensive that her child might have forgotten her and me. "Do you recall who I am?" Yu eagerly interjected, her tone playful, striving to lighten the tense atmosphere. Chu-Ching regarded the two with a puzzled expression. Why did they seem so unusual? Yu, believing Chu-Ching had forgotten her, felt a surge of delight. "You don't remember me?" When Chu-Ching offered no response, Yu earnestly stated, "I am your elder sister," bearing an air of superiority. "Are you all right, Yu?" Chu-Ching inquired, as if addressing someone daft. Yu pouted in discontent. "Why didn't you say you remembered me earlier?" "I never said I didn't remember you," Chu-Ching replied, wishing to pry open Yu's head to see what thoughts lingered within. "You just picking on me," Yu complained to Chu-Ching. "If it were anyone else, they would have been dealt with by now," Chu-Ching said calmly. "Child, do you remember your mother?" Sia stood nearby, her expression a mix of anxiety and anticipation, her tone laced with concern. "Mother, are you going to act foolishly too?" Chu-Ching responded helplessly, a smile involuntarily crossing her face, as if the question itself was absurd. "Of course not. As long as you remember your mother. That is all that matters." Sia's laughter rang clear as a spring, her face radiating relief. In her heart, she rejoiced, finally witnessing her child's awakening, as if all her struggles and worries had dissipated in that moment. "Child, is there anything you cannot recall?" Sia asked eagerly. Chu-Ching lowered his head, contemplating for a moment, then replied earnestly, "I remember everything. That is good. Once you have recuperated in a few days, you can resume your role as chieftain." Sia nodded joyfully, having not shared a close moment with Chu-Ching's biological father in nearly a year. Chi rubbed her forehead. How could he have forgotten mother? "Who are they?" Chu-Ching inquired of Sia. "This female is Aki, the healer who saved you. These 2 males are her beast husbands," Sia introduced. "Thank you, Aki, for saving my life," Chu-Ching remarked, finding Chi increasingly familiar, but not due to her beauty. "No need to thank me. After all, I had my own motives for saving you," Chi replied candidly. Had it not been for the water-repelling pearl, she would never have squandered a point on a stranger. Earning points was no easy feat. Chu-Ching was taken aback by Chi's frankness, momentarily at a loss for words. "Aki, since you have healed my brother, I must fulfill my promise. This is the water-repelling pearl," Yu said, removing the pearl from around her neck and presenting it to Chi. "Yu, can you tell me the way to the Merfolk tribe?" Chi asked. "Certainly, this water-repelling pearl will allow you to breathe for extended periods in the depths of the ocean and will also mask your scent." Yu explained, "Thank you. I will return it once I have rescued the person," Chi replied. Leading them out of the fish tribe, Yu pointed east, saying, "Just keep heading east to reach the Jaren tribe. I can only guide you. You cannot enter other tribes' territories without permission in the sea." The 3 nodded and swam eastward. Yu watched their departing figures, having already conveyed the danger to them. Whether they returned alive would depend on their own abilities. Returning to Chu-Ching's dwelling, she found him seated on the floor, indulging in a feast, blood splattering the room, while Sia handed him large fish. "You just woke up and are eating so much? You could hardly bear to watch. Do you know how long it has been since I've had meat? I was nearly starving. Had there not been outsiders earlier, do you think I would have refrained from eating?" Chu-Ching spoke, his chewing undeterred by the conversation. "Mother, do you blame me for giving the water-repelling pearl to Aki?" Yu retreated from the room, standing at the door as she addressed Sia. "How could I blame Yu? I am just glad. Your brother's awakening relies entirely on you." Sia smiled at Yu, pleased that her daughter had finally made a correct decision and hoping she would continue to do so. "Mother, do you truly think so?" Yu was taken aback. Chapter 64. They are going to their deaths. Sia tossed a fresh, succulent fish to Chu-Ching. He caught it, the aroma of food enveloping him, yet he did not immediately indulge in the delicacy. Instead, he turned to Yu, worry reflected in his eyes, and asked, "What are they doing in the deep sea? Why must they stay so long?" His voice carried an undercurrent of unease. "Tio, rescue someone." Yu leaned against the door, her arms hanging loosely. "Tio, rescue someone from the deep sea." Sia tossed another large fish to Chu-Ching. "No, they are going to save someone from another tribe." Yu fiddled with her fingers, as if counting something. Her tone light and carefree, as though the danger did not concern her. Chu-Ching froze, a jolt of realization coursing through him. Are the three beastmen going? He halted his chewing, his gaze intense as he incredulously questioned Yu. An edge of reprimand in his voice. Yu nodded slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing her features. Do you not know the rules of this sea? And you let them go? Chu-Ching's tone grew stern. What is wrong with that? Yu pouted, her expression tinged with disdain. Didn't we agree to save you? I gave her the water-repelling pearl. What they do is none of my business. Her tone suggested a lack of concern. They are going to their deaths. Chu-Ching's voice conveyed urgency, his emotions flaring. Why are you so agitated? Why do you suddenly wish to be a do-gooder? Did you not once scorn do-gooders the most? If you want to help, then go help them yourself. Yu's retort struck like a sharp slap, anger and dissatisfaction intertwining in her words. Chu-Ching realized he was not in the right frame of mind. Forget it, I don't wish to discuss this with you. You think I want to discuss it with you? Yu kicked the door forcefully, the panel resounding with a bang as she stormed off. Venting her frustration, Sia continued to select fresh fish, knowing that where there were these two, banter was inevitable. Chu-Ching took a massive fish, chewing absent-mindedly, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the door. Suddenly, two sentinels from the Jaren tribe blocked their path, their eyes filled with wariness. You are not from the Jaren tribe. What are you doing here? The voice resonated like the deep and powerful waves of the ocean, seemingly warning of the identity of the intruders. We seek your clan leader, Xingyan. Bai Qiqi offered a faint smile, showing no fear in the face of the unfamiliar merman. Do you know the clan leader? The blue-haired merman expressed a hint of doubt, scanning their faces as if probing for something. Yes, if you don't believe it, you may inquire with your clan leader, Bai Qiqi said cheerfully. Very well, I shall ask the clan leader. The blue-haired merman, filled with curiosity, hurried off to find the clan leader. Clan leader, there is a female at the entrance who claims to know you, the blue-haired merman said, bowing respectfully. What is her name? Xingyan's voice carried a sense of urgency. Could it be her? I do not know, but she is an exceptionally beautiful female. As the blue-haired merman spoke, he recalled Bai Qiqi's smile, his heart stirred by her beauty. Beautiful? It must be Aki. Xingyan's heart raced with excitement as he sprang from his seat, dashing towards the entrance of the merman clan. The blue-haired merman felt a gust of wind pass by, the clan leader's figure vanishing in an instant. He quickly followed suit, running towards the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Qiqi, Xingyan's face radiated an expectant smile, his gaze shimmering with tenderness. Aki, did you come specifically to see me? Feng Ling stood quietly to the side, his brow furrowed, exuding an air of vigilance. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, remained fixed on Xingyan, his heart secretly wary. This merman was the one who had enchanted Aki with his song on the beach that day, raising suspicions about his intentions. A wave of unease surged within Feng Ling, yet Aki appeared unusually affectionate towards Xingyan, seemingly unguarded. The innocent smile on the foolish younger brother's face indicated his obliviousness to danger, resembling a naive child, which only heightened Feng Ling's agitation. Xingyan, however, remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet within Feng Ling's heart, a tempest brewed, accompanied by a flicker of anger. He observed Bai Qiqi, thinking to himself, this merman is certainly not to be trusted. Could Aki truly be so easily deceived? Xingyan, I am actually here to find someone, Bai Qiqi said softly, lowering her head slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment and unease in her eyes. Finding someone? A note of disappointment tinged Xingyan's tone, as if he held some unspoken hope yet did not wish to see her disappointed. Who are you looking for? As Bai Qiqi uttered these words, her voice grew somber. I am searching for my beast husband. Your husband is a merman? Xingyan inquired with confusion, a wave of displeasure rising within him. What merman could be so capable? No, my husband is a snake beast man. He came to the Wuwang Sea a few months ago and has yet to be found. A hint of sorrow colored Bai Qiqi's tone. What does he look like? Xingyan's heart tightened as he sought to glean more information from Bai Qiqi's description, yet he felt an unusual discomfort regarding her beast husband. He has white hair and is quite handsome. Bai Qiqi furrowed her brow slightly, as if straining to recall, but the beauty of Mu Zhe left her momentarily at a loss. Despite the discontent brewing within, Xingyan did not want to see her distressed, I have not seen any white-haired beast men within the merman clan, but I can assist you in your search. Bai Qiqi beamed a radiant smile. Xingyan, you need only take me around the clan. Although Xingyan found this request perplexing, he nodded in agreement before the brilliance of Aki's smile. Bai Qiqi urged the white snake in her hands to stay awake. It was imperative to find Afu to return and incubate Adi and Ame. My responsibilities are substantial. The little snake nodded vigorously, encouraging itself. Is this your offspring? Xingyan's gaze settled on the small snake in her grasp. Curiosity and surprise evident in his eyes. Yes, this is my first offspring. A radiant smile blossomed on Bai Qiqi's face. Is this your first offspring? Do you have others? A hint of disbelief colored Xingyan's tone as he regarded her petite figure. Struggling to fathom how she could bear multiple offspring. Yes, I had 5 in one litter. Bai Qiqi answered proudly, though a trace of bitterness accompanied her smile, realizing the weight of her responsibilities had only intensified. 5? That seems excessive. Xingyan's eyes widened in astonishment, contemplating how such a petite creature could give birth to 5 little lives. Truly remarkable. Excessive. Bai Qiqi slightly frowned, a wry smile forming. 5 was hardly sufficient to repay her debts. Indeed. Aki, your next litter should be arriving soon, right? Xingyan's gaze brimmed with concern, inadvertently sweeping towards Bai Qiqi's slightly rounded belly, a surge of longing to reach out and touch it rising within him. Yet he restrained himself. There is still a month until the birth. Bai Qiqi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning how many points she could earn this time. Secretly relieved she had used the multi-child potion. Seeing Bai Qiqi's belly so pronounced, Xingyan assumed she was due soon, yet a month remained. He could hardly imagine how many offspring she would bear this time. Bai Qiqi noticed the shock on Xingyan's face. His gaze seemingly locked onto her protruding belly. Xingyan, what is the matter? Aki, how old are you this year? Xingyan's voice trembled slightly, as if snapping back to reality, waves of emotion surging within him. 19, Bai Qiqi replied. Lifting her gaze slightly, Xingyan had not expected that there would be a 10-year gap between them, a complex emotion rising in his heart as he pondered. Did he still have hope? Come, I shall show you around the merman clan. Xingyan abruptly changed the subject, his voice returning to calm, though an imperceptible shadow of turmoil crossed his face. Bai Qiqi and her companions followed closely behind Xingyan. This is where we usually fish. Xingyan gestured towards the abyss. Bai Qiqi gazed curiously into the depths, her sight penetrating the deep blue waters, observing the bustling figures beneath. The men and women glided gracefully, their agile tails flickering as if performing an elegant dance. She couldn't help but marvel at the independence of the females here, like goddesses of the ocean. The females of the sea catch their own fish. If they refrain from using their tails for an extended period, they become stiff and perish, Xingyan noted, sensing her curiosity and gently elucidating, his tone imbued with respect for these women. They are truly remarkable. Bai Qiqi praised sincerely. Aki, you are also quite impressive. Xingyan's voice echoed in the air, seemingly laden with deeper meaning. Impressive. Bai Qiqi paused, unsure whether Xingyan was complimenting her resilience or had other implications. Indeed. Xingyan nodded. Having never encountered a female capable of birthing 5 offspring in a single litter. If that wasn't impressive, then what was? Bai Qiqi remained perplexed, unable to grasp his meaning. That moment, Feng Ling's icy gaze pierced from the side. Like a chilling wind brushing past, laced with vigilance and unease. He could not allow Aki to accept this deceitful merman as her beast husband. Meanwhile, the mermen in the abyss were equally captivated by Bai Qiqi's beauty. Whispers rising like rolling waves, a young merman excitedly pointed at Bai Qiqi, his face adorned with the impulsiveness typical of youth. Look, the female behind the clan leader is so beautiful, she is so fair. Are those 2 males beside her beast husbands? Another merman inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. I wonder if I could be the beast husband of that beautiful female? The speaking merman flicked his tail in the water, creating graceful splashes, a gesture of courtship. The splashes sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, resembling falling stars, illuminating the hearts of those present. Surely she must be with her beast husbands. Did you not see the way those 2 males gaze at her? Another more experienced merman replied affirmatively. If I had such handsome beast husbands, I would never want to leave home, a female merman said enviously, her eyes sparkling with longing for a beautiful romance. I still think dreaming is preferable. Another merman chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. You wouldn't want such handsome beast husbands? The first merman asked in confusion. I would like to, but I know I cannot have them. Just looking is enough. A female merman shrugged nonchalantly, her words tinged with faint regret. Just then, Manchi approached, cradling the fish she had caught. As she was about to speak, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the interaction between Xingyan and Bai Qiqi. The anger in her eyes was palpable as she looked at Bai Qiqi. Chapter 65. My offspring Manchi threw down the fish, marching furiously towards Xingyan, hands on her hips, her sharp gaze fixed upon him. Her voice high-pitched and furious. Xingyan, how could you bring this wicked female to the merman clan? Her tone was filled with accusation. Xingyan furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, warning Manchi. Aki is a guest. Manchi, speak more courteously. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. She let her beast husband strike me, and you expect me to be courteous to her? Maki's fingers trembled with indignation as she pointed accusingly at Fengshu. Her voice quivering with emotion, her eyes glinting with resentment and defiance. At that moment, the surrounding merfolk began to murmur among themselves, casting furtive glances, the earlier warmth dissipating like a receding tide, replaced by a palpable tension in the air. Every eye warily scrutinized Bai Qiqi and her companions, as if they were concealed threats. This situation is entirely your fault, Xingyan retorted, his voice resonating like thunder across the surface of the sea. The merfolk's gazes shifted back to Bai Qiqi and her allies, rekindled with fervor. Even if I am at fault, does that justify striking me? I have been in pain for several days. Maki's voice took on a note of grievance. Her brow furrowed as she struggled to elicit sympathy. The enthusiasm of the surrounding merfolk faded once more, and no matter what, you cannot strike a female. One merfolk exclaimed, his fury evident as he dropped the fish he was holding. His face a canvas of outrage as he passionately defended her. Indeed, females are precious. Another male merfolk chimed in, his expression earnest, as the crowd began to stir, uncertainty creeping into their sentiments regarding Xingyan's judgment. Observing the unfolding scene, disappointment and anger intertwined within Xingyan. He had never anticipated that the kin he had fought so hard to protect could be so easily swayed by Maki. Anxious, he yearned to defend Bai Qiqi. Yet at that moment, his ire and resolve surged within him. Enough, he bellowed, unable to contain himself any longer. Maki has harmed a pregnant female. Are her companions not entitled to protect their own? His voice, like a rending storm, reverberated through the gathering, instilling fear and disappointment in every merfolk present. Yes, she struck a pregnant female. The atmosphere thickened as whispers filled the air, the crowd exchanging incredulous glances, shock rippling through them like waves, rendering the situation increasingly awkward, and no longer did they regard Maki with sympathy. That is not true, Maki protested, panic evident in her voice as she shook her head anxiously. I did not strike her. Her gaze flitted about, desperately seeking the last vestiges of support. Huh? Xingyan scoffed coldly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Not that you didn't strike her. Rather, you simply missed. Regardless, I did not strike her. It was her beastly husband who flung me away. Maki, filled with indignation, pointed fiercely at Bai Qiqi. You nearly struck Aki. What else could I do but retaliate? Fengshu's derision sliced through the tension, rendering Maki's anger a pallid shade. Why did you strike me? Maki clung to her defiance, her voice laced with innocence. I only had time for my hands. Had my feet been available, I would have used them. Fengshu unabashedly expressed his sentiment, his frankness eliciting muffled laughter from the surrounding merfolk. In her heart, Fengling silently applauded Fengshu's boldness, thinking that her foolish younger brother had finally exhibited a commendable display of courage. Regardless, I demand compensation. Maki stubbornly insisted, her eyes burning with unwillingness as they lingered on Fengling. You are unwell. Seek treatment. What are you making a fuss about in broad daylight? Bai Qiqi, unable to endure any longer, felt her patience fraying. This woman was shamelessly coveting her mate, and if she continued to tolerate it, she would surely suffer in silence. Maki, her face flushed with fury, attempted to charge at Bai Qiqi, her hands raised high, ready to seize her. However, just as her body was about to lunge forward, Fengling suddenly appeared before her, coolly and resolutely lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick that sent her sprawling. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, every gaze converging upon her. Maki's figure traced an arc through the air, resembling a wounded bird, stripped of direction and strength. The merfolk stood agape, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Mouths agape as if the very air had been sucked away by this unforeseen turn of events. They could not help but ponder. What transpired? How could this male possess such formidable strength? In this deep sea, could someone truly send a female flying? Fengling's might appeared almost mythical to them, undeniably impressive. Perhaps he could truly be deemed the strongest among them. Maki landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud that plunged the surroundings into silence. All clamor vanished, the world seeming to revolve solely around her pain. A sense of confusion washed over her, an unsettling realization dawning. Why was no male stepping forward to champion her cause? She slowly raised her dazed head, the sight before her wrenching her heart. The merfolk gazed at her with indifference and apathy, some males even revealing expressions of disdain, as though she were a being unworthy of sympathy. Her heart sank, rage erupting like a volcano within her. "I have been struck," she screamed, her voice piercing the stillness. The silence persisted, as if all present were deaf to her plight. Struggling to prop herself up, her voice grew more fervent. "I have been struck." Her desperate cries echoed through the air, yet still, no one responded. Silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. The panic within Maki spread like wildfire as she pondered in bewilderment. What have I done wrong? Why does no one come to my aid? The more she contemplated, the more unjust she felt, unable to comprehend how she, a precious female of the clan, could be so utterly forsaken. Her heart brimmed with confusion and resentment. A kind-hearted merfolk approached, gently lifting Maki. "Maki, did you hurt yourself? I have some herbs to soothe your pain. I will not leave. I have done nothing wrong. I refuse to go." Maki forcefully shrugged off the merfolk's hand. Losing her balance and tumbling once more, Chi remained silent, merely smiling. "Let us go, Aki. We shall explore elsewhere." Xingyan felt that Maki had brought disgrace upon the merfolk clan today. Upon witnessing Chi's intent to depart, Maki disregarded her pain, swiftly scrambling to chase after her, only to be met with another unexpected kick. "Why, dear chief, how could you kick Maki? She is a precious female." Shawan, having accompanied Aiji, arrived just in time to witness Xingyan's foot sending her cherished female sprawling. Shawan rushed forward, kneeling to assist Maki, cradling her in her arms. "Mother, the clan does not stand with me. They all believe I am in the wrong." Maki wept, her tears flowing freely. Seeing her child in tears, Shawan's heart ached, wishing she could take the blow in her place. Xingyan's expression darkened upon Shawan's arrival. "Shawan, Maki's actions were indeed wrong," spoke the very merfolk who had been dismissed by Shawan Mo-mei. "On what grounds do you declare my child in the wrong?" Shawan shot a glare at Mo-mei, unable to bear any criticism directed at her offspring. Mo-mei, sensing the tension, wisely fell silent. Standing aside, "Chief, the last time Maki was struck, I let it pass, but today I witnessed you kick her to the ground. If you do not provide an explanation, I shall not return," Shawan declared, her determination palpable. "Maki attempted to strike a pregnant female," Xingyan stated. Shawan's gaze fell upon the beautiful female beside Xingyan, her beauty beyond description. "How could my child strike anyone before so many clan members, especially such a stunning female? How could she give rise to such a fool? With such a beauty in our midst, how could she not find a strong beast to accompany her? A mere gesture from her would suffice." Xingyan, noticing Shawan's prolonged silence, assumed she was concocting a counterargument, remaining vigilant. Shawan released her hold on Maki, rising with a cheerful demeanor to address Chi. "This lovely female has been distressed today. It is Maki's fault, and I hope you will not hold it against this foolish child." Xingyan. "Maki." Chi. The merfolk clan. Shawan hastened to Chi, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "Dear young female, if you harbor any grievances, feel free to strike me. I shall not utter a single complaint." Although Chi regained her composure, she felt somewhat taken aback by the enthusiastic attention of the older merfolk. "You may strike me, but afterward, could you refrain from blaming that foolish child?" Shawan, anxious that Bai Chi might refuse, displayed her most courteous smile. That older female, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Bai Chi was eager to escape the scene, signaling to Xingyan to hasten their departure. Strike me wherever you wish. Shawan attempted to reach for Bai Chi, yet hesitated, fearful of inciting her anger, her hand hovering in midair. Older female, I am no longer angry. Just ensure she does not keep attempting to strike me. Having spoken, Bai Chi followed Xingyan out of the abyss. I hope the dear ones can assist Qianqian with a review. Thank you for your hardships. It is improbable that everyone would like the female protagonist upon their first encounter. Chapter 66. Believe it or not. Mother, what are you doing? She is that wicked female. Maki suddenly grasped what her mother had done. I know. Shawan nodded thoughtfully. Mother, you are aware that she is that wicked female, yet you let her go so easily and even smiled at her. You allowed her to strike you? Manchi found it utterly incomprehensible. Believing that Shawan must have lost her mind, I do this all for your own good, Shawan said earnestly. Is letting that vile female go truly for my benefit? Manchi retorted with indignation. If you encounter her again in the future, do not provoke her and adopt a more amiable demeanor. Shawan advised seriously. I refuse. Why should I treat her kindly? She has taken Xingyan from me, and even the male I had just begun to like. Manchi stubbornly protested. Are you foolish? Must I spell it out for you to understand my meaning? Shawan seethed, biting her teeth in frustration, realizing how utterly naive her offspring was. I simply desire a dashing beast husband. Is that a fault? Manchi continued to grumble. Can you not possess a bit of grit? Crying day in and day out, Shawan scolded while wiping her tears. I merely wish for a handsome beast husband. Manchi persisted. All right, you must take my next words to heart, Manchi instructed, knowing well her offspring's disposition and how to manage her. That female is extraordinarily beautiful. Surely, many capable and handsome beastmen are drawn to her. If you can cultivate a good rapport with her, you might also find a handsome beastman, right? Shawan whispered conspiratorially into Manchi's ear. Mother, are you suggesting I settle for what she has rejected? Manchi was reluctant to accept a male that others had passed over, fearing it would shatter her pride. That is the essence of it, is it not? She is no ordinary female. Trust in your mother. You will not be misled. Shawan spoke with earnest conviction. Fine, I shall trust in mother. She will help me find a handsome male. Manchi suddenly felt that Bai Chi was not as detestable as she had thought. This is what a good mother does. Just look at how ordinary mother appears. Yet she managed to win over father, Shawan declared with pride. Indeed, father is one of the most formidable males among the merfolk and quite handsome as well, Manchi conceded, acknowledging her mother's prowess in that regard. Shawan nodded in satisfaction, recalling the considerable effort it had taken to capture her husband's heart. Should I go apologize to her now? Manchi asked eagerly, wishing to find a handsome male swiftly. Yes, but remember. Do not anger her, Shawan reiterated firmly. Understood. Manchi limped towards the direction Bai Chi had just departed. Shawan watched her offspring with satisfaction. The passing merfolk regarded this peculiar scene with curiosity. Xingyan led Bai Chi and the others to their dwelling place within the merfolk community. Bai Chi observed the square-shaped houses before her, reminiscent of those from ancient times, constructed from wood. Upon closer inspection, intricate carvings and traditional characters adorn the surfaces. Xingyan, did your ancestors build these houses? Bai Chi inquired. Driven by curiosity. These homes were constructed by our forebears, though regrettably, we lack the skill to replicate them, rendering these structures exceedingly precious. Xingyan expressed pride for his ancestors, yet a touch of sorrow lingered in his words. Lamenting that their lineage had lost such artistry, Bai Chi approached to examine the traditional characters more closely. She recognized many of them, yet their arrangement was chaotic, leaving her puzzled regarding their meaning. Can Aki decipher the inscriptions? Xingyan speculated, sensing Bai Chi's understanding. I was merely curious about the characters. I was just taking a glance. Bai Chi replied. Characters? Is this what you call them? Xingyan exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the wall. Indeed, Bai Chi responded, bewildered by his enthusiasm. You actually know these are characters? Xingyan's instincts told him that this female might be the one the merfolk had been awaiting. Realizing she might have inadvertently revealed too much, Bai Chi quickly added, I only heard others refer to them as characters. Xingyan remained silent, wearing a skeptical expression. Believe it or not, Bai Bai Qiqi shrugged, uncertain how to clarify. I believe you, Xingyan replied, confident in his own deduction. Bai Qiqi glanced at the small white snake in her hand, noting it had yet to show any remarkable reaction. This place was devoid of any unusual occurrences. Are there any other locations we have yet to explore? Bai Qiqi queried, aware that her inquiry seemed somewhat impolite, but desperate to find Mia's. There is but one place left. Let us proceed, Xingyan suggested. Aki. Manchi limped towards Bai Qiqi, her forehead glistening with sweat from her hurried pace. What is the matter? Bai Qiqi asked. I was wrong. I should not have envied you for having a handsome male. I promise I will never desire to harm you again, Manchi earnestly declared. I understand. Bai Qiqi replied, wishing to distance herself from this unpredictable individual, concerned about her propensity for sudden outbursts. Can you forgive me? I assure you, I will never insult you again. Manchi's anxiety was palpable, for her future happiness relied on Bai Qiqi's response. As long as you do not trouble me, I shall keep my distance, Bai Qiqi affirmed. Oh, fine. Manchi stepped aside, pondering whether this meant she had been forgiven or not. They walked for about 10 minutes until they arrived. This is the confinement chamber, typically used to detain disobedient merfolk, Xingyan explained. Bai Qiqi peered over the edge, noting its depth, filled with water, rendering it impossible to see clearly. The chamber resembled a well but was significantly larger. With a diameter roughly the length of 10 outstretched arms, it is quite cold in here, Bai Qiqi remarked, feeling her breath constricted as the chill enveloped her. You cannot linger here for long, Xingyan observed, noticing the shivers among them. Let us go. The small white snake in Bai Qiqi's hand appeared exuberant. Upon hearing Bai Qiqi mention leaving, it suddenly leaped from her grasp into the depths below. Little white snake. Bai Qiqi barely had time to react. Xingyan promptly followed suit, diving in after it. The little white snake swam eagerly, delighted in the water, unconsciously growing larger. Is that not my future mate? It thought, hastening towards Yungu, gently nudging her hand with its head. Awaken. How can you sleep in the sea? The little white snake, seeing Yungu still unresponsive, began to tap her hand with its tail, only to feel a rush of embarrassment afterward, curling up shyly. Yungu opened her eyes to find a white creature before her. Little white snake, what brings you here? Is the beautiful Aki also present? She exclaimed with excitement, lifting the little white snake into her arms. The little white snake, feeling bashful, remained motionless. I'll lift you up a bit. Staying here will be uncomfortable. Yungu tightly embraced the little white snake as they swam upward. Chapter 67. You cannot comprehend? I can only swim to this point. It is slightly warmer here than at the very bottom. Yungu held the little white snake close, striving to keep him warmer. The little white snake, enveloped in her warmth, felt a bit uneasy due to the close proximity to her chest, causing a momentary dizziness. The little white snake remained still in Yunji's embrace, prompting her to feel a sudden alarm. Little white snake, what is wrong? Please do not die. Xingyan swam closer, alarmed at the sight of Yungu clinging tightly to the little white snake, her expression shifting to one of urgency. He noticed the little white snake's breathing had become extraordinarily faint and shouted, "Release him at once. You are suffocating him." Yunji's mind raced, and in her panic, she quickly loosened her grip. The little white snake finally gained its freedom, gasping for air as its breathing gradually steadied. Little white snake, I did not mean to. Yungu expressed her guilt, her eyes shimmering with remorse as she spoke softly. The little white snake gradually regained its vitality, frolicking around Yungu as if to convey its forgiveness. Seeing this, Xingyan exhaled in relief and promptly lifted the little white snake, intending to take it back. Brother, will you let me out? I promise I will listen to sister next time. Yungu tugged at Xingyan's tail, her eyes filled with pleading affection. Let us go. Xingyan securely held the little white snake with one hand, while taking Yunji's hand with the other. Swimming upwards, Bai Qiqi anxiously awaited at the edge, her heart brimming with anticipation. Finally, at that moment, she saw Xingyan surface with the little white snake in his arms, and she involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Her tension gradually dissipating, Xingyan carefully handed the little white snake to Bai Qiqi. Fengling, noticing Bai Qiqi's slightly furrowed brows, felt a twinge of concern and asked, Aki, is the little white snake all right? Bai Qiqi shook her head, her tone lightening, he is fine. I merely sensed he has grown a bit. Previously, he was only about the size of my half a palm. but now he is nearly the same size as my palm. Feng Ling scrutinized the little white snake closely, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he has grown a little. Could it be that he has grown due to this water? Feng Su leaned closer to the little white snake, examining it with curiosity. That should be the case. Bai Qiqi pondered slightly, her heart secretly speculating, seemingly unable to find a more reasonable explanation. Xing Yin, beside her, was only aware of the chilling coldness of the sea water, yet could hardly believe that such water could nurture the growth of a small white snake, which was truly astonishing at that moment. Yuanji's cheerful voice rang out like the tinkling of a delicate bell. Pretty Aki. We meet again. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, resembling spring blossoms bursting forth with boundless vitality. Indeed, Yungu, Bai Qiqi replied with a smile. He, Yungu giggled mischievously. Bai Qiqi softly addressed Xing Yin. Let us go. Mu Zhe should not be here, and I like it here. Bai Qiqi heard a grand motherly voice whisper in her ear, startling her. Who? Mother. Mother. It is I, the little white snake. The white snake was astonished that its words could be heard by its mother. Why did you jump in there just now? Bai Qiqi tentatively inquired, concern lacing her tone. I felt quite cool and didn't want to leave, the little white snake replied in a childish voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, as if accusing the world of misunderstanding its innocence. Its bright eyes shimmered with a faint light, exuding an endearing charm. You know how worried I was about you. Next time you plan to do something, you must tell me first. Bai Qiqi's heart softened immensely, gazing at the little white snake's innocent demeanor, feeling unable to be stern with it. I understand. Mother, the little white snake nodded earnestly. Did you sense your dear father among the Jiao people? Bai Qiqi asked with concern, her eyes reflecting both hope and anxiety. No. The little white snake shook its head in disappointment. Bai Qiqi gently stroked the little white snake's head, reassuringly saying, It's all right, we haven't yet visited the Jiao clan. Perhaps we will find him there. Her voice was as warm as a spring breeze, alleviating the little white snake's sense of loss. I will certainly find my dear father and return to hatch my brothers and sisters. The little white snake declared resolutely, its eyes sparkling with hope. Very well, my dear, I believe in you. Bai Qiqi gazed fondly at the little white snake, her heart brimming with pride and encouragement. The trio noticed Bai Qiqi conversing with the little white snake. Aki, you can understand what the little white snake is saying. Feng Su's voice was filled with surprise and curiosity. Yes, Bai Qiqi nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Yungu looked at her with admiration. Pretty Aki, you are amazing. You can actually understand the words of one who is not transformed into a beast man. Can a non-transformed creature speak? And you can comprehend it. Xing Yan's incredulous voice carried an air of disbelief, his gaze flitting back and forth between Bai Qiqi and the little white snake, as if attempting to verify the authenticity of this revelation. You cannot understand. Bai Qiqi raised her head in confusion, lightly furrowing her brow. The little white snake appeared mature and composed. It spoke in a childish yet resolute voice to its mother. Mother, they cannot understand. Only you can. This air of a little adult made Bai Qiqi unable to suppress her laughter. Xing Yin, I wish to go to the Jiao clan. Bai Qiqi felt an urgent need to find Mu Zhe today. A vague sense of foreboding creeping over her. I will accompany you to the Jiao clan. Xing Yan's voice was tinged with unease, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze revealing deep concern. Bai Qiqi turned to look at Xing Yin in surprise. Her heart filled with confusion. I also wish to see the Jiao clan, Xing Yin explained. Feng Ling frowned, distrust evident in his eyes, scrutinizing Xing Yin with skepticism. If you wish to observe, there is no need to rush. His tone conveyed a sense of wariness. You need not harbor such animosity towards me. I genuinely wish to assist you, Xing Yin sighed, his voice laced with helplessness and regret, as if repenting for past mistakes. Feng Ling let out a cold laugh, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Very well, just as long as you do not use your song to bewitch us again. Each of his words was a warning. Harboring a protective instinct towards Bai Qiqi, wishing to shield her from all dangers, I truly did not mean to do so last time. Xing Yan's tone brimmed with remorse, dimly aware of how foolish his impulsive actions had been. Feng Ling retorted mercilessly, I do not care whether it was intentional, but it is a fact that you enchanted Aki with your song. Bai Qiqi also realized that Xing Yin was indeed the merman who had once enchanted her with his song. An unsettling displeasure and wariness rising within her. Thank you. But we shall not trouble you further in our journey to the Jiao clan, Bai Qiqi replied coldly, her tone carrying a hint of distance. As she turned to stride towards the unknown ahead, Xing Yin quietly watched their retreating figures, a swirl of complex emotions welling up within him. He slowly remarked, if you continue straight along this sea route, you will reach the Jiao clan. They are quite hostile towards beastmen from the land, so be cautious. Thank you, Bai Qiqi responded curtly, unwilling to engage in further conversation. She continued to move forward. Yun Ji's voice of complaint reached Xing Yan's ears. Brother, why did you have to enchant pretty Aki with your song? I hadn't even had the chance to bid her farewell. Do you still wish to go to the confinement room? Xing Yan's mood was equally dismal. Yun Gu pouted in dissatisfaction, turning to leave. As they swam towards the Jiao clan, a disquieting stillness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any trace of life in the water. As they ventured deeper, the light around them grew increasingly dim, the sea water emanating a profound blue hue. Bai Qiqi felt a twinge of discomfort, yet with her strength as a first-tier beastman, she could still barely discern the outlines around her. Feng Ling observed silently from the side, noticing that she was unaffected by the dimness, feeling slightly reassured. Let us not proceed just yet, Feng Ling suddenly grasped Bai Qiqi's arm. His tone serious, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. The three of them concealed themselves behind a massive rock, slightly turning to observe the movements in the distance. In that hidden water domain, numerous Jiao beastmen congregated. Murmuring amongst themselves, there are many Jiao beastmen at the entrance. Feng Ling turned to Feng Su, his tone decisive and composed. Su, you go distract them. I will take Aki inside. Understood, Feng Su nodded, then swam towards the gathering of mermen. His movements in the water as agile as a fish, his streamlined actions appearing particularly graceful. He approached the Jiao beastmen, his teasing voice echoing through the water. You Jiao clan's male beastmen are truly pathetic. Only at the third and fourth tiers. The Jiao beastmen turned, their puzzled and furious gazes converging upon him. The leading Jiao beastman widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Feng Su raised his chin defiantly, retorting provocatively, I'm talking about you. Only at the fourth tier, too weak. If you have the capability, come and compete with me. The leader of the Jiao beastmen revealed anger, responding fearlessly, let us compete, then. He thought to himself that in the water, he would never be at a disadvantage. Well, you said it. If you lose, don't come crying to me. Feng Su's provocation surged like a tide, igniting the leader's fighting spirit. Bai Qiqi kept her gaze fixed on Feng Su. Seeing him entangled with the leading Jiao beastman, an unease welled up within her. Will Su be all right? Do not worry, he will be fine, Feng Ling assured her, confidence in Feng Su evident in his tone. Hey, this isn't fair. I haven't even prepared. Feng Su's voice became frantic, tinged with a hint of panic. The leading merman appeared increasingly cunning, his Jiao form coiling around Feng Su's body tighter and tighter. Hey, this isn't fair. I haven't even prepared. Feng Su protested. The leader tightened his grip further. Let us see how long you can endure. Chapter 68. The first kill. Feng Su found himself increasingly constricted by the leader, and with his breathing becoming labored, he rasped, Dare you transform into human form and fight me? Entangling me is no real skill. A dignified Jiao shouldn't stoop to serpent tricks. I am not a serpent. I am a Jiao, the leader retorted, visibly agitated. You are a serpent, a serpent. Feng Su intensified his assault. I am not a serpent. I have 2 more horns than a serpent. I am a Jiao, the leader roared. Then release me, and I shall believe you are a Jiao. Feng Su, unable to move due to the tight grip, pleaded. Release? Why would I do that? The leader, having said this, loosened his grip on Feng Su. Feng Su moved his body slightly, arrogantly taunting the leader. Come on, the leader, with a furious roar, aimed a punch at Feng Su's abdomen. Feng Su evaded the leader's attack. Seeing his punch miss, the leader felt a bit uncomfortable and gritted his teeth. Don't get too smug. Then come at me. If you're capable, come at me all at once, you little serpents. Feng Su taunted the group of Jiao. We'll come at you together. Today we shall skin you alive and make a beast skin skirt. The leader proclaimed that a throng of humanoid Jiao surrounded Feng Su, who swiftly slipped through their ranks and swam rapidly in another direction. If you have the capability, come chase me. Chase, the leader commanded. Bai Qiqi and Feng Ling entered the Jiao clan. These Jiao people are too easy to deceive. Aren't they? Aki, there's no time to waste, Fengling said to Bai Qiqi. All right, little white snake, can you sense anything? Bai Qiqi inquired. Mother, just keep going forward, the little white snake replied. Fengling took Bai Qiqi's hand. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings, Bai Qiqi observed houses here that resembled those in the Merman clan. Even the script was identical. Mother, this way. The little white snake pointed to the left with its tail. While Bai Qiqi gestured for Fengling to proceed in that direction, Mother, hurry! The little white snake's face was etched with agony. All right. Soon after, Bai Qiqi too felt the piercing pain of their bond. She quickened her pace, arriving at a place surrounded by dark waters, with a small house in the center. This was the scene she had sensed previously. Dear father is inside. The little white snake exclaimed excitedly to Bai Qiqi. Bai Qiqi heard the sharp crack of a whip, followed by a woman's voice. If you don't yield, I'll beat you to death. Let's see whether your bones are tougher than my whip, Bai Qiqi. Disregarding everything else, kicked the door open, revealing a scene that would haunt her for a lifetime. Musée was bound to a wooden post, his head drooping, drenched in blood, his long white hair stained crimson. His body bore the marks of brutal lashes, and a deep scar marred his chest, as if it had only just healed before being violently reopened, bright red blood oozing from the wound. A sight that was heart-wrenching. Bai Qiqi felt as if her breath had caught in her throat. Her eyes grew sore as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. The little white snake also shed tears, leaping to the ground to lick the wounds on Mussé's legs. If I do this, dear father will heal quickly. Qiqi, Mussé's voice trembled. Don't cry. He lifted his head, his gaze hazy, lips cracked, his eyes brimming with pain. System, save Musée. Bai Qiqi urged anxiously. Yes, host. The system responded, and a pill materialized in Bai Qiqi's hand. She fed the pill to Musée. Who are you? What do you want here? Jiao Jiao, startled by the sudden intrusion, finally reacted and questioned. I come to take your life. Bai Qiqi's voice was icy, her expression fierce with intent. You are not a female of the Jiaolong clan. Who exactly are you? Jiao Jiao was unnerved by Bai Qiqi's demeanor. And if I am not? Bai Qiqi advanced step by step toward Jiao Jiao. What do you intend to do? Jiao Jiao trembled, genuinely frightened this time. Tio kill you. Bai Qiqi regarded Jiao Jiao as one would a corpse. Seeing the male figure at the door, Jiao Jiao screamed desperately. Save me. I will be your female. Bai Qiqi found her laughable. When she harmed others, did she not consider that she too might meet a similar fate? Bai Qiqi seized Jiao Jiao by the throat, gradually increasing her grip. Jiao Jiao struggled fiercely to pry Bai Qiqi's hand away. No, please, she gasped, her eyes rolling back, face turning a shade of purple, lips darkening as her breath became labored. She felt as if death was imminent. Bai Qiqi watched as the life drained from Jiao Jiao, from a vigorous struggle to pleading for release, and finally to a deathly stare. No breath left. This death suits you well. Bai Qiqi crouched down, extending her hand to check for signs of life. A wicked smile curled at her lips. She felt no fear at taking a life for the first time, but rather a sense of exhilaration. Fengling looked at Bai Qiqi with concerned Ling. We must leave quickly, Bai Qiqi said calmly. Fengling used his claws to sever the ropes, hoisting Musée onto his back. Qiqi, we need to move faster. Fengling sensed many Jiaolong approaching, including one of equal rank to him. All right. Bai Qiqi cradled her abdomen with both hands, propelling herself forward with greater speed. Bai Qiqi swam rapidly toward the surface of the sea. Pushing her swimming limits to the brink, she broke through the waves, gasping for air, then asked, They aren't following us, are they? They are, Fengling replied, warily scanning the waters. Hurry! Without hesitation, Bai Qiqi swam to the shore. Running recklessly, the sea suddenly roiled, a swarm of black Jiaolong emerging. The foremost Jiaolong was several times larger than the rest, exuding an aura of authority. Wang Hai, fuming, confronted Fengling. You dare to kill my grandson? Prepare to pay with your life. If you want to fight, then fight. Spare me the chatter. Fengling was unwilling to waste time with him. I'll give you one chance since you are younger. Hand over the female who killed my grandson, and I will let you go. Wang Hai knew this young male was also a sixth-tier beastman and thus formidable, but revenge for his grandson was imperative. Not a chance. Fengling transformed into a phoenix, carrying Musée on his back. Then you shall not leave. Wang Hai was thoroughly incensed, having never encountered such audacity in a young beast man. The Jiao Long surrounding Wang Hai closed in. Encircling Feng Ling, he spread his wings, soaring to the other side of the hopeless sea, taunting, "You will need to be faster if you wish to stop me. You are too arrogant too soon." Wang Hai bellowed, and all the Jiao Long lunged at Feng Ling, claws bared. Though Feng Ling was 2 levels above these Jiao Long, their numbers were overwhelming. Fortunately, his agility far surpassed theirs, allowing him to easily evade their encirclement. Seeing that these Jiao Long were no match for him, Wang Hai leaped from the water, swinging his massive tail at Feng Ling. If Feng Ling dodged, Mu Zhe would plummet into the sea. Chapter 69. I Keep My Word. Wang Hai's tail struck Feng Ling's abdomen, causing him to spit out blood, but he steadied himself and turned to peck at Wang Hai's head with his sharp beak. Wang Hai blocked Feng Ling's attack with his tail, then opened his mouth to bite Feng Ling's wing. Feng Ling swiftly aimed his beak at Wang Hai's eyes. Wang Hai cried out in pain as Feng Ling's attack struck true. Feng Ling's claws sank into the vicinity of Wang Hai's heart, but Wang Hai violently shook him off. "I will avenge this day." Wang Hai roared as he swam into the depths of the sea. The other Jiao Long fled at high speed. Feng Ling, with blood still dripping from his wings, quickly flew to the spot where he had last parted from Bai Qi. As he soared, he thought, Su should have met up with Chi-Chi by now. Flying above, he observed the vast expanse of yellow sand below, with faint outlines of mountains in the distance. Su sensed a shift in the wind and softly told Bai Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, brother is nearby." His eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. "That is good." Bai Chi-Chi sat upon the scorching sand, feeling waves of heat wash over her. Sweat trickled down her forehead as she gasped for breath, striving to calm her racing heart. "Mother, there's water down there. We can drink." The little white snake's voice rang clear like a bell, laced with excitement. "Water down there?" Bai Chi-Chi's heart stirred. In the desert, finding water was akin to winning a fortune. "Yes." The little white snake inclined its head slightly, eyes brimming with hope. Before Bai Chi-Chi could respond, her gaze was drawn upward to a figure in the sky. "Brother, we are here." Feng Su waved his arms under the brilliant sun, his voice infused with excitement and urgency. Feng Ling descended like an arrow piercing through the blue sky, the strong currents from his wings creating a gentle breeze, gently placing Mu Zhe on the ground. Upon seeing that Mu Zhe's wounds had nearly healed and his breathing had steadied, the weight that had been suspended in Bai Chi-Chi's heart finally lifted, and she felt a great sense of relief. Feng Su gazed curiously and in surprise at the striking white-haired male before him. "Chi-Chi, is this your other beast husband?" "Him." Bai Chi-Chi nodded slightly, secretly grateful that Mu Zhe was safe and sound. However, Feng Ling's gaze lingered on Feng Su's bruised face, exclaiming in astonishment, "What happened to you?" "I took on a group of Jiao Long as a 5th-tier being. Could I avoid being beaten?" Feng Su's expression was one of both grievance and humor, as if he were trying to justify his battered appearance. "Did you not know to run?" Though Feng Ling felt pained, a hint of reproach colored his tone. "How could I run? What if they didn't pursue me and return to the Jiao Long clan?" Feng Su replied, feeling wronged, having made significant sacrifices this time. "You've finally learned to think a bit, but your strength is still lacking. You must level up to 6th tier quickly," Feng Ling said sternly, worry etched on his face. Feng Su fell silent at these words, as if deep in thought. "A Ling. Our snake eggs are still at Qi Mountain." Bai Chi-Chi's heart surged with unease and anxiety, as if she had lost a part of herself. Her gaze drifted into the distance, longing to bring her babies back soon. "Let's go retrieve them now." Feng Ling's voice was resolute and gentle. He understood how deeply Bai Chi-Chi yearned for their offspring. He turned to Feng Su, his eyes reflecting concern. "Su, carry him." "All right." Feng Su nodded slightly, suppressing his sense of grievance as he recalled the battle he had just endured. Bai Chi-Chi climbed onto Feng Ling's back, noticing the blood trickling from his wings, which tightened her heart. She opened a small leather pouch containing the powder of hemostatic herbs. Its fresh scent was tinged with bitterness. "This will sting a bit." "It's nothing," Feng Ling replied with a faint smile, as if the injury he bore was merely a triviality, nothing worthy of particular concern. "Don't move. Let me apply it first before we fly." Bai Chi-Chi felt a surge of displeasure within her. Feng Ling's nonchalant demeanor only strengthened her resolve to take good care of him. "I too have been injured," Feng Su interjected quietly, gazing longingly at Bai Chi-Chi's busy figure. a wave of reluctance swelling in his heart. The injury on your face is of no consequence if you use this. She bent down to examine him closely, noticing the exaggerated swelling on Feng Su's face, and gently remarked, however, we can apply a go-go beast egg to reduce the swelling. Go-go beast? What manner of creature is that? A flicker of curiosity crossed Feng Su's eyes as he lifted his head, eagerly awaiting Bai Qiqi's explanation. It's a creature that makes a clucking sound. With a pointed beak, Bai Qiqi replied with a smile, her tone light and cheerful, as if she were unraveling a delightful little riddle for him. I am familiar with that beast, but it seems rather diminutive. Only those in dire hunger would resort to consuming it, Feng Su expressed with some reluctance, his expression clearly indicating his disinterest in eating it. I did not suggest that you eat it. Bai Qiqi teased gently, her voice imbued with warmth, her smile akin to the gentle caress of spring. We can use its egg to soothe your face. Very well, I shall go catch one shortly. Feng Su nodded resolutely, determination shining in his eyes. We can soar now, Bai Qiqi murmured, her inner unease gradually dissipating as she felt capable of contributing to their well-being. The sea serpent tribe lay directly across from their location, the azure waters glimmering under the sun, resembling scattered fragments of gold. Feng Ling's wings fluttered softly, stirring a refreshing sea breeze as Bai Qiqi perched upon his back, her heart slowly unwinding. Xiao Xiao. I have returned. Where is the chieftain? Bai Qiqi's voice rang clear and melodious, reminiscent of waves crashing upon rocks. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation and concern, eager to reunite with the adorable little serpent hatchlings. The chieftain is tending to the salt fields. Let us go together, Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly, intertwining her arm with Bai Qiqi's, her face radiant with a smile akin to a blooming flower. A wave of warmth surged within Bai Qiqi. She knew that the members of the sea serpent tribe held expectations and trust in her, a burden that weighed heavily on her shoulders. Let us proceed, Bai Qiqi replied with a gentle smile. Internally resolving that although she planned to leave soon after obtaining the serpent hatchlings, she ought to greet everyone first. Feng Su transformed into human form beside her, carefully carrying Mu Zhe on his back. When Yushan caught sight of Bai Qiqi, joy flooded his heart, his face breaking into a broad smile. Achi, what brings you here? You could have sent the tribesmen to inform me. His tone was filled with flattery and warmth. Why trouble yourself to come in person? This female is the beloved treasure of the sea serpent tribe. The safety of our tribe this winter hinges upon her new salt. There is no need for such formality. Chieftain, Bai Qiqi replied, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the high regard in which she was held, her cheeks flushing slightly. It is indeed necessary. Your presence carries great weight, Yushan stated earnestly, warming her heart. Chieftain, I have come to retrieve my serpent hatchlings. Bai Qiqi finally revealed her true purpose. Follow me, and I shall ensure their safety, Yushan responded with a cheerful grin. Bai Qiqi followed Yushan to his dwelling. Shan, why are you home so early today? A gentle voice emanated from within, as Xia Mo stepped out of the house. This is the Achi I often mention, Yushan proudly introduced her, and Xia Mo's gaze was instantly captivated by Bai Qiqi. With her fair skin and sparkling, dewy eyes that glimmered like morning dew, Bai Qiqi was undeniably enchanting. Oh, Achi, you are truly capable and beautiful, Xia Mo exclaimed in admiration. Not at all, you flatter me. Bai Qiqi replied modestly as they entered the house. The air was infused with a delicate scent of sea salt. Wai Yushan eagerly scratched at the ground, then gently brushed the dirt off a beast skin bag. Smiling as he handed it to Bai Qiqi. The hatchlings are all safe within. His voice carried a note of pride, his eyes seemingly saying, see how well I have cared for them, thank you. Chieftain, we have successfully rescued those we needed to save, and thus shall not linger in the sea serpent tribe any longer. Bai Qiqi's voice was soft, her gratitude evident for Yushan's care of the hatchlings. A hint of reluctance flickered in Yushan's eyes. It would not be too late to stay a little longer. I have yet to properly host you. We appreciate your kindness, Chieftain, but we have matters to attend to back home. Bai Qiqi declined politely, needing to hasten her search for high-tier beasts to bear offspring. Time was a luxury she could not afford. Very well, take several bags of new salt with you. Should you find yourselves in need? Feel free to return, Yushan sighed, seemingly resigned to Bai Qiqi's determination. Agreed, Bai Qiqi smiled softly, silently promising to return to this warm place in the future. Ling, come with me to collect the new salt. Yushan beckoned Feng Ling, wishing to seize the opportunity to converse further. Feng Ling nodded, accompanying Yushan to procure the new salt. Bai Qiqi turned to Xiao Xiao, her heart swelling with bittersweet emotions. Tears shimmered in Xiao Xiao's eyes, as if she were suppressing something, evoking a pang of sympathy. Xiao Xiao, upon my return, I will come find you soon, Bai Qiqi reassured, her tone gentle, as if soothing Xiao Xiao's fragile spirit. Xiao Xiao's voice quivered slightly, her nose reddening. Qi, you must promise to seek me out. Do not deceive me very well. I shall keep my word. If you cry, I will wish to cry as well. Bai Qiqi stated earnestly, her heart touched by Xiao Xiao's sincerity. I won't cry. Xiao Xiao stammered, struggling to hold back her tears, biting her lip in a display of stubbornness that was undeniably endearing. Chapter 70. Is the fourth tear gone? Wait for me, it will be soon. Bai Qiqi gently patted Xiao Xiao's back. Xiao Xiao's eyes remained red, her grip on Bai Qiqi's hand unyielding, unwilling to let go. Mother, it seems Xiao Xiao has changed somewhat. The little white snake beside them blinked its lively eyes, its expression earnest, as if pondering a complex and profound question. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiqi's heart tightened as she hurriedly inquired. What is different? Her voice conveyed genuine concern. The little white snake shook its head, seemingly unable to articulate its thoughts. But it is certain that Xiao Xiao will continue to improve. Bai Qiqi furrowed her brows slightly. Scrutinizing Xiao Xiao, she truly could not discern any notable change. The hatchlings within the beast's skin bag began to stir vigorously. Did they sense their father's presence? Bai Qiqi slowly set down the beast's skin bag and gently untied the strings. Several little serpent eggs rolled towards Mu Zhe like playful children, wobbling as if eagerly searching for something. Mother, they must have sensed their dear father. They want him to hatch them, the little white snake explained excitedly. Bai Qiqi could not help but inquire, your connection to your bloodline is truly so profound. Indeed, mother, the little white snake lifted its head, its eyes sparkling with wisdom. After receiving the memory inheritance, we become aware of many things. Xiao Xiao watched the little white snake's mouth move animatedly, while Qi continued to engage in conversation. Can Qi understand what the little white snake is saying now? Feng Su stood surrounded by the 4 serpent egg hatchlings. Frozen in place, desperately looking to Bai Qiqi for help. Qi, I am terrified of breaking them, Feng Su said anxiously, his face etched with confusion and worry. Su, hold on. They simply wish to get closer to Mu Zhe. Bai Qiqi wanted to laugh heartily, but managed to restrain herself. Qi, Feng Su is now both anxious and hesitant. Su, soon you too shall be hatching eggs. How can you be afraid? Bai Qiqi feigned lightness, a slight smile gracing her lips, secretly delighted by the amusing situation, thinking that a bit of early adaptation would do him good. Yes, I must adapt. I shall soon be hatching eggs. No. Phoenix hatchlings. Feng Su gradually overcame his inner fears, his tone more resolute. Very good. Bai Qiqi smiled slightly, her spirits lifted, thinking that she had seen those afraid of marriage, but never those fearful of hatching eggs. Her mood considerably lightened. As Feng Ling approached them, Feng Su's expression transformed into one of relief, as if he had spotted a savior. Brother, please place the serpent hatchlings in the beast skin bag. He urged urgently. Feng Ling tossed the beast skin bag to Feng Su. Brother, I cannot crouch down while carrying Mu Zhe, Feng Su implored helplessly. Feng Ling said nothing, merely setting the new salt down. He walked over to Feng Su, bent down, and carefully placed each serpent hatchling into the beast skin bag. Watching this unfold, Feng Su felt the tension in his heart gradually dissipate. He flexed his taut hands. A smile breaking across his face. I feel much better. The group exited the sea serpent tribe, the picturesque scenery illuminated by the sun appearing especially enchanting. Bai Qiqi smiled faintly, turning to Yushan and Xiao Xiao. You need not see us off. We shall return when the opportunity arises. Why? Yushan nodded earnestly. Very well, take care. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. Qi, I will wait for you. Xiao Xiao reluctantly released Bai Qiqi's hand. We are departing. Bai Qiqi climbed onto Feng Ling's back and waved farewell to them. Xiao Xiao and Yushan quietly watched them depart until their figures vanished from sight. Let us rest here for the night, she suggested once they had flown a short distance from Wuwang Sea. Very well, Feng Ling replied, slowing his pace and landing steadily on the ground. I shall go hunt, Feng Su exclaimed with fervor. Immediately flapping his wings in preparation to take off. Su, Wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you, Bai Qiqi called out unexpectedly. All right, Feng Su nodded slightly, transforming back into his human form. His stature tall and his features youthful. Bai Qiqi surveyed her surroundings, a pressing question flashing through her mind. Do you know where I might find male beastmen of 6th tier or above? Feng Ling pondered briefly, a glimmer of recollection crossing his eyes. I in this continent, the highest I have encountered is 6th tier. His voice was calm and steady. He had soared alone through the skies, gazing down upon many unknown corners, yet the existence of 6th tier beastmen was exceedingly rare. I have only seen a 6th tier as well, and that was my elder brother, Feng Su stated frankly, his eyes reflecting honesty and respect. Bai Qiqi's eyes sparkled with contemplation as she inquired further, have you been to the other continent across Wuangxi? The one shrouded in endless yellow sand? Both shook their heads in unison, their faces illuminated by curiosity and anticipation of the unknown. I wish to live on that continent, Bai Qiqi declared resolutely, her voice imbued with undeniable determination. She must go for the sake of her points. Feng Ling frowned slightly, pausing to reflect on Qi. If we were to reside there, the conditions would be rather harsh. His gaze turned toward the distance, as if envisioning the land's severity. Even the water supply would pose a challenge, let alone survival. Then where shall we live? Feng Su asked with concern, as he did not wish for Qi to suffer. We can build a dwelling similar to the previous one, but we need to find larger leaves. Bai Qiqi contemplated, considering the strong winds of the desert, though they would not be constant. Let us spend the night here and prepare for what we need. She decisively instructed them, her eyes radiating steadfastness. All right, Feng Su exclaimed with excitement, his face aglow with anticipation. I am a bit eager to live in the desert, as I have never experienced it before. Bai Qiqi smiled, continuing, now, let me outline what we need to prepare. Materials for building? Bowls and chopsticks and beast skin blankets, as it will be quite cold at night in the desert. Her voice was steady, meticulously planning for their future life. Understood. Both nodded earnestly, silently committing the items to memory. They then took turns going out to gather the necessary supplies, leaving one behind to look after Qi. Feng Ling went to hunt while also searching for what they required. Bai Qiqi gazed at Mu Zhe, who lay quietly on the ground. She had never seen him so tranquil before. System, he took the medicine. Why hasn't he woken yet? Her voice was low, tinged with worry. He was nearly beaten to death. How could he awaken so quickly? Yet he is a 4th tier beastman. Bai Qiqi's expression was one of confusion. 4th tier beastmen should possess formidable recovery capabilities and not be so helpless. He no longer has his beast tier. How can he recover on his own? The system's words sliced through her illusions like a sharp blade. No more beast tier? Her voice trembled slightly, shock giving rise to sympathy and helplessness within her. She imagined that arrogant fellow waking to find he had lost his beast tier. He would surely be devastated. Amidst the turmoil of her thoughts, Bai Qiqi could not help but berate herself for merely choking her to death at that moment. She should have slowly peeled away her skin and marred her appearance, allowing her to witness her own demise from excessive blood loss. Beneath the warm sunlight, several small snake eggs rolled out from the beast skin pouch, snuggling beside Mu Zhe as if offering their support and warmth in their own way. The little white snake unhesitatingly climbed up Mu Zhe's arm, coiling around his body, softly saying, Mother, this way, if you kiss father, he will recover faster. Machim, Bai Qiqi nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Mu Zhe, a wave of astonishment swelling within her. Everything here was entirely different from what she had previously known. Such a unique healing method was simply unbelievable. Feng Su, too, was captivated by the scene before him, curiously observing Mu Zhe and noting the 2 eggs resting quietly on either side of him, while the little white snake adeptly coiled around Mu Zhe's arm. Bai Qiqi slightly turned her body, seeking answers from Feng Su. Is there a way to restore his beast tier? You mean to restore Mu Zhe's beast tier? Feng Su inquired candidly. You know he has lost his beast tier? Bai Qiqi's eyes flickered with surprise. I am a 5th tier beastman. Naturally, I can't tell whether he has his beast tier or not. Feng Su's tone was light, yet it carried a hint of concern. Is there a method to restore the beast tier? Bai Qiqi's voice trembled slightly. She understood that restoring a beast tier was no simple task. Feng Su shook his head regretfully, his tone filled with helplessness. No, He can only start from scratch if there is any hope of returning to fourth tier. His words struck Bai Qiqi's heart like a cold wind, leaving her feeling profoundly disheartened. Bai Qiqi placed her last hope upon the little white snake, her eyes shimmering with expectation. Little white snake, do you know how to restore it? My beast tier is too low to accept much inheritance, the little white snake replied, its voice tinged with self-reproach and helplessness. If only its beast tier were higher, perhaps it could find a way to restore it. Chapter 71. We shall now embark for the desert. I was merely inquiring. Little white snake, do not blame yourself. You have done exceptionally well. Bai Qiqi praised the little white snake sincerely. What child, born only recently, could save a life? I must continue to strive. In the future, I will be able to help Mother with even more tasks. The little white snake declared, its large eyes twinkling with determination. Very well, then I shall take it easy from now on. Bai Qiqi was delighted, thinking how truly kind-hearted her child was. Mother, that is not laziness. It is what you deserve. After all, how arduous it was for you to bear us. The little white snake observed its mother needing to support her belly with her hands while walking, clearly acknowledging her struggles. All right, my son is indeed different, knowing from a young age to cherish his mother. Bai Qiqi had never realized that even a child could be so warm-hearted. A chi, Feng Ling descended, his back laden with wood and leaves for building. A sheep held in his mouth a su. Gather some stones and capture more prey when you can. Bai Qiqi instructed Feng Su as Su. You can prepare the meal first. No need to make mine, Feng Ling said before attending to the sheep, cutting the meat to give to Feng Su. Understood. Feng Su took out flint, ignited a fire, constructed a frame, and placed the skewered sheep meat upon it to roast. Adding a sprinkle of salt midway, Bai Qiqi was currently consuming a great deal, intentionally leaving 2 skewers of lamb for the little white snake, under the vast sky and upon the earth as their bed. They spent the night. When Bai Qiqi awoke, Muze had already regained consciousness. Muze, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Bai Qiqi inquired. No, a chi, thank you for saving me, Muze replied tenderly. Bai Qiqi pouted, her face displaying displeasure. What thanks are you speaking of? You are my beast husband. Her voice carried a faint hint of complaint. Muze did not register Bai Qiqi's words, his thoughts occupied with. A chi must have endured great hardship during her pregnancy. I have been away for so long. A chi has suffered to give birth to our offspring, and yet I have done nothing for you. He felt a deep sense of guilt toward a chi. Upon hearing his words, Bai Qiqi softened her expression. I do not blame you. It was my desire for salt that led you to Wuwangxi. If given another chance, the outcome might still be the same. For I would still yearn for salt. It is my own lack of strength. If only I were a bit stronger, Muze lamented, feeling unworthy of being a chi's beast husband. Muze, do not speak of yourself in such a manner. Your responsibilities are significant. You are to hatch these 4 eggs. Bai Qiqi sought to redirect Muze's focus. Indeed, I must hatch the young ones. Though Muze had once yearned for death upon seeing a chi, he could not bear to leave. During his slumber, feeling the presence of the little ones, he found himself even more reluctant to depart. We shall now embark for the desert, Bai Qiqi announced, noticing Muze appearing somewhat better. Bai Qiqi and Muze settled upon Feng Ling's back, the relentless heat waves enveloping them, leaving a parched sensation in their throats. They beheld an expanse of boundless yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. The scenery around them resembled a dreary painting, devoid of vitality. Not a single solitary tree was in sight, and the vastness was suffocating, as if the entire world had been consumed by this desolation. The yellow sand shimmered under the sun's rays, casting a blinding golden light. Bai Qiqi squinted against the brightness. Little white snake, where did you say there was water? Mother, it is behind us, the little white snake replied. Bai Qiqi glanced at the barren desert and said to the 3, let us settle here, close to the water source. Water source? Feng Ling did not encounter any water along the way, only the desolate expanse of the desert. Where could it be? All that surrounded them was sand. Feng Shu swiftly turned in a circle, yet saw no sign of water. Bai Qiqi chuckled softly and pointed at the sand, stating that it was not above but below. Are you suggesting that water lies beneath the sand, Aki? Feng Shu thought Bai Qiqi must still be half asleep. How could there possibly be water beneath the sand? Why would I deceive you? Just dig down, and you will discover whether my words hold truth or not. Bai Qiqi genuinely believed Feng Shu was rather amusing. With determination, Feng Shui clawed vigorously at the sand, yet found not a single drop of water. Feeling disheartened, he declared, "There is truly nothing here. We must dig deeper." Bai Qiqi observed that they had not yet reached sufficient depth. Feng Shui continued to excavate with fervor, and suddenly he felt his claws brush against damp sand, prompting him to hasten his digging. "Aki, there really is water here. I swear," Feng Shui exclaimed as he witnessed the hole he had unearthed rapidly filling with water. Bai Qiqi gazed at the murky liquid and informed them, "This water must be allowed to settle before use." "Settle?" Feng Shui, ever the eager learner, began to inquire further. Bai Qiqi retrieved a large stone jar and, with a sizable ladle, scooped the water into the vessel, explaining, "Like this, ladle it in, let it sit for several hours, and when you draw water from the jar, do so gently." Feng Shui found the process of settling rather straightforward. "Aksu, Aling, you two should go construct a shelter. Remember to insert the supports deeply." Bai Qiqi worried that, should a sandstorm arise, they would be left with nothing but a few remaining supports. A clump of deep yellow material stared at them in surprise before quietly departing. "Muse, let us transfer the water into the jar," Bai Qiqi suggested. "All right," Muse replied, and he too ladled the water with care, resulting in relatively clear liquid. The little white snake coiled around Bai Qiqi's wrist, delighting in the harmonious scene unfolding before it. "Muse, could you check if they require any further assistance?" Bai Qiqi observed the jar nearing fullness. "Mother, I have a secret to share with you. Dear father is able to understand my words," the little white snake said mysteriously as Muse approached. "You must not refer to Muse as dear father. Call him Zay father instead. If the other fathers hear, it would be unfair to them." Bai Qiqi felt the need to correct the little white snake's terminology, believing that harmony within their large family depended on it. "Understood, I will remember next time," the little white snake replied, playfully sticking out its little tongue. As Muse noticed that their shelter was nearly complete, he spread large leaves across the roof, hanging the remaining leaves around the structure, and for those that would not stay, he tucked them into the wooden crevices, ensuring they would hold. Bai Qiqi surveyed the 3 constructed rooms. Though the shelter could not withstand immense winds and sands, it would still provide some protection against the sand. "You all have worked diligently. It is time for us to eat." "All right, I shall prepare the meal." Feng Shui was increasingly enjoying cooking. Each time he finished a meal, he was met with a sense of accomplishment. Muse observed Feng Shui's ease in preparing food, feeling somewhat helpless at Aki's side. Feng Ling cast a sidelong glance at Muse. Bai Qiqi playfully teased the little white snake in her hand. "Little white snake, when you transform, will your hair be white?" The thought of a cute child sporting a head of white hair struck her as somewhat peculiar. "Does mother not wish for my hair to be white?" The little white snake's tone faltered momentarily. "Mother is merely curious about the color of your hair after transformation," Bai Qiqi insisted, firmly denying the thoughts that had crossed her mind.